Chapter 1. Someone, throw the prince consort out. Qin Shuhuang. Do you really think that such tricks will capture my attention? Guhong Chaos voice drifted through Qin Shuhuang's mind like a chilling mist, causing her a splitting headache. A voice she once cherished now incited a desire to extinguish it. With great effort, she forced her eyes open, only to meet a pair of bloodshot yet worry-laden eyes. At that moment, she lay upon an opulent canopied bed, and the man above her bore down with a mixture of concern and intensity. His features were exquisitely sculpted, muscles tensed and glistening with a fine sheen of sweat, exuding the distinctive allure of a mature man. Yet his once chiseled visage now bore a hint of savagery, veins standing out on his forehead, revealing his evident discomfort. This man appeared flawless, save for a dark scar stretching across his brow, casting a shadow over his right eye, rendering him akin to a once lustrous gem now dulled by grime. This man was none other than Qian Song, the sword-bearing guard by Qin Shuhuang's side. The mocking voice belonged to Gu Hongqiao, the prince consort of the Grand Wu dynasty and the Long Princess, Qin Shuhuang. It was well known throughout the Grand Wu dynasty that Qin Shuhuang was utterly infatuated with Gu Hongqiao. Although the Gu family hailed from a prestigious lineage, by the time of Gu Hongqiao's father, their influence at court had waned, leading to their family's decline. Moreover, Gu Hongqiao harbored a profound disdain for the Long Princess, as his heart belonged to another. In her desperation to win Gu Hongqiao's favor, Qin Shuhuang had persuaded her younger brother to decree their marriage, forcing her into wedlock with him. Since their union, Gu Hongqiao had consistently refused to consummate their marriage. Not only that, but he also brought his beloved Bai Linga into the household, granting her the finest quarters in the Gu residence, while he spent every day by her side, unwilling to step foot into Qin Shuhuang's chamber. Gu Hongqiao regarded the couple on the bed with disdain. Has it only been 3 years that the Long Princess can no longer endure solitude? Even if this is a ploy to capture my attention, you need not debase yourself in such a manner, making me, the prince consort, a laughingstock. With that, he cast a scornful glance at Qian Song's scarred visage. Qian Song's face paled in silent agony. As Qin Shuhuang's gaze sharpened, clarity washed over her. She had inexplicably returned to this moment. In her previous life, Gu Hongqiao had schemed to drug her, using today's incident to coerce her into granting Bai Linga a status of legitimacy. In a bid to salvage her relationship with Gu Hongqiao, she had consented to Bai Linga becoming his concubine, subsequently ordering Qian Song to be beaten nearly to death. Qin Shuhuang's gaze shifted towards the door, locking onto Gu Hongqiao's derisive stare. In the next moment, Gu Hongqiao heard words from Qin Shuhuang's lips that he had never anticipated. "Get out." Gu Hongqiao was taken aback. This wretched woman, who professed her deep love for him, would be elated for days over a mere smile he bestowed upon her. How could she now command him to leave? It had to be a mishearing. In disbelief, Gu Hongqiao asked, "What did you say?" Qin Shuhuang, uninterested in sparing him another glance, averted her eyes. "I command you to leave. Did you hear that clearly this time?" Gu Hongqiao, who had managed to maintain his composure, now felt an overwhelming sense of loss of control. "Qin Shuhuang, how dare you act in such a disgraceful manner and still expect me to leave? If you wish to keep this matter from becoming public and shaming the entire royal family, give Linga a position of legitimacy." Gu Hongqiao could no longer contain himself. His true intentions were laid bare. Before his final word had even settled in the air, a purple clay teapot soared toward him. Caught off guard, Gu Hongqiao was struck squarely, leaving a bruise on his forehead. He trembled, pointing a finger at Qin Shuhuang, his icy glare brimming with malice. Yet, Qin Shuhuang's gaze was even colder. "Someone, throw the prince consort out." The guards at the door, loyal only to the princess, swiftly dragged Gu Hongqiao away. Qin Shuhuang's eyes, once filled with venom, softened slightly as they fell upon Qian Song, who knelt by the bed. So many oversights, so many details. Why had she never recognized that Qian Song was the only one in the capital who genuinely wished to save her? Chapter 2. The Divorce Document. Only this palace can write it. She was manipulated by Gu Hongqiao and Bai Linga, aiding them in causing harm to the royal brother, which led to the fourth prince seizing the throne. Her brother perished for the country, and she was subsequently confined by Gu Hongqiao in a dilapidated courtyard, fighting dog for scraps while the nobleman looked on. Ultimately, She met her demise at the jaws of a rabid dog. For a decade, Qin Song silently protected her, sacrificing his own legs at the hands of Gu Hongqiao to rescue her. Later, with his crippled body, he allied with the vassal kings to rebel, cornering the Gu family into a desperate situation. In her final moments, he held her tightly despite her filth as flames soared into the sky. She tore off his mask, revealing that it was none other than Qin Song, who had been by her side for 10 years. Qin Shuhuang approached Qin Song, extending a delicate finger to lift his chin. The man, taken aback by the princess's boldness, felt a flicker of embarrassment and surprise as his face, marred by the effects of a drug, revealed a hint of shyness. Qin Shuhuang gazed into his starry eyes, a smile gracing her lips as she leaned in closer, deliberately exhaling warm breath against his reddened ear. The fragrant air sent Qin Song's body into a rigid state, as if the tension within him had reached its breaking point, teetering on the edge of madness. "Qin Song, can you still endure?" she breathed. "Shall I bestow upon you a kiss?" Qin Song's eyes widened in shock, and before he could respond, Qin Shuhuang leaned in with a smile. He never considered refusing her. His heart raced uncontrollably as her fragrant breath drew nearer, and he instinctively closed his eyes. A sudden chill graced his lips, and upon opening his eyes, he found a pill in his mouth, while the princess stood beside him, watching with amusement. "I have given you the antidote. Now rest," Qin Shuhuang instructed. Qin Song swallowed the pill with determination, his long bangs obscuring the scar on his forehead, concealing the complex emotions swirling beneath his deep-set eyes. He bowed respectfully to Qin Shuhuang and exited the inner chamber with deference. Watching the man's upright figure retreat, a smile crept upon Qin Shuhuang and Oppo's lips, softening her previously unyielding heart. Gu Hongqiao, having failed to achieve his goals, would not depart easily. With bloodshot eyes fixed on the inner chamber door, he sensed something peculiar about the princess today, but was determined to test the waters. After all, he could afford to wait, but Linga's condition was urgent. Spotting the writing materials on the nearby long table, Gu Hongqiao devised a scheme and hurried over, swiftly scribing a document. The paper began with the bold characters for divorce document. A guard nearby, catching sight of those words, was taken aback and quickly sent someone to inform the princess. Just as Qin Shuhuang had changed into fresh garments, she was met with the flustered report of her headmaid, Rui He. The warmth she had shown toward Qin Song vanished instantly, replaced by an icy demeanor. "A divorce document? Huh. Gu Hongqiao, do you believe you are worthy?" Before Qin Shuhuang could make her way out, Gu Hongqiao barged in. He looked at her with an air of arrogance, feigning softness in his tone. "Princess, do you not realize your mistake? If you agree to my demands, our marital relationship can continue." In her past life, Qin Shuhuang had been blinded by love. But in this new existence, with her discerning gaze, she found Gu Hongqiao utterly shameless. Meeting his gaze, she replied with sarcasm, "What if this palace refuses?" Gu Hongqiao's eyes narrowed, his grip on the divorce document tightening as he slammed the paper before her. "Then do not blame me for being heartless. Consider this your divorce letter." Qin Shuhuang, who valued her marriage above all, despite his neglect over the past 3 years, remained unwaveringly devoted to him, akin to a loyal dog. This very devotion was why he sought to threaten and humiliate her with the divorce document, anticipating fear and panic on her face. Gu Hongqiao was met with an unexpected sight. Qin Shuhuang merely glanced at the document, her expression filled with mockery rather than dread. With her elegantly manicured fingers, she seized the divorce paper and tore it apart in front of him. Gu Hongqiao was initially astonished, but as he witnessed her destroy the document, his confidence surged once more. How could she part with a marriage she had fought so hard to maintain? Yet in the next instant, his self-satisfaction was shattered by her words. "Gu Hongqiao, I am the Grand Princess of the Great Wu Dynasty. The divorce document can only be penned by me. You have no right to issue such a decree," she continued. "Furthermore, you dared to intrude upon my quarters without summons, violating the laws of the Great Wu. Ruei, inform the Duke of the punishment he deserves." Standing beside her, Ruei, he promptly replied, "For offending the Grand Princess, the penalty is 20 strikes." Gu Hongqiao glared at Qin Shuhuang, his anger causing the veins on his forehead to bulge. Do you even comprehend what you are saying? If you persist today, do not blame me for being ruthless. I shall never set foot in your quarters again. Qin Shuhuang shot a glance at Rui He, who immediately responded. For opposing the Grand Princess, the punishment shall be doubled. 40 strikes. With a frosty gaze, Qin Shuhuang commanded, take him out and carry out the punishment. The guards, obeying the Grand Princess's orders, promptly dragged Gu Hongqiao away. It was at this moment that he truly realized something had changed within Qin Shuhuang. She was no longer the same as before. Just as Gu Hongqiao was being pulled to the door, a woman clad in elegant white suddenly leaped into his path, shielding him from the guards and Oppos blows. Chapter 3. The warning from Her Highness the Eldest Princess. With a face full of sorrow, she pleaded, Your Highness the Eldest Princess, I beseech you to spare Gu Lang. His actions were merely a momentary lapse. If you are angry, feel free to strike me instead. This was the radiant white moonlight illuminating Gu Hongqiao's heart. Bilinga, she appeared as delicate as a willow swaying in the wind, exuding an aura of victimhood. Yet behind her fade lay a predatory nature, leaving no remnants of the bones she had consumed. Gu Hongqiao, restrained, was taken aback by Linga's arrival. In a state of urgency, he implored, Linga, you must return home at once. You cannot contend with this venomous woman. No, Gu Lang, I cannot permit the eldest princess to harm you. It is my presence that has incited her wrath. Let her strike me instead. She cast a scornful glance at Bilinga, as if observing a poor performer in a play. Witnessing Bilinga collapse against Gu Hongqiao, Qin Shuhuang smirked coldly. Since Miss Bai is so concerned for the prince, I shall grant her wish and have her take the 40 lashes meant for him. At this moment, Bilinga was likely already with child, and would Gu Hongqiao dare allow her to suffer such punishment? As Qin Shuhuang's words hung in the air, her guards seized Bilinga. Stunned, Bilinga could hardly believe that Qin Shuhuang would genuinely strike her in front of Gu Hongqiao. Had she not previously cared most about Gu Lang's opinion of her? After a moment of shock, she turned to Gu Hongqiao with desperate eyes. Bilinga had just been diagnosed with pregnancy. How could she endure such punishment? Furious, Gu Hongqiao glared at Qin Shuhuang, his voice filled with rage. Qin Shuhuang, if you dare to harm Linga, I will not let this go. Qin Shuhuang scoffed internally. In her past life, they had tormented her relentlessly, and without his words, she would have sought her vengeance. Execute the punishment, she declared coldly, as the board was about to descend upon Bilinga in a moment of desperation. Gu Hongqiao shielded her, causing the heavy strikes to land upon him instead. Protecting Bilinga beneath him, he glared at Qin Shuhuang with deep loathing. Qin Shuhuang, her back turned to Gu Hongqiao, completely disregarded his gaze. The chief maid, Rui He, sensing the scene was unfit for the eldest princess, gently suggested, Your Highness, allow me to assist you inside to rest. Qin Shuhuang shook her head slightly. There are still others yet to make their entrance. It is too soon for me to retire. Indeed, just as the punishment had only begun, a flurry of individuals rushed through the gate. Led by a dignified middle-aged lady accompanied by 2 young women, one extravagantly dressed, the other in modest attire, followed by numerous maids and servants. This middle-aged lady was none other than Gu Hongqiao's mother, Madame Gu, the mother-in-law of Qin Shuhuang. Upon seeing her son being restrained and punished, her expression shifted momentarily before she quickly masked it, hurrying to Qin Shuhuang's side. With a mix of concern and affection, Madame Gu addressed Qin Shuhuang. Shuhuang, what has caused you to be angry with Hongqiao? Tell me, and I shall ensure he is properly reprimanded. There is no need for you to take matters into your own hands. You know I have always stood by you. At this, she gestured for the guards to pause the punishment, but they were loyal to Qin Shuhuang and heeded her orders alone, ignoring Madame Gu entirely. Observing this, Madame Gu's eyes darkened. Hearing Madame Gu's earnest defense of her, Qin Shuhuang nearly laughed in scorn. Stand by her side? How could this so-called mother-in-law dare utter such words? If she truly stood by her, would Gu Hongqiao have refrained from consummating their marriage for 3 years? Would he have engaged in a surreptitious affair with Bilinga? Would the Gu family have acted with impunity under her name, undermining her relationship with the crown prince and turning her into a laughingstock throughout the capital? Casting a glance at Madame Gu, Qin Shuhuang noted the jeweled hairpin adorning her head, a piece from her dowry, and the fabric of her new gown, a gift from the crown prince. Both had lost their mother at a young age, and in her previous life, it was Madame Gu who had deceived her with a maternal guise, only revealing her true nature once the crown prince had lost his throne. Qin Shuhuang's voice turned icy. "Oh, Madame Gu wishes to assist me in disciplining the prince? Very well. My child with the prince has yet to be born, while Bailinga is already with child. How does Madame Gu propose to handle this situation?" Madame Gu, having closely observed Qin Shuhuang, quickly realized the absence of the affectionate regard she had previously received. Her brow furrowed as she noted the change in address from mother to Madame Gu, followed by the shocking revelation of Bailinga's pregnancy. Suppressing her astonishment, Madame Gu's expression turned to one of indignation as she glared at her son and Bailinga. What is the meaning of this? How outrageous! With that, she reached for Qin Shuhuang's hand, only to have Qin Shuhuang deftly evade her grasp. "Shuhuang, it is my fault for not raising Hongqiao properly. Rest assured, I will provide you with a satisfactory resolution. Henceforth, I will ensure Hongqiao visits you daily to make amends for his wrongs." Gu Hongqiao, suffering under the lashes, his body drenched in sweat and lips paling, glared at his mother in fury upon hearing her words. The elegantly dressed young woman, filled with indignation, stepped forward and retorted, "Qin Shuhuang, have you considered why brother would rather have Bailinga than you? How dare you ask our mother to clean up your mess?" This young woman was Gu Hongqiao's sister, Gu Yufei, who relentlessly mocked Qin Shuhuang at every turn. Infuriatingly, both Madame Gu and Gu Hongqiao were well aware of her vile temperament, yet continually indulged her in front of Qin Shuhuang. Qin Shuhuang's expression hardened as she glanced at Rui He, who promptly understood the princess and Appo's intent. She stepped forward, delivering a resounding slap across Gu Yufei's face. The title of eldest princess is not something a mere junior can utter so freely. Disrespecting your elders, this slap serves as a warning from the eldest princess. Chapter 4. Unmasking Madame Gu Rui, he struck fiercely, causing Gu Yufei and Appo's face to twist painfully to the side, a sharp sting immediately radiating across her cheek. In disbelief, she fixed her gaze on Qin Shuhuang, never anticipating that she would be reprimanded by one of Qin Shuhuang and Appo's attendants. In the past, she had uttered countless harsh words. Yet Qin Shuhuang had remained silent, never daring to retaliate. Feeling deeply aggrieved, Gu Yufei pointed accusingly at Qin Shuhuang, ready to unleash a torrent of insults. But the memory of that slap rendered her timid. Instead, she clung to Madame Gu's arm, her voice laced with tears as she complained, "Mother, she actually dared to hit me." Madame Gu and Appo's lips twitched, her fists clenched tightly, her expression darkening. Today, both of her children had been struck by Qin Shuhuang. Despite her extraordinary anger, Madame Gu refrained from truly confronting Qin Shuhuang, for the latter had only been married into the Gu family for 3 years, and the family still relied heavily on her influence and prestige. It was far from the time to sever ties. In the blink of an eye, the previously restrained Madame Gu donned a benevolent facade once more. This spectacle did not go unnoticed by Gu Yuling, who, dressed modestly, observed closely. A concubine born of the Gu family, Gu Yuling was also the sister of Gu Hongqiao, presenting herself as a young lady of the household while enduring various forms of mistreatment at Madame Gu's hands. In a past life, the Gu family had sought to curry favor with the current regent, Qin Wei, by secretly offering Gu Yuling as a concubine to him. Qin Wei, though merely a generation apart, was 36 years older than Gu Yuling, now well past the age of knowing one and Appo's destiny. While he appeared gentle and refined, he harbored unspeakable proclivities in private, with numerous young women sent to their doom under the regent's roof. In her previous life, Gu Yuling was the sole member of the Gu family who had ever shown her kindness, yet Gu Yufei had been too blinded by deceit to heed her words. Stealing a glance at the distant princess, Gu Yuling blinked her almond-shaped eyes. Madame Gu forced a smile toward Qin Shuhuang, but turned fiercely to glare at Gu Yufei, urging, "What are you waiting for? Apologize to your sister-in-law." In the past, her mother had always stood by her side, but now she was being asked to apologize to Qin Shuhuang. Having been spoiled in the Gu household, Gu Yufei was unwilling to submit. Angrily, she retorted, "I did nothing wrong. Why should I apologize? I was the one who was hit. Mother, why aren't you supporting me, but instead siding with her?" With that, Gu Yufei stormed out of Qin Shuhuang and Amp, Appo's, courtyard, her maidservant hastily following in her wake. Gu Yufei and Amp, Appo's, impulsive departure nearly shattered the gentle demeanor on Madame Gu and Amp, Appo's, face. Qin Shuhuang regarded Madame Gu coldly, questioning whether this was how she taught her daughter to uphold the dignity of their household. In this moment, Madame Gu and Amp, Appo's, composed facade began to crumble, revealing a growing distress. She had never envisioned Qin Shuhuang exhibiting such assertiveness. Typically, despite her noble status, she had always been subservient within the Gu family. Struggling to maintain a smile, Madame Gu said, "Shuhuang, Yufei is still young and naive, lacking in restraint. As the elder sister, you should show her some leniency. When we return home, I shall discipline her myself, making her come to you in apology." Young? If her memory served her right, Gu Yufei was already 18, having surpassed the age of coming of age by 3 years. Although women in the Great Wu dynasty typically married at 18 or 19, most were betrothed by 16 or 17, with weddings following shortly thereafter. At this moment, Gu Yufei was 18 and still unbetrothed. One could only surmise the hidden intentions of the Gu family. In her previous life, Gu Yufei had married the fourth prince as a concubine, and upon his ascension, she was exalted to the rank of Empress Dowager. It was now apparent that the Gu family and Appo's ambitions were becoming increasingly transparent. "Madame Gu, my only mother is Empress Dowager Xiao Yi. Do you truly wish to place yourself on equal footing with her?" With that, Qin Shuhuang fixed a frosty gaze upon Madame Gu. In that instant, the kindly mask that Madame Gu had worn shattered completely. She opened her mouth, at a loss as to what had provoked such a shift in Qin Shuhuang, who had previously been so enamored with her maternal image. Ultimately, Madame Gu's demeanor grew severe, and she knelt in a formal apology to Qin Shuhuang, acknowledging her transgression, stating, "I overstepped my bounds. I dare not equate myself with Empress Dowager Xiao Yi. Please forgive me, Your Highness." Qin Shuhuang and Amp, Appo's, expression remained unchanged, yet she did not permit Madame Gu to rise. It was sufficient that Madame Gu possessed the self-awareness to recognize her place. With that, she retreated into her chambers along with her attendants. Meanwhile, the punishment of Gu Hongqiao had concluded, and the guards, having abandoned the severely injured Gu Hongqiao, returned to their posts before the princess. Outside, only a furious Madame Gu remained, alongside the helpless Bailinga and the unconscious Gu Hongqiao. Gradually straightening her back, Madame Gu cast a baleful glance at the closed door before instructing with barely concealed anger, "Take the young master back to his quarters immediately, and send for a physician discreetly." One of the elderly women in her retinue promptly complied. Madame Gu extended a hand, and Gu Yuling, a moment late in her response, reached out to support her. In a sudden outburst of fury, Madame Gu slapped Gu Yuling across the face, her long nails leaving 3 crimson marks on the young woman's fair cheek. Gu Yuling, stung by the blow, bowed her head and bit her lip, daring not to utter a sound. Madame Gu and Amp, Appo's lips moved silently, uttering the words "vile wretch," though it was unclear whether she was referring to Gu Yuling or Qin Shuhuang. With that, Madame Gu took her entourage away, and tranquility returned to Qin Shuhuang and Appo's courtyard, settling onto the soft couch in the flower hall. Qin Shuhuang summoned her 4 most trusted maidservants, who had accompanied her since childhood, each bearing names she had chosen: Rui He, Rui Shui, Shirlan, and Shiryu. Rui He, the eldest and most composed, contrasted with the vivacious and sociable Rui Shui. Shirlan and Shiryu were 2 years younger. Shirlan had a round face and a strong-willed nature, while Shiryu, with her oval face, was gentle and easily persuaded. Though she typically relied on Rue He and Rue Shui for various tasks, she had never mistreated any of her maidservants. Who would have guessed that among them lurked a traitor? Chapter 5. Do not fear. Your Highness, I shall protect you today. Upon discovering that Qian Song had suddenly been poisoned, Qin Shuhuang could hardly believe the coincidence of Gu Hongqiao arriving at such a critical moment. She was convinced that there must be an insider within her courtyard. Rue He, gather some of the clothing and utensils that I commonly use, she instructed. Rue He, though momentarily surprised by the command, ultimately refrained from questioning it. However, Rue Shui, ever the curious one, blurted out, Your Highness, what purpose does this serve? Are you planning to hunt at the royal hunting grounds? If so, I shall retrieve your newly made riding attire. Realizing her indiscretion, Rue Shui quickly apologized. I spoke out of turn. Please forgive me, Your Highness. Qin Shuhuang dismissed her with a wave of her hand. No punishment this time. You have 2 days to organize the account from the past year and present them to me for review. Rue Shui readily acquiesced. Sure, Lan. Sure, you are to compile a record of the personnel I brought into the Gu household, detailing their circumstances. I expect it in 2 days as well. Yes. The 4 senior maidservants busied themselves with their assigned tasks. As evening approached, Qin Shuhuang noticed Qian Song standing vigil at her doorway. A smile graced her lips, but it faded upon catching sight of the dark scar above his right eye. Qin Shuhuang, intelligent and of noble birth, had witnessed her mother's frail health after giving birth to her, and the subsequent birth of her younger brother further weakened her. At a tender age, she learned the art of medicinal cuisine from the head of the imperial hospital, absorbing much knowledge of medicine. Yet, despite her diligent studies, her mother had passed away. Since marrying into the Gu family, her medical skills had lain dormant. In her past life, she never paid much heed to the scarred figure of Qian Song, nor did she investigate the origin of his scar. Yet now, upon closer inspection, her brows furrowed in concern. That did not appear to be merely a scar. It resembled a mark of poison. The deposed king, surnamed Xie, had inherited the title due to his family and aunt, Appo's military achievements in the north, making them the only non-royal family to hold such a title in the capital. The Xie family had been passed down through 3 generations, and the deposed king was known for his eccentricity and cruelty, earning a reputation as a madman among the noble families of the capital. It was said that a fire had disfigured him, claiming the lives of his parents and grandfather, leaving him the sole survivor. Consequently, he wore various bizarre and fearsome masks, earning the moniker the deposed king over time. Thus, despite Qian Song's years of service, she had never recognized him as that infamous madman. Footsteps echoed from outside as Rue Shui entered with a maid carrying a food box. Your Highness, Madame Gu has sent delicacies, freshly prepared roasted venison from her kitchen, meant to nourish you during the autumn season, and to apologize on behalf of the prince and Miss Gu. Qin Shuhuang replied coolly, present it to me. Rue Shui promptly accepted the food box from the maid and placed a platter of roasted venison upon a small table beside Qin Shuhuang. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, the venison taken from the finest part of the deer, a tender cut with minimal sinew. Having been raised in luxury, Qin Shuhuang recognized its superior quality immediately. However, such exquisite venison was exclusive to the kitchens of Madame Gu and Gu Hongqiao. It had never graced her own quarters. In her previous life, Madame Gu frequently sent her delicacies, which she had perceived as genuine affection from an elder. She had devoured them with delight, showering praises and offering lavish gifts in return. Now, however, as she beheld the fragrant roast venison, her appetite vanished entirely. Qin Shuhuang lifted the platter, and Rue Shui, assuming the princess intended to eat while it was hot, quickly offered her chopsticks. Yet, ignoring Rue Shui's gesture, Qin Shuhuang strode briskly toward the courtyard entrance, the platter in hand. The onlookers, perplexed by her sudden action, followed closely behind. Upon reaching the entrance, Qin Shuhuang flung the platter of roasted venison out, its exquisite contents scattering across the ground and mingling with the dirt. The maid who had delivered the venison, incensed by the princess and aunt, Appo's disregard, stomped her foot in frustration, and rushed to collect the scattered food. To her dismay, a passing yellow dog quickly devoured the fallen venison, tail wagging as it scampered away. Observers Kuden and Oppos suppressed their laughter, noting the dog's timely intervention as if to suggest that the offerings from Madame Gu were only fit for canine consumption. Unprepared for such a turn of events, Qin Shuhuang was reminded of her past life, when she had met her demise at the jaws of a rabid dog. Now, in her rebirth, she felt an overwhelming fear of the animal. The yellow dog, perceived as innocuous by others, loomed in her mind as a terrifying specter with bared fangs. Her complexion paled as she instinctively retreated, her body frozen in fear. Just as she felt paralyzed, a tall, dark figure stepped in front of her, Qian Song. In a deep, soothing tone, he reassured her, "Do not be afraid, Your Highness. I shall protect you." His voice was like a balm, dispelling the fear that had gripped her heart. She reached out, clutching the fabric of his black attire, the stark contrast of his dark clothing against her delicate form rendering his enigmatic gaze even more profound. While the crowd focused on the entrance, neither Qin Shuhuang nor Qian Song caught their attention. Once the yellow dog had departed, she released her grip on his clothing and turned back toward her chamber. Qian Song, watching her slender silhouette retreat, felt a storm brewing in his shadowed eyes. Half an hour later, Qian Song returned, flanked by 2 loyal guards escorting a familiar old woman before Qin Shuhuang. The guards pushed her forward, and she immediately knelt in fear. Qian Song clasped his hands together. "Your Highness, this is the one we apprehended just now." With that, he produced a sky-blue pouch from his sleeve and presented it to Qin Shuhuang. Rui Shui, who had been keeping her head bowed behind Qin Shuhuang, trembled at the sight of the emblem on the pouch. Chapter 6, Pull It Down, Execute. Qin Shuhuang received the sky-blue pouch and scrutinized it carefully. One corner of the pouch was adorned with a delicate double-sided embroidery of a white snowflake, a design reminiscent of Rui Shui, who was known to favor such embellishments. Opening the pouch, she peered inside, her expression growing grim. Turning her gaze towards Rui Shui, she noticed the latter and Oppos' body weaken as she fell to the ground. Scrambling to Qin Shuhuang's feet, beseeching for mercy. "Your Highness, spare me. This pouch does not belong to me, and I did not send any messages." Rui Shui was bewildered. She had always been meticulous in having Granny lie deliver messages, ensuring her family remained under her control. It was incomprehensible that the pouch used for sending messages would be discovered by the princess and Oppos' guards. Qin Shuhuang and Oppos' countenance was frigid as she retorted, "Did I ever say this pouch contained a letter?" With that, she hurled the sky-blue pouch at Rui Shui's face. Dazed for a moment, Rui Shui quickly retrieved the pouch and opened it, only to find it utterly empty, an insignificant hollow pouch. She had crafted many such pouches, and the messages she had Rui Shui deliver were indeed enclosed within them. Even if someone were to discover them, desperate for her family's safety, Granny Lai would have destroyed the pouch, leaving no traces behind. By uttering her defense, Rui Shui had unwittingly stepped into the trap set by the princess, inadvertently confessing her treachery. Overcome with despair, Rui Shui grasped the pouch, her head bowed, unable to meet Qin Shuhuang and Oppos' gaze. "Rui Hua, Sherlon," and she looked on in disbelief at the sight of Rui Shui collapsed on the floor, as if witnessing a grotesque spectacle. The pouch had been retrieved at Qin Shuhuang and Oppos' command, and Rui Hua had assumed it was merely a request for a clean pouch to hold something. The unexpected turn of events left her astonished. Recalling the moment in her previous life when Rui Shui had personally released the rabid dogs, watching with glee as they tore into her, Qin Shuhuang and Oppos' resentment deepened. It became clear that Rui Shui had long since aligned herself with Gu Hongqiao, explaining why her courtyard had never been a sanctuary of secrets in the eyes of the Gu family. With a cold, resolute expression, Qin Shuhuang declared, "Pull it down. Execute her." Only then did Rui Shui comprehend the gravity of her situation. Her eyes filled with terror as she pleaded, "Your Highness, I shall never dare again. I have accompanied you since childhood, serving you for over 10 years. Please grant me another chance. I implore you." Before she could finish her desperate entreaty, Qian Song's men silenced her, dragging her away. Granny Lai, caught off guard by the princess's commanding presence and decisive actions, grew increasingly anxious. She had family to protect and wished to survive, thus answering Qin Shuhuang's inquiries without a hint of concealment. Granny Lai, responsible for managing the courtyard and amp, Oppos, as Flora, had been employed by the Gu family. Outside the Gu residence, she had a husband and 2 children. Her daughter was married and had recently given birth to a grandson, while her son, afflicted by illness since childhood, remained unmarried, relying on his elderly parents for support. Granny Lai had sought employment at the Gu residence to earn extra coins to secure a wife for her son and ensure the continuation of their lineage. It was her eagerness that had led her to be chosen by Ruishua. Uneducated and illiterate, Granny Lai had no idea what the message within the pouch contained. She merely knew Ruishua had instructed her to relay 2 words to Gu Hongqiao: check the accounts. When Xian Song and Amp, Oppos, men apprehended her, she immediately incinerated the pouch, leaving no evidence behind. Little did she know how formidable the princess truly was. Qin Shuhuang ordered that Granny Lai be taken away and imprisoned, subsequently entrusting the matter of checking the accounts to the remaining 3 senior maidservants. In the woodshed, 2 guards unceremoniously tossed the bound Ruishua inside, then respectfully inquired of Xian Song, "Commander, how shall we execute her?" Xian Song and Amp, Oppos' gaze toward Ruishua was as frigid as a millennium of ice, a sneer of disdain and madness curling at the corners of his lips. "Death is the only solution." "Yes, Commander." The 2 guards responded immediately. Just as Xian Song was about to depart, Ruishua, in a state of panic, pleaded, "Xian Song, grant me a cup of poison to end my life. I beseech you. If not poison, then at least a silk cord." She had witnessed the prince being beaten and understood it to be a slow, torturous demise. Should she be executed, she would not even have a complete corpse to present. Xian Song remained unmoved, casting a lifeless glance at Ruishua. "To betray the princess is the fate you have brought upon yourself." Upon leaving the woodshed, the sound of the beating echoed from within, the guards employing various methods to ensure Ruishua did not utter a sound as they executed her. During the evening meal, as Gu Hongqiao had been punished and was unable to move, the Gu family dined together in his courtyard. Due to Qin Shuhuang's marriage into the Gu family, Gu Long had been granted the title of 4th-rank court gentleman, a position devoid of responsibilities. Nevertheless, he pretended to fulfill his duties at the court each day. Upon returning home, a trusted servant hurriedly informed Gu Long of the day and Oppos' events at the Gu residence. Gu Long and Oppos' expression darkened, and he hastily made his way to his son's quarters. Upon entering the flower hall, he found his son sprawled on the long couch, by Linga attending to him. His son's condition appeared even worse. After examining his injuries, Gu Long scoffed and took a seat beside him. At that moment, a maidservant returned from delivering roasted venison to Qin Shuhuang's residence, her face pale and flustered. Gu Madam furrowed her brow and inquired, "What is it? What a display of disorder. You look like a frightened fool." The maidservant quickly knelt, apologizing. "What did the princess say? Did she accept the roasted venison? What reply did she give? Bring it to me." The maidservant repeatedly bowed her head, whispering, "Madam, the princess not only refused the roasted venison, but also threw it outside, where it was devoured by a passing stray dog. I was also expelled from the courtyard." "What?" Gu Madam, enraged, shattered the teacup in her hand. Qin Shuhuang truly has no regard for respect. Beside her, Gu Yufei let out a cold laugh. "Mother, do you now see what kind of person that wretched woman is? Your previous kindness has been wasted." Gu Hongqiao added sarcastically, "This is the good wife that father and mother urged me to marry." Gu Long's expression darkened as he cast a scornful glance at his family. Silence. Just then, a pale-faced, hurried servant rushed in, reporting, "Master, madam." At the entrance of the eldest young master's courtyard, the princess's guards discarded a corpse and a person. Upon hearing this news, Gu Long could not restrain himself from rising. Gu Hongqiao and Amp, Oppos' expression shifted as he signaled to his loyal attendant, Changzhou, who quietly exited the flower hall to investigate the situation. Before long, news returned to the flower hall. The corpse was none other than the bloodied and battered Ruishua, alongside the unconscious Granny Lai. Upon learning this, Gu Hongqiao and Appo's face darkened further. Ruishua had been a carefully cultivated piece on his chessboard, and now she had been so easily removed by Qin Shuhuang. This was a clear demonstration of power from Qin Shuhuang. Chapter 7. Can a time traveler really compete with a princess? With these two matters at hand, even the most sumptuous feast could not entice Gu Long's appetite any longer. He cast a glance at his family, and though a flicker of hope remained, the sight of Ruishua's lifeless body extinguished it, revealing Qin Shuhuang's growing discontent towards the Gu family. Gu Long narrowed his eyes slightly, resembling a cunning old fox. Noticing their father's somber demeanor, Gu Hongqiao's younger brother, who brazenly wielded the Long Princess and Appo's name in the capital, scoffed, "Father, what are you worried about? If worst comes to worst, we can simply have elder brother apologize to the Long Princess in a few days. A little extra time with her will surely placate her. As long as the Long Princess is pleased, our good days will continue." Upon hearing Gu Hongfeng's words, Gu Hongqiao shot him an icy glare. Gu Yufei disagreed with her brother's sentiment, asserting, "No matter how exceptional Qin Shuhuang is, she is still our Gu family's daughter-in-law. What reason does she have to defy our family's authority? I say elder brother should teach her a lesson for a few months. Once she understands her place, she will naturally come to apologize to elder brother and our parents, and then we can handle her as we wish." Standing behind Madame Gu, Gu Yuling listened to her family plotting against Qin Shuhuang, her brow furrowing in disapproval. "Enough. Let me speak. The Long Princess is, after all, the Emperor's sister. This incident arose from the child in misbind Appo's womb, who has not yet formally entered our Gu family. Should the child be born, it will be a slap in the face to the Long Princess. Only by sacrificing this child and having Hongqiao apologize will the Long Princess once again be of service to our family." After Gu Long finished speaking, Bailinga covered her slightly protruding belly in horror, casting a pleading glance at Gu Hongqiao. How could Gu Hongqiao possibly agree to terminate the life of Bailinga's child? He retorted angrily, "Linga carries my first child, the first grandchild of the Gu family. How could you be so heartless? If you wish to rid her of the child, you must first kill me." Madame Gu glanced at Bailinga's slightly rounded abdomen, feeling a pang of reluctance. What if it were a grandson? That would be her first golden grandchild, the next generation of the Gu family. "Dear." Madame Gu gently shook Gu Long's arm, imploring him. Gu Long maintained a stern silence. Gu Hongqiao sneered. "Our Gu family may appear to be a prestigious clan, but father knows better than I what our family truly is. If I had not endured humiliation by marrying Qin Shuhuang, would we be living such a life now? If you and mother wish to maintain this facade of grandeur, do not provoke me. You." Gu Long was taken aback by his eldest son's revelations about the family shortcomings. "Enough, my dear. Hongqiao has suffered today. There is no need to chastise him so harshly. I will take it upon myself to ensure that he personally goes to the Long Princess to apologize in a few days and soothe her. The Long Princess is quite fond of our Hongqiao, and a few kind words from him will surely ease her temper. At worst, let Hongqiao consummate the marriage with the Long Princess." Madame Gu concluded, casting a knowing glance at Gu Hongqiao while silently indicating Bailinga's belly. Gu Hongqiao, protecting Bailinga, finally relented for the sake of the child he longed for. "Mother is right. In a few days, I will personally go to apologize to the Long Princess and stay with her for a while." Upon hearing Madame Gu's suggestion about consummating the marriage, a flicker of disappointment crossed Bailinga's eyes. Simultaneously, she clenched her fists beneath her sleeves, thinking, can a time traveler really not compete with a princess? In Qin Shuhuang's courtyard, Shiyu entered with the little maidservants carrying food boxes. "Your Highness, it is getting late. Please eat something." Though Qin Shuhuang had no appetite, the thought of needing to plot her revenge against the Gu family and Gu Hongqiao drove her resolve. She must maintain a healthy body for the tasks ahead. She nodded in agreement. Shiyu's face brightened as she began directing the maidservants to arrange the dishes. When the table was filled with fragrant delicacies, Qin Shuhuang was momentarily taken aback. Regaining her composure, she turned to Shiyu with a serious expression, slamming her chopsticks on the table. "Where did these dishes come from?" Shiyu, taken aback by her immediate realization, hastily knelt and confessed, "Your Highness, I was wrong. Please punish me. I took the liberty of using the banquet from Xiangge." The sternness in Qin Shuhuang's expression slowly faded, but her voice remained icy. "You are confined to the Gu estate. Who brought in this banquet?" Xiyu, unable to meet her gaze, murmured, replying, "To your Highness, it was Qian Song." Suddenly, countless memories from her past life surged into her mind. Aside from the small kitchen in the quarters of Gu Long and his wife, the food in other courtyards was all brought from the main kitchen. After marrying into the Gu family, she had refrained from making any demands regarding meals, wanting to avoid leaving an arrogant impression on Gu Hongqiao and his family. Although the main kitchen's dishes were passable, they paled in comparison to the meals she had enjoyed in the palace. Moreover, the chefs in the main kitchen were unaware of her preferences. The meals brought to her daily seldom suited her palate. One day, however, the maidservants presented her with a table laden with her favorite dishes, each one, remarkably, tailored to her taste. At that time, Madame Gu occasionally sent over a dish or two, and she had thought it was a thoughtful arrangement by Madame Gu. Touched, she cherished the meal and even sent a substantial gift as a token of gratitude. Madame Gu readily accepted the gifts, reinforcing her belief that it was indeed the matriarch's doing. Subsequently, whenever she enjoyed a meal she liked, she would ensure to send good gifts to Madame Gu. Little did she know, none of this was connected to Madame Gu. The matriarch had shamelessly accepted her gratitude without uttering a word. All of this was orchestrated by Xiansong. Whether in her past life or this one, Xiansong had always cared for and protected her from the shadows. A wave of emotion surged within Qin Shuhuang, and she fought to suppress it, asking Xiyu, "Inform me about the situation at Xiangge." Xiyu, not daring to withhold anything, explained, "Xiangge is a restaurant run by an old imperial chef who has left the palace. It specializes in palace cuisine, and this old chef is the master of Chef Lu from the imperial kitchen. No wonder, during her time in the palace, she had savored Chef Lu's dishes the most, and now it made sense that the chefs at Xiangge could replicate her favorite flavors." Xiyu had not anticipated that the princess would be upset over a meal. Over the past few days, the princess had struggled to eat, losing considerable weight. Thus, she had rashly agreed to use the banquet sent by Xiansong, hoping it would entice the princess to eat more. Now, however, it seemed the princess not only ate less than usual, but had not even touched her chopsticks. Filled with regret, she was about to instruct the maidservants to remove the feast when she noticed the long princess had taken up the jade chopsticks once more, ready to enjoy the dishes. Chapter 8. Culinary Delights. In new attire before Qin Shuhuang lay one of her most cherished dishes, osmanthus fish fin. Its flavor a delightful blend of savory and fragrant, resembling the delicate petals of osmanthus flowers. Accompanying this was braised deer tendons, which she also sampled. It was tender and delectable, the sauce perfectly balanced. The culinary skills displayed rivaled those of the palace's esteemed Chef Lu. In her previous life, savoring such pleasing dishes would invoke a sense of gratitude, compelling her to consider what gifts to bestow upon Madame Gu in return. However, now, as she indulged, Qin Shuhuang felt no such burden, for the person who prepared this meal was one she vowed never to disappoint again. After a few bites, Qin Shuhuang instructed Xiyu to assist in arranging the dishes. Xiyu, taken aback by the noticeable improvement in the princess's mood, observed that she consumed more than usual, even finishing a small bowl of beef soup with lotus flowers. Gradually, a gentle smile graced Xiyu's lips. Once the table was cleared, she led the young maidservants out of Qin Shuhuang's chamber, only to encounter Xiansong standing nearby, his sword in hand. Xiyu froze momentarily, instinctively bowing to Xiansong. For reasons unfathomable, despite Xiansong being merely the captain of the princess and Appo's escort, ranking similarly to her 4 senior maidservants, she could not help but treat him with a sense of deference. Xiansong remained impassive, merely inquiring, "How did the princess find today's meal?" Recalling that the food was brought by Xiansong himself, Xiyu, timid and soft-hearted, hesitated to reveal that the princess was already aware of its origin. She answered his question dutifully. The princess enjoyed it very much, consuming more than usual, and even had an extra bowl of beef soup. In the shadows, Xiansong's lips curled slightly. Upon hearing her response, He nodded and departed swiftly. As Xiyu watched his quickly disappearing figure, she found herself perplexed, contemplating Xiansong's increasingly peculiar demeanor. Were it not for his unwavering dedication to the princess, she might have wished for the princess to keep her distance from him. In the dimly lit room, a shadow flitted by, and soon, a figure clad in black appeared beside Xiansong. The cloaked individual bowed respectfully, addressing him as my lord. Please send word to Huaixiang Pavilion, instructing them to prepare a daily feast of the princess's favorite dishes. Yes, my lord. That evening, Sherlan assisted Rueha in organizing the items commonly used by the princess, while Rueha and several head maidservants sorted through the accounts. She remained in the room, attending to the princess. It had been quite some time since Qin Shuhuang had experienced such a well-organized bustle around her. Qin Shuhuang busied herself, carefully cutting and sewing a garment, the fabric a deep pine green, suitable for a common man and amp, Appo's, S-robe. Xiyu hesitated to speak, casting a glance at the princess, who seemed to be lost in thought. Xiyu wished to remind her that the prince did not favor deep pine green clothing. Surprised, Xiyu nodded. Qin Shuhuang, her hands deftly working, found that the skill she had not practiced for years returned to her with ease. Xiyu, do you believe Gu Hongqiao is worthy of having me craft him a garment? Without a moment's thought, Xiyu shook her head. In her eyes, the prince had never been worthy of the princess. No matter whom the princess married, she would undoubtedly lead a more liberated and joyful life than she did now. A fleeting shadow crossed Qin Shuhuang and Appo's gaze, and she sighed softly. This garment is for my younger brother. Xiyu and Appo's eyes widened in surprise, but she quickly summoned her courage to encourage the princess. Your Highness, the emperor will surely be overjoyed to receive this garment you have sewn with your own hands. A flicker of guilt flashed in Qin Shuhuang's deep almond-shaped eyes. Since marrying into the Gu family, they had exploited her reputation, leading her younger brother into countless troubles. The court's accusations against her must have piled up like a mountain, and in her defense, her brother had suppressed these allegations, enduring continual pressure from the regent. Even at 18, he had not regained true power. Her brother had sent trusted confidants to warn her about the Gu family, urging her to awaken to their true nature. Yet, at that time, her heart and mind were solely focused on Gu Hongqiao, believing in the maternal affection of Madame Gu, dismissing her brother's words as mere noise. The more her brother cautioned her, the more she resisted, even blaming him for their mother's decline, believing it was his birth that had caused her early demise. Their relationship grew strained. Nevertheless, during festivals, her brother never failed to offer her the respect and gifts due to her status. Yet, her thoughts remained consumed by the Gu family, and even her reluctant visits to the palace were solely for their sake, further distancing her from her brother. Ultimately, this led to her being the last to learn of the hardships he faced in court, and she was never able to assist him in any way. In her previous life, she had not even seen her brother one last time before his passing, yet he had still called out her name before his demise, leaving her heart torn asunder. Tears cascaded down her cheeks, like a string of pearls broken, saturating the deep pine green fabric before her. Xiyu, bewildered by the princess's sudden distress, hurriedly retrieved a handkerchief and handed it to her. Your Highness, please do not be anxious. If you miss the emperor, you may visit him in the palace tomorrow. He has the blessings of the late emperor and empress, and he will surely be in good health. Pulling herself from the depths of her memories, Qin Shuhuang suppressed the tumult of emotions, accepting the handkerchief to wipe her tears. Her almond eyes hardened with resolve. There is no rush. The time is not yet ripe. If I do not enact change and rectify the Gu family's misdeeds, how can my brother believe that his elder sister has truly awakened? Xiyu, unaware of Qin Shuhuang's true intentions, assumed that the princess wished to complete the garment before visiting the emperor. Once the garment was tailored, Qin Shuhuang meticulously began to sew. Her skills had been taught by Su Shangong, the head of embroidery in the palace, renowned for her expertise. The garments crafted by her students were sure to be of exceptional quality. Before her marriage, Qin Shuhuang had made clothing for her brother. But after marrying into the Gu family, her time was consumed with crafting garments for her husband and occasionally creating intricate pieces for Madame Gu and Gu Yufei, leaving her no opportunity to sew for her brother. At the time of her marriage, her brother had only been 15. Now, at 18, he had grown taller and stronger, rendering his previous measurements unfit. Lacking the precise size, she opted for a loose-fitting robe, knowing that a slightly larger garment would suffice. Her brother favored simplicity over ornate designs, so she planned to embroider only subtle, auspicious patterns at the sleeves and hem. The lamps in Qin Shuhuang's chamber remained lit until midnight. Although it was not Qian Song's watch that night, he sat on the rooftop of the adjacent room, gazing in the direction of Qin Shuhuang's chamber. After half an hour had passed since the light extinguished, Qian Song leapt down from the rooftop, gently opened the window, and stealthily entered Qin Shuhuang's room. Chapter 9. Qian Song, where are you looking? The room was enveloped in a subtle scent of sandalwood, favored by Qin Shuhuang, infused with calming elements to ensure a better slumber. Qian Song tread lightly into the inner chamber. His gaze fell upon the sewing basket resting on the couch, which held a half-finished robe for a man. Since her marriage, Qin Shuhuang often crafted garments for Gu Hongqiao, and Qian Song feared this was yet another of Gu Hongqiao's new outfits. A shadow of despair clouded Qian Song's eyes as he clenched his fists tightly, barely restraining the urge to tear the garment apart. Silently, he approached the bedside, where soft, rhythmic breathing emanated from within the bed curtains. Confirming that the occupant was in a deep slumber, he pressed his lips together, the dark scar concealed beneath deliberately tousled bangs. A sliver of moonlight streamed in, casting an ethereal glow over him, akin to a celestial being who had descended from the cold moon palace to secretly observe his beloved. He extended his slender fingers, cautiously parting the curtain. In an instant, the serene visage of Qin Shuhuang came into view. Bathed in the faint moonlight, Qian Song's gaze deepened with an overwhelming intensity. Her long lashes rested upon her fair cheeks, accentuating her porcelain skin, while her delicate nose and rosy lips curved gently in her sleep, inviting him to feel the softness of those tempting lips. Despite the tumultuous emotions swirling within his chest, Qian Song managed to rein them in. He reluctantly withdrew his gaze from the beloved woman on the bed. Originally, he had intended to satisfy himself with just a fleeting glance before departing. But his peripheral vision caught sight of Qin Shuhuang turning over, half of the blanket slipping away, revealing a slender arm and a delicate, fair foot. His departure was abruptly halted. It was now autumn. Though the air retained some warmth, it was fickle, and a chill could easily descend. If Qin Shuhuang were to sleep like this until morning, she would certainly catch a cold. With this thought, Qian Song felt an uncontrollable urge to turn back. He stood by the bed for a moment, waiting until she settled comfortably before bending his tall frame to pull the blanket up, covering her exposed foot. Seeing that she remained undisturbed, he exhaled softly, then moved toward the head of the bed. Nervously, his slightly clammy hand approached her delicate, exposed arm, hesitating just as his fingers were about to make contact. As he brushed against the warm skin of her arm, an electric sensation coursed through him, sending shivers throughout his body. He closed his eyes momentarily to calm the overwhelming emotions threatening to escape his control. Then, with a stern expression, he pulled the blanket to tuck her arm into its warmth. Inadvertently, he caught a glimpse of the forbidden beauty revealed by her slightly open collar, and his serious demeanor flushed crimson. Just then, Qin Shuhuang's voice, laced with a captivating allure, broke the silence. Qian Song, where are you looking? Qian Song froze, his face ablaze under the moonlight, the heat spreading down to his neck. He hastily covered Qin Shuhuang with a blanket to shield her from the chill, then knelt beside the bed, head bowed, too ashamed to meet her gaze. Your Highness, I have intruded upon your chamber. Please punish me. As Qin Shuhuang propped herself up on her arm to regard him, the blanket he had just draped over her slipped down, revealing a portion of her shoulder. The deep-hued fabric contrasted beautifully with her fair skin, enhancing its porcelain quality. A gentle smile graced her lips as she mused, if I were to punish you, would you refrain from entering my chamber again? Qian Song. Punishment aside, he feared he could not resist the temptation of sneaking a glance at Qin Shuhuang in the future. He would merely be more cautious. In a previous life, she had often felt someone quietly enter her room at night to cover her with blankets, believing it to be her 4 loyal maids. Tonight, She had instructed her maids to rest early, leaving her room devoid of any night watch, thus catching this intruder. Observing Xiansong's bowed head, she could not see his expression, stirring a mix of sympathy and apprehension within her. Had her sudden ploy truly harmed her brother, the disabled king? Qin Shuhuang extended her slender fingers, her collar slightly shifting, the silk fabric slipping aside to reveal more of her smooth shoulder. Unaware of the effect this had on Xiansong, she focused solely on him. Her fingers brushed against his stubbled jaw, gently lifting his chin. Xiansong, with his head raised, did not avert his gaze but met hers directly. The enchanting sight before him made his deep-set eyes narrow slightly, an emotional tempest brewing within, as he clenched his fists to suppress the overwhelming desire that threatened to break free. Qin Shuhuang noticed the shift in his expression. Once assured that her jest had not caused him distress, the tension on her face dissipated. Her delicate fingers glided down from his chin to his right eye, gently sweeping back the fringe that concealed half of his scarred visage. This simple gesture drained the color from Xiansong's face, leaving him pale and trembling. "Your Highness, I am scarred and unsightly. I would sully your eyes. Please do not look." Qin Shuhuang paused, her hands softening as she caressed the scar. Observing the dark mark on his forehead, she shook her head slightly, her voice imbued with unprecedented tenderness. "It is merely a scar. It is not ugly at all." Her words ignited a flicker of hope within Xiansong's dimmed eyes, rekindling a small flame, radiant as the stars. He pressed his pale lips together, no longer resisting, allowing her to examine the unsightly scar on his forehead. Bathed in the moonlight, Qin Shuhuang scrutinized the scar, further confirming her earlier suspicion regarding Xiansong's poisoning. It was a peculiar toxin she vaguely recalled from the archives of the healer's chamber. She needed to visit the palace to consult the healer and revisit the medical texts she had perused before. Yet, she was resolute that the poison was treatable, and she would not permit this scar to mar Xiansong's life, nor that of the disabled king. However, until she was certain, she refrained from disclosing this to Xiansong, lest her words bring him false hope and deepen his eventual disappointment. Retracting her hand, she seldom revealed her mischievous side from her youth. "Very well. Since you have permitted me to examine your scar, I shall grant you clemency this time. Depart now and rest. Should I catch you again, fortune may not favor you." Xiansong bowed respectfully and quietly exited Qin Shuhuang's chamber. Yet, as he stood by her window, the madness in his eyes deepened. In the past, when Qin Shuhuang regarded him merely as an ordinary guard, he could control his feelings for her. But the moment she showed him any distinction, his emotions surged uncontrollably. Xiansong clenched his fists tightly, berating himself internally, convincing himself that he was unworthy of Qin Shuhuang. Chapter 10. The cannibalistic Gu family. Early the next morning, Qin Shuhuang arose, and during breakfast, Madame Gu sent someone to deliver food from the small kitchen to her. This time, the food did not even enter Qin Shuhuang's courtyard, as it was promptly sent back by Ruiha. Following yesterday's events, the senior maidservants, Ruiha, Shirlan, and Xiu, had begun to comprehend the princess's intentions. Aware that the prince had never favored the meals from the Gu family's large kitchen, Xiu decided not to retrieve the food box from the kitchen that morning. Instead, she personally brought breakfast to the princess along with 2 maidservants. Although the princess's residence lacked the spaciousness of Madame Gu's and the prince's, it was still feasible to prepare a simple breakfast and snacks using 2 braziers. While she busied herself with the preparations, Qin Shuhuang continued to work on the men's robe she had cut the day before. If she remained focused, she could complete it by midday, leaving only the embroidery to finish. With her hands occupied, time flew swiftly, and before long, the morning had passed. Qin Shuhuang completed the robe, and Ruiha and Shirlan were also wrapping up their tasks. Shirlan meticulously cataloged and packed the furniture and clothing most frequently used by Qin Shuhuang. For the remaining items, she created a list so that the princess could easily account for them when needed. Just as Shirlan finished her report, Ruiha hurried in with the account books. Holding the organized ledger in her hands, Ruiha's face bore an expression of indignation. "Your Highness, I have compiled the account for the past year. Please review them." Qin Shuhuang accepted the ledger and began to peruse it. Rueha, having been taught accounting by the female officials in the palace, was quite adept at financial management. Before her marriage, her personal assets had been managed with her assistance. After marrying into the Gu family, despite their decline, she had hoped to support them. Upon her arrival, she had supplemented the family's public account with 10,000 taels of silver. Aside from her premarital assets, she had not clearly divided her remaining wealth and gifts, allowing the Gu family to manage everything while tacitly permitting them to take a share of the profit. However, she had not anticipated that 3 years later, she had received not a single coin from her assets and dowry. Instead, they had diminished. The estates, shops, and farmlands had decreased by 60%. The remaining 40% reflected annual deficits, with Madame Gu continually injecting silver into the operations. The initial 10,000 taels had long since been exhausted, leaving not a single coin remaining. Qin Shuhuang was almost driven to laughter by her anger as she examined the ledger. Most of her wealth consisted of gifts from the emperor's younger brother and her mother, including the finest locations for shops and properties, as well as the most fertile lands. Compared to her premarital estates, these were undoubtedly superior. If such properties were unprofitable, then it seemed hardly any establishment in the realm could prosper. Rueha was not naive. She too did not believe the accounts as they stood. Thus, she had discreetly enlisted the help of General Xuanzang to investigate the true accounts of the Gu family. Xuanzang exceeded Rueha's expectations. He not only obtained the Gu family's authentic ledger, but also tracked down a pair of stewards from the royal estate to clarify the genuine situation. "Your Highness, please turn to the next pages," Rueha urged, suppressing her fury. The discrepancies between the Gu family's authentic and deceptive accounts were now glaringly obvious. It was not that Qin Shuhuang's properties were unprofitable. Rather, they were being pilfered. Each year, her assets yielded substantial profits. Yet the silver had neither flowed into her name nor into the Gu family's public accounts. It had all been siphoned into the private accounts of Gu Hongqiao and Madame Gu. In the first year of her marriage, Qin Shuhuang's properties appeared to be a slight loss. In the second year, Madame Gu sold several shops, justifying the action as a remedy for the losses, using the proceeds to cover the family's expenses. Upon Rueha's private inquiry, she discovered that the sold shops were now registered under Madame Gu's family members' names, a clear case of embezzlement. In the third year, not only were the shops sold, but the Gu family also sold several of Qin Shuhuang's royal estates. Had it not been for a fortunate coincidence, where Xuanzang's subordinates encountered the stewards of the royal estate, Rueha would not have gained such clarity. The staff at the royal estate were entirely unaware that their master had changed. They presumed they were still cultivating fruits and grains for the esteemed princess. Now, these royal estates belonged to Madame Gu and her relatives. Even more ludicrous was the fact that Bailinga possessed hundreds of acres of Qin Shuhuang's prime farmland. All of this appeared to implicate the other members of the Gu family in greed, while presenting Gu Hongqiao as an innocent figure, deceived by his kin, with no encroachments on Qin Shuhuang's assets. Yet, a closer examination of the Gu family's true accounts revealed that Qin Shuhuang had supplemented the family's public accounts with 10,000 taels of silver, of which Gu Hongqiao had consumed more than half. Furthermore, his monthly expenditures were the highest in the family, amounting to no less than several hundred taels and sometimes exceeding 1,000. Gu Hongqiao truly did not regard himself as an outsider. In stark contrast, the expenses for Qin Shuhuang's courtyard, as the esteemed princess, amounted to a mere 100 taels a month. After a moment's hesitation, Shirlan spoke up, "Your Highness, many of the maidservants and elderly women in our courtyard have not received their monthly allowances for over 3 months. I specifically inquired with the female steward responsible for disbursing the allowances, but she deflected, claiming that all the low-ranking maidservants and elderly women throughout the estate had their allowances delayed by 3 months. Upon further inquiry, I discovered that only our courtyard is affected previously. Qin Shuhuang had been preoccupied with the prince and had not attended to these minor matters." Shirlan had attempted to broach the subject with her several times, but the princess had dismissed her impatiently. Despite Shirlan's capabilities, she could not take charge without the support of her mistress. Now that she sensed a change in the princess, she felt compelled to raise the issue once more. Qin Shuhuang's countenance darkened further. The Gu family had indeed ensnared her. Their schemes extended not only to her, but to those who serve her. No wonder that in her previous life, after the emperor's younger brother passed away, she had been ridiculed and neglected by the Gu family, while the servants in her courtyard harbored deep resentment. After her confinement, due to the machinations of these servants, she could not even secure a warm, clean meal. Reflecting on this, it became evident that the Gu family had begun fostering animosity among her attendants long ago. The senior maidservants, witnessing the princess's solemn demeanor, could not help but lower their heads, afraid to breathe a word. Rueha, in that moment, felt as though she were gazing upon the dignified and exquisite visage of a late empress. Previously, palace denizens had remarked on the princess's resemblance to the late emperor. She had seen it too. Yet now, while the princess still bore the emperor's likeness, the aura of nobility and authority she exuded was reminiscent of the late empress. When the late empress was alive, even the slightest ripple could not disturb the tranquility of the inner palace. Chapter 11. The princess is truly remarkable with a gaze as sharp as ice. Qin Shuhuang commanded, Rueha, summon the steward of the treasury. Rueha promptly complied. Sherlon, register the maids and servants in the courtyard who owe the customary silver. Today, distribute the overdue payments, and grant an additional 3 months' silver to another. Sherlon beamed with delight upon hearing this, quickly bowing to Qin Shuhuang. Yes, your highness, I shall attend to it at once. As Rueha exited, 2 personal guards exchanged knowing glances before hastily following her. Upon encountering Rueha, the guard saluted her, explaining, the princess is concerned that you may face difficulties, and has sent us to assist you. Rueha, believing them to be sent by the princess, nodded and proceeded to the account room of the Gu family. With the aid of the 2 imposing guards, the steward of the treasury was soon brought before Qin Shuhuang. This steward, an elder of the Gu household, had been complicit in fabricating accounts under the directives of the matriarch, thus enriching himself substantially. Yet, he was still merely a servant of the Gu family, and upon entering, he immediately knelt before Qin Shuhuang in reverence. The steward, surnamed Mao, obsequiously bowed. Your Highness, how may this old servant assist you? He was well aware that in the 3 years since the esteemed princess had wed into the Gu family, she had never called upon him. The sudden appearance of her head, made in the treasury, filled him with foreboding. Just as he was about to dispatch someone to notify the matriarch, he was forcibly brought before the princess by the 2 guards. Qin Shuhuang cast a cold glance at the pudgy steward, tossing the meticulously arranged accounts compiled by Rueha at his feet. Mao picked up the ledger, flipping through it until his expression shifted from shock to trepidation. His carefully crafted false accounts had all been uncovered. Realizing he had been discovered, his demeanor darkened, and he repeatedly bowed, pleading, Your Highness, I was compelled by the matriarch. Without her orders, how could a mere servant dare to act thus? I implore you, spare this old servant. Despite his words of supplication, his eyes betrayed little genuine fear or shame. He obviously did not truly fear Qin Shuhuang. After all, how much power could a princess, constrained within the Gu household, truly wield? Qin Shuhuang was acutely aware of Mao's true sentiments. This steward had engaged in such misdeeds numerous times, becoming quite adept at deceit. She cast a glance at Shiyu, who promptly moved beside Mao and threw a piece of paper before him. The paper depicted the location and appearance of a parcel of land, specifically, the land that Mao had illicitly appropriated. Upon seeing it, Mao's face drained of color. You have encroached upon 10 mu of the princess's imperial land. She could have you executed for this. Shiyu admonished sternly. The steward's flesh quivered with fear. The 10 mu he had wrongfully seized were originally the princess's. The eldest son had instructed him to transfer ownership to Miss Bai, as his own son was to wed. He thought that by reducing the princess's land by a few mu, Miss Bai would remain oblivious. Thus, he covertly appropriated 10 mu for his son and daughter-in-law living outside the estate. How had the princess come to learn of this? Unbeknownst to both the matriarch and the eldest son? At this realization, Mao genuinely prostrated himself. This old servant acknowledges his wrongdoing, I deserve death. Whatever the princess desires, I shall comply. I beseech you, do not implicate my son. Seeing that Mao would not relent until faced with true peril, Shiyu scoffed coldly. Fear gripped Mao as Qin Shuhuang inquired, "How much silver remains in the treasury?" Mao trembled as he replied, There are 2,000 taels. Deliver the 2,000 taels to me. Mao hesitated, casting a fearful glance at Qin Shuhuang. Unable to meet her gaze, he quickly bowed his head, stammering, "Yes." This old servant obeys. Additionally, produce the documents concerning the shops sold by the matriarch and the transfer of the imperial estate. Mao dare not refuse. As he returned, he had intended to alert the matriarch immediately. However, he found himself shadowed by the princess's guards, including a fearsome figure bearing a terrifying scar. He had no opportunity to send word. Obediently, he surrendered the silver and documents as requested. After relinquishing these items, he dared not inform the matriarch of the day and oppose events. Instead, he busied himself arranging an escape route for himself and his son, leaving the management of the Gu treasury to his subordinate. In the flower hall, Qin Shuhuang reviewed the documents before her, with 2,000 taels of silver at hand. Shirlan could not contain her curiosity, asking, "Your Highness, how did you know that Steward Mao had embezzled the land?" Qin Shuhuang handed Shirlan the ledger organized by Rueha for her examination. Shirlan gasped, taking the ledger, perplexed. She had reviewed it and found no mention of Mao's embezzlement. Beside her, Rueha shot Shirlan an exasperated glare, thinking her quite foolish. Only the princess could tolerate such ignorance. With a different mistress, Shirlan would have surely been relegated to a mere servant. The ledger's records of land holdings did not align with those under Balinga's name. A simple calculation revealed a discrepancy of precisely 10 mu. The sudden disappearance of this land could only mean it had been covertly appropriated, and Mao was the most likely suspect. Realization dawned on Shirlan as she absorbed Rueha's explanation. The princess is truly remarkable. Yet, Qin Shuhuang's expression remained devoid of any smile at Shirlan's praise. Her gaze momentarily turned vacant. The ledger merely provided a conjecture, her certainty that Mao was responsible, even down to the depiction of the land, stemmed from knowledge imparted by Gu Yuling in her previous life. At that time, she had dismissed Gu Yuling's counsel, viewing her as a manipulator seeking to drive a wedge between her and the Gu family, leading to an ever-widening chasm in their relationship. Taking a deep breath, Qin Shuhuang set the documents aside and inquired, "Where is Rue Miao?" It had been long since she had uttered that name. Rueha, Shirlan, and Shiyu exchanged astonished glances, their eyes wide with disbelief. Chapter 12. Does His Highness the Princess lack silver? Shuehi, Shirlan. Ensure you were personally chosen by the late Empress to serve as the princess's chief attendants, growing up alongside her. Initially, the late Empress selected 4 maids, with the last one named Shui Miao, who was of the same age as Shuehi. Shui Miao had a similarly composed temperament, yet spoke little, possessing a rather reticent nature. The princess, lively and spirited since childhood, naturally did not favor Shui Miao. During one of her playful escapades in the palace, the princess rescued Shui Shui, who had been bullied by an old palace maid. Shui Shui, beautiful and articulate, soon supplanted Shui Miao in the princess's affections. Observing how adeptly Shui Shui cared for the princess, Shui Miao withdrew, relinquishing her position as chief attendant to become the second attendant by the princess's side. Upon marrying into the Gu family, the princess resided in a modest courtyard, where her chief attendants shared quarters, not to mention Shui Miao, the second attendant. Shui Shui, wary of Shui Miao for usurping her position, had, in previous years, found an opportunity to transfer Shui Miao to manage the royal estate. Shui Miao, unambitious and resigned to her fate, bore her grievances in silence, never voicing her troubles to the princess. It was only when Shui was sorting through the accounts that she discovered that among the several royal estates, Shui Miao's estate yielded the highest profits, contributing the most silver each year. The 3 chief attendants concealed their astonishment as Shui reported truthfully, "Shui Miao is currently managing the royal estate." Qin Shuhuang nodded, acknowledging the need for additional personnel at her side, and instructing that Shui Miao be brought back. Upon hearing this, Shui He's eyes sparkled with joy. Yes, your highness. I shall send someone to fetch Shui Miao at once. Among the chief attendants, Shui He shared the closest bond with Shui Miao. Without parents, Shui Miao was the first sister Shui he recognized upon entering the palace. Despite Shui Miao's silence, Shui He understood her unwavering loyalty to the princess. Whenever she had the chance to leave the Gu residence, Shui He would visit Shui Miao at the royal estate. After seeing her last month, Shui He had been deeply concerned. Shui Miao's biological parents had approached her, deceitfully taking away her hard-earned savings and promising to arrange a good marriage for her. They sought to have Shui Miao wed at the Gu residence when the opportunity arose. Shui Miao privately investigated the family her parents had found, only to discover that it was not a good match at all. The man was a widower, a gambler with a penchant for violence, whose previous wife had died at his hands, and whose daughter had been sold into a brothel due to his debts. Now that Shui Miao could return to the princess's side, protected by her, her treacherous parents could no longer trouble her. Bring more carts and servants. Let us move her back at once, so we won't have to make repeated trips, Qin Shuhuang decreed. Indeed, Shui He responded brightly. Qin Shuhuang's gaze turned contemplative. In her past life, Shui had always been at her side, suppressing Shui Miao, who never had the chance to reveal herself before her. She had not paid much attention to Shui Miao, who had become a second attendant. A month later, Shui Miao's parents sought out the Gu residence, and Madame Gu agreed to the marriage. After that, there was no further news of Shui Miao. It was not until her royal brother passed away and she was imprisoned by Gu Hongqiao that she learned the fate of her former second attendant. During her imprisonment, every other day, she received a clean meal delivered by a middle-aged woman who was crippled and blind. Only later did she realize that this woman was Shui Miao, who had suffered terribly at the hands of her husband, enduring inhumane torment and being forced to work as a servant to earn money. Even so, each time Shui Miao brought her food, it was clean, as she had chosen to eat the contaminated portion herself, quietly safeguarding her with this small act of kindness. However, eventually, even that clean meal ceased to arrive. Outside the confines of her prison, the maids were gossiping, revealing that the crippled woman had been beaten to death by her husband, found curled up and lifeless that morning. Qin Shuhuang understood then that Shui Miao was lost. Shaking herself from her reverie, she instructed Shirlan, calculate how much silver remains in my treasury. Shirlan nodded, being well aware of the princess's private assets and household expenses. Soon, she delivered her findings. Your Highness, including the silver just submitted from Shui Miao South Managed Estate. There are now 3,000 taels. 3,000 taels. Even with the 2,000 taels recently obtained from the Gu family, that amounts to only 5,000 taels. It is far from sufficient. In 2 months, the locust plague will strike Kongsong Fu, the granary of the capital. A poor harvest will affect the entire city, leading to unrest and turmoil. She needed ample silver to stockpile provisions. Qin Shuhuang frowned. Observing her distress, Shirlan felt an overwhelming sense of shame. How could the illustrious princess have only 3,000 taels at her disposal? If only she had been more diligent, they would not be in such a predicament. Upon noticing Shirlan's self-reproach, Qin Shuhuang paused, her furrowed brow softening as she comforted, "This matter does not concern you, so do not blame yourselves. We're short on silver, but I still have those encroached properties to reclaim." Shirlan and Shiryu exchanged puzzled glances. Did the princess intend to personally retrieve the assets taken by the Gu family? Understanding their thoughts, Qin Shuhuang shook her head. If I were to go myself, it would only benefit the Gu family. Then, her expression hardened with resolve. Since I am in need of silver, we shall sell off these properties and estates. Though these assets have been usurped by the Gu family, they still remain under my name as long as my royal brother is alive. It is only when I lose power that they will rightfully fall into the hands of the Gu family. Shirlan remained confused, scratching her head in perplexity. Shiryu patiently explained, those properties and estates are no longer truly yours, but they still appear to be so. The noble circles are well aware that your royal estates are the most valuable, though they are hard to come by. If you openly seek to sell them, there will be wealthy nobles eager to take them off your hands. In that case, even the Gu family, for the sake of their reputation, will have to relinquish what they have seized and suffer a silent loss. Understanding dawned on Shuhuang. Qin Shuhuang continued to issue orders. Send someone to discreetly inform the regent's residents that I intend to sell part of my royal estates. Selling to others might provoke the Gu family, but if sold to the regent's residents, they would not dare cause a stir. Moreover, only the regent, my uncle Qin Wei, possesses the financial means to acquire such extensive properties. In the room of Xian Song, dressed in a black python robe, he was removing a peculiar mask from his face to don the attire of captain of Qin Shuhuang as personal guards. As he fastened his belt, he listened to the reports from those around him. Your Highness, today the princess summoned the accountant from the Gu residence and sent for the second attendant. Shui Miao, the guard, detailed the princess's actions. Upon hearing that she intended to sell her properties, Xian Song frowned. Does His Highness the Princess truly lack silver? Chapter 13. Returning to the princess's residence at the entrance of the royal estate, a young woman with a wooden expression was being dragged by an elderly woman who grasped her clothing, while two boys around 10 years old pushed her from behind. Yet, the young woman clung tightly to the doorframe, coldly stating, I will not go. The elderly woman, seeing that she could not pull the young woman away, immediately released her grip and sat down, crying loudly. As she lamented, the two boys joined in, wailing alongside her. The elderly woman scolded through her tears. How heartless can you be? After enduring countless hardships for 10 months to bring you into this world, and putting in so much effort to send you to the palace. Now that you live a good life, you abandon your parents, brothers, and nephews. You would rather see them starve. Not only that, you don't care about your parents, but they worry about you. Knowing you are of age and still unmarried, they found you a good match. It is only natural for a man to marry and a woman to wed. Even His Majesty cannot intervene. Yet, you would rather remain a spinster than even glance at it. You are truly breaking my heart. Is there such a daughter? Instantly, the onlookers began to point fingers at Rui Miao, urging her to follow the elderly woman to see the match. As Rueha arrived near the entrance of the royal estate with several guards, she overheard the commotion. Furrowing her brow, she lifted the carriage curtain, and the accompanying soldiers immediately reported, Miss Rueha, it seems someone is causing a ruckus at the entrance of the estate, and many people are gathered around. Let us go take a look at who dares to make such a disturbance at the prince's estate. The guards bowed to Rueha and swiftly rode towards the entrance. Clad in uniform attire, with deep robes over light armor and swords at their waists, the guards made a striking appearance. The crowd instinctively parted as they approached, and the chatter ceased. The leader of the guards, frowning, shouted, Who dares to create a disturbance here? Rui Miao, who was on the brink of yielding to the elderly woman, had not anticipated anyone to arrive at that moment. If these guards had not shown up, she might have agreed to leave with the woman. With swollen eyes, she turned to the guards. Before she could speak, they parted, allowing Rueha to step forward. Upon seeing Rueha, Rui Miao's previously dull eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. Rueha, she exclaimed. Rueha offered a comforting glance and raised her voice, saying, I am the chief maidservant by the side of Her Highness the Princess. This is Her Highness's royal estate, and no disturbances are permitted here. Take the troublemakers inside. The elderly woman was intimidated by Rueha's authority, clutching her two grandsons and falling silent. Seizing the opportunity, the guard dispersed the crowd and escorted the elderly woman and the two boys into the estate. Once inside, Rui Miao hastily wiped her tears and asked, Rueha, what brings you here? Rueha smiled, observing Rui Miao closely. Having not seen her for a month, she noted how much weight Rui Miao had lost and the dark circles under her eyes. She linked her arm with Rui Miao's cheerfully, saying, The princess has sent me to bring you back to help. From now on, we will serve by Her Highness's side. Rui Miao stood in shock, unable to believe the news, looking at Rueha in disbelief. Rueha, noticing her reaction, chuckled and teased. What? Do you not wish to return to the princess? Rui Miao shook her head vigorously. How could I not want to return to the princess? No one dares to bully me there. She cautiously asked, but how could the princess allow me to return? Rueha, having no intention of hiding the truth about Rui Shui, explained everything. Rui Miao was incredulous and immediately vowed, Rueha, rest assured, I will never become like Rui Shui. Rueha patted her hand. With Qin Shuhuang backing them and several intimidating guards, Rui Miao's mother and nephews dared not press their claims and left in disgrace. Standing in the courtyard, Rueha called after the departing elderly woman and her grandsons, "If you wish to find Rui Miao again, remember to come to the princess's residence. Our guards will treat your family well." As soon as Rueha finished speaking, the elderly woman hurriedly fled with her grandsons. Rui Miao allowed her tears to fall, yet her gaze grew resolute. Rueha turned to her, wiping away her tears with a handkerchief, soothing her. "What more do you yearn for from such a mother? Haven't you already given enough of your hard-earned money? Now, quickly gather your belongings. I have brought a carriage to take everything with us. The princess is waiting for you at home." Rui Miao nodded repeatedly. She had few belongings, mostly small items and clothes, much of it gifted by Qin Shuhuang over the years, with some even taken by her mother. The remaining 2 wooden boxes were filled to the brim. In the afternoon, Rueha took Rui Miao away from the royal estate. At the Gu residence, within Qin Shuhuang's quarters, Shirlan and Xiu looked at their mistress in astonishment. Shirlan asked, "Your Highness, what did you just say?" Qin Shuhuang paused her needlework, glancing at Shirlan with a hint of exasperation. "I am preparing to return to the princess's residence for some time." This confirmed for Xiu that she had not misheard. The princess truly intended to reside at the princess's residence. Before her marriage, the emperor had granted her the princess's residence, specially allocating funds from the royal treasury for renovations, making it comparable to that of a prince. Situated in the inner city, the princess and Appo's residence was surrounded by high-ranking officials and esteemed nobles, its location far superior to the Gu residence, and it was very close to the imperial palace. A carriage ride would take no more than 15 minutes to reach the palace. However, to maintain the dignity of her husband and the Gu family, she had moved into the Gu residence immediately after their marriage and had not even visited the princess's residence. Over the years, even when taking short trips, she had often stayed at the royal estate in the outskirts of the capital, never having set foot in the princess's residence. The emperor had expressed his dissatisfaction regarding this matter, feeling that the princess was not living up to expectations. Xiu hesitated, "Your Highness, but the princess's residence has been uninhabited for over 3 years. Many areas may require extensive repairs. Perhaps it would be best for me to lead some people to prepare the place first, and then you can move in." Qin Shuhuang shook her head. "There is no need. Even if it is somewhat dilapidated, it will not be uninhabitable. Once we settle in, we can gradually carry out repairs." With the princess's resolve evident, Xiu ceased her persuasion. The 2 chief maidservants, upon learning the news, transitioned from shock to excitement and anticipation. Although the princess's residence had been vacant for several years and might be somewhat shabby, it had been renovated to princely standards and would undoubtedly be far superior to the Gu residence. The princess would no longer have to endure living in the confines of the small Gu courtyard. The essentials had been packed the day before, and as soon as Rueha returned with Rui Miao, they would set off for the princess's residence together. On the way to the princess's residence, Xian Song, riding alongside Qin Shuhuang, bore a peculiar expression, his grip on the reins tightening as he frequently glanced toward the carriage, as if hoping to catch a glimpse of the occupant's expression. After a short while, Qin Shuhuang's carriage arrived at the entrance of the princess's residence. With the assistance of Shirlan and Xiu, she dismounted. Despite the impressive facade of the princess's residence, her attention was captured by the adjacent estate. She noticed a plaque hanging above the entrance of the neighboring residence, boldly inscribed with the words "Prince of Junbei's Manor." Qin Shuhuang was taken aback. To her astonishment, the residence next to the princess's was that of the exiled prince. Chapter 14. A gift to oneself? Even the reborn Qin Shuhuang was unaware of this matter. It is no wonder she was oblivious. In her past life, the emperor had prepared this princess residence for her, yet she had never even set foot in it, let alone glance next door to see who resided there. After a moment of astonishment, Qin Shuhuang discreetly glanced at Xian Song beside her. Xian Song's head was slightly bowed, though his emotions were concealed from view. The grip on the hilt of his sword was tight, and his entire body was tense. Unable to suppress a fleeting smile, Qin Shuhuang suggested, "Let's go inside and take a look." A group of attendants followed Qin Shuhuang into the princess residence. The old servant guarding the residence was a palace eunuch. Upon seeing Qin Shuhuang, he was immediately taken aback, then hurriedly approached her. Bowing respectfully, the old servant humbly welcomes Your Highness back to the residence. Qin Shuhuang gestured for Rui He to help the old servant rise. She looked at him and thought he seemed familiar. Have I seen you before? The old servant nodded eagerly. Your Highness has a good memory. Over 3 years ago, I served beside the emperor, working under Chief Eunuch Shao. Chief Eunuch Shao was a high-ranking eunuch close to the emperor, indicating that this old servant was favored greatly by the emperor. The fact that such a trusted eunuch was assigned to guard the princess residence speaks volumes about Qin Shuhuang's standing in the emperor's heart. Upon hearing the old eunuch's words, Qin Shuhuang was momentarily taken aback, feeling a surge of guilt. In her past life, her younger brother had been so devoted to her, yet she had caused him to lose his kingdom. Thank you for your service to the princess residence over these years, Qin Shuhuang expressed sincerely. The old eunuch quickly shook his head, refusing to take credit. Your Highness, you flatter me. This is merely my duty. My surname is Liu, and my given name is Zhou. If Your Highness does not mind, please call me Liu Zhou. After speaking, Liu Zhou led Qin Shuhuang into the princess residence. As soon as she stepped into the front courtyard of the residence, Qin Shuhuang was taken aback. The princess residence, which she had never lived in or even seen, was meticulously maintained, with flourishing flowers and plants, every corner arranged according to her preferences. It was a far cry from the dilapidated and worn state she had imagined. After a brief tour, Liu Zhou quietly explained, Your Highness need not be surprised. Each year, the inner court allocates a sum to me for the upkeep of the residence. Shortly, I will present you with the account books for these past years. Soon, they arrived at the largest courtyard in the back of the residence. Liu Zhou remarked, Your Highness, this is Yuanxiang Garden, the main courtyard of the residence. Qin Shuhuang looked up at the courtyard before her, tears unconsciously brimming in her eyes. The Yuanxiang Garden bore an uncanny resemblance to her chamber in the palace, likely constructed by skilled craftsmen following her palace's design, courtesy of her younger brother. Upon entering Yuanxiang Garden, she found the bedroom, study, art room, and embroidery room to be identical to her chamber in the palace. As she caressed the furnishings, which were indistinguishable from her memories, her longing for her brother deepened. Directing the head maid to assist with the unpacking, Liu Zhou observed the scene with delight. Your Highness intends to reside in the princess residence. Qin Shuhuang nodded. Liu Zhou's face lit up with joy as he presented her with the account books from the past few years, saying, Then I shall arrange for dinner. If Your Highness requires anything, simply send for me. Taking the account books, Qin Shuhuang waved her hand, signaling Liu Zhou to attend to his duties. She casually settled into a circular chair and opened the account books, discovering clear records indicating that each year, the inner court allocated 5,000 taels for the maintenance of the princess residence. Over 3 years, her brother had allocated a total of 15,000 taels. Liu Zhou noted that every expenditure was meticulously recorded, with the most considerable costs going toward repairs and maintenance. Even so, an annual expenditure of 1,500 taels was sufficient, and with the expenses for the servants, the yearly total was merely 2,000 taels. Remarkably, after 3 years, there remained a surplus of 9,000 taels. Qin Shuhuang recalled how her brother had been raised by their parents to be frugal, and he indeed practiced thrift, yet when it came to her, he spared no expense, preferring to indulge her comfort. If the regent, Qin Wei, were to learn of this, he would likely reprimand her brother for such extravagance. Before dinner, Qin Shuhuang met with Rui Miao. Upon seeing her, Rui Miao knelt and bowed 3 times, exclaiming, Thank you, Your Highness, for saving my life. At that moment, he realized that the princess must have anticipated Rui Miao's plight, sending her and her guards to fetch Rui Miao from the royal estate. In this world, filial piety could be suffocating. Had Rui Miao faced her cruel parents alone, she might have been sold without a second thought. Qin Shuhuang helped Rui Miao to her feet and gazed at her. At present, Rui Miao had not yet been worn down by her family. Her eyes were as clear as water, and her delicate features resembled a gently blooming autumn chrysanthemum. There is no need to thank me. I simply needed someone to assist me, Qin Shuhuang remarked. Though she said this, Rui Miao's gratitude remained undiminished. Since the princess did not wish to bind her with obligation, Rui Miao resolved to support her, but she would never forget the kindness shown to her. She vowed to repay the princess with her unwavering loyalty. Thank you, Your Highness. Qin Shuhuang turned to Rui He, instructing, now that Rui Miao has returned and is unfamiliar with many matters, you shall live together for a time and teach her. Rui He nodded with a smile. Rest assured, Your Highness, I will ensure Rui Miao learns well. After addressing Rui Miao's situation, Qin Shuhuang instructed Rui He to prepare a gift box. She then personally placed a plate of freshly made walnut cakes from the maids into the box. Observing her carefully sealing the gift box, Rui He inquired, Your Highness, who is this gift for? The Duke of Jinbei lives next door, since we are residing here. It is only fitting to present a greeting gift to our neighbors. Rui He felt embarrassed, realizing she had not considered this detail as thoroughly as the princess. Very well. Summon Xiansong to come in. I wish for him to deliver the gift. Although Lu Zhou had served the emperor, his status as a servant was insufficient for the task. As a noblewoman of high rank, it would be inappropriate for the princess herself to make the visit. After some deliberation, it seemed that Xiansong was indeed the most suitable choice to deliver the gift. Xiansong, the princess has summoned you. Rui He called out at the door. Startled by the summons, Xiansong snapped back to reality, swallowing hard as he instinctively speculated about why Qin Shuhuang sought him. It might just be his imagination, but he felt that in recent days, the princess had been seeking him out more frequently. Clenching his slightly sweaty palms, Xiansong entered Qin Shuhuang's floral hall. Standing tall in the center of the hall, he bowed respectfully, his gaze lowered, unwilling to meet Qin Shuhuang's eyes as she lounged casually in her chair, fearing that he might betray his feelings and cause her to distance herself from him. Seeing Xiansong always lightened Qin Shuhuang's mood. With a gentle smile, she pointed to the gift box on the small table beside her, her voice melodious as she said, Xiansong, please assist me by delivering this gift to the Duke of Jinbei. As we are newcomers, this is a greeting gift for me. Noticing Xiansong's sudden rigidness upon hearing her words, a playful glimmer flickered in her eyes. Xiansong momentarily froze, stammering, what? The princess wishes for me to deliver a gift? Chapter 15. 4 surprising gifts for the disabled king upon discovering that Xiansong was taken aback. Qin Shuhuang cleared her throat and inquired, What? Are you unwilling? Xiansong regained his composure, a hint of fluster evident in his demeanor. I have no reluctance. Qin Shuhuang gestured towards the exquisite gift box placed on the small table nearby. After a moment's hesitation, Xiansong approached, lifting the gift box with a stiff expression, accompanied by 2 loyal guards to present the gifts. As they entered the northern town king's residence, the 2 guards behind him could no longer suppress their laughter. My lord, do take a look at the gifts prepared for you by Her Highness the Princess. The disabled king turned around, casting a cold glare at the 2 guards. Xiezhua and Xiecheng, who had grown up alongside him and were well acquainted with his temperament. Unfazed by the glare, they continued to chuckle. The northern town king's residence was quite understated, with few servants. The sweeping and patrolling were carried out by aged retainers and veterans. Not a single young maid was present. Only elderly matrons and housekeepers, mostly related to the old servants and soldiers. Hastening into his study, the disabled king abruptly halted and instructed his 2 attendants. You shall stand guard at the door. Without my permission, do not enter. Xiezhua and Xiecheng promptly complied, taking their positions at the study's entrance. The disabled king carefully placed the gift box on the desk, almost as if fearing to damage its contents. With utmost delicacy, he unfastened the clasp of the box, and as he prepared to unveil its contents, an unexpected wave of nervousness washed over him. After all, this was the first gift Qin Shuhuang had given him. As the lid of the box was gently lifted, 4 items came into view: tea leaves, pastries, incense, and candied fruits. Although these were common gifts for neighborly visits, the disabled king's pupils involuntarily contracted, the depths of his dark gaze intensifying. He took a whiff of the tea leaves, identifying them as his favorite Yanwu tea. The pastries were his beloved walnut cakes. He had a sweet tooth and relished all kinds of candied fruits. The small, delicate incense cake exuded a faint, refreshing fragrance, reminiscent of the incense Qin Shuhuang frequently used. These items struck him like a sledgehammer, stirring turmoil within his heart. Could it be that Shuhuang harbored feelings for him? In an instant, he dismissed the thought. This gift was intended for the northern town king's residence, not for Xinsong. Did Shuhuang know of his true identity? That was even more implausible. He had been concealed by her side for 3 years, and if she had known, how could he have remained oblivious? Could it be that this assortment of gifts was merely coincidence? The expression of excitement on the disabled king's face abruptly froze, and he was unaware of when his fists clenched in frustration. Only upon feeling the pain in his palms did he realize, and he released his grip. He summoned the old steward, instructing him to prepare a return gift for Qin Shuhuang. When the steward heard the list of gifts from his master, the seasoned old steward was taken aback. After the steward departed, the disabled king meticulously wrapped the candied fruits and pastries in a lotus leaf, placing the tea leaves and incense in his usual spot before leaving the northern town king's residence. Not long after Qin Shuhuang exited the Gu residence, Gu Hongqiao and Madame Gu received the news. Gu Hongqiao sneered, dismissing Qin Shuhuang's departure from the Gu residence. This woman was merely causing a scene intentionally. Over the past 3 years, Qin Shuhuang had employed every tactic imaginable to gain his attention, and her attempt to stay away from the Gu family had been numerous. He believed that as long as he did not pander to her whims, she would soon realize the futility of her actions and return obediently to the Gu residence. Having struck him this time, she could forget about him, softening his stance. It was all of her own making. Sitting beside him, Bai Linga cast a glance at Gu Hongqiao, feeling a sense of unease. She sensed that this time, Qin Shuhuang seemed different from before. She gently caressed her slightly protruding belly and looked at Gu Hongqiao. Hongqiao, if you cannot provide this child with a proper identity, I would rather not have him. Gu Hongqiao could hardly bear to hear Bai Linga speak thus. Disregarding his own injuries, he embraced her tightly and swore, "Linga, rest assured, my affections have always been solely for you. Your child is my only bloodline and will be the sole heir of the Gu family. You know I have never cared for Qin Shuhuang." Tears streamed down Bai Linga's cheeks, and she nodded repeatedly. "Really? Linga, how could I bear to deceive you?" Gu Hongqiao replied. "Then you must protect me and our child," Bai Linga urged gently. Gu Hongqiao tenderly comforted her. In contrast, the atmosphere in Madame Gu's courtyard was far from affectionate. Madame Gu sat at the head, her expression grave. "Did you say the princess has left the residence? Where has she gone?" The maid reporting to her was sweating profusely, respectfully responding, "Madam, Her Highness the Princess has taken her attendants to the Long Princess's residence, stating she has settled there." "I understand. You may leave," Madame Gu commanded, dismissing the maid. The trusted matrons immediately ushered out all the maids and servants in the room. Only Gu Yuling, standing behind Madame Gu, and Gu Yufei, who was playing with jewelry at the table, remained. Gu Yufei was enamored with a set of ruby-embellished jewelry recently retrieved from the storeroom, one of Qin Shuhuang's dowries. Having overheard the maid's report, she pouted disdainfully, "Mother, there's no need to worry. This is not the first time Qin Shuhuang has resorted to such tricks. She merely wants my brother to hastily apologize and bring her back to the Gu residence. After a few days of being ignored, she will likely return in disgrace. And without a doubt, she will come to you to seek forgiveness, along with some jewelry as a token of respect." Madame Gu did not appear reassured by her daughter's words. A sense of unease gripped her as she sensed that Qin Shuhuang's departure was different this time. Previously, she would only leave the Gu residence for a brief stay at the royal estate or the family's countryside villa. This time, she had returned to her own Long Princess's residence, taking all her maids and guards with her, leaving none behind. Considering Qin Shuhuang's recent actions, Madame Gu's apprehension deepened. Suddenly, she stood up, approached her daughter, and snatched the jewelry from Gu Yufei's hands. "Yufei, you displeased the princess yesterday. Tomorrow, you shall personally go to the Long Princess's residence with gifts to apologize and gauge her sentiments." Gu Yufei stared at her mother in disbelief, exclaiming, "Mother, have you lost your mind? You truly want me to apologize to that wretched Qin Shuhuang? I refuse." Madame Gu, exasperated yet understanding of her daughter's temperament, softened her tone. This is not about bowing in submission. It is merely to ascertain the princess's stance. Doing this is for your brother's sake and for the benefit of our Gu family. If you comply, I shall gift you this set of jewelry right now. Gu Yufei glanced at the dazzling ruby-embellished jewelry on the table, and after a moment's hesitation, reluctantly agreed, very well. With that, she left joyfully, clutching the box containing the jewelry. Madame Gu, feeling fatigued, had no desire to argue further and waved for Gu Yuling to leave as well. Gu Yuling bowed and exited, only to be intercepted by Gu Yufei at the door of Madame Gu's courtyard. Chapter 16. Is the Northern Duke's mansion really this overbearing? Gu Yufei smirked, surveying Gu Yuling with derision, as if she were merely a servant of the Gu family. Gu Yuling took a hesitant step back, her head slightly bowed to conceal the shock in her eyes, and respectfully greeted second sister. With a disdainful laugh, Gu Yufei commanded in a tone befitting a master speaking to a servant, "Tomorrow, I shall be unwell. You will go to the Princess of Chang's residence on my behalf to gather information. Prepare the gifts yourself. If I find out you have not gone, do not expect any leniency from the Gu family in the future." Gu Yuling was taken aback. She had not anticipated Gu Yufei would send her to interact with the Princess of Chang. Understanding her sister's privileged position, she realized that even if she failed to comply, their mother would not punish Gu Yufei. However, if the task fell upon her and she chose not to undertake it, she would face severe repercussions. "Yes, second sister. I will visit the Princess of Chang first thing tomorrow morning." Gu Yuling acquiesced obediently. "At least you know your place." Gu Yufei, pleased with her compliance, departed hurriedly to try on the new jewelry she had acquired, leaving Gu Yuling untroubled for the moment. Once Gu Yufei's figure faded from view, Gu Yuling straightened up, and her devoted maid, Tao Hua, voiced her concerns. "Miss, our courtyard cannot even produce 10 taels of silver. How shall we prepare gifts for Her Highness the Princess? Perhaps you should inform Madam instead?" Gu Yuling clenched the old handkerchief in her grasp and shook her head. Revealing this to their mother would result in punishment for both her and her sister, and it would only bring trouble upon herself. Tao Hua fell silent. "You are right, Mississippi. The master hardly values the illegitimate children, and as you are but a concubine's daughter, with your mother long gone, your fate lies solely in Madam's hands. If you offend your legitimate sister and Madam now, your prospects will be dire." There were unspoken thoughts lingering in Gu Yuling's mind. She observed that the Princess of Chang seemed to have changed from before. If the princess remained as she was, she would only offer a few reminders. However, now, the princess might just be her lifeline. Should she seize this opportunity wisely, it could illuminate her future. On the first night at the Princess of Chang's residence, Qin Shuhuang enjoyed an unprecedented restful sleep. Her dreams were no longer filled with the harrowing scenes of her past life, but were instead filled with memories of playing in the palace with her royal brother during her childhood. In her slumber, she sensed Xuanzang standing nearby, watching over her, the air tinged with a faint scent of walnut cake. A smile played on her lips, and this time, she did not wake to confront him. Upon rising and finishing her breakfast, Ruisha entered, reporting, "Your Highness, the Northern Duke's mansion has returned the courtesy, and the old steward is waiting for you in the courtyard." Beside her, Shiyu expressed surprise. The Northern Duke's mansion does not appear to be as arrogant and rude as rumored. "Yesterday, Your Highness sent a gift, and today they have sent a return gift, delivered personally by the head steward." Sherlon coughed discreetly. What everyone in the capital is truly concerned about is not the Northern Duke's mansion, but rather the notorious prince. Qin Shuhuang shot a glance at Sherlon, who promptly covered her mouth. Before long, the head steward of the Northern Duke's mansion was ushered into the flower hall. The steward, surnamed Xie, bowed deeply upon seeing Qin Shuhuang. He then presented 4 return gifts directly to her. After delivering the gifts, the steward hastily took his leave, as if fearing he might be detained, which struck everyone as peculiar. Once steward Xie departed, Sherlon assisted Qin Shuhuang in unveiling the gifts from the Northern Duke's mansion. Upon seeing the contents, not only Qin Shuhuang, but the several maids were astounded. Each of the 4 elegantly designed boxes contained items of considerable value: a century-old wild ginseng, a sizable pure gold ingot, a piece of exquisite black jade, and a remarkably clear glass lamp. Ruisha snapped her mouth shut in astonishment. Your Highness, is the Northern Duke's mansion truly this extravagant? The total value of these gifts must amount to 5,000 taels of silver. While the gifts sent by Her Highness were intricate, their monetary worth scarcely exceeded 50 taels. Among the 4 items, the cloud mist tea was the most expensive, and the fragrant cakes had been crafted by the maids under the guidance of Her Highness, requiring minimal expenditure. After her initial surprise, a warm feeling swelled within Qin Shuhuang's heart. She understood that Xuanzang, the notorious prince, was always near her and was acutely aware of her financial struggles. Through this act of gift-giving, he was silently aiding her. Rui Miao chuckled. No wonder Steward Xia left in such haste. He must have feared Your Highness would deem the gifts too precious to accept. The maids simultaneously turned their gaze towards Qin Shuhuang. Your Highness, what shall we do with these gifts? Qin Shuhuang gently caressed the gift boxes. Who among you dares to return these gifts to the Northern Duke's mansion? The maids quickly shook their heads. The reputation of a notorious prince was not to be trifled with, and they lacked the courage to do so. Then let us keep them. I happen to be in need of silver. Take these items and exchange them for currency. At worst, I will owe the Northern Duke a favor, and there will surely be opportunities to repay it in the future. The gifts from the Northern Duke's mansion bore no distinctive marks and were all fine items, making them easy to sell. They would convert to silver notes within half a day. Qin Shuhuang's reasoning was sound, and thus the return gifts from a Northern Duke's mansion were retained. Observing that Qin Shuhuang had not returned the gifts, Xuanzang, stationed outside with his guards, discreetly exhaled in relief. Though he wished to offer more, he feared that an excess might raise her suspicions. The gifts from a Northern Duke's mansion were exchanged for 5,500 taels of silver. At this moment, Ruisha also brought news that Qin Shuhuang's properties and lands had been purchased at a high price by the relatives of Qin Wei. Qin Shuhuang nodded, calculating her current silver holdings. Rui Miao diligently worked through the accounts and quickly arrived at a conclusion. Your Highness, the total amounts to 4,100 taels. Originally, Qin Shuhuang possessed 3,000 taels, and with the 5,500 taels from the prince and an additional 31,600 taels from the sale of her properties, she now had sufficient funds to procure grain for the time being. The 4 maids remained oblivious to the true purpose of Qin Shuhuang's financial endeavors. They only heard her declare, I intend to convert all this silver into grain. Qin Shuhuang's gaze was resolute, leaving the 4 maids even more astonished. 40,000 taels was an amount that would sustain an ordinary household for generations. Purchasing grain in such quantities would require 10 large ships. What could the princess possibly need with so much grain? Chapter 17. Future tycoons. Though the several senior maidservants gazed at one another in confusion, none dared to contradict or dissuade the decision, all responding in unison. Qin Shuhuang raised an eyebrow, questioning, Do you not find this decision of mine utterly absurd? The 4 senior maidservants exchanged glances, and finally, the most seasoned among them, Rueha, stepped forward and said, Your Highness, since you have made this serious decision, there must be sound reasoning behind it. We are your handmaidens and should trust and assist you in your endeavors. Qin Shuhuang's gaze softened as she scanned her 4 maidservants. In her previous life, none of them ended well. In this life, she vowed to protect them and provide them with a life of happiness. Rui Miao stepped forward, eagerly proposing, Your Highness, since you wish to procure grain, I have 2 candidates to recommend. The individuals Rui Miao suggested were the couple in charge of the imperial estate, Yi Xian and Madame Su, whom Xiansong had previously located. After finding this pair, Xiansong arranged for them to oversee the estate managed by Rui Miao, who had observed them privately for over a month, discovering that they not only possessed commendable character, but were also adept managers. Remarkably, Yi Xian had once served as a grain shopkeeper for 5 years. Had it not been for his employer's decline, they would not have been sold. The couple had no other elders, only a 13-year-old daughter. Yi Xian? Qin Shuhuang furrowed her brow as a fragment of memory flashed through her mind. At that time, her younger brother's power had waned, and Gu Hongqiao had gained considerable strength in court, covertly assisting the 4th prince, who was rising in prominence and contending with Qin Wei. She recalled Reha mentioning recent events in the household, saying that the second young master, Gu Hongfeng, had abducted a woman, who was none other than the sole daughter of the wealthy merchant Yi Xian. The girl, fierce in nature, took her own life with a hairpin before Gu Hongfeng could claim her. Yi Xian and his wife were left only with their daughter's corpse. They were driven by rage to offer all their wealth to the regent, Qin Wei, aligning themselves against the Gu family. Eventually, with the fourth prince's victory, the fate of Yi Xian and his wife, who had allied with Qin Wei, was equally grim. Qin Shuhuang never anticipated that the future tycoon would initially emerge from her imperial estate. Noticing the slight frown on the princess's brow, Rui Miao assumed she was displeased, her expression turning anxious, fearing she had spoken too much. Rueha, standing nearby, quickly offered a reassuring glance. After a moment, Qin Shuhuang regained her composure, stating, "Bring Yi Xian and his family here. I wish to see them." Rui Miao genuinely admired Yi Xian and his wife, and upon hearing Qin Shuhuang's request, replied joyfully, "Your Highness, Yi Xian and his family are already at the princess's residence. They can meet you at once." As Yi Xian and his family had been under Rui Miao's care, and since she had been reassigned from the imperial estate, it was only fitting that they accompany her to the princess's residence. "Have them come in," commanded Qin Shuhuang. Soon, Yi Xian and his family were ushered in to meet Qin Shuhuang. In their 40s, both parents were slender, and despite their humble origins, they carried themselves with a unique grace. Following them was a serene young girl dressed modestly, her eyes slightly downcast, exhibiting manners that rivaled those of a noble's daughter. Despite her youth, she was already a beauty, which explained Gu Hongfeng's interest. Yi Xian led his wife and daughter in a respectful greeting. "We humbly salute your highness." The princess, Qin Shuhuang, raised her hand, saying, "No need for excessive formalities. Please rise." Sherlon, standing beside her, assisted Madame Su and the young lady. The mother and daughter were taken aback by the honor of being personally attended to by the princess's senior maidservant. Although they managed one of Qin Shuhuang's estates, they had never met her in person, and even Yi Xian had not envisioned the day he would stand before the esteemed princess. Though they were well-traveled, the couple felt a sense of trepidation, uncertain as to why the princess had summoned them. Without further ado, Qin Shuhuang outlined her intentions. She wished to provide Yi Xian and his wife with 20,000 taels of silver to privately procure grain, emphasizing that quality was not paramount. Even aged or mixed grains would suffice. The more they could acquire, the better. Upon hearing her directive, Yi Xian was taken aback. He had not anticipated such significant trust from the princess on their first meeting. His heart raced with anxiety, and after a moment of contemplation, he bowed and inquired, "If I may be so bold, Your Highness, why entrust such an important task to us?" A gentle smile graced Qin Shuhuang's lips as she replied, "Because you are recommended by my senior maidservant, Rui Miao." Having spent over a month with Yi Xian's family, Rui Miao was far more familiar with them than they were with Qin Shuhuang. While Rui Miao was observing them, Yi Xian and his wife had also taken note of her. Recognizing her character, had Qin Shuhuang not intervened to shield Rui Miao from a predatory family, they would have discreetly aided her. Upon hearing Rui Miao's name, Yi Xian and his wife felt a weight lift from their hearts. They expressed their gratitude to Rui Miao, bowing deeply, and then turned to Qin Shuhuang, vowing, "We shall not disappoint your highness." Qin Shuhuang instructed Sherlon to help them rise again, adding, "If you succeed in this task, I shall have your family's slave status revoked. If you are willing, upon completion, your daughter may remain by my side to learn some skills, and when she reaches marrying age, you may arrange her future." Though Yi Xian and his wife had managed to maintain their composure until this point, they were utterly overwhelmed by Qin Shuhuang's words. They knelt before her, unable to rise. The opportunity for their daughter to be freed from servitude was of utmost importance, and the chance for her to learn by the side of a princess was a golden opportunity. Initially, they had agreed to this task out of their master-servant relationship, but it had now become a matter close to Yi Xian's heart. He was determined to execute it flawlessly. After accepting the task, Yi Xian and his family departed. Although Yi Xian did indeed become a wealthy merchant in her previous life, Qin Shuhuang could not place all her hopes upon him alone. She allocated 20,000 taels to him and divided the remaining funds between two other managers, instructing them to procure grain from different locations and discreetly transport it to the outskirts of the capital. Xian observed the departing figures of Yi Xian and his family, signaling to the soldiers behind him. One immediately stepped forward, pledging to arrange for someone to follow Yi Xian discreetly. If anything amiss occurred, they would act swiftly. Xian nodded in acknowledgement. In the flower hall, Qin Shuhuang glanced at Rueha and inquired, "How did the task assigned last night go?" Rueha smiled and replied, "Everything proceeded smoothly. It was personally arranged by General Xian, and we should receive news today." Qin Shuhuang's eyes warmed. It was indeed her brother, the residual king, who had sent someone. Gu Hongfeng would surely face some hardship this time. Just as Qin Shuhuang was about to sip her tea, Xiu hurried in with news, "Your Highness, someone from the Gu residence has arrived." The warmth in Qin Shuhuang's gaze instantly turned cold. "Is the Gu family so impatient? Who has come?" she asked, not wishing to see anyone from the Gu family at this moment. "It is the third young lady," Xiu reported. Gu Yuling was the third daughter in the Gu family. The eldest sister, Gu Yuqing, was already married, while the second daughter, Gu Yufei, was a concubine's daughter, making Gu Yuling the third. Xiu found it puzzling. If the Gu family sought to apologize, they would typically send Gu Yufei, or perhaps even the matriarch if she were willing to lower herself. Why then had they sent the third young lady? The princess would surely be even less inclined to meet with her. Just as Xiu thought this, she heard her princess say, "Let her in." Chapter 18. The third miss of the concubine. Xiu paused for 2 seconds, then hurriedly replied, "Yes, Your Highness, I shall fetch her at once." In the guest courtyard, Gu Yuling nervously clutched the handkerchief in her hand. Though her face betrayed little, the fabric had already been twisted into a ball. Beside her, Taohua wore an anxious expression. "Miss, if the princess has not seen you after an hour, we should return." Gu Yuling did not voice her thoughts to Taohua, but resolutely decided that today she must find a way to meet the princess. It might be her only chance. As Gu Yuling pondered her options, Xiu entered the guest courtyard accompanied by a maid. The sudden arrival of Xiu momentarily startled Gu Yuling, who then became tense, subconsciously glancing at Xiu, fearing that the next words from her lips would be a refusal. Xiu approached with a smile and bowed. "Third miss, the princess requests your presence in the main courtyard." Upon hearing Xiu's words, Gu Yuling felt a sense of disbelief. Although she could be considered a distant relative of the princess, her lowly status kept her close to Madame Gu, and she had never interacted with Qin Shuhuang alone. She had thought that the princess would overlook her and that her visit would likely be met with a closed door. To her astonishment, the princess not only welcomed her, but wished to meet with her. Regaining her composure, Gu Yuling immediately rose to her feet. Xiu gently urged, "Third miss, please follow me." In less than a quarter of an hour, Gu Yuling, accompanied by her maid, entered Yuanshan Garden. Upon entering, Gu Yuling was taken aback. This garden far surpassed the quarters where the princess resided in the Gu family. Moreover, the fact that the garden had been so well maintained after 3 years of neglect demonstrated the emperor's esteem for the princess. With this realization, Gu Yuling's respect deepened. Qin Shuhuang sat at the head of the flower hall, observing as Gu Yuling entered under Xiu's guidance. Having just reached maturity, Gu Yuling appeared more like a tender sprout than a 15-year-old, looking even younger than Yeshuan's 13-year-old daughter. Dressed in a new dress of lotus color, it seemed quite decent, although the fabric was ordinary and the embroidery and accessories were minimal. The worn jewelry atop her head revealed her difficult life under Madame Gu's strict care, indicating she was a concubine's daughter who had been harshly treated in all aspects. Upon entering the flower hall, Gu Yuling dutifully lowered her gaze, refraining from looking around until she stood before Qin Shuhuang to pay her respects, at which point she bravely lifted her eyes to glance at the princess. At that moment, a spark of astonishment flickered in Gu Yuling's eyes. In the past, whenever she accompanied her legitimate mother to see the princess, Qin Shuhuang always donned plain garments. Even her jewelry was simple and understated. The princess's natural beauty was obscured by her modest attire, akin to a peony obscured by a sheer veil. Today, however, Qin Shuhuang was clad in a magnificent crimson palace gown, intricately embroidered with golden threads and elaborate motifs. Her hair was elegantly styled, and a transparent ruby adorned her forehead, as if the veil had been lifted, revealing the brilliance of a dew-kissed peony, unforgettable in its splendor. Gu Yuling felt that this was the true image of the princess of the Dao dynasty. Overcome with admiration, Gu Yuling involuntarily exclaimed, "I pay my respects to your highness. May the princess enjoy good health." Gu Yuling did not use the term for younger relatives, but rather a formal address befitting the court. She sought to convey to Qin Shuhuang that, in her eyes, Qin Shuhuang was the princess of the Dao dynasty, not merely the wife of her elder brother. Qin Shuhuang regarded Gu Yuling. She would repay the kindness from her past life, but the path Gu Yuling would take in life depended upon her own actions. She could not protect everyone, nor was she a savior. At this moment, Qin Shuhuang was simply offering Gu Yuling an opportunity. Qin Shuhuang gently gestured for Gu Yuling to sit. There is no need for such formality. Gu Yuling took her seat on the embroidered stool brought over by the headmaid, gathering her courage to truly meet Qin Shuhuang's gaze. The princess's brows were resolute, her eyes deep and devoid of the sorrow and melancholy that had shadowed her previously. Gu Yuling realized that she had not been mistaken. The princess had indeed changed. With renewed determination, Gu Yuling nervously spoke. "Your Highness, your attire today is truly beautiful, far more fitting than those worn before." Qin Shuhuang was slightly taken aback, not expecting such a compliment from Gu Yuling. Her smile softened even further. "I feel the same. Has my third sister come today, for a reason?" Qin Shuhuang's words did not entirely sever the familial connection with Gu Yuling, but rather sought to draw her closer. A glimmer of hope flashed in Gu Yuling's eyes as her tone grew increasingly sincere. "Your Highness, I do not wish to conceal the truth. I was compelled by my second sister to come to the princess's residence to apologize on her behalf and to gauge your sentiments. However, I personally yearn to meet you, for there are matters I wish to bring to your attention." As she spoke, Gu Yuling's voice dwindled, her nervousness palpable. Yet, Qin Shuhuang remained warm and accommodating. Noticing Gu Yuling's furtive glance at her maids, Qin Shuhuang waved her hand, signaling Shirlan and Shiyu to withdraw with their attendants. "What is it you wish to remind me of?" Qin Shuhuang inquired calmly, her gaze filled with encouragement. Gu Yuling took a deep breath and clenched her hands, anxiety evident. "I implore your Highness to be wary of Madame Gu." Observing Qin Shuhuang's infatuation with Gu Hongqiao, Gu Yuling chose not to persuade her regarding him, but rather to focus on Madame Gu. She revealed the duplicity of Madame Gu, who feigned sweetness while scheming against Qin Shuhuang, undermining her reputation and usurping her interests. As Qin Shuhuang listened to Gu Yuling's account, it felt as if time had circled back to a previous life. Back then, Gu Yuling had also sought an opportunity to remind her and her maids to be cautious of Madame Gu. Unfortunately, she had been unable to heed the warning at that time, desperately craving the motherly affection that Madame Gu offered, unable to tolerate any disparagement of her. Before Gu Yuling could finish her account, Qin Shuhuang's expression darkened, ordering her to be silent. Gu Yuling's countenance turned frantic and in a moment of fear. She knelt before Qin Shuhuang. Even so, Gu Yuling was expelled from the hall, forbidden from returning to the princess's quarters. Despite being dismissed, Qin Shuhuang felt assured that the conversation, held only in the presence of her maids, would not leak and endanger Gu Yuling. Little did she know, as soon as Gu Yuling left the princess's residence, Madame Gu learned every detail. Subsequently, Madame Gu confined Gu Yuling in the woodshed for a month and intensified her maltreatment. Gu Yuling, already frail, succumbed to illness, and after being sent to the regent's residence, she passed away within a month. As Gu Yuling spoke, she noticed Qin Shuhuang's demeanor growing increasingly frigid, her previously rosy complexion fading to pallor. Chapter 19. The lady wishes to serve your highness as a court official. Gu Yuling mustered her courage and recited the words she had rehearsed in her mind countless times. Once she finished, she dared not meet Qin Shuhuang's gaze. Tightly clenching her hands, awaiting the princess and Appo's verdict. Just as anxiety overtook her, she suddenly felt a warm hand enveloping her own. This warmth swiftly dispelled her tension and fear, prompting her to unconsciously lift her gaze towards the princess above. "Thank you, dear sister, for your reminder and for sharing your thoughts with me. You need not worry. It was I who failed to see clearly before. Now it is time for me to take my stand, Qin Shuhuang responded, not only unperturbed by Gu Yuling's words, but also seemingly grateful for her counsel. Indeed, she had begun to view the Gu family with caution. A spark of astonishment flickered in Gu Yuling's eyes, mingled with relief and anticipation. She shyly lowered her head, biting her lip, realizing that the princess, being astute, would have sensed her intentions regardless. After all, the eldest princess would not have suddenly decided to relocate to the residence of the eldest princess without reason. Taking a deep breath, Gu Yuling mustered her courage to speak. Your Highness, there is no need to thank me. The reason I sought this opportunity to speak with you is, I must admit, somewhat selfish. Gu Yuling's frank admission of her ulterior motives only served to enhance her candid demeanor. Regardless of one's status, even the wisest among us can harbor biases and personal desires. After all, Gu Yuling was merely striving for survival under the watchful eye of Madame Gu. It would indeed be abnormal for her to approach Qin Shuhuang without any self-interest. Qin Shuhuang nodded, her gaze not one of surprise, but rather of encouragement. Do you wish to leverage my position to secure a good marriage? Even as a lowly daughter of the Gu family, Gu Yuling was still a member of that esteemed household, raised publicly by Master and Madame Gu. As long as she remained unmarried, she was considered part of the Gu family. The only way for her to escape was to marry into a reputable family, gaining their support and establishing her roots there, thus severing ties with Master Gu. After all, a married woman follows her husband's family, adopting their surname and reputation. However, upon hearing Qin Shuhuang's words, Gu Yuling quickly shook her head. In a moment of desperation, she knelt before Qin Shuhuang, her desires starkly different from those of her previous life. Though I am humble, I have never contemplated entrusting my fate to a man. What I seek, I will strive for myself. If I am unable to attain it, I shall only blame my own insufficient efforts. I implore your Highness for an opportunity. I wish to serve at your side as a humble court official. I have no desire to marry. Even Qin Shuhuang, who had been reborn, was struck by the resonance of Gu Yuling's words. She gazed down at the frail girl kneeling before her, who, despite her slight frame, seemed to radiate light. Qin Shuhuang admired Gu Yuling's courage, but could not help but remind her, have you considered this carefully? Court officials are not permitted to marry before the age of 25, and serving at my side may lead to uncertain fortunes. Gu Yuling had anticipated that her boldness might not earn the princess's approval, yet to her surprise, Qin Shuhuang neither rebuked nor chastised her, but instead offered a guiding hand. A spark ignited in her eyes, akin to a moth drawn to a flame. She looked up, her eyes bright with determination. I have made my decision. Regardless of the outcome, I believe that as long as I put forth my utmost effort, I shall have no regrets. I also trust in your Highness. You are not merely the daughter-in-law of the Gu family, but the esteemed princess of Dawu. Qin Shuhuang nodded, personally assisting Gu Yuling to her feet. Since you have resolved to pursue this path, I shall grant you this opportunity. Next month, there will be a selection for court officials, and I will arrange for your registration. Should you pass the selection of the palace dames, I will ensure you are assigned to serve at my side. Gu Yuling could hardly believe her bold plea had truly succeeded. In her moment of excitement, she momentarily lost her words until she recalled the gift she had brought. Turning to her maid, she received a beautifully embroidered box, presenting it with both hands before Qin Shuhuang. Your Highness, I have nothing of great value, but these are some needlework I crafted myself. I hope you will accept it. Qin Shuhuang opened the box to reveal a spring landscape embroidered by Gu Yuling, depicting rippling waves, verdant hills, and tranquil peach blossom groves. Remarkably, it was double-sided, with subtle variations between the two views. Such a piece not only required exceptional embroidery skills, but also demanded considerable time, certainly not completed in less than a year. Qin Shuhuang was quite taken with it and decided to have it mounted on a screen for her study that very afternoon. Observing the genuine delight on the princess's face, Gu Yuling felt reassured that her craft was truly appreciated. Since everything had gone smoothly today, she chose not to overstay her welcome and prepare to take her leave. However, Xiu, waiting outside, gently informed Qin Shuhuang that lunch was ready. Gu Yuling intended to depart, but was invited by Qin Shuhuang to join her for the meal. The princess glanced at Gu Yuling and then instructed Shiyu to request additional dishes from the kitchen. Being skilled in medicine, Qin Shuhuang recognized that if Gu Yuling were to serve her, she must first ensure the girl's well-being. At her age, most girls would have already developed. Yet upon examining Gu Yuling's complexion and discreetly checking her pulse, she noted that the girl had yet to experience her first menstruation. During lunch, Gu Yuling sat with Qin Shuhuang, feeling somewhat anxious. Despite the array of her favorite dishes before her, she limited herself to only a few bites. Qin Shuhuang observed her every movement and, displeased, set down her chopsticks. Now that you have resolved to serve at my side, there is no need for you to hold back from eating. There is still time for you to nourish your body. If you delay any further, even Hua Tuo could not save you. Gu Yuling was taken aback. Your Highness is aware? Qin Shuhuang shot her a sidelong glance. When I was your age, I desired to indulge in every delicacy. Gu Yuling felt a flush of embarrassment. To avoid drawing her stepmother's attention prematurely, she had been diligently suppressing her cravings for delicious food, managing only a meager intake. This deliberate restriction had left her looking frail, and even now, her first menstruation had yet to arrive. She had assumed that if she kept silent, no one would discern her plight. Little did she know that the princess had seen through her facade. The array of fragrant dishes before her was tantalizing, many of which she had long craved. She had exerted tremendous self-control to resist temptation, but now that the princess had called her out, all her restraint crumbled. Unable to suppress her hunger, Gu Yuling eagerly piled her bowl with ribs, roasted duck, venison, and other delicacies, indulging to her heart's content. Peach Blossom, standing behind her, was left speechless, utterly astonished by her mistress's sudden abandon at the table. Chapter 20. A choice between great and small? Gu Yuling felt that she had never savored a meal as delightful as this one throughout her life. After finishing a full bowl, just as she was about to ask for more, Qin Shuhuang gently restrained her wrist, advising, "That is enough for now. Your body is not suited for an abrupt indulgence. In the future, you may dine as usual." Upon hearing Qin Shuhuang's words, Gu Yuling felt a sudden sting at the corners of her eyes. It had been many years since anyone had shown her such care after her aunt's departure. She blinked back the warmth threatening to spill over, obediently nodded, set down her chopsticks, wiped her mouth, and transformed back into the composed and wise young lady she was. After the meal, Gu Yuling left the princess and Appo's residence, with Shiyu personally escorting her. Before exiting, Shiyu handed a package to Taohua, saying, "Third miss, this is a return gift from His Highness." Taohua glanced at Gu Yuling, who nodded in acknowledgement, prompting Taohua to accept the package with her thanks. Shiyu accompanied Gu Yuling to the carriage awaiting her at the Gu residence, and watched as it departed before returning to the princess's abode. Inside the carriage, Taohua presented the package to her mistress, saying, "Miss, do take a look at what His Highness has gifted you." Gu Yuling was pleasantly surprised to receive a return gift from the princess. She carefully opened the package, revealing 2 brocade boxes, one large and one small. The smaller box was exquisite, adorned with 3 small tourmalines the size of fingertips. In contrast, the larger box was rather ordinary, merely a pearwood box commonly used among noble families for gifting. Taohua, noticing the beauty of the smaller box, exclaimed, "Miss, how lovely this box is." Gu Yuling nodded, her expression remaining largely unchanged. She delicately opened the small brocade box, revealing a translucent jade bracelet, a sight that was evidently of exceptional quality. After a brief glance, Gu Yuling closed the small box and turned her attention to the larger one. The contents of the larger box were much more casual. It contained premium bird's nest, cordyceps, and dangshun, among other nourishing supplements. Additionally, there were 2 bottles of traditional medicinal pills, crafted by the Imperial Pharmacy, meant to invigorate blood and energy. Beneath the pills lay several sheets of paper inscribed with recipes for nourishing dishes, requiring only common herbs and ingredients that even Gu Yuling, despite her financial constraints, could procure. In the corner of the larger box was a plain purse, which when opened revealed 50 taels of loose silver, 10 taels in banknotes, and a mix of smaller coins, alongside a string of copper coins. Upon seeing the contents of the large box, Gu Yuling was genuinely moved. The princess was aware of her circumstances and recognized what she truly lacked: thus preparing such thoughtful gifts for her. The items in the larger box, although collectively less valuable than the jade bracelet, were intended as her true return gift, while the smaller box seemed to serve as a formality for her maternal relatives. Tao Hua also discerned the underlying intent of the return gifts and lamented, "Such a beautiful bracelet. Miss, it would be a pity to give it to Madam and Second Mississippi." Gu Yuling carefully stowed both brocade boxes, securely wrapping them again. Her eyes gleamed with determination as she declared, "I shall guard the items bestowed by His Highness. As for the bracelet, I will personally return it to him the next time we meet. Madam and Gu Yufei are unworthy of such gifts from His Highness." Upon returning to Qin Shuhuang, Shiyu reported, "Your Highness, the gifts have been delivered to the 3rd Mississippi." Qin Shuhuang nodded in acknowledgement. Shiyu expressed a hint of regret. "Such a fine bracelet. Your Highness possesses so few of them. If it were to fall into Madame Gu's hands, it would be akin to a meat bun thrown to a dog." However, Qin Shuhuang felt no sorrow. The bracelet was merely a test for Gu Yuling, a measure of her response. If a single bracelet could indeed procure a talented individual, was it not more valuable than adorning her own wrist? Shortly after Shiyu's complaints, Rui he hurried in to report, "Your Highness, it has begun." A subtle smile graced Qin Shuhuang's lips, her gaze icy. Such a splendid performance. How could we possibly miss it? Half an hour later, Qin Shuhuang sat in the elegant room on the 2nd floor of Huaixiang Pavilion, facing the renowned restaurant. Piaoxiang Ju, bustling with patrons. Shirlan and Shiryu attended at her side, while Xin Tsang stood nearby, sword in hand, with 2 personal guards stationed at the entrance of the elegant room. To the common folk of the capital, the crowded Piaoxiang Ju remained oblivious to the fact that it was one of the properties included in Qin Shuhuang's dowry, which had since been covertly appropriated by Madame Gu and later sold to relatives of Qin Wei. The elegant room at Huaixiang Pavilion boasted an excellent location, allowing a clear view of the happenings in Piaoxiang Ju through the partially open window. A young gentleman clad in a blue brocade robe burst into the restaurant, flanked by several burly attendants. The innkeeper, startled by the arrival, quickly signaled to a nearby waiter, who promptly dashed out of Piaoxiang Ju, heading towards the Gu residence. The innkeeper, accompanied by 2 attendants, proceeded to the elegant room to assess the situation. Inside the best room, lively conversations filled the air, accompanied by the sounds of laughter and clinking glasses. Just as the atmosphere reached a crescendo, the door to the elegant room was forcefully kicked open, and the blue-robed gentleman barged in, followed by 7 or 8 rough-looking attendants. The woman nestled in the embrace of Gu Hongfeng gasped in shock upon seeing the blue-robed gentleman, instinctively retreating into Gu Hongfeng's arms. This woman was not of reputable standing. She was the recently crowned head courtesan from the Zhai Hualu. Enraged at finding the woman he coveted in another man's arms, the blue-robed gentleman's anger surged, veins bulging on his forehead as he bellowed, "How dare you touch my woman? Attack!" The attendants charged forward without hesitation, brutally beating Gu Hongfeng and his companions. Chaos erupted in the elegant room. Gu Hongfeng's servant reacted swiftly, attempting to shield his master, but was outnumbered, and soon Gu Hongfeng found himself battered, one eye swollen and bruised. He roared, "Do you know who I am? How dare you strike me?" The blue-robed gentleman yanked the woman away, sneering at Gu Hongfeng. "Who are you? Even the king will be struck." Gu Hongfeng, accustomed to bullying others, had never before been on the receiving end of such treatment, especially not in his own family's establishment. The audacity of this encounter infuriated him. He shouted, "Let me tell you, my sister-in-law is the princess." Proclaiming this with great arrogance, Gu Hongfeng would have expected his adversaries to grovel at his feet for mercy. However, the blue-robed gentleman's expression remained unchanged, his smirk deepening. "The princess? Can you summon her guards as witnesses?" Gu Hongfeng's confidence began to wane. Yet recalling that Qin Shuhuang was a sister to the emperor, he thought, could there be anyone greater than the emperor and the princess in the Great Wu? With this thought, Gu Hongfeng regained his bravado. Chapter 21. Ruined him. Are the guards still using him to make requests? This tavern belongs to Her Highness the Princess and is now under the control of the Gu family. With this thought, Gu Hongfeng immediately shouted for the manager, Old Qian. "Old Qian, Where have you gone? Your young master is being bullied. Manager Qin, squeezed out by the crowd with his staff, heard the call and felt a cold sweat on his forehead. He hurriedly replied, second young master, this old servant is here. He quickly signaled the strong tavern workers to disperse the crowd. Manager Qin brought the group to Gu Hongfeng's side, and upon seeing Gu Hongfeng's bruised face, he personally helped him up, with the tavern workers forming a protective circle around him. Instantly, the two factions were evenly matched. Manager Qin stepped forward, coldly stating, "This young master barged into our tavern and caused a disturbance, publicly assaulting others. Is he trying to ruin our business? The fragrant pavilion is the property of Her Highness the Princess. Since this young master is so audacious, let us go to the authorities together." In truth, Manager Qin was a servant under Madame Gu and had no financial ties to Qin Shuhuang. Whenever trouble arose at the fragrant pavilion, he would invoke Qin Shuhuang's name. But whenever there were benefits to be gained, her name would not be mentioned, and all profits went into Madame Gu's pockets. Thus, in this situation, he naturally called upon Qin Shuhuang's reputation. Gu Hongfeng, a notorious wastrel, frequently caused trouble and often brought his unruly friends to the fragrant pavilion to indulge without payment, leading to countless disturbances. Manager Qin typically managed these situations by invoking Qin Shuhuang's name, which would not only quell the ruffians on the spot, but also ensure they would return later to apologize and compensate handsomely. After delivering this speech, Manager Qin fixed his triangular eyes on the young man in blue brocade opposite him, eager to witness the expression on his face. After a moment, the young man not only remained unfazed, but wore an even more mocking expression. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, "Continue beating him. Include this manager too. If anything goes wrong, I shall take full responsibility." The young man's followers were all top-notch fighters, far superior to the half-hearted staff and guards. The beautiful woman pulled back, her eyes darting nervously. In an instant, the elegant room was filled with cries for mercy, curses, and screams. Not only Gu Hongfeng, but also Manager Qin was left bruised, and the tavern staff were beaten to the point of incapacity. Gu Hongfeng spat blood in anger, exclaiming, "If you have the guts to kill me on the princess's territory, your entire family won't be able to compensate for it." The young man in blue brocade crouched down, looking down at Gu Hongfeng, and patted his cheek mockingly, then pulled out a contract from his sleeve and slapped it onto Gu Hongfeng's face, sneering, "The princess's territory? Open your eyes and see clearly. This is my Xia family's tavern. It was personally sold to us by the princess's people." Xia family? Both Gu Hongfeng and Manager Qin realized the identity of the young man before them. Manager Qin's heart sank. The Xia surname was not common, and there was only one well-known Xia family in the capital, the Xia family of the Duke of Yicheng. They were the in-laws of the regent, Qin Wei. Qin Wei held the Xia family in high regard, especially his brother-in-law, Xia Shuequan, who was a close aide to the regent. The Xia family had risen to prominence in the capital, and with Xia Shuequan's importance, their future was far brighter than the Gu family's. While the other descendants of the Xia family were relatively low-key, Xia Xinyu, the youngest son of Xia Shuequan, had grown up in their hometown and was only brought to the capital this year. He had already developed a reputation as a wastrel before arriving, and recently, he had taken a liking to a courtesan from the Zhaihua Tower, which led to his confrontation with Gu Hongfeng. Since Xia Xinyu's birth, the Xia family had been exceedingly prominent, while the Gu family had only begun to gain recognition after Qin Shuhuang's marriage, their foundation pale in comparison. Naturally, Xia Xinyu was far more arrogant than Gu Hongfeng. Manager Qin's expression changed instantly as he bent down to pick up the contract that Xia Xinyu had slapped on Gu Hongfeng's face, examining it closely. Upon seeing the seal, his hands trembled uncontrollably. The seal was indeed from the Xia family, and next to it was the private seal of the princess. There was no doubt about it. But how could this tavern belong to the madam? Why was it sold to the Xia family by the princess? What was going on? Manager Qin's heart sank, a multitude of thoughts swirling in his mind, yet he knew he could not immediately inform madam of this matter. Gu Hongfeng, though aware of the Xia family's reputation, had quickly forgotten it after a few drinks. He only felt a vague familiarity and failed to comprehend the true status of the Xia family in the capital. He believed that his esteemed sister-in-law, The princess was akin to a dog by his elder brother's side, obediently following his commands, and thought that as long as he had his brother's backing, the princess would certainly protect him. Ignorant and fearless, Gu Hongfeng spat toward Xia Xinyu while being restrained by his guards, boldly proclaiming, "What Xia family? You are not worthy to be my shoe shiner. If you have the guts, don't fall in my hands, or your family will be left to collect your corpse." Manager Qian wished to restrain Gu Hongfeng, but he too was currently bound and unable to move, casting anxious glances at Gu Hongfeng, who seemingly ignored him. Xia Xinyu's anger was fully ignited by Gu Hongfeng's provocation, and with a cold laugh, he turned to the courtesan from the Zhaihua Tower, who trembled in fear. Xia Xinyu asked, "Dyer, tell me honestly, has he touched you?" The courtesan named Dyer, holding back tears, let them fall down her cheeks. Her eyes filled with grievance as she looked at Xia Xinyu. Xia Xinyu's rage surged. He had his eyes set on the courtesan, and before he could act, this fool had seized her. How could he not be furious? Someone render his lineage useless. The guard surged forward, pinning Gu Hongfeng down. At this moment, Manager Qian was nearly terrified to the point of losing control, hurriedly bowing and pleading, "Young Master Xia, you cannot do this. Spare our young master." Gu Hongfeng was taken aback at the audacity of the group, and as he felt his legs being forced apart and a gleaming sword aimed at his vital parts, he screamed in terror, "I didn't touch Dai. I didn't tea." But Dyer, sobbing beside him, rendered his words unbelievable. Just then, Gu Yuling had just returned to the Gu residence, where Madame Gu was interrogating her. Despite being scolded and pressured, Gu Yuling had not handed over the items given to her by Qin Shuhuang. As Madame Gu was about to punish her, Manager Qian's messenger arrived at the Gu residence. Madame Gu instinctively wanted to send someone to Qin Shuhuang's courtyard for some of her personal guards, but a maid quietly reminded her that the princess was not in the residence and that her maid and guards had all been taken away. Enraged, Madame Gu cursed a few times and had no choice but to head to the fragrant pavilion herself, accompanied by household guards. Upon arriving at the bustling, fragrant pavilion, Madame Gu caught sight of her youngest son being stripped of his dignity. Her eyes widened in fury. Chapter 22. A heartfelt satisfaction with a piercing scream. Gu Hongfeng found himself in a ghastly state, blood and flesh in disarray beneath him. At that moment, Madame Gu and her entourage happened to arrive just outside the elegant chamber, witnessing the horrific scene. Overcome with fear, her vision blurred. Had it not been for the quick response of her maid, who supported her, she surely would have fainted on the spot. In the opposite room of the Huaixiang Pavilion, Qin Shuhuang observed the event unfold without a flicker of emotion on her face. However, unbeknownst to others, her hand, concealed within her wide sleeves, clenched tightly in agitation. In her previous life, after her royal brother lost his power, the Gu family had ostensibly allied themselves with the Prince of Ping. Their status in the capital had become indistinguishable from that of the Xia family. Gu Hongfeng, embroiled in a feud with Xia Xinyu over a woman, ended up with neither side gaining any advantage. Ultimately, Gu Hongfeng was brought back home by Gu Hongzhao for a reprimand, while Xia Xinyu faced a similar fate at the hands of Xia Shuequan. Angered and frustrated from his earlier confrontation with Xia Xinyu, Gu Hongfeng encountered Qiyu, who was merely delivering a food box from the grand kitchen. He unleashed his pent-up fury upon her, subjecting Qiyu to torment. Enraged upon learning of this, Qin Shuhuang sought an audience with Madame Gu. With the loss of her royal brother, she felt her status as a grand princess diminished even further. The Prince of Ping, born of the virtuous consort, had never had a good relationship with her, and within the Gu family, Gu Hongzhao was the true authority. They no longer relied on her, and she sensed their subtle disdain for being a burden. Rather than address Qin Shuhuang's grievances, Madame Gu callously commanded her to offer Qiyu as a concubine to Gu Hongfeng. Furious, Qin Shuhuang retorted with a resolute refusal and stormed back to her quarters, only to be met with the distressing news that Qiyu had been taken away by Gu Hongfeng's men. Before she could intervene, word reached her that Qiyu, determined to end her humiliation, had taken her own life by biting her tongue. Heartbroken, Qin Shuhuang found herself further confined by Gu Hongzhao, who sought to quell her outrage by restricting her movements. With Qiyu gone and Gu Hongfeng having tasted her essence, He became insatiable and yearned to sample the other maids surrounding Qin Shuhuang. That night, he stealthily infiltrated her quarters, having previously dispatched her loyal guards through various pretexts, and even had Xiansong severely injured and cast out from the Gu residence. Without the protection of her guards, Gu Hongfeng successfully breached Qin Shuhuang's sanctuary, initially intending to target her other maids. However, he was caught off guard by the sight of Qin Shuhuang changing her attire. Emboldened by audacity, he dared to covet her. As he crept into her chamber, he was intercepted by Shirlan, who recognized his intentions. Under the threat of coercion, she managed to dissuade him, offering herself in her place to safeguard Qin Shuhuang. 3 months later, Shirlan discovered she was pregnant with Gu Hongfeng's child, leaving behind a farewell letter for Qin Shuhuang. She took a lethal poison, choosing to end her life along with the tainted lineage within her. Now, the source of turmoil had been eradicated. Shiyu and Shirlan would no longer suffer the tribulations of their previous lives. Qin Shuhuang could not help but glance at her two maids. At that moment, Shiyu's eyes widened in shock, her mouth agape, unable to comprehend the events transpiring before her. As realization dawned, she hastily shielded her eyes, yet her fingers involuntarily parted, allowing her to glimpse both the seen and the unseen. Shirlan, more composed, bore a somber expression, whispering her approval. Serves him right. Gu Hongfeng has wronged countless virtuous maidens. It is better this way. For 3 years, Gu Hongfeng had brazenly exploited the name of the Grand Princess, committing countless transgressions against both men and women. Even the maids serving the Grand Princess had faced his lewd advances while attending to duties in the outer courtyard. Had they not feared the prince's wrath, they would have long since reported his misconduct. Now that Gu Hongfeng had met his comeuppance, Shirlan felt a sense of vindication, as if the pent-up frustration within her had finally been released. Xiansong stood nearby, his gaze frequently drifting toward Qin Shuhuang. Although her demeanor remained impassive, the turmoil hidden in her eyes did not escape his notice, filling him with a profound sense of sorrow. His glare at Gu Hongfeng was as sharp as a dagger, wishing nothing more than to rend him apart. As autumn brought the season of crabs, Huaixiang Pavilion had launched a crab feast, attracting considerable business. However, to shield Qin Shuhuang from further disturbances, Xiansong ordered the patrons of the second-floor chamber to be cleared. Noticing her distress, he gestured to his guards, who promptly rushed to the kitchen to instruct Chef Liu on the evening's menu. Madame Gu, supported by her guards, staggered to Gu Hongfeng's side, who had now succumbed to unconsciousness from pain. Furious and indignant, she shouted, "What are you waiting for? Fetch a doctor." Just as one of her maids was about to leave, Madame Gu seized her arm and commanded her to summon the royal physician with the Grand Princess's token. "Yes, madam." The guards moved to carry Gu Hongfeng away, and as Madame Gu turned to Xia Xinyu, her voice dripped with ire. "How dare you harm my son?" Xia Xinyu was unperturbed, accustomed to dealing with such irate matriarchs. "This is my family's territory. If Gu Hongfeng dares to steal a woman from me, he must be prepared for the consequences. If he dies, it is his own doing. He deserves it." Madame Gu, who had long manipulated Qin Shuhuang through emotional blackmail, was incensed to encounter someone like Xia Xinyu, who was impervious to her tactics. Hearing him declare this as Xia's domain ignited her fury, and she opened her mouth to retort. However, before she could speak, Manager Qian tugged at her sleeve, urging her to reconsider. "Madam, look at this." He cautiously presented the contract Xia Xinyu had previously slapped onto Gu Hongfeng's face. Upon glancing at it, Madame Gu's complexion turned ashen. The turn of events left her speechless. Xia Xinyu laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Someone, throw these people out. Our Xia family welcomes no one from the Gu family." While Manager Qian could summon assistance, Xia Xinyu's men were equally astute, and as Madame Gu's entourage arrived, reinforcements from the Xia family also appeared. The number of Xia family guards outnumbered those of the Gu family. With the contract in hand, the Gu family's claims quickly became moot, and soon they were forcefully expelled from the fragrant establishment, with Manager Qian and his staff facing the same fate. Had it not been for Madame Gu ensuring the safety of the unconscious Gu Hongfeng, he might have been unceremoniously thrown out from the establishment. As the Gu family was ousted from the tavern, onlookers pointed and whispered, and before Madame Gu could devise a countermeasure, A trusted maid leaned in to whisper urgently, "Madam, it's dire. We have just received word that the Xia family has seized our estate, fields, and several shops." Chapter 23. Healed by Gastronomy. What? The already unattractive expression of Madame Gu was now tinged with a hint of panic and ferocity. Surrounded by onlookers, she feared that this incident would spread throughout the capital within a day, and she could no longer remain there. Madame Gu shot a fierce glare at Xia Xinyu, who stood at the entrance of the fragrant pavilion, before being assisted by her maid into the carriage, taking the injured Gu Hongfeng with her. Xia Xinyu observed the retreating figure of Madame Gu, feeling a twinge of mockery as he muttered, "If it weren't for the Grand Princess, could her Gu family even stand tall? Humph. Once my sister gains favor in the palace, the Grand Princess will be of no consequence." Only the cautious Qin Guandai, who followed closely behind him, caught this remark, her downcast eyes flickering momentarily. Qin Shuhuang watched the unfolding drama in its entirety, yet her smile remained unchanged, a reflection of her turmoil. The tragic deaths of Shirlan and Shiyu replayed in her mind, making it difficult to detach from the painful memories. Suddenly, a familiar, refreshing fragrance of fruit wafted into her nostrils. Looking down, she noticed a bowl of milk sugar snow had been placed before her, adorned with pomegranate seeds that gleamed like agates. The delightful combination of pomegranate juice and milky sweetness filled the air, her favorite dessert. Seeing Qin Shuhuang finally captivated by the delicacy, Shiyu smiled and explained, "The waiter just brought this. It's a special dessert from the Huaixiang Pavilion, exclusively for our private room. You haven't had this since leaving the palace. Do try it. What a special treat." In truth, only Qin Shuhuang occupied this private room. All other guests had been courteously asked to leave. This milk sugar snow was crafted solely for her. Qin Shuhuang's gaze involuntarily drifted towards the entrance, where Xian Tsang leaned against the wall, appearing as indifferent to her cherished dessert as if it were entirely unrelated to him. Even amidst palace life, summer ice was a rarity, as preserving winter's frost for summer use was costly. Especially now, as autumn approached with cooling temperatures, few taverns would offer complimentary chill drinks, let alone her beloved pomegranate juice. The oppressive weight on Qin Shuhuang's heart was momentarily lifted by the soothing aroma of the dessert before her. She savored only half the bowl of milk sugar snow before Shirlan and Shiyu insisted she stop, cautioning that it was cold and the weather was not warm enough for such indulgence. Afterward, the proprietor personally brought out the dishes. Although entirely different from what she had consumed at the Gu residence, each dish was still to Qin Shuhuang's liking. Her discerning palate recognized the chef's distinctive style, affirming it was the same as before. She encouraged Shirlan and Shiyu to partake, and Xiansong was no exception. Furthermore, Qin Shuhuang arranged for dishes to be packed for Rui Miao and Lu Zhou back at the Grand Princess and Appo's residence. Perhaps it was true that fine cuisine could soothe the spirit. As she returned in the carriage, listening to the rhythmic clatter of Xiansong's horse's hooves against the cobblestones, Qin Shuhuang felt her spirits lift significantly from when she had arrived. Meanwhile, Madame Gu returned to the Gu residence with the injured and unconscious Gu Hongfeng and his guards. The doctor she had summoned was already waiting, and the royal physician was soon to arrive. Madame Gu hurriedly urged the doctor to examine her younger son. Moments later, an elderly physician, hair white as snow, emerged from Gu Hongfeng's room, shaking his head at Madame Gu. "Madam, my medical skills are insufficient. I fear I cannot do anything for your son." Had the royal physician not arrived just then, Madame Gu would have unleashed her fury upon the old doctor. With the old physician dismissed, the royal physician was invited in. After about 15 minutes, he emerged from the room. Madame Gu rushed forward. "Physician, how is my son?" This physician was renowned for treating external injuries at the royal hospital. He replied candidly, "Your second son's life is preserved, yet he may never walk again. I shall write a prescription for him immediately." Upon hearing this, Madame Gu staggered back, disbelief filling her eyes. The physician, noticing her reaction, shook his head and moved aside to pen the prescription. Before long, Madame Gu persisted in her inquiries. "Is there truly no other way? Hongfeng has yet to marry." The physician frowned. "At present, there are no alternatives. Even if there were, your son must first recover 70 to 80% before we can consider other options. In truth, there was no other remedy. The injury had been severely inflicted, and such reassurances were merely meant to placate Madame Gu for the moment. After leaving the prescription, the physician departed with his apprentice. Madame Gu sat dazed in the flower hall, the plight of her younger son overwhelming her senses. Her maid gently called her name twice, bringing her back to reality. Madame, Manager Qin and Granny Gu have arrived. Madame Gu cast a stern gaze towards Manager Qin and Granny Gu in the distance, demanding, "What on earth happened today? Why was my Hong Feng attacked by the Xia family while dining at the Fragrant Pavilion? How did it come to this?" Manager Qin, equally perplexed, could only recount what he knew to Madame Gu. Upon hearing that her son had clashed with a young master of the Xia family over a courtesan from the flower-picking tower, she turned to Gu Hongfeng's attendant. "Is this true?" At this juncture, the attendant had no choice but to confess. "Why, yes, madam, it is true. The young master has been spending lavishly on the courtesan Dyer from the flower-picking tower." Madame Gu's piercing gaze shifted to Granny Gu, her trusted confidant. "What are the estates, shops, and lands? What is the situation?" Granny Gu, unable to meet her mistress's eyes, recounted the findings. The Grand Princess's people have sold those estates, shops, and lands to the Xia family. No sooner had she finished speaking than Madame Gu swept the teacup from the table, scalding hot tea spilling everywhere, dousing Manager Qin and Granny Gu. They endured the pain in silence, too fearful to move. Though these properties had effectively fallen into Madame Gu's hands, they were still legally under Qin Shuhuang's name. Now that Qin Shuhuang had sold the assets to others, Madame Gu had no grounds to reclaim them, especially since they were sold to the Xia family, the maternal family of Regent Qin Wei. Not even the regent himself could be trifled with, let alone the Xia family. The only resolution to this predicament was to concede defeat. After a lengthy pause, Granny Gu mustered the courage to ask, "Madam, the Xia family has gone too far. The autumn harvest is approaching. Our Gu residence stands to lose a significant income. Shall we simply let it go?" Madame Gu let out a cold laugh at Granny G's words. "Let it go? Why not go to the Xia family and demand an explanation? Bring people to avenge the second young master?" Granny Gu recoiled slightly. "I dare not. What if we inform the Grand Princess?" Madame Gu found this notion laughable. Does Qin Shuhuang not know what her people are doing? She likely orchestrated this herself. What a fool. Her eyes glinted with malice. She suspected that Qin Shuhuang had a hand in her son's predicament, yet she currently lacked the evidence to prove it. As this turmoil unfolded, the steward of the Gu residence hurried in, bearing news of urgency. Madame Gu, rubbing her forehead in exasperation, inquired, "What is it?" The steward hesitated. "Madam, there are no funds left in the household accounts." Chapter 24. Gulong and Appos. Scheming no silver? How is that possible? Last month, during the accounting, she had deliberately left 5,000 taels in the public funds. Usually, the expenses of the Gu residence amounted to merely 2,000 taels a month, even with some extravagance. It would suffice for 2 months. With the autumn harvest approaching and the income from shops and fields, they could easily collect 4,000 taels. So how could it be that in less than half a month, 5,000 taels had vanished? Even a wealthy merchant's household would not spend money so swiftly. Madame Gu was already furious, and upon hearing the steward's words, her anger intensified. "Where has the money gone?" The steward fell to his knees and replied, "Madam, I'm also unaware. I only learned this when I went to the treasury to withdraw silver for purchasing horses. Bring me the treasury staff, and the account books as well." Madame Gu commanded sternly. The steward immediately complied, hastily taking guards to the treasury to fetch the individuals. Before long, 2 account clerks were brought before Madame Gu. She frowned, asking, "Where is Clerk Mao?" The clerks trembled on the ground, one stammering, "Madam, Clerk Mao has been absent for 2 days, claiming his mother is gravely ill and has taken leave to visit her." Madame Gu slammed her palm on the small table beside her, infuriated that Clerk Mao would choose this moment to take leave. If the matters of the treasury were not his concern, then what was? "Bring me the account books." A nearby maid promptly presented the books to Madame Gu. As she perused the records, her hands trembled with rage. It was not even halfway through the month, yet Gulong had already spent 800 taels. Among this, 600 taels had been squandered on gifts of antiques and paintings for his superiors and colleagues. The office where Gu Long worked was a leisurely one, where the officials hardly needed to attend, yet he chose to waste money on them. Gu Hongqiao had not been any more frugal, withdrawing 1,000 taels at the beginning of the month. Taking a deep breath, Madame Gu inquired, "What did Hongqiao do with this 1,000 taels?" The clerk, still on the floor, replied in a low voice, "I heard that the eldest young master used the silver to buy jewelry for Miss Bai. At the beginning of the month, Miss Bai received a trunk full of new clothes and several sets of expensive jewelry." Madame Gu nearly spat blood from her fury upon hearing this. 1,000 taels for clothes and jewelry in just 1 month. No wonder every time she saw Bai Linga, the latter was adorned in a different outfit. Even she herself, or Gu Yufei, or even the princess, would only acquire a few new garments each season, amounting to perhaps 1,000 taels for the entire family in a year. Yet Bai Linga spent more in a month than the entire household. In times of financial ease, although Madame Gu had her grievances, they seemed trivial. Now, with the public funds depleted and having suddenly lost substantial properties, she felt a sharp pang of loss. Clerk Mao may have embezzled funds, but his records were meticulous. Madame Gu could not discern any discrepancies. There should still be 3,000 taels left in the public account. Where has it gone? She demanded angrily. The two clerks, heads bowed, quickly revealed the truth. They too had learned of it only after Clerk Mao's departure. 3,000 taels have been withdrawn by Her Highness the Princess. Upon hearing the princess's name, Madame Gu threw the account book to the ground. Rising, she paced in the flower hall, exclaiming, "Are you all incompetent? 3,000 taels, and the princess could just take it without informing me?" The clerks, feeling wronged, replied, "Madam, we only found out later." That day, the princess's head maid came with fierce guards and took Clerk Mao away. After he left, we discovered the accounts. Although the eldest young master was not close to the princess, she was still of high status, just like the master and elder son of the Gu residence. Madame Gu had never prohibited the princess from withdrawing funds. Even if they had noticed, they thought nothing amiss until today when the steward brought them before her. Madame Gu's anger only escalated. The entire room of servants was silent, not daring to breathe. At that moment, a maid approached Granny Gu and whispered, "The second young lady wants to dine at Huaixiang Pavilion, but today the prices have increased to 20 taels per table. The treasury cannot provide the funds, and the second young lady's personal maid has come to inquire about it." Though the maid spoke in hushed tones, Madame Gu overheard. Already incensed, she could not believe that Gu Yufei wanted to spend 20 taels on a meal. Even as a loving mother, she could not help but scold. Her brother is in such a condition, and she still thinks of dining out. Have someone summon Yufei to attend to her brother and Appo's medication. Granny Gu quickly bowed and hurried out to relay the message. The oppressive atmosphere in the flower hall lingered for nearly a quarter of an hour before Madame Gu pressed her forehead and commanded her personal maid, "Go to my room and fetch 1,000 taels for Steward Gu to temporarily cover the household expenses." The maid hastily complied. Madame Gu, stern-faced, turned to the steward. "Old Gu, you are to report to me every day regarding the household expenditures. In this residence, aside from me, no one is permitted to withdraw from the public account without permission." The steward promptly bowed in acknowledgement. In the past, with the income from Qin Shuhuang's properties, Madame Gu had ample funds each month, saving quite a bit for herself. Now, with those properties suddenly gone, parting with 1,000 taels was painful. Today, the loss of properties and Gu Hongfeng's injury weighed heavily on her, though she had never expressed her disdain for Qin Shuhuang in front of others. Today she could not contain herself, her every expression and gesture radiating displeasure towards Qin Shuhuang. Frustration brewed within her, yet Qin Shuhuang was not present at the Gu residence, denying her the opportunity to confront her directly. Thoughts of the courtyard where Qin Shuhuang resided and the valuable dowry stored in the Gu family's treasury ignited a sense of greed within Madame Gu. If Qin Shuhuang dared to take from the public funds, she would seize the treasures in her courtyard and dowry. By the time Qin Shuhuang returned, finding her courtyard stripped bare, she would surely be driven to madness. With this thought, a sense of satisfaction filled Madame Gu's heart. She instructed Granny Gu, who was essentially her loyal servant, to gather maids and matrons to accompany her to Qin Shuhuang's courtyard. Just as they were about to leave, Gu Long returned. Having just visited Gu Hongfeng, he found Madame Gu in this state, and his expression darkened. What are you planning to do? Seeing the displeasure on her husband's face, Madame Gu's mind began to clear. Gu Long surveyed the servants behind her. What are you all standing there for? Go about your business. If you continue to incite your mistress, I will have you sold out of the household tomorrow. Granny Gu glanced at Madame Gu, and seeing she said nothing, immediately dispersed the gathered maids and matrons. Gu Long turned to Madame Gu. Come with me. Despite her earlier complaints about Gu Long's extravagant spending, she dared not voice a word in his presence. Gu Long was already aware of the day's events. The scandal involving the Summer family's debauchery had reached his office, and since it was a slow day, it had become a topic of discussion among the officials. He exited the office with a grim countenance. Upon entering the room, Madame Gu tearfully recounted the day's events, embellishing the details for Gu Long. He remained sullen. What were you about to do? Raid the princess's courtyard? Are you truly willing to hand a dagger to the Grand Princess, dragging our entire Gu family into peril? Mrs. Gu's lamentations were abruptly silenced, her eyes widening in disbelief as she turned to her husband. With Hongqiao present, she would dare, to which Gu Long replied with narrowed eyes. Have you not already experienced her audacity? At this, Mrs. Gu found herself at a loss for words. After a brief pause, she cautiously ventured. The Grand Princess desires only Hongqiao now, intending to abandon our Gu family? Previously, Gu Long had shared her sentiments, but uncertainty now clouded his mind. Could his eldest son truly ensnare the Grand Princess? Mrs. Gu's apprehension grew. What shall we do, my lord? Gu Long pondered for a moment, then stated, I had intended to share this with you later, but given today's events, I must reveal it now. Recently, I have cultivated a relationship with General Liu. The regent, Qin Wei, not only values the sincerity of the Yu family and the Chung family, but also possesses two trusted generals, one civil and one martial. The martial general is the very Liu I speak of. The civil official, named Luo Chu, holds no official position in court, serving merely as an advisor to Qin Wei. Living in seclusion, his appearance known to few. Mrs. Gu was taken aback, initially believing her husband's extravagant expenditures to be in vain, only to discover their purpose. However, her brow furrowed as she realized her husband aimed to leverage General Liu to gain favor with the regent. The Xia family is the regent's in-law. Do you truly not care for Hongfeng? Although he may appear inconsequential, he is our flesh and blood. If you, as his father, do not seek vengeance for him, who will? Gu Long gently patted Mrs. Gu's hand, assuring her, rest assured, we shall avenge Hongfeng. Our enemies are the Xia family, not the regent. Who says the regent will always depend on the Xia family? It was then that Mrs. Gu grasped her husband's intent. The current emperor, despite reaching maturity, had yet to assume power, remaining under the regent's thumb. Had the regent intended to return authority, he would have begun transferring power when the emperor turned 18. Yet, Qin Wei not only failed to do so, but also tightened his grip as the emperor approached 20. The intentions of Sima Zhao are evident to all. Should the emperor become a mere puppet of the regent, the Grand Princess, Qin Shuhuang, would be rendered powerless. Thus, for the future of the Gu family, they must align themselves with the regent. Gu Long perceived his wife's contempt and dissatisfaction towards the Grand Princess and reminded her, however, until matters are settled, we must rely on the Grand Princess. Therefore, you must endure. Once Hongfeng's health improves, ensure he is watched over, preventing him from causing trouble. Furthermore, Hongqiao can no longer be so indulgent. He possesses both talent and strategy, merely lacking opportunity. He must apologize to the Grand Princess and consummate their union. Should the Grand Princess bear his child, he would gain entry into the court as a fourth-rank official. Should the Grand Princess grow discontented, she could forsake the child within Bai's womb. Once Hongqiao secures his official status, he may then take Bai as a secondary wife. Chapter 25. The prince's reluctant Madame Gu lowered her head in contemplation for a moment and said with difficulty, My lord, you are aware of Hongqiao's temperament. What if he is unwilling? Gu Long snorted coldly. Unwilling? With his brother in such a state, does he intend to drag the entire Gu family down with him? Whether he likes it or not, he must comply. Upon seeing her husband's determination, Madame Gu steeled her heart. Qin Shuhuang had been keeping a close eye on the movements of the Gu family. Upon returning to the princess's residence, she received news from the Gu household. To her surprise, Madame Gu, despite the heavy blow she had suffered, had not lost her composure. The messenger reported, originally, Madame Gu intended to vent her anger by raiding His Highness's courtyard. However, after Master Gu returned, the maidservants dispersed. It seems Gu Long restrained them. Gu Long was indeed a cunning old fox of the Gu family. As soon as Qin Shuhuang settled into the princess and Appo's residence, Sherlon hurriedly entered. Qin Shuhuang glanced at Sherlon and immediately sensed something was amiss. "What is it?" Sherlon's expression was somewhat grim. "Your Highness, at the back gate of the princess's residence. There is a woman kneeling, claiming she wishes to see your Highness about an urgent matter." Qin Shuhuang frowned. "A woman? If she is unrelated, send her away. If she refuses to listen, inform the authorities to send someone to escort her away. Your Highness, the woman is not entirely unknown. She is the courtesan that Gu Hongfeng and Xia Xinyu fought over today." Qin Shuhuang's expression darkened. After a moment of thought, she said, "Let the guards bring her in quietly. I wish to hear what she has to say." Sherlon nodded and went to carry out the order. Dyer had changed out of the elegant yet extravagant attire typical of courtesans, removing her jewelry and donning the coarse clothing of an ordinary girl. Wrapping her raven hair in a blue scarf, she knelt at the back gate of the princess's residence. Earlier, she had seen a matron enter to report, and a beautiful girl had glanced at her from a distance in the corridor. The back gate of the princess's residence was already quiet, and as nighttime approached, it became even more serene. Suddenly, Dai and Appo's glanced at the top of the wall, where a man dressed as a guard was sitting. The man smiled at Dai and Appo's, revealing a set of bright white teeth. Seizing the opportunity, Dai and Appo's made a throat-cutting gesture to threaten him. Then, using her lips, she mouthed to the man, "Are you sure this will work? Will the princess meet me?" The man shrugged and replied silently, "It was the prince and Appo's order. Just do as instructed." Dai and Appo's shoulders drooped momentarily before she resumed her kneeling position at the back gate of the princess and Appo's residence. The man jumped down from the wall and exclaimed to himself, "The prince is indeed generous. For the sake of the princess, he is willing to expose the leader of the hidden spies cultivated by the royal household for many years. Well, as long as my master is willing, I should return to report to him." Dyer thought this visit might be in vain, but to her astonishment, within a quarter of an hour, the princess actually summoned her. Outside, the night had fallen, yet the study within the princess's residence was brightly lit, illuminating Dyer as she knelt before Qin Shuhuang, revealing every detail of her being. Qin Shuhuang scrutinized the young woman before her. Dyer, a courtesan from the Zhaohua Tower, appeared to be only 17 or 18 years of age, the prime of a young woman's life. She exuded an aura of ethereal detachment from the mundane world. Without makeup, she appeared less fragile and pitiful. Instead, the slightly raised ends of her brows added a touch of heroism. When Qin Shuhuang had seen her from across the street at Huaixiang Pavilion, Dai and Appo's had been heavily made up, presenting a different impression entirely. Qin Shuhuang looked at Dyer with a detached gaze. "What brings you before me?" Dyer lowered her head, appearing respectful. "I am named Dyer, a courtesan from Zhaohua Tower. Today, I overheard something at Piaoxiang House and wished to bring it to the princess's attention." Qin Shuhuang's brows furrowed slightly as she glanced at Sherlon. Sherlon nodded discreetly, dismissing the ordinary maidservants from the study, and then personally summoned Commander Xuanzong to guard the door. Sherlon noticed that Xuanzong entered the study with a stern expression. Dai and Appo's seemed to sense the gravity of the situation and waited in silence for the irrelevant individuals to leave. Once they had departed, Qin Shuhuang said, "Speak your mind." Dyer bowed her head and quietly relayed the words she had overheard from Xia Xinyu. Upon hearing this, Qin Shuhuang instinctively clenched her hands on her lap, the force of which drove her nails into her palm, leaving deep marks. Though Dyer, with her head bowed, dared not look at Qin Shuhuang's face, she noticed the latter's actions. Despite Qin Shuhuang's expression remaining largely unchanged, her mind was in turmoil as a flood of memories surged within, causing her a sudden headache. Xia Xinyu's sister, named Xia Qianwei, had been the empress in her previous life. Although she hailed from the Xia family, The emperor's brother had always favored and trusted her. Little did he know she had been one of his greatest betrayers. Had it not been for her, he would not have lost his final power, nor would he have fallen into Qin Wei's puppet-like control and met his tragic end. Yet, the selection for the emperor's wedding was not to begin for another month. Why did Xia Xinyu claim his sister was already in the palace? In her past life, all of Qin Shuhuang's focus had been on Gu Hongqiao, striving solely for his and the Gu family's interests, thus remaining largely oblivious to the affairs within the palace and surrounding the emperor's brother. She had never anticipated the extent of the covert schemes at play. Qin Shuhuang forced herself to regain her composure amid the chaos of her thoughts, fixing a sharp gaze upon the kneeling dyer. Why have you come to me? What is your purpose in sharing this information? In this world, there are no such things as free lunches. Having lived through her previous life, Qin Shuhuang harbored no belief in luck. Dai and Oppos immediately prostrated herself, nervously responding, "Your Highness, I do have a request. I wish for you to redeem me. I do not wish to die in a brothel. You have connections with both Gu Hongfeng and Xia Xinyu. They would surely be able to pay the price for your freedom. Why do you not seek their assistance?" Qin Shuhuang inquired sharply. Tears fell from Dyer, soaking a small patch of the floor as she shook her head. "Your Highness, I do not wish to comply with their requests. They are men, and I do not wish to become a mere plaything in their households. But they can provide you with luxurious garments and fine food, something I cannot offer you," Qin Shuhuang pointed out. "I do not seek charity. I ask for your understanding," Daya implored. Even Xiu, who stood nearby, felt moved and almost spoke up for Dyer, but ultimately held her tongue. Qin Shuhuang regarded Daya intently. After a moment, she relented. "Very well, I shall grant your request. However, once you are redeemed, what you do thereafter is no longer my concern." Dai and Oppos, overwhelmed with joy, wept with gratitude. "This is enough. Thank you, Your Highness." Qin Shuhuang waved her hand and instructed Shirlan, "See her out of the residence." Shirlan approached, helping Dai and Oppos to her feet and escorting her out. Shirlan personally accompanied Dai and Oppos to the outer courtyard, then dispatched 2 matrons to lead her out of the residence, providing her with 10 taels of silver. A quarter of an hour later, the matrons returned to report. Standing in the shadows, Shirlan asked, "How did it go?" The matron respectfully replied, "Miss Shirlan, as you instructed, I pretended to trip and stumbled against Miss Dyer, and she feigned nonchalance to step aside." Shirlan narrowed her eyes, realizing that the princess's suspicions were indeed correct. This Dyer had secrets. For what courtesan in a brothel possessed such skills? Chapter 26. He is only worthy of silently guarding the princess in the shadows. Shirlan returned and whispered a few words to Qin Shuhuang. However, Qin Shuhuang and Oppos' expression did not change much. She merely replied, "I understand." Shirlan furrowed her brow tightly, concerned, "Your Highness, what if Dai and Oppos has ulterior motives?" Qin Shuhuang had already regained her composure. "Then we shall consider the ransom money wasted. After Dai and Oppos leaves the flower-picking pavilion, send someone to keep watch. I shall visit the palace tomorrow. In any case, we have little to lose." Shirlan considered this and promptly agreed. Qin Shuhuang glanced toward the study door. In fact, when Dyer had entered earlier, she had not only observed Dyer, but also discreetly noted the demeanor of Xian Tsang at the door. Usually, when Xian Tsang was by her side, he exuded vigilance. Yet upon Dyer's arrival, she had specifically sent Shirlan to summon him, and Xian Tsang leaned casually against the wall, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. A glimmer of insight crossed Qin Shuhuang's eyes. Could it be that the suddenly arriving Dyer was affiliated with her brother, the Prince of Ruin? Originally, Qin Shuhuang had planned to enter the palace in half a month, but upon receiving this news, she could no longer wait. That night, she sat before the lamp, burning the midnight oil, finally finishing the intricate patterns embroidered on the ceremonial robe. As she meticulously folded the completed robe and placed it into a brocade box, she heard a faint sound from outside the window. She smiled softly, stealthily moving aside to extinguish the light, then stood in the shadows to observe the slightly ajar window. Outside, Xian Tsang twisted his brows in regret. He had been too engrossed in watching Qin Shuhuang that he accidentally knocked the hilt of his sword against the window frame, causing the noise. With the room now dark, The princess likely did not notice him. Once he confirmed that no sounds were emanating from within, Qin Shuhuang relaxed his posture, his figure reappearing by the window. A screen obstructed his view of the inner room, yet Qin Shuhuang's deep-set eyes seemed to pierce through the screen, resting upon the sleeping figure on the bed. From her vantage point in the corner, Qin Shuhuang indeed caught sight of Qin Shuhuang's tall and imposing silhouette. She pretended to act nonchalant as she stepped out from the side, appearing before Qin Shuhuang, and then curiously surveyed him from head to toe. "Qin Shuhuang, what are you doing standing by the window at such a late hour?" Dressed casually in her nightwear, with a thin, translucent purple veil draped over her. The moonlight cast a soft glow upon her skin, rendering her appearance ethereal and alluring. There was no doubt that Qin Shuhuang had intentionally donned such attire, as she did not believe her brother, the Prince of Ruin, could remain indifferent. Qin Shuhuang, clearly unprepared for Qin Shuhuang and Appo's sudden appearance, felt his deep-set eyes ignite with a fervent blaze akin to a wildfire. Noticing his stunned expression, Qin Shuhuang blinked her lustrous eyes and softly uttered a sound of acknowledgement. Despite her bewitching demeanor, her gaze remained pure and innocent, concealing the playful mischief that Qin Shuhuang failed to detect. Regaining his composure, Qin Shuhuang immediately lowered his head, clenching his fists tightly at his sides. He nearly exhausted his self-restraint to keep the overwhelming desire for possession and conquest from surfacing in his eyes. "Your Highness," he rasped. Qin Shuhuang retorted, "I'm asking you a question." Qin Shuhuang's throat bobbed several times as he struggled to maintain control, resisting the urge to glance at the enchanting figure resembling a night demon before him. I was merely conducting a routine patrol and happened to pass by your courtyard. Is that so? I thought you had been keeping watch outside my window." Qin Shuhuang remained silent, his head bowed like an aggrieved puppy unable to voice its complaints. Had it not been for her brother, the Prince of Ruin, still being Qin Shuhuang, Qin Shuhuang would have been unable to resist ruffling his hair. Not wishing to tease him further, Qin Shuhuang cleared her throat. "It is late. There is no need for you to continue patrolling my courtyard. You should return and rest." With that, she hurriedly shut the window. As the window closed, blocking Qin Shuhuang's view, Qin Shuhuang leaned against it, unable to resist. The tranquil night enveloped her, yet she could distinctly feel her heart racing, as if it might leap from her chest. She had feared looking at Qin Shuhuang again. She worried that if she did, she would accidentally reveal all the truths to her brother, the Prince of Ruin. She was afraid those truths might frighten him away. Outside, Qin Shuhuang noticed the abruptly shut window, his gaze momentarily stunned. The blazing fire within him was suddenly doused by a torrential downpour, leaving his fervent heart feeling cold and desolate. The princess likely wished to avoid seeing his unsightly face, hence her haste in closing the window. She was so beautiful, while he was so ugly. How could he ever stand beside her without bringing her shame? He felt he was only worthy of silently guarding his princess from the shadows. In the imperial palace, the current emperor, Qin Xianmin, was not in his own palace, Funing Hall, but rather in the side chamber of the late empress and Appo's quarters, Ziyuan Hall. Surrounding him was utter darkness, illuminated solely by a single lamp beside him, casting a warm glow in the vicinity. He felt as though he were adrift in a shadowy sea, surrounded by waves that threatened to consume him, with only a fragile boat before him, prone to capsizing at any moment. Before him lay a collection of scattered children and Appo's toys, a bamboo horse, a rattle drum, tangram pieces, a Lubon lock, a 9-linked ring, a Kongming chess set, and a grinding cup toy, all exquisitely crafted, their surfaces gleaming as if new. Yet upon closer inspection, one could tell they had seen better days. Whenever he found it difficult to sleep at night, Qin Xianmin would come here to tinker with these childhood toys. Each time he played with them, it felt as though time had turned back to his younger days. Back then, his mother would sit beside him, watching as he and his sister vied for the toys. His sister was just a year older, and they grew up together, both indulged by their parents, emboldened to the point of rivalry, often ending up in playful scuffles. As their mother's health declined, his sister ceased competing for the toys, yielding them all to him. Yet, having all the toys to himself, he found himself less joyful than during their spirited contests. With their mother gone, his sister, just a year his senior, took on the role of protector. Whenever they missed their mother, They would come here to play the Kongming chess set together. Eventually, their father passed away, and then his sister left too, leaving him alone each time he returned here. Under the dim light, Qin Shuhuang and Appo's eyes appeared dull. Suddenly, his close aide, Xiao Rang, hurriedly entered to report. Your Majesty, there's a letter from Lu Zhou delivered to the palace, Xiao Rang announced with a smile. Qin Shuhuang paused, momentarily bewildered, as he recalled who this person was. After 3 years without news, it was understandable that he was momentarily taken aback. Lu Zhou was the steward he had specifically arranged for his sister and aunt, Appo's residence. Chapter 27. The royal siblings, however, after the elder sister and aunt, Appo's marriage. She has not even visited the residence of the Grand Princess, let alone stayed there. Naturally, the person designated for her becomes a mere formality. But why has Lu Zhou sent a message at this time? Is there some trouble at the Grand Princess's residence? Or perhaps there's a shortage of funds for repairs? Qin Shuhuang extended his hand towards Xiao Rang, who respectfully presented the letter to him. With a hint of impatience, he tore open the letter and glanced at its contents. Upon realizing what it said, Qin Shuhuang was taken aback, only to be unable to suppress a smile that crept onto his lips. Lu Zhou's letter neither reported any incidents at the Grand Princess's residence nor requested funds. Instead, it informed him that his sister had returned to live at the Grand Princess's residence and was quite pleased. He had thought that his sister would never reside in the Grand Princess's residence again, as he had personally overseen all the arrangements there. He had been disheartened by this for quite some time. Eventually, in order to better interact with the Gu family, his sister had reduced her visits to the palace. In the past year, apart from the obligatory festivals, she had not come to the palace at all. Moreover, every time she visited, she always had matters regarding the Gu family to discuss with him. He had noticed her smiles diminishing and her dissatisfaction with the Gu family growing. This had led to several quarrels between them. Following their last argument, she had not entered the palace again, and it had been nearly half a year since. In Lu Zhou's letter, it was not only mentioned that Qin Shuhuang had moved back to the Grand Princess's residence, but it also briefly noted that she had sold part of her dowry properties to the family of Regent Qinwei. The moment his previously joyful expression shifted to a frown upon reading this, he pondered why his sister would sell her finest dowry, especially to the Xia family. This Xia family truly had no sense of propriety, daring to encroach upon the properties of the imperial princess of the Great Wu dynasty. Qin Shuhuang tightly clutched the letter, worrying for his sister. What of Lu Zhou? Could he return? Qin Shuhuang inquired. Xiao Rang, who had initially noticed the emperor's mood brighten, was taken aback by the sudden change in expression. He replied respectfully, Your Majesty, he has not left yet. He is waiting for your command in the side hall of Funing Palace. Bring him in, commanded Qin Shuhuang. During the brief interval, while Xiao Rang went to fetch Lu Zhou, Qin Shuhuang re-examined Lu Zhou's letter, and more questions arose in his mind. If his sister was doing well in the Gu family, why would she suddenly move back to the Grand Princess's residence? Did she lack funds? Why would she sell such valuable dowry? Those lands and properties had been personally chosen by him. They were the finest estates in the royal domain. A multitude of questions diluted his initial joy over his sister's return to the Grand Princess's residence, and at that moment, his worries overshadowed his happiness. Lu Zhou was soon brought in. Upon seeing Qin Shuhuang, he immediately bowed deeply. Enough, enough, rise and speak. What on earth has happened with my sister? Speak swiftly. Although Lu Zhou was astute, he was merely responsible for overseeing the Grand Princess's residence, surrounded by ordinary servants, and did not possess a specific network for gathering information. He had inquired about Qin Shuhuang's sudden return, but learned nothing substantial. The senior maidservants around the Grand Princess were exceedingly cautious, restricting their servants from speaking with those from the original staff of the Grand Princess's residence. And the personal guards of the Grand Princess were all as cold as ice, not yielding a word. As for the Gu residents, a few clues had emerged, suggesting that there had been some discord between the princess and her husband. When he attempted to inquire further, the servants could provide no more details. After all, they were merely from the outer courtyard and had only heard rumors. The specifics required questioning the servants in the inner courtyard, but those were kept under strict control by Madame Gu, preventing Lu Zhou's people from making contact. Lu Zhou conveyed all he knew to the emperor, whose frown deepened further. If his sister truly had a falling out with Gu Hongqiao, then why did the third young lady from the Gu family still visit? And why did his sister treat her so well? Qin Shuhuang had already found the situation peculiar. Now, Lu Zhou's words only added to his confusion, as if the fog had thickened. Lu Zhou, aware of his limited information, earnestly suggested, "Your Majesty, you and the Grand Princess are full-blooded siblings. No one in this world is closer to her than you. If you have any doubts, why not summon the Grand Princess to the palace and inquire directly?" Lu Zhou and Appo's suggestion was sound, yet he worried that his sister might resent him if he were to forcibly summon her to the palace. He feared it might further strain their relationship, and that she would blame him for using his imperial authority to pressure her. Unable to remain seated any longer, Qin Shuhuang rose and began to pace the room. Lu Zhou glanced at Xiaorang, who shook his head, signaling him to refrain from further comments, as the emperor was already in a state of anxiety. After a considerable time of silence, Qin Shuhuang's expression darkened even further. Seeing that the hour was late, Lu Zhou mustered his courage and said, "Your Majesty, I must return to the princess's residence. Do you wish for me to convey any message to her?" Qin Shuhuang opened his mouth, intending to say something, but after a moment's thought, he pressed his lips together and turned away, waving his hand to Lu Zhou. "Hurry back, and take good care of my sister." Lu Zhou knelt and performed a deep bow. "Your Majesty, rest assured, I shall take good care of the Grand Princess." Xiaorang escorted Lu Zhou out. After walking a considerable distance, Xiaorang finally glared at Lu Zhou. "Old Lu, have you lost your wits? By saying that, are you not implying to the Grand Princess that you are still the Emperor's subordinate? What if she misunderstands?" Xiaorang's admonition made Lu Zhou realize the absurdity of his previous words. The royal siblings already had their conflicts. By doing this, was he not sowing discord between the Emperor and the Grand Princess? Had the Emperor not understood him, he might have faced dire consequences. The autumn night was chilly, and at that moment, Lu Zhou broke into a cold sweat. "It was my folly. I appreciate your reminder, Xiaonegwan. I shall be more cautious in the future." Seeing his genuine remorse, Xiaorang nodded. "Return and take good care of the Grand Princess. Should she encounter any difficulties, inform the Emperor promptly. He feels isolated in the palace, and with the regent being domineering, the Grand Princess is now the Emperor's only support." With that, Xiaorang sighed inwardly. Lu Zhou solemnly acknowledged this. After sending Lu Zhou off, Xiaorang hurried back to the inner hall. The Emperor was currently being suffocated by the oppressive power of Qin Wei, and the authority of the regent was growing precarious. If the Grand Princess were to create more trouble for the Emperor, he feared that the Emperor would become distracted and truly devolve into a puppet of Qin Wei. At that point, both the Emperor and the Grand Princess would lose their standing. As Xiaorang rubbed his temples and stepped outside the hall, he noticed a commotion. Furrowing his brow, he approached to investigate. He saw a young woman in plain, made attire pleading with the gatekeeper. "Sir, please allow me to enter." The gatekeeper, with a stern expression, replied, "No. Without the Emperor and Appo's or the inner officer and Appo's orders, no uninvited guests may enter. Sir, the Emperor has not eaten all night. I merely wish to bring him a late-night snack." The gatekeeper remained unmoved. "If not, then I will not enter. Please help me deliver this food to Xiaonegwan and insist that he ensure the Emperor eat some." The gatekeeper hesitated. Just as Xiaorang was about to intervene, he suddenly heard the Emperor's deep, authoritative voice from within. "Let her in." As the maid, Xia Qianwei, lowered her head, a glimmer of joy flashed in her eyes. Grasping the food box, she swiftly bypassed the gatekeeper and made her way into the inner hall. Chapter 28. The Emperor's Sole Handmaid. Wei Wei the Emperor had not consumed any food that evening, despite all of Xiaorang's attempts to persuade him. Now, however, the food that Xia Qianwei had brought had diminished by half, indicating that not only had the Emperor seen her, but he had also partaken of the supper she delivered. Since turning 15, countless palace maids had sought to gain the Emperor's favor, yet he had paid no heed to any of them. Xia Qianwei was the first maid to earn his trust. Earlier this month, the Emperor had appointed her to serve in the Funing Palace. Astonishingly, she was now permitted to deliver supper to the Emperor personally. Xiaorang observed Xia Qianwei from a distance. Contemplating that this maid named Wei Wei, would inevitably become one of the emperor's consorts, and had her status not been so low, she might have ascended even further. To Xiao Rang's surprise, the developments unfolded more swiftly than anticipated. The following day, Wei Wei was inexplicably promoted to one of the chief handmaids in Funing Palace, serving closely at the emperor and Amp, Oppo's side. Traditionally, Funing Palace had been attended solely by eunuchs, with only a handful of lower-ranking maids. Wei Wei was the first and only chief handmaid to stand by the emperor. The next morning, as Xia Wai prepared to attend Qin Shuhuang, she received alarming news that made her expression falter. She inquired of the young eunuch messenger, "Is this certain?" "Indeed, Miss Wei Wei, it is absolutely true. The Xia family has received word this morning that Her Highness, the Grand Princess, has departed from her residence and is en route to the palace." Xia Wai's heart sank. Just days prior, the Xia family had acquired property from the Grand Princess, and her brother had injured the second young master of the Gu family. Now, it seemed the Grand Princess intended to lodge a complaint with the Emperor. The Emperor and the Grand Princess were siblings, and he was known for his nostalgia. Although his uncle was the regent, he had yet to seize complete control over the Emperor's authority. Should the Emperor be enraged, the Xia family could very well face dire consequences. Xia Wai furrowed her willow-like brows, pondering for a moment before instructing the eunuch, "Wait here, I shall write a note. Please ensure it reaches the regent's estate and is delivered into the hands of the chief steward as swiftly as possible." "Yes, Miss Wei Wei." Xia Wai quickly returned to her chamber to draft a note, which she then entrusted to the young eunuch, who rolled it up and concealed it in a slender bamboo tube within his sleeve before hastening away. After Qin Shuhuang rose, she instructed Xiu to select a peacock green gown paired with sky blue for her to wear, topped with a bright yellow five-tailed phoenix cloak, a garment reserved for royal princesses, as she ascended into her carriage, flanked by her loyal guards, including Xuanzang, on her way to the palace. Qin Shuhuang caressed the brocade box in her hands, containing a ceremonial robe she had crafted for her younger brother, wondering how he would appear adorned in it. The Grand Princess's residence was situated within the inner city of the capital, mere moments from the palace. In less than half an hour, she arrived at the palace gates. Having shared an extraordinary bond with the emperor since childhood, upon her marriage, he had bestowed upon her a token permitting her unrestricted access to the palace, allowing her to freely travel within its confines. Once inside, she opted for a sedan chair carried by 8 eunuchs, proceeding directly to the Hall of Governance. This hall was where Qin Shuhuang convened to review memorials and summon ministers after his daily court session. He spent a significant portion of his day there. As soon as Qin Shuhuang arrived outside the Hall of Governance, a young eunuch and Amp, Oppo's, his eyes brightened as he approached her. "Your Highness, what brings you here?" he inquired respectfully. This eunuch, Xiao Qing, was 20 years old and the adopted son of eunuch Xiao. Before her marriage, he had served beside Qin Shuhuang. As he spoke, he personally assisted Qin Shuhuang down from the sedan chair. Qin Shuhuang regarded him, noting that despite the years, Xiao Qing's hair remained ungrayed, and he did not appear haggard. "I have not visited the palace in a while, and miss my brother," she replied. "Is he still in session?" Xiao Qing smiled. "Upon seeing your Highness, the emperor will surely be delighted. Today's court has been quite tumultuous. It may even delay the conclusion of the session. Your Highness might wish to accompany me to the side hall for a moment, where I can brew some of this year's freshly harvested dragonwell tea. Just the other day, the emperor praised its quality." Qin Shuhuang nodded in agreement. Xiao Qing guided her toward the side hall of the Hall of Governance, quickly preparing the tea and requesting the maidservants to bring her favorite pastries. After tasting the tea, Qin Shuhuang set down her cup and noticed Xiao Qing still lingering. "Are you not to attend to the emperor?" she asked, frowning. Xiao Qing chuckled. "Today, it is not my turn to serve the emperor. I am here to attend to you, your Highness." Curious, Qin Shuhuang inquired, "Is your master with the emperor?" Xiao Qing shook his head. "My master is absent from the palace today. The Bureau of Astronomy requested an audience with the emperor this morning, citing the recent drought and unusual weather, necessitating the emperor and Oppo's prayers to the ancestors. As the emperor had an early court session, my master took the people to the ancestral temple to conduct the rites. So, eunuch Xiao was not present in the palace. Then who is attending to the emperor?" Qin Shuhuang inquired. Xiao Qing replied. It is Xiao Dong and the newly appointed chief handmaid, Wei Wei. Xiao Dong. Upon hearing this name, Qin Shuhuang could not help but clench her fists. Both Xiao Qing and Xiao Dong were the adopted sons of Xiao Rang. Yet Xiao Dong had secretly allied himself with Qin Wei, becoming a treacherous presence beside her brother. His actions had contributed to her brother and Appo's tragic fate. The deaths of both Xiao Rang and Xiao Qing were also orchestrated by him. And who might this Wei Wei be? According to the rules set by the Empress Mother and her brother's upbringing, her brother had never had a young handmaid serving closely by his side before his wedding. How could a chief handmaid suddenly appear? Sensing the Grand Princess and Appo's unease, Xiao Qing hastily reassured her, "Rest assured, Your Highness. Xiao Dong, like me, is accustomed to serving the Emperor. He was trained by my master, so you need not worry. As for Miss Wei Wei, she is merely a maid serving the Emperor. He is benevolent and would never violate the regulations established by the late Empress." Qin Shuhuang nodded. "You need not fret. The Emperor is my dear brother. How could I easily cast blame upon him?" Qin Shuhuang remained in the side hall for an hour and a half. Yet there was still no sign of the court's dismissal. By now it was nearing noon. She had already consumed 3 cups of tea, and Xiao Qing appeared increasingly uncomfortable. "I shall check on the situation and report back to the Emperor," Xiao Qing volunteered, prompting Qin Shuhuang to gesture for him to proceed. Xiao Qing hurriedly made his way to the Wanda Hall, where court was in session. He gestured discreetly to Xiao Dong, who was serving beside the Emperor. Noticing him, Xiao Dong quietly stepped back from behind the Emperor. "What brings you here at this hour?" "What is it?" Xiao Dong furrowed his brow. Xiao Qing, face etched with urgency, replied, "The Grand Princess has come to see the Emperor and has been waiting in the side hall for an hour and a half. When might the court conclude?" Xiao Dong glanced toward the court, where discussions regarding military funds and river management had been heated all morning with no end in sight. Xiao Qing sighed in frustration. Why must they argue precisely today? Is the regent not concerned? Whisper to the Emperor that the Grand Princess has arrived, and I will relay the news back to her. Xiao Dong instructed, nodding. Xiao Qing, reassured by Xiao Dong's promise, departed. Xiao Dong softly returned to his position behind Qin Shuhuang, who was already aware of his earlier actions. "What is it?" the Emperor inquired in a low voice. Xiao Dong lowered his gaze. "It is nearly noon, and Xiao Qing has come to ask when you might conclude the court session to prepare for lunch." Upon hearing this trivial matter, Qin Shuhuang dismissed it. Court affairs are of utmost importance. Missing a meal is of little consequence. Chapter 29. Impossible to meet the Emperor. Having specifically informed the Emperor about the arrival of Princess Qin Shuhuang, Xiao Qing felt a sense of relief. Surely, once the Emperor learned that the esteemed princess was present, he would hastily conclude his morning court session, even if it meant offending the regent. Xiao Qing returned to the side hall of the Hall of Governance to accompany Qin Shuhuang. To her surprise, the wait extended for another hour. Qin Shuhuang and Appo's brows gradually knitted tighter, and Xiao Qing and Appo's expression mirrored her concern. Could it be that the Emperor was displeased with the princess and was deliberately delaying the morning audience, wishing to avoid her? Surely not. In her agitation, Xiao Qing scratched her head, lamenting the absence of her mentor, who would have certainly clarified the situation at once. A young eunuch rushed in and whispered a few words into Xiao Qing's ear. Taken aback, she nodded, and the eunuch respectfully withdrew. Noticing Xiao Qing's troubled countenance, Qin Shuhuang inquired, "Is the Emperor elsewhere? Is he unable to meet me for the time being?" With an awkward smile, Xiao Qing relayed the recent news that the Emperor, along with the regent and other ministers, had gone to the side hall of the Windy Hall for lunch, and that discussions would resume after the meal. Upon hearing this, Qin Shuhuang's frown deepened. Since Xiao Qing had asserted that she had reported to her younger brother, it meant he was indeed aware of her presence in the palace. If her brother knew she had come and was dining with the ministers, was he intentionally avoiding her? Was he still upset with her? Sensing Qin Shuhuang's distress, Xiao Qing quickly tried to ease the situation. "Your Highness, it appears there are pressing matters in court today. The Emperor may simply be unable to leave at this moment. Since he has already dined, allow me to arrange a meal for you as well. The Imperial Kitchen is under the supervision of Chef Liu today, whom you particularly favor. I shall personally request some of your preferred dishes." Yet, Qin Shuhuang had no appetite for a meal. After the passing of her father and mother, It was only she and her brother who supported each other within the palace. Her brother was certainly not one to hold grudges, especially between siblings. There must be something or someone causing this discord. Just as Xiaoqing was about to head to the imperial kitchen, Qin Shuhuang stopped her, saying, "There is no need. I have had some pastries and am not hungry at the moment. Since my brother is temporarily occupied, accompany me to the CI Yuan Hall." "Yes, Your Highness." Soon, Qin Shuhuang arrived at the CI Yuan Hall. Though the late empress had departed over a decade ago, the hall remained unchanged, as if frozen in time, with flowers and furnishings just as she remembered, every detail untouched. The CI Yuan Hall was filled with childhood memories of Qin Shuhuang and her brother. The cradle they once slept in, the toys they played with, and the tiny garments from their youth were all meticulously arranged, maintained by dedicated staff, untouched by dust. As Qin Shuhuang caressed these childhood relics, her conviction that her brother bore her no ill will strengthened. Yet, what could be the cause of this situation? After a brief stay in the CI Yuan Hall, Qin Shuhuang did not linger long. After paying her respects at the ancestral hall, she turned to Xiaoqing and said, "I wish to visit my brother's sleeping quarters." Since the late emperor and empress had passed, Qin Shuhuang had taken on the responsibilities of an elder sister. Even though she was only a year older than her brother, she embraced the role of a nurturing figure. Before her marriage, she often assisted in managing her brother and Appo's quarters. So her desire to visit the emperor's chambers was not unreasonable. The emperor had yet to wed, and with no harem, a sister visiting her brother, sharing the same mother, posed no inconvenience. Xiaoqing promptly led Qin Shuhuang to the Funing Hall. Before they could reach it, however, the news had already reached Xiaodong, who was accompanying Qin Shuhuang's brother, Qin Shumin. While stepping out to fetch tea for the emperor, a note was discreetly handed to the head maid, Wei Wei, by a young eunuch. Seizing the opportunity to relieve herself, Xia Qianwei glanced at the note, which contained information from Xiaodong. A slight smirk graced her lips. It seemed the princess's desire to meet the emperor today was, alas, unattainable. After emerging, Xia Qianwei summoned 2 palace maids, issuing a few instructions. The maids hurried away, heading directly towards the Funing Hall. The court discussions continued until 1.5 hours past noon, with Qin Shumin dining in the side hall, deliberating solutions. The court was dominated by those aligned with Qin Wei, and whenever Qin Shumin attempted to employ his own supporters, the seasoned ministers would deftly counter him. By the time the discussions concluded, no agreement had been reached regarding military funding or river management. The esteemed ministers departed the side hall of the Windy Hall one after another. The morning court had commenced early and only concluded in the afternoon, leaving many matters unresolved. Qin Shumin, lacking significant authority, had to navigate the intricate dynamics among the cunning ministers, all while being constrained by the regent, leaving him mentally and physically drained. As the ministers exited, Wei Wei entered with a bowl of red date and lotus seed soup, gently placing it on Qin Shumin's desk. In a soft, soothing voice, she urged, "Your Majesty, please take a moment to enjoy this soup and rest. With so many affairs to attend to, it is impossible to complete them all at once." Qin Shumin rubbed his temples. The delicate fragrance of the lotus seed soup wafted through the air. He had been preoccupied with strategies against the seasoned ministers during lunch, having barely eaten, and now found himself quite hungry. He lifted the bowl and took a few sips. The sweet soup, infused with the unique fragrance of lotus seeds and red dates, soothed his agitated spirit. Perhaps it was due to the constant tension he had been under, but with this sudden relaxation, the warmth of the sweet soup soon enveloped him, and fatigue began to set in. Qin Shumin, a creature of habit, rose to return to the Funing Hall for a midday rest. Just as he was about to summon someone, Wei Wei smiled and advised, "Your Majesty, you appear quite fatigued. It would take a quarter of an hour to return to the Funing Hall. Why not rest here in the Hall of Governance today?" With that, she seemingly nonchalantly glanced at the towering pile of memorials on the emperor's desk. Unable to suppress a large yawn, Qin Shumin considered her suggestion. He waved his hand and replied, "Arrange it for me." Wei Wei promptly ordered the servants to prepare a room in the Hall of Governance for the emperor's rest. Meanwhile, Qin Shuhuang, accompanied by Xiaoqing, arrived outside the Funing Hall. Understanding her brother's habits well, she knew he had developed a routine of taking a midday nap. At this hour, he would surely return to his chambers for a brief rest. Curious, Qin Shuhuang asked Shaoqing, "Does my brother still take his midday naps?" With a smile, Shaoqing replied, "Fortunately, your highness still remembers the emperor. He has not altered his routine. He returns at this time to sleep for a while, sometimes for half an hour or even 2/4. Nodding, Qin Shuhuang approached the Funing Hall. Just as she was about to enter, two gatekeepers suddenly stepped forward to block her path. "Princess, please halt." Qin Shuhuang paused, her gaze coldly scrutinizing the eunuchs who dared to obstruct her. Shaoqing, unable to contain her indignation, demanded, "How dare you? What is the meaning of this?" Chapter 30. The princess's fury. Two gatekeepers bowed respectfully, unperturbed by Shaoqing's stern tone. The chief steward urged patience, explaining that the servants were merely adhering to established protocols. "Your Highness, the Funing Palace is the emperor's private chamber. Even as the emperor's elder sister, you cannot enter without his permission." Shaoqing furrowed his brow, perplexed by the sudden emergence of such a rule regarding Funing Palace. He interrogated the two eunuchs, asking when the emperor had issued such orders. "Are you not aware of the relationship between your highness and the emperor? The emperor is not yet married. As an elder, why should you be barred from his chamber? During your previous stays in the palace, you were never obstructed from entering Funing Palace." One of the eunuchs replied, "This has been the tradition. Although the emperor is not yet married, he has reached adulthood. Marriage is merely a matter of time. When your highness was last in the palace, the emperor had not yet turned 18, and thus there were no such restrictions. If the chief steward believes that elders can freely enter the emperor and Appo's chambers, should not the former empress dowager or princes be allowed the same?" Shaoqing, taken aback by the rebuttal, felt his face flush with anger. He had never realized that the eunuchs of Funing Palace were so eloquent. Qin Shuhuang observed the two eunuchs before her, who, despite not raising their eyes to meet hers, spoke fluently and calmly, exhibiting a composure that belied their status as ordinary eunuchs. Her expression grew increasingly frosty. How had such individuals infiltrated her younger brother and Appo's quarters? From a moment she was halted to the conclusion of Shaoqing and Appo's debate with the eunuchs, she remained silent, merely observing with a cold gaze. Qin Shuhuang discreetly signaled to her attendants, Shirlan and Shiyu, and then suddenly pushed past the two obstructing eunuchs, forcefully entering Funing Palace. The gatekeepers, clearly unprepared for such boldness from the princess, were taken aback when she breached the palace. As if that were not enough, the two maidservants following the princess also shoved the eunuchs aside, causing them to tumble to the ground. By the time they regained their footing, the princess had already entered Funing Palace. Though trained to articulate their arguments, their physical abilities were no greater than those of common eunuchs, and they were not equipped to stop Qin Shuhuang, nor would they dare to use force against her. Just as they were about to rise and pursue her, they were obstructed by a sudden appearance of a junior maidservant. "Enough. There is no need to chase after her. The princess has already entered. Even if you catch up, what difference will it make? Go back." "Yes." Shaoqing followed Qin Shuhuang into the palace. While he felt a sense of relief at her brazen act, he also harbored concerns. Qin Shuhuang scrutinized her brother's quarters, not letting a single detail escape her notice. Everything seemed too peculiar today. In the small garden of Funing Palace, several maidservants were transplanting flowers, while others were changing the gauze curtains near a small pavilion. She furrowed her brow. When had so many maidservants come to her brother and Appo's chamber? Shaoqing, showing no hesitation, replied, "Your Highness, this has occurred recently as the head maidservant Wei Wei selected them. The emperor has not objected to the suggestions made by his advisor." That Wei Wei again, she mused. She could not recall her brother having a maidservant by that name before his marriage. Familiar with the palace, Qin Shuhuang swiftly entered the main hall, noting that while the arrangement was reminiscent of her memories, it was not entirely the same. Funing Palace, originally simple and refreshing, her brother's favored style, now bore a touch of softness and elegance, subtly altered to appeal to feminine tastes. It seemed as though an unseen force was quietly transforming her brother. Though she did not visit Qin Shuhuang's study, she paid particular attention to her brother's bedroom. Upon entering, She was greeted by a fragrant aroma that caused her finely arched brows to knit together. Quickly, she relaxed her expression, slowing her pace to discreetly observe all within her brother's chambers, casually inquiring of Xiaoqing, "When did my brother develop a fondness for incense in his quarters? He never liked it before." Xiaoqing, with a wry smile, explained it was arranged by the head maidservant. The emperor found the scent soothing and approved its use after consulting the imperial physician, who assured us it posed no risk to him. The imperial physician? Is he the head of the palace? She pondered. Could he also be compromised? Qin Shuhuang nodded, withholding further comment. As she stepped into the inner chamber, she inspected her brother's wardrobe, casually glancing over the garments, only to discover a startling scarcity of his everyday attire. The most accessible items were those from years past, including one she had sewn by hand. Turning to Xiaoqing, she inquired about this discrepancy. He answered awkwardly, "The emperor is quite frugal. Aside from the unavoidable ceremonial robes and sacrificial garments, he has foregone common clothing. Given the state of the treasury, he believes it best to save." In truth, Xiaoqing only shared part of the reality. The other half was that Qin Shuhuang had used his private funds to support the princess's estate. Hence his frugality that scarcely resembled that of an emperor. Qin Shuhuang's gaze swept downwards, noticing that her brother's nightclothes were all issued by the tailoring bureau, all in standard style, with not a single garment crafted by another woman's hands. Could it be that her assumptions about the head maidservant were misguided? But if she did not harbor affection, why would she subtly influence her brother? Having personally assisted Qin Shuhuang in tidying his bedroom, Qin Shuhuang then rested in the warm room, awaiting her brother's return from his midday respite. Outside the Qingjin Hall, Xiaoqi received news of Qin Shuhuang's forcible entry into Funing Palace. A maidservant whispered, "Miss, the princess is inspecting the emperor's chamber. Should we stop her?" Xiaoqi shook her head. "No need. Let her look. I do not believe a mere princess can discern anything of significance within the emperor's private quarters. And how does the princess appear? Her countenance is poor. She likely struggles to suppress her rage." Xiaoqi smiled with delight, noting that Qin Shuhuang's nap was nearing its end. She instructed the maidservants quickly, summon the regent. Yes, as the allotted nap time elapsed. Qin Shuhuang had yet to see her brother. Xiaoqing dispatched someone to inquire, returning with an apologetic report. "Your Highness, the emperor is resting in Qingjin Hall today and has not returned to Funing Palace." At this point, Qin Shuhuang had anticipated her brother's absence, feeling little surprise. Yet her face was awash with fury, as if on the verge of an explosive outburst. With a forced calm, she demanded, "Then I shall go to Qingjin Hall." Xiaoqing, feeling increasingly awkward, noticed the princess's displeasure and grew anxious. But the regent has gone to find the emperor, accompanied by the Minister of War, to discuss military affairs. They have forbidden any disturbances. Would your Highness care to wait? Qin Shuhuang suddenly let out a cold laugh. Rising abruptly to sweep the teacups off the small table beside her, her anger boiling over. "Is my brother deliberately avoiding me? He intends to evade me? Very well. I shall not be the one to seek his company. If he does not wish to see me, then I, too, do not wish to see him." As her words echoed, Shirlan and Shiyu grew alarmed, not to mention those nearby attending to Xiaoqing. Chapter 31. Miss Wei Wei. The princess has departed. Shirlan and Shiyu attempted to console Qin Shuhuang, while Xiaoqing offered an explanation. "Your Highness, please forgive me. The princess has not been in good spirits these past few days. I hope you can bear with her." Xiaoqing bowed respectfully to Qin Shuhuang, apologizing. "On behalf of His Majesty, I extend my sincerest apologies. Rest assured, the moment Master returns, I will inform you without delay." Shirlan expressed her gratitude to Xiaoqing, acknowledging his efforts. However, Qin Shuhuang, with a flick of her sleeve, left the Funing Palace with a darkened expression. Xiaoqing followed closely behind, repeatedly offering apologies. But Qin Shuhuang ignored him entirely. After exiting the palace, she boarded a palanquin and swiftly departed the inner court. Xiaoqing stood at the steps, watching her leave, his brow furrowed in concern. The bond between the emperor and the princess was strong. Could it be that the emperor truly bore such anger that he wished to avoid her entirely? In a small chamber adjacent to the Qingjin Hall, a young palace maid hurried in, Xia Qiwai was resting inside when the maid whispered, "Miss Wei Wei, the princess has left." Xia Qiwai and Appo's eyes brightened slightly. "Oh, has she departed so soon?" The maid continued. Before leaving, the princess was quite agitated in the Funing Palace. Her countenance was quite grim. A smile involuntarily crept on Xia Qiwai's lips. "Very well, I understand. You may leave now." Outside, a young eunuch called out, "Miss Wei Wei, the emperor requests your presence to change the tea." "Understood. I shall be there shortly." Xia Qiwai rose, adjusted her hair, and made her way to the Qingjin Hall. After leaving the palace's palanquin, she switched to the carriage of the princess's residence. As the carriage curtains descended, the anger on Qin Shuhuang's face dissipated completely, transforming back into her usual composed demeanor. Shirlan and Shiyu exchanged surprised glances, and Shirlan quietly asked, "Your Highness, are you not angry?" Qin Shuhuang cast a sidelong glance at Shirlan. "Foolish girl, the emperor is my own brother by blood. How could I be so easily provoked?" Hearing this, Shirlan's heart, which had been lifted in anxiety, began to settle. Although her highness held an esteemed position, she was still a princess. In order to live harmoniously, it was imperative not to offend the emperor. Only in this way could she remain the most revered princess of Dawu. "But why did your highness?" Shirlan could not help but inquire. Qin Shuhuang's clear and piercing almond eyes narrowed slightly. "Do you not find today's events rather coincidental? It seems as though someone is deliberately obstructing my meeting with the emperor." With this prompt, Shirlan and Shiyu recalled the various hindrances the princess encountered earlier, resembling the work of a hidden hand attempting to impede her. "Is your highness considering to take advantage of this and expose the individual behind it?" Shiyu proposed. Qin Shuhuang scoffed. "Does one wish to stir trouble near my brother without consulting me first?" Shirlan and Shiyu were taken aback by the treacherous atmosphere within the palace, their expressions turning serious. If the inner court was rife with such covert influences, each seeking to sway the emperor, then their princess and Appo's situation would be increasingly perilous. "Your Highness, shall we return directly to the princess and Appo's residence now?" Shiyu inquired. Qin Shuhuang shook her head. "Not yet. We are going to the Imperial Medical Office. I wish to see Master." Shirlan and Shiyu immediately recalled the head physician there. Although the position was not high, even the head physician held only a 5th-rank title. The princess had studied medicine under him for the sake of the late Empress and Appo's health when she was young. Although she had never formally acknowledged him as a master due to her status, she had long regarded him as such in private. The Imperial Medical Office was not far. It took only a quarter of an hour to reach after exiting the inner palace. Since her marriage, Qin Shuhuang had devoted herself to the Gu family, and her relationship with head physician Song Yuan had grown increasingly distant. This was, after all, the first time in 3 years that Qin Shuhuang had set foot in the Imperial Medical Office. In her past life, after losing power, she had ceased to inquire about the Imperial Medical Office and was unaware of Song Yuan and Appo's ultimate fate. Now, as she was about to meet him again, Qin Shuhuang felt a twinge of anxiety. The Imperial Medical Office appeared unchanged from her recollections, with the princess and Appo's carriage stopping at the entrance. As Qin Shuhuang alighted, the eunuchs at the door widened their eyes in shock, exchanging glances before one approached while another rushed inside to report. A young eunuch bowed deeply. "Your Highness, what brings you here personally? Please come inside." Guided by the young eunuch, Qin Shuhuang entered the Imperial Medical Office. Within moments of settling into the guest chamber, footsteps echoed outside. Soon, a middle-aged physician clad in the head physician and Appo's attire entered, a stranger to her. He greeted her politely. "Long Princess, may you be well. Have you come today with any specific instructions?" Qin Shuhuang scrutinized the unfamiliar face, her voice icy. "Where is head physician Song?" Chapter 32. Although Song Yuan is no longer the director, he remains my master. The middle-aged physician, upon hearing Qin Shuhuang mention this individual, was momentarily taken aback and quickly responded, "Are you here to find Director Song?" Qin Shuhuang merely gazed at him, not deigning to reply. The physician immediately sensed an imposing aura emanating from her. He clasped his hands and, with a quiver in his voice, replied, "Your Highness, Director Song, is no longer at the Imperial Medical Institute." "What? Qin Shuhuang's eyes narrowed sharply, fixing an intense gaze on the physician before her. What is happening? The newly appointed director, who had only recently assumed his position, dared not conceal anything from Qin Shuhuang and divulged all he knew. It turned out that over a month ago, Director Song had visited the Funning Palace to seek the Emperor's well-being and was subsequently stripped of his office, thus expelled from the Imperial Medical Institute. This was the reason the middle-aged physician had become the new director. Qin Shuhuang's scrutiny did not waver. Instead, it deepened. The physician's hands, which hung at his sides, trembled uncontrollably beneath his wide sleeves, and beads of perspiration began to form on his forehead. He dared not meet Qin Shuhuang's gaze, his downcast eyes betraying a flicker of panic. The room fell into a tense silence for a quarter of an hour, during which the physician felt as though his inner garments were drenched with sweat. Suddenly, Qin Shuhuang rose swiftly and exited the Imperial Medical Institute. As soon as she departed, the pressure on the middle-aged physician dissipated in an instant. He straightened up and watched her retreating figure, then summoned a young eunuch and whispered instructions to promptly inform Lady Wei Wei of the Grand Princess's visit to the Imperial Medical Institute. The young eunuch nodded and hurried away. Once inside the carriage, Qin Shuhuang lifted the curtain and instructed Xian Song, gather information about Director Song as swiftly as possible. Xian Song's deep, penetrating gaze reflected a hint of surprise, yet he quickly acquiesced. Qin Shuhuang understood that at this juncture, only the speed of the remnants of the Wang family could surpass that of the regent. Within the carriage, sure you noticed the solemn expression on Qin Shuhuang's face and immediately sought to reassure her. Your Highness, fret not. Since Director Song was merely stripped of his title, he must be in no mortal peril. Qin Shuhuang's brows knitted slightly. While that may have been true, she had come to the Imperial Medical Institute specifically to see Song Yuan. If this news reached the ears of certain individuals, it would become a death knell for Song Yuan. Qin Shuhuang's apprehensions were justified. Upon receiving the news, Xia Qianwei's countenance darkened instantly. She hastily scribbled a note and sent it to the regent's residence. The intelligence network of the Southern Prince proved efficient, soon relaying the location of Song Yuan's residence to Qin Shuhuang. A slender bamboo tube was passed through the carriage window by Xian Song. His deep, resonant voice echoed from outside. Your Highness, I have gathered information. Just as Sherlan reached out to take it, Qin Shuhuang had already snatched the slender bamboo tube. Xian Song felt a cold yet tender finger brush against his own, causing him to momentarily freeze. Then he heard the exchange within the carriage. Your Highness, would you like me to assist you in opening it? A gentle female voice inquired. No need, came the reply. The realization that the one who had received the bamboo tube was none other than the Grand Princess caused a thrill to course through Xian Song, igniting a sensation that electrified his very core, leaving him momentarily breathless. After a brief pause, Xian Song retracted his hand, unable to resist stealing a glance at the finger that had made contact with Qin Shuhuang's. He gently pinched it, as if trying to capture the fleeting sensation of that moment. Once he finished, he raised his head, donning a black hat, and resumed the demeanor of a stoic captain of the guards. Qin Shuhuang cautiously unwrapped the note from the bamboo tube, which contained an address. She promptly instructed the carriage driver to head to that location. The address was situated in the west of the city, in a place called Jujiao Alley. By the time they arrived, half an hour had passed, and dusk was settling in. Jujiao Alley was a hub for common folk. Upon entering the alley and beholding the modest courtyard before her, Qin Shuhuang exhaled a sigh of relief. Thankfully, she had arrived in time. After all, Director Song was her master, and his ability to navigate perilous situations had served him well. Following his dismissal, he did not return to the Song family mansion, but instead chose to reside among the common people. Qin Shuhuang dismounted from the carriage and personally knocked on the old courtyard door. Soon, a voice called out from within, Who is it? Who's there? It was the old medicine servant, Ado. When the door creaked open, Ado stared in astonishment at the figure standing outside, his murky eyes suddenly brightening with recognition. Your Highness, what brings you here? Come in quickly. The master is inside, and he will surely be delighted to see you. Hearing Ado's words, the coldness in Qin Shuhuang's eyes softened considerably. She smiled warmly at the old servant, saying, Ado, It has been a long time. As she stepped into the quaint courtyard, an elderly gentleman emerged, muttering to himself, "Ado, where are you? Have you gone off to slack again?" Clad in a practical outfit and a white overcoat, he was permeated with the scent of herbs and held several prepared medicinal plants in his hands. Upon lifting his head and seeing Qin Shuhuang, he froze, utterly taken aback by her unexpected presence. All traces of coldness vanished from Qin Shuhuang and Appo's demeanor as she hurried over to Song Yuan, respectfully bowing to him. "Master," she exclaimed, reverting to the innocent girl who had once trailed behind him in the Imperial Medical Institute, eager to learn the art of healing. Only then did Song Yuan regain his composure, taking in the grown-up Qin Shuhuang with a misty gaze. Yet, he stammered, "Your Highness, please, I am unworthy. I am but a humble citizen, not deserving of such a title." Qin Shuhuang's radiant smile illuminated her face. "I do not care. Director Song has taught me my skills. And that makes you my master. I shall call you master, master, master." The bitterness in Song Yuan's heart dissipated as he gazed at Qin Shuhuang with a mixture of helplessness and affection. "Your Highness, you remain unchanged, just as you were before. Yet I am no longer the director." Qin Shuhuang took hold of one of Song Yuan and Appo's frail arms. "What does that matter? Though Song Yuan is no longer the director, he is still my master." Song Yuan led Qin Shuhuang into the room of the small courtyard. The abode, nestled among many others, bore no distinction from the typical dwellings of commoners, and was even slightly smaller than its neighboring houses. However, it sufficed for Song Yuan and the old servant, Ado. The courtyard comprised 2 side rooms, one for Song Yuan and one for the old servant, while the remaining rooms served as a kitchen, a pharmacy, and a study, all efficiently arranged. Song Yuan's first wife had passed away, leaving him childless. He later remarried, and though his second wife was healthy, she tragically succumbed during childbirth, leaving behind twin daughters who were frail from birth. Despite Song Yuan's efforts to nurture them, negligence from the family led to their untimely demise. Since then, he had vowed never to remarry and gradually distanced himself from the Song family's main branch. Thus, even after moving here, only the old servant, Ado, remained steadfast by his side. Upon entering the house, Qin Shuhuang grasped Song Yuan's emaciated hand tightly. "Master, you must leave this place with me at once." Chapter 33. The fragrant maid Song Yuan furrowed his brow immediately. "Your Highness, what is the matter?" "Master, trust me. I will explain everything once we leave this place," Qin Shuhuang replied. The urgency etched on Qin Shuhuang's face was genuine, devoid of deceit. After all, over the years, she had never once lied to him. Song Yuan quickly made a decision. "Ado, gather the important items. We must depart at once." "Yes, my lord." Old Ado moved swiftly and soon returned from the inner room with 2 bundles and 2 wooden boxes. The personal guards behind Qin Shuhuang took the wooden boxes from Ado's hands, and Qin Shuhuang assisted Song Yuan as they exited the small courtyard and boarded the carriage. No sooner had Qin Shuhuang's party departed than the sound of urgent hoofbeats echoed through the alley. Horses came to a stop outside the small courtyard where Song Yuan resided, and a squad of robust, cold-faced black-clad guards dismounted. The leader of the black-clad guards beckoned to the others, several of whom quickly flanked the back door and surrounding area to prevent anyone within from escaping in haste. Once the perimeter was secured, the leader of the black-clad guards approached and knocked on the courtyard door. After several attempts with no response, his expression turned cold as he commanded his subordinates to kick the door down. With a resounding crash, the already worn door gave way. The guard who had kicked it open quickly reported back, "Captain, the door was bolted from the inside. It seems someone is still inside." "Search," the guard captain ordered. Instantly, the black-clad guards surged into the courtyard, filling the space, while a few entered the house to conduct a search. The courtyard bore signs of recent habitation. Even the teacups on the table were still warm. Yet, despite thoroughly scouring the area, no one could be found. Frustration darkened the guard captain's face. After leaving 2 men to monitor the vicinity, he promptly returned to report back. Meanwhile, as soon as the group departed, Xiansong received news from his subordinates. "Your Highness, after we left, someone went to the small courtyard of the Song envoy." Xiansong's expression turned grim. "Investigate." I want to know who sent people to capture individuals from the Song envoy's courtyard by tomorrow. Understood. The reporting subordinate discreetly retreated. When Song Yuan was assisted down from the carriage, he was taken aback to find himself at the residence of the Grand Princess. He glanced up at the imposing plaque of the Grand Princess and Appo's estate, and then turned to Qin Shuhuang beside him, opening his mouth to inquire, but ultimately refrained. Qin Shuhuang had arrived at Song Yuan's small courtyard, just as dusk was settling. Now, as they returned to the Grand Princess's residence, night had fully descended. She instructed Qiyu to notify the kitchen to prepare Song Yuan and Appo's favorite dishes to be served in the front hall. After sharing a delightful dinner with Song Yuan, they moved to the study for a more detailed discussion. In the study, Qin Shuhuang personally poured tea for Song Yuan and then asked Master, "How did you suddenly lose your position?" "I visited the Imperial Medical Institute today, and the head of the institute has already been replaced." Song Yuan replied with a bitter smile, shaking his head in resignation. "To be honest, I have no idea what happened." Afterward, he had even tried to use old connections to inquire further, but to no avail. Song Yuan's response surprised Qin Shuhuang. He never lied, especially not in front of her, and she believed wholeheartedly in his honesty. Furrowing her brows, she asked, "Were you dismissed after checking the prince's pulse for peace?" Song Yuan nodded. "Master, please recount the events of those days in detail." Song Yuan was passionate about medicine, and to achieve the esteemed position at the Imperial Medical Institute, he possessed both intelligence and emotional acumen. Otherwise, he would not have successfully navigated the treacherous palace. After his dismissal, he had meticulously reflected on the events of those days. He had suspicions in his heart, though he could not confirm them. Thus, when Qin Shuhuang inquired, Song Yuan promptly recounted everything that had transpired. During that period, he had only visited Qin Shumin to check her pulse for peace on one day. For the preceding days, he had been engrossed in formulating prescriptions at the Imperial Medical Institute. To ascertain the properties of several medicinal herbs, he had not even returned home, instead residing in the Institute's quarters. If anything had gone awry, it would likely have been on the day he checked Qin Shumin's pulse. That day, he had been summoned to see the Emperor. Though young, the Emperor was approachable, particularly toward those close to him. He had arrived shortly after Song Yuan, who had been timely for the scheduled appointment to check the pulse at the specified hour. The Emperor and Appo's health was stable, much like before, though his vitality was slightly more robust due to his youth. Song Yuan advised the Emperor and Appo's close attendant, "Just ensure His Majesty maintains a normal diet. There is no need for excessive tonics." Afterward, he withdrew with his medical kit. Exiting the main hall of Funning Palace, a maid passed by, carrying a tray and wafting a fragrant breeze. Upon catching the scent, Song Yuan paused, pondering for a moment, and then furrowed his brow tightly. Although he could not immediately identify the specific herbs in the fragrance, he discerned that excessive use would be detrimental to one and Appo's health, especially for men. With a physician's compassionate heart, before the maid could distance herself, Song Yuan called out to her. The head of the Imperial Medical Institute held a rank significantly higher than that of maid. The maid halted and looked at him, not bowing, but rather regarding him with a scrutinizing gaze. Though Song Yuan was older, he did not contest with the youthful maid before him. He cautioned her, "Miss, the fragrance you wear is harmful to your health. It would be wise to refrain from using it in the future." The young maid, taken aback by his words, expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, sir, for your reminder. I shall heed your advice and refrain from using it again." Seeing her understanding, Song Yuan nodded in satisfaction and left Funning Palace with his medical kit. 3 days later, he was abruptly dismissed from his position, and another physician took his place. After hearing this, Qin Shuhuang asked, "Master, do you recall the appearance of that maid?" Song Yuan shook his head. His thoughts were consumed by medicine, and he was somewhat face-blind, especially regarding a maid he had only briefly encountered. Noting Song Yuan and Appo's response, Qin Shuhuang remained unhurried. She produced a silk handkerchief from her sleeve and handed it to him. "Master, take a look and see if this is the scent you detected." Opening the handkerchief, Song Yuan found a fragment of incense cake, no larger than a fingernail, in deep brown. As he leaned in to sniff it, his eyes widened in surprise. "Your Highness, where did this come from? It bears that very scent." Though he struggled with recognizing faces, his years of immersion in medicinal herbs had honed his sense of smell to an acute sensitivity. He could confirm that the small piece of incense cake in his hand matched precisely the fragrance he had detected on the maid that day. Qin Shuhuang and Amp Appo's expression darkened instantly. This piece of incense cake had been stealthily extracted from the Emperor and Amp Appo's funning palace. "Master, can you discern the components of this incense cake?" While Song Yuan generously imparted his knowledge to Qin Shuhuang, she, in turn, did not disappoint him in her progress. Yet, she still could not rival his extensive experience, as he devoted nearly all his time to the study of various medicinal substances. Song Yuan examined the incense cake closely, realizing it would take several days to analyze. At this juncture, even he understood that his sudden dismissal was likely linked to the maid. Rather than rush to uncover the truth, he was eager to investigate the small piece of incense cake in hand. As he meticulously observed it, Qin Shuhuang unexpectedly coughed softly and inquired, "Master, do you still remember the seven-star goo?" Chapter 34. The poison in the Remnant King, the seven-star goo, is not merely a form of insect, but a chronic poison that ravages both the body and the visage of its victim. If the poison is detected without identifying the goo, treating the poison without removing the goo is futile. It may only yield temporary relief. Over time, the goo, when stimulated, secretes even more toxins, which paradoxically shortens the duration of the affliction. To cure the seven-star goo, one must first extract the goo before addressing the poison. Fortunately, the seven-star goo on Xiansong was discovered in time, having not yet exceeded a decade. Otherwise, even if Qin Shuhuang possessed the ability to heal, prolonged exposure would lead to the toxin permeating the heart, and Xiansong's lifespan would be severely compromised. Recalling her previous life, Qin Shuhuang remembered how quickly Xiansong's prowess diminished after her downfall, eventually rendering him incapable of defeating even the ordinary guards around Gu Hongqiao. He had saved her multiple times, only to have his legs broken by Gu Hongqiao. In the twilight of his life, he had approached her, and, as he held her, she felt his once robust frame had withered to little more than bones. All of this was the consequence of the seven-star goo. After her departure, her brother, the Remnant King, would not have long to live. The seven-star goo is a secret poison from the deep mountains of Lingnan, passed down by the Jiang people. How could her brother have fallen victim to such a curse, were it not for Song Yuan and Appo's penchant for studying various medicinal properties and his extensive collection of medical texts, and Qin Shuhuang and Appo's own interest in such literature? They would never have been able to discern that the affliction plaguing the Remnant King was a curse. Even now, if the finest physician of Dao Wu were to examine him, it is likely he would remain oblivious. This underscores the malice of the one who cast the goo. Song Yuan was taken aback by Qin Shuhuang's inquiry about the seven-star goo. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded. The medical text on the seven-star goo was a gift from an old man I saved during my travels in the southern frontier in my youth. He bestowed upon me a sheepskin scroll, much of which has faded over time. I spent 6 months in the southern regions, personally seeking the old man's guidance to transcribe the contents of that scroll into a book. Now, over 40 years have passed. The old man has likely departed from this world. "Master, do you still possess that medical text?" "Indeed, Adu retrieved it. It lies within my wooden chest." As Song Yuan spoke, he instructed the elderly Adu to bring the chest inside. He personally unearthed the medical text and handed it to Qin Shuhuang. Upon receiving the book, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Time was of the essence. Song Yuan, having aged and traveled extensively, needed rest. Qin Shuhuang arranged for him to stay in the courtyard of the Princess Chong and Appo's residence, assigning maidservants to attend to him. Upon returning to Yuanshan Garden, she summoned Xiansong. "Xiansong, deliver this brocade box to Shaoqing and instruct him to discreetly hand it to the inner minister, who shall then pass it on to the emperor. Additionally, assist me in inquiring about the appearance of the esteemed Lady Wei Wei." As she entrusted the brocade box to Xiansong, she deliberately opened it, revealing its contents: a deep pine green male Taoist robe, painstakingly crafted by Qin Shuhuang over a long period, accompanied by a letter addressed to Qin Shuman. Qin Song was momentarily taken aback, realizing that this garment, made by Qin Shuhuang's own hands, was not intended for Gu Hongqiao, but for the emperor. He lowered his gaze and promptly agreed to her instructions before setting forth to fulfill her requests. Upon exiting the main hall, Qin Song suddenly sensed that, unbeknownst to him, Qin Shuhuang had grown increasingly reliant on him. She no longer hesitated to involve him in her affairs, entrusting him with significant tasks. Did she not fear that he might harbor inappropriate thoughts? Clenching his fists tightly, he stifled the surging desires within his chest, his gaze deepening with inscrutable intent. During dinner, Qin Shumin, weary from the day's exertions, lacked an appetite and had only taken a few bites before requesting the meal to be cleared. He pondered his sister and Appo's abrupt return to the Princess Chong and Appo's residence and her dealings with the Xia family regarding her land, growing increasingly agitated. Noticing Qin Shumin and Appo's lack of appetite, the attendant Xia Qianwei waved her hand to signal the eunuchs and maidservants to clear the table. She personally brought a bowl of bird and Appo's nest porridge to Qin Shumin, gently urging, "Your Majesty, if you cannot eat a full meal, perhaps you might indulge in some porridge." The modest bowl of porridge, fragrant and adorned with 2 bright red goji berries, was visually enticing. Qin Shumin glanced at the serene and elegant Xia Qianwei and, acquiescing to her suggestion, lifted the bowl to savor a few spoonfuls. Upon finishing, Xia Qianwei smiled with delight. "Qianwei, do you have any reports for me today?" he inquired casually. With a respectful bow, Xia Qianwei replied softly like a spring breeze, "Your Majesty, today, the Princess Chong entered the palace." The weariness in Qin Shumin's eyes dissipated at this news. His sister had come to see him. He hastily asked, "Where is she?" "Summon her at once." Xia Qianwei's face fell with regret. "The Princess Chong has already departed." Qin Shumin could scarcely believe it. "What? Departed? I have yet to see her." Immediately, Xia Qianwei knelt, her forehead pressing against the carpet, filled with remorse as she pleaded, "Your Majesty, it was my actions that displeased the Princess Chong, provoking her anger and causing her to leave. Please punish me. I will accept any consequence." Qin Shumin regarded the sincerely contrite Xia Qianwei, furrowing his brow. "Do not hastily take the blame for this. Tell me what transpired with my sister in the palace today. I shall discern the truth." "Yes," Xia Qianwei replied humbly. "The Princess Chong entered the palace in the morning. When she arrived, Your Majesty, you were in court. Growing impatient, she went to Tsiyuan Hall, and, after a brief stay, proceeded to your Funing Palace. At the entrance of Funing Palace, she was halted by the gatekeeper, who informed her that the emperor's quarters were not to be entered indiscriminately. However, the princess would not listen and forced her way inside. I had just freed myself to attend to her, intending to invite her to the Qingjin Hall to meet you, but before I could arrive, the princess suddenly erupted in fury at Funing Palace, stating, Qin Shumin and Appo's expression darkened as he interrupted. "What did my sister say?" Xia Qianwei shut her eyes. Recalling Qin Shuhuang's words, the Princess Chong declared that you had deliberately avoided her, that she would not deign to offer warmth to a cold shoulder, and that she had no desire to meet you. With that, the princess had stormed off in a huff. Upon hearing this, Qin Shumin and Appo's demeanor grew even more somber. Did she leave the palace directly after that? Xia Qianwei shook her head. She went to the Imperial Medical Bureau. Qin Shumin was aware that Song Yuan, the head of the Imperial Medical Bureau, was akin to a mentor to his sister, yet upon hearing Xia Qianwei mention the bureau, an unwarranted jealousy for Song Yuan welled within him. Was she visiting Song Yuan specifically, with him merely an afterthought? Did she harbor no thoughts of her brother? Unbeknownst to him, Qin Shumin and Appo's fist had tightened, and he took a deep breath, suddenly realizing that his sister had changed. She was no longer the sister he once knew. Her gaze was now solely fixed on the Gu family and Gu Hongqiao, seemingly disregarding her own brother entirely. Chapter 35. The gift from Her Highness, the eldest princess. How could the former elder sister have entered the palace to meet him without even a moment's pause? She flaunted her status, throwing tantrums as if she were above reproach. It was not that he deliberately avoided her. He was simply ensnared by his ministers, particularly Qin Wei, and was momentarily unable to extricate himself. Although he felt immense frustration, Qin Shuhuang did not hastily place the entirety of the blame on Qin Shuhuang. The sister, he remembered, was not one to be unreasonable. With a cold tone, he inquired, "Were there any witnesses present?" Xiao Qianwei responded, "Xiao Dong was there. The emperor may inquire with him." Summoned Xiao Dong. Xiao Dong, who had been brought out by Xiao Rang and had served by his side for quite some time, would not lie. He soon entered, bowing his head and averting his gaze as he stood before Qin Shuhuang. Qin Shuhuang instructed Xiao Qianwei to withdraw first, and then proceeded to question Xiao Dong alone. The conclusion he reached mirrored Xiao Qianwei's account, plunging Qin Shuhuang into profound disappointment. His sister had indeed changed. She had become someone entirely different. When Xiao Qianwei was summoned back in, Qin Shuhuang took a deep breath and addressed her. "Today's affair is not your fault. It is my sister's capriciousness. I do not hold you accountable. You may leave. I wish to be alone for a while." At his words, a flicker of triumph crossed Xiao Qianwei and Oppo's downcast eyes. She obediently replied, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your forgiveness. I shall take my leave." She exited the main hall, followed by Xiao Dong. At the hour of Xiao Rang had returned from outside the palace. After freshening up, he was preparing for rest when a young eunuch entered to report, "Master, Xiao Qing urgently seeks an audience." Xiao Rang rubbed his forehead and muttered, "That damn boy. Let him in." Before long, Xiao Qing entered, holding a brocade box. Upon seeing the item in his hands, Xiao Rang jested, "You come to see me at this late hour. It wouldn't be a gift for your godfather, would it?" Xiao Qing raised his head, his expression grave as he glanced toward the standing young eunuch. Xiao Rang furrowed his brow. Although Xiao Qing appeared more vivacious than Xiao Dong, he was, in reality, far more composed and resolute. This demeanor suggested that something of great importance was indeed at hand. He waved the young eunuch out, instructing him to guard the door. Once the eunuch had departed, Xiao Rang approached Xiao Qing, hands clasped behind his back, and inquired, "What is it, you rascal?" Xiao Qing handed the brocade box to Xiao Rang, stating, "Godfather, this was secretly sent by Her Highness the eldest princess for you to personally deliver to the emperor." "The eldest princess?" Xiao Rang replied. "Didn't she just unleash her fury in the Funing Palace today, declaring that she wished to see the emperor no more? Why then has she sent something privately?" Xiao Qing explained, "Today, I accompanied Her Highness, who genuinely wished to meet the emperor. However, various obstacles arose. Initially, I could not comprehend why she suddenly erupted in anger in the Funing Palace. Yet, upon her discreet dispatch of a messenger, it became clear. Her anger was a spectacle intended for those who sought to provoke her. She wished for the emperor to see through those hidden instigators surrounding him. In order to rectify the situation, Xiao Qing recounted all that had transpired while attending to Qin Shuhuang, adding that the eldest princess had mentioned that if Godfather was concerned about the contents of the brocade box, he could inspect them first. Xiao Rang had not anticipated that so much had occurred during his day of running errands for the emperor outside the palace. Realization dawned upon him, and his expression turned grave. Could today's events have been part of a larger scheme? He took the brocade box, placing it under the light on the table, and opened it personally. Inside lay a newly crafted male Taoist robe, in the emperor and Oppo's favored deep pine green. He examined the embroidery and stitching closely, immediately recognizing that this garment had been handcrafted by Qin Shuhuang. Before her marriage, Qin Shuhuang had made half of Qin Shuhuang and Oppo's as casual robes, and Xiao Rang, having served closely, was well aware of this. Alongside the robe was a letter. He pinched it, then held it under the light, thin and unembellished, without any hidden agendas. If the eldest princess was unafraid of his scrutiny, it must be genuine. He closed the brocade box and paced the table. Clenching his fist, he asked Xiao Qing, "Are you certain you informed Xiao Dong at that time?" Xiao Qing nodded. "Yes, I told him face to face." "Very well, you may leave. I know what must be done. You must act as if you know nothing. Do not divulge a word to anyone." "Understood, Godfather." In Funing Palace, Qin Shuhuang found himself once again unable to sleep. He tossed and turned, then suddenly sat up, dressed quickly, and hastened toward Siyuan Palace. Xiao Dong, on night duty, promptly followed him. Outside Siyuan Palace, Qin Shuhuang halted and instructed the following Xiao Dong and others. You all stay here. Do not enter. Xiao Dong complied, standing guard at the palace entrance. Inside the main hall, Qin Shuhuang found a wooden box and began tossing in the toys he had played with alongside his sister during their childhood. As he gathered these toys, his eyes subtly grew moist and red. At that moment, Xiao Rang arrived at Siyuan Palace. Upon seeing him, Xiao Dong paused briefly, rushing over to bow. Godfather, what brings you here at this late hour? Xiao Rang gestured for Xiao Dong to remain quiet, his expression strained. I encountered some matters outside the palace today that require urgent reporting to the emperor. You may leave. I shall keep watch here until morning. Xiao Dong hesitated, stealing a glance at Xiao Rang, who revealed no sign of distress. Fearing that Xiao Rang might discern something, Xiao Dong respectfully nodded. Yes, Godfather, I will return early tomorrow. If anything arises, please send someone to find me. I can return swiftly. After Xiao Dong left, Xiao Rang then sought an audience with the emperor. As Xiao Rang entered the presence of the emperor, holding the brocade box, he happened upon Qin Shuhuang placing the childhood toys into the wooden box. Xiao Rang was taken aback, instantly understanding the situation. Hearing the footsteps, Qin Shuhuang turned to look, his voice slightly hoarse. Why have you come at this hour? Not resting well after returning to the palace? Xiao Rang approached and knelt, placing the brocade box before Qin Shuhuang. What is this? Qin Shuhuang furrowed his brow in inquiry. Your Majesty, please take a look. Qin Shuhuang's gaze shifted from Xiao Rang to the brocade box before him. Its exterior bore no distinction, and he gently opened it. The moment he beheld its contents, he froze in place, his hands reaching out eagerly to touch the pristine garments within, meticulously examining the embroidery. A wave of poignant emotion surged from his heart, causing his eyes to glisten. This is my sister's craftsmanship. Xiao Rang bowed his head, stating, Your Majesty, this is a gift from Her Highness, the eldest princess, entrusted to this humble servant for delivery. Chapter 36. Gu Hongqiao's apology. Qin Shuhuang gently traced the patterns on his robe, and upon noticing a letter beside him, he eagerly opened it to read. The contents were scant, yet he swiftly absorbed them, his initial frown gradually dissipating, only to be replaced by a profound sense of worry and indignation. Moments later, Qin Shuhuang cast the letter into the brazier, striding back and forth in the grand hall while draped in the garment crafted by Qin Shuhuang. The youth had matured into a young man, and the oversized robe fitted him perfectly. A flicker of dark light crossed Qin Shuhuang's eyes as he addressed Xiao Rang. Ensure that these childhood toys of mine and my sister's are safely stored in the private treasury. Additionally, discreetly investigate Xiao Dong. Report to me immediately upon your findings. Xiao Rang recognized the gravity of the situation. Convinced of the issues surrounding the godson, he personally brought forth. When a master spoke, he would undoubtedly delve deeper into the investigation. The following day, Xiao Dong arrived early to replace Xiao Rang. He discovered that the emperor's old toys in the Siyuan palace had vanished, and Xiao Rang appeared weary and troubled. Godfather, I am here to relieve you. Please return and rest, Xiao Dong suggested. Xiao Rang sighed, patting Xiao Dong's shoulder, cautioning him to be particularly attentive. As the emperor was still displeased with Princess Qin Shuhuang, Xiao Dong, taken aback, complied. After passing on his instructions, Xiao Rang departed with the assistance of a young eunuch. Observing Xiao Rang's retreating figure, Xiao Dong finally relaxed after a night of trepidation. A nearby young eunuch remarked, compared to Xiao Qing, the inner officials clearly hold you in higher regard. Xiao Dong merely smiled faintly in response. Early in the morning, as Qin Shuhuang stepped out of her chamber, she encountered Qian Song, who was stationed at her door. She hesitated momentarily, about to inquire, when Qian Song presented her with a painting. Your Highness, this is the portrait you requested. Taking the painting, Qin Shuhuang slowly unfurled it, and upon recognizing the visage depicted, her almond-shaped eyes widened in disbelief. This was not merely Lady Wei Wei, but rather the empress of her past life, Xia Qianwei, daughter of the Xia family. Qin Shuhuang and Appo's grip tightened around the portrait, her veins standing out in agitation. She had never anticipated that Xia Qianwei had infiltrated the palace even before the grand selection, becoming the sole lady-in-waiting by the emperor's side. No wonder the emperor chose her as empress despite knowing her true identity. Though Xinsong kept his head lowered, he attentively monitored Qin Shuhuang's changing expression. Noticing her distress, he could not help but reassure her, "Your Highness, please do not worry. I've already uncovered her identity." Qin Shuhuang, brought back to reality by his voice, glanced at his sharply defined features. Previously unnoticed, she now observed that beneath his pale complexion lay dark circles, clearly indicating a lack of rest. Realizing that Xinsong must have labored tirelessly to procure Xia Qianwei's portrait, perhaps having gone a night without sleep to fulfill her request, Qin Shuhuang felt a surge of both gratitude and guilt. Xinsong then handed her a small note. "Your Highness, this is what I have discovered." Qin Shuhuang accepted the note, but refrained from opening it immediately, instructing Xinsong, "You should rest. Do not appear before me unless you are well." Xinsong, surprised by her concern, looked up momentarily before quickly averting his gaze, fearful she might glimpse the scar beneath his fringe. "Yes, I will rest at once," he replied, swallowing hard. Satisfied with his compliance, Qin Shuhuang later instructed Shiryu to deliver breakfast to Xinsong alone, typically abstaining from food before resting. Xinsong surprisingly devoured the breakfast sent by Qin Shuhuang, leaving not a crumb behind. The two guards stationed at the entrance were astonished, wondering if the meals from the princess's residence were superior to those from the northern king's kitchen. They had previously urged their master to rest, yet their pleas were in vain. This morning, a single word from the princess had compelled him to comply. After enjoying her own breakfast, Qin Shuhuang first visited Song Yuan, then returned to her study to examine the book he had provided regarding the seven-star gu. To eradicate the seven-star gu, a rare medicinal herb known as seven-star grass from the southern wilderness was required. This precious herb, found deep within the forests of the south, needed to be used within 2 days of harvesting, or it would lose its potency. In addition to the seven-star grass, a unique acupuncture technique was necessary to extract the gu. Furrowing her brow, Qin Shuhuang realized that to completely eliminate the poison afflicting her brother, a journey to the south was inevitable. For now, she could only manage the spread of the toxin. Fortunately, Song Yuan was knowledgeable about various antidotes, and temporarily staving off the poison was well within his capabilities. Qin Shuhuang felt a slight relief when Shirlan hurried in to report, "Your Highness, the Duke has arrived and is requesting an audience at the door." "Gu Hongqiao." Qin Shuhuang questioned her own hearing. In her previous life, Gu Hongqiao had always held himself above her, never acknowledging her despite her noble status. It was always she who sought him out, often met with closed doors. Now, he was seeking her out. However, she had no desire to meet him. "I shall not see him," Qin Shuhuang replied coldly, as Shirlan prepared to convey her message. The courtyard became lively. Furrowing her brows, Qin Shuhuang rose to investigate. To her surprise, Gu Hongqiao had entered the princess's residence, accompanied by numerous attendants and guards, all bearing gifts. Soon, a substantial pile of offerings began to accumulate beside him. The palace guards had never witnessed such a spectacle, allowing Gu Hongqiao to seize the opportunity and intrude upon Qin Shuhuang's domain. Upon seeing her emerge, Gu Hongqiao approached with alacrity. Dressed in a flowing white robe and adorned with a jade crown, he possessed a striking appearance. Lowering his proud head before her, his voice resonated with sincerity, reminiscent of the noblest gentleman. "Your Highness, I acknowledge my previous missteps and humbly request your forgiveness. Please accompany me back to my residence. These gifts are my tokens of apology. I implore you to accept them." Qin Shuhuang glanced at the mountainous pile of gifts, quickly spotting a painting of pine and crane symbolizing longevity alongside several bolts of fabric. The painting was part of her dowry, while the fabric was a tribute from the Weaving Bureau, a portion of her annual allocation from the palace. Now, Gu Hongqiao presented them to her as an apology. Did he not find this absurd? Chapter 37. Losing both the lady and the troops upon hearing Gu Hongqiao's words. Shirlan and Shiyu, who were beside Qin Shuhuang, cast worried glances at her. Although the princess had already severed ties with the Gu family, she had been infatuated with the prince consort for a long time. Now that he was humbling himself before her for the first time, what if she softened and fell back into the Gu family's trap? Shirlan and Shiyu were filled with concern, but dared not interfere with Qin Shuhuang's decision, merely watching anxiously from the sidelines. Noticing the change in their expressions from the corner of her eye, Qin Shuhuang smiled wryly to herself. If she had not awakened after experiencing such a past life, then her existence would have been in vain. Xiansong had barely rested for a few moments when he was roused by his personal guard. He opened his weary eyes, casting an irritable glance at the guard beside him. The guard, with a nervous twitch of his mouth, spoke in a hushed tone, "My lord, the prince consort has arrived, bringing many gifts, and is currently in the princess's courtyard." Instantly shaken from his fatigue, Xiansong's eyes gleamed with a dangerous light, and he rose immediately, striding towards Qin Shuhuang's courtyard, with the personal guard hurriedly trailing behind him. Soon, Xiansong arrived at a corner of the Yuanshan garden. This particular location offered a unique vantage point, allowing him to observe the happenings in the courtyard and corridor without being easily detected. He paused there, noticing the pile of gifts brought by Gu Hongqiao, and overheard everything the prince consort said. Instantly, his fists clenched tightly. The personal guard beside him broke into a cold sweat for his lord. After all, there had been a slight chance for his master to remain close to the princess. But now the prince consort had come personally to apologize. Given the princess's feelings for him, it was unlikely she would withstand the temptation for long and would soon forgive him, leaving Xiansong with no opportunity whatsoever. Unbeknownst to Qin Shuhuang, Xiansong had already arrived nearby. She was focused on the seemingly affectionate Gu Hongqiao. Had it been her previous life, she would have likely forgiven him by now. But she was no longer that person. His apology only made her feel more disgusted by his insincerity. Her expression remained unchanged as she coldly regarded him, as if observing a clown putting on a desperate performance. Gu Hongqiao, sensing her silence, felt his expression shift slightly. He had not anticipated Qin Shuhuang would become so difficult to placate. Narrowing his eyes, he refused to give up. His father was right. He was the prince consort, a fact that could not be altered. For the sake of the Gu family and himself, he must persevere. Once the Gu family regained power, he could punish Qin Shuhuang as he pleased. Taking a couple of steps forward, Gu Hongqiao bowed slightly, his body still stiff from recent punishment, causing his smile to falter momentarily. "As long as Princess Shuhuang returns to my residence with me, I shall stay in your chamber for the next month, consummating our marriage, and ensure you bear my legitimate child." As he spoke, his eyes brimmed with determination. Hadn't Qin Shuhuang longed to consummate their marriage? He had now acquiesced, promising her a child. Surely, with her base nature, she would agree forthwith, eager to return to his abode and share a bed. Before Qin Shuhuang could respond, Xiansong's expression darkened significantly. His hand, resting on the hilt of his sword, tensed, veins bulging. He could not help but fix his gaze on Qin Shuhuang's face, his body taut as a drawn bowstring. Qin Shuhuang was taken aback by Gu Hongqiao's shamelessness in making such a declaration before her. Initially surprised, her expression gradually morphed into one of disdain. Standing high on the corridor, she looked down at Gu Hongqiao and suddenly scoffed. "Gu Hongqiao, do you hold yourself in such high regard? To consummate our marriage and bear your child? I fear the purity of my bloodline would be tainted." Her words struck Gu Hongqiao like a sharp blade, shattering his confidence into fragments that fell around him. He stared at her in disbelief, struggling to regain his voice. Shaking with rage, he pointed a trembling finger at her, his eyes bloodshot. "Qin Shuhuang, my willingness to consummate our marriage is a sign of respect for you. Do not think you can push your luck. Let me be clear, do not harm Ling Ge. I will not allow you to lay a finger on her." "Huh?" Qin Shuhuang almost laughed aloud. It appeared Gu Hongqiao still failed to recognize his own insignificance. He believed she was envious of Bai Ling's child, while in her eyes, he was less than a foul stone. All she felt for him now was hatred and disgust, devoid of any lingering positive sentiment. Turning away, she commanded coldly, "Expel the prince consort. He is not permitted to enter the princess's residence in the future." As soon as she finished speaking, Xiansong and his guard appeared in the courtyard, swiftly forcing Gu Hongqiao and his entourage outside. Little did Gu Hongqiao know that in his lowered demeanor, Qin Shuhuang not only showed no gratitude, but also humiliated him. In a fit of rage, he shouted, "Qin Shuhuang, you will regret this. Let me tell you, No matter what you do, I will never love you. My heart belongs only to Ling Ge. You better not think of harming her. I will protect her." Before he could finish, Xiansong's foot met his abdomen, forcing all remaining words back down his throat, leaving him speechless. Shortly thereafter, the crimson gates of the princess's residence slammed shut before Gu Hongqiao, expelling him and his guards in a most undignified manner. Gu Hongqiao's face darkened to an extreme. Not only had he failed to reclaim Qin Shuhuang, but the gifts he brought were also confiscated by her. A guard beside him cautiously inquired, "Young master, what shall we do next?" Clenching his fists tightly, Gu Hongqiao vented his frustration with a kick aimed at the guard. The guard stumbled back, refraining from asking another question. Gu Hongqiao soon returned to the Gu residence, but without bringing Qin Shuhuang along. The news quickly reached Madame Gu's ears. Her heart sank, according to her expectations. The princess adored her son. A few flattering words should have easily swayed her. Why was the outcome so different from her expectations? Pacing back and forth in her room, Madame Gu realized the gravity of the situation. The Gu family could not afford to lose the princess's support at this critical juncture. Was it possible that Qin Shuhuang was displeased with the gifts her son had brought today and still harbored grievances over Bailinga's child? Chapter 38. Has the phoenix arrived? In the Yuanxiang garden of the Princess Chang's residence, Rueha followed Qin Shuhuang into the flower hall and quietly inquired, "Your Highness, what about the gifts brought by the prince consort?" Qin Shuhuang scoffed, "Those are all mine to begin with, so there is no need for their return. Just catalog them properly, and if any can be sold, do so promptly to convert them into silver." Rueha found herself puzzled over why the princess required such a vast amount of silver, but as the princess remained silent, she refrained from asking further, content to comply with her directives. With the prince consort expelled and the gifts left behind, it could be said that he had suffered a double loss. Much to the delight of Shirlan and Shiyu, they relished the irony of the prince consort and the Gu family, who had previously exploited the princess, now facing their just deserts. However, it was evident that the princess was not indifferent to her dowry. Exchanging glances, Shirlan and Shiyu volunteered, "Your Highness, since you have now moved to the Princess Chang's residence, perhaps we could arrange for your dowry to be transported here as well. It is unwise to leave it in the Gu residence, where it might be mishandled. Those items were meticulously prepared for you by the late Emperor and Empress, and they hold immeasurable value." Qin Shuhuang picked up a medical book bestowed by Song Yuan, and upon hearing Shirlan and Shiyu and Appo's suggestion, she chuckled coldly, "There is no rush. It is still too early. Madame Gu will voluntarily return the missing dowry to me." Shirlan and Shiyu exchanged astonished looks, harboring doubts about Qin Shuhuang's assertion. Could someone as avaricious as Madame Gu truly be expected to return the appropriated dowry? Regardless, since the princess had spoken, Shirlan and Shiyu felt it unwise to press the matter further. Qin Shuhuang shifted her attention and inquired, "Has Madame Rong sent an invitation for the chrysanthemum banquet?" Madame Rong, a title conferred by the late emperor, was a maternal aunt to both Qin Shuhuang and Qin Shuming. Unfortunately, her fate had been rather cruel. Despite being married to a noble, she had lost him to war at a young age, leaving her without children. Madame Rong had always been in poor health, and the loss of her husband had only exacerbated her condition, confining her to her sickbed. The Du family, eager to seize her title, employed nefarious tactics that nearly led to her demise. It was only through the steadfast support of the Empress Dowager that Madame Rong retained her title, which in turn solidified her position against the Du family schemes. Far from being a mere pawn, Madame Rong leveraged her title to secure her standing and, through adoption, nurtured a child, gradually consolidating power over the Du family's influence over 5 years, all while raising her child. After the passing of both the late emperor and empress, it was Madame Rong's care that allowed the Qin siblings to grow up safely. Yet, her frail health limited her energy, and, as the siblings matured, they faced increasing restrictions from Regent Qin Wei, who sought to drive a wedge between them and Madame Rong. When Qin Shuhuang insisted on marrying Gu Hongqiao, Madame Rong had opposed the union, but Qin Shuhuang disregarded her counsel, leaving Madame Rong distressed and leading to a rift between them. Despite this, every festival, Madame Rong would send gifts through her adopted son Du Qinglin, and extend invitations for significant gatherings, though Qin Shuhuang consistently declined to attend. Shirlan and Shiyu had never anticipated that there would come a day when the princess would inquire about an invitation from Madame Rome. Both were taken aback, but Shirlan quickly regained her composure and replied, "Your Highness, the invitation was received just a few days ago, but you have never attended Madame Rome's banquets, so I did not mention it. When is the chrysanthemum banquet?" Upon Shirlan's quick search through the invitation, she awkwardly reported, "Your Highness, it is today." Qin Shuhuang promptly set down the medical book and commanded, "Prepare at once. I shall attend my aunt's chrysanthemum banquet." Shirlan and Shiyu swiftly set about their preparations. The attire was readily available, as the Princess Chang's residence had provided a variety of seasonal garments for Qin Shuhuang. Selecting a vibrant and elegant outfit would suffice. Qin Shuhuang chose gifts with care, selecting nourishing herbs and drafting recipes for health-boosting dishes, and even invited Master Song Yuan to accompany her to Madame Rome's estate. Previously, when Qin Shuhuang resided at the Gu household, invitations from Madame Rome were sent there, and although she declined them, Madame Gu welcomed them without hesitation. Now that Qin Shuhuang had moved to the Princess Chang's residence, invitations were delivered directly to her, thus denying Madame Gu the opportunity to attend. Madame Rome's estate lay on the outskirts, requiring a full hour's journey from the Princess Chang's residence. Despite having urged her guards to hasten the carriage, Qin Shuhuang arrived at the estate just before noon, finding that the guests had already gathered. Numerous carriages from various households were parked outside. As Qin Shuhuang beheld the array of carriages, she felt a swell of admiration from Madame Rong and Aunt Oppo's efforts. Her aunt, being the elder sister of her late mother and frail in health, persisted in hosting the chrysanthemum banquet each year, not only to celebrate, but also to bolster her younger brother and Aunt Oppo's wedding, striving to curtail the regent and Aunt Oppo's interference in the nuptials. In her previous life, her absence from this chrysanthemum banquet had brought her aunt undue scorn, contributing to the deterioration of her health and leading to her untimely demise a month later. It also alienated her cousin, Du Qinglin, causing him to turn against them in favor of the fourth prince. Within the estate, various chrysanthemums bloomed splendidly, as maids and attendants moved gracefully among the guests, maintaining order amidst the bustle. Dressed in regal purple, Madame Rong sat in the main hall, graciously receiving the greetings of esteemed ladies. With a warm smile adorning her face, she radiated an aura of approachability. Du Canglin enterré d'Astidi. Observing his mother surrounded by the city and Oppo's noble women, engaged in lively conversation. While she appeared serene, the smile on her face did not reach her eyes. Though the guests had gathered, his mother frequently glanced toward the courtyard and Aunt Oppo's corner, yearning for a radiant figure to emerge, to greet her with affection, and to call her aunt sweetly. Noticing her son's arrival, Madame Rome could not suppress her hopeful inquiry. "Has the phoenix arrived?" Chapter 39. Aunt Du Qinglin was hesitant to directly confront his mother. He leaned in close to the lady of Ronghua and whispered, "Perhaps Her Royal Highness the Princess is preoccupied and has yet to arrive. Mother, do not wait any longer. Let us proceed with the banquet." Initially, the lady of Ronghua's eyes sparkled with anticipation, but upon hearing her son's words, they dimmed almost instantly. Weary, she waved her hand toward the steward, signaling to commence the feast. A pang of bitterness rose within Du Qinglin as he silently reproached Qin Shuhuang. He extended his hand to assist the lady of Ronghua, accompanying her to the center of the flower hall to announce the commencement of the banquet. Just as they reached the gathering, a servant outside began calling the names of esteemed guests. In the next moment, the lady of Ronghua heard the name she had long yearned for. Her Royal Highness the Princess has arrived. Not only was Du Qinglin taken aback, but the lady of Ronghua herself wore an expression of astonishment, mirrored by the wide-eyed guests who frequently attended such gatherings. Though the princess held a lofty status, she had devoted herself entirely to the Gu family after her marriage, seldom attending these affairs or socializing. What could have prompted her sudden appearance at the lady of Ronghua's chrysanthemum banquet? Among the array of distinguished ladies, a young matron surged toward the entrance. This was none other than Gu Yuqing, the married daughter of the Gu family. After Qin Shuhuang wed into the Gu family, it was through her connections that Yuqing secured her own advantageous marriage. Her husband was the third son of the Minister of Rights, and after 2 years in the Fong family, she had given birth to a daughter, now just a year old. The majority of her dowry had been acquired by Gu Madam from Qin Shuhuang. Yuqing had never borne a legitimate son, and it was due to Qin Shuhuang's influence that the Fong family regarded her with a measure of esteem. However, much like her sister Gu Yufei, she never held Qin Shuhuang in high regard. To this day, she believed her marriage to the Fong family was solely the result of her own merits and her parents' connections. At previous banquets, Qin Shuhuang rarely attended, always replaced by Gu Madam, so Yuqing assumed they had both come together today, prompting her eagerness to reunite with her mother. As Yuqing pressed forward, her companion, the second daughter-in-law of the Fong family, worried about her safety amidst the throng and hurriedly followed, instructing her maid to keep a close watch on the third daughter-in-law, ensuring she wouldn't be harmed in the crowd. Supported by Du Qinglin, the Lady of Ronghua reached the entrance of the flower hall, where she had long awaited a visit from Qin Shuhuang. Despite having sent invitations for numerous banquets, Qin Shuhuang had never attended. Now, upon hearing her name called, the Lady of Ronghua found it hard to believe her ears. She squinted, fearing this moment might be a figment of her imagination. At last, a vibrant figure clad in blue appeared before her blurred vision. The figure was tall and regal, exuding grace and beauty, with a genuine smile that resembled a blooming peony. The resemblance to the Lady of Ronghua in her youth was uncanny, recalling memories of Qin Shuhuang. Before the Lady of Ronghua could step forward, Qin Shuhuang hastened toward her. Though only 3 years had passed since her marriage, it felt as if her aunt had aged a decade. While the Lady of Ronghua had once possessed only a few strands of gray, now her hair was half white, and her eyes bore the weight of countless lines that could never be smoothed away. Her back had begun to stoop imperceptibly, making her appear even more frail beside Du Qinglin. Seeing her aunt in such a state, Qin Shuhuang could no longer contain her emotions, and tears welled in her eyes. She strode forward, wholly focused on her aunt, oblivious to anyone else. Upon reaching the Lady of Ronghua, her voice trembled with emotion. "Aunt, I am here to see you." The Lady of Ronghua grasped Qin Shuhuang and Amp, Appo's arm tightly, exclaiming, "Huang and Amp, Appo's, you have come." Huang and Amp, Appo's, has come. Overcome with joy, she embraced Qin Shuhuang as if she were still the little girl she once knew, gently patting her back. Du Qinglin, who had initially worn a stoic expression, softened as he witnessed his mother's elation. After so long without seeing Qin Shuhuang, the Lady of Ronghua was bursting with words to share. But the presence of guests around them made it impractical to speak freely. Once they had shared enough affection, Qin Shuhuang carefully assisted the Lady of Ronghua to the main seat at the center of the hall. While holding her aunt's wrist, Qin Shuhuang discreetly checked her pulse, realizing her aunt and Amp, Appo's health had deteriorated and she required urgent care. Once seated, the surrounding noble women greeted Qin Shuhuang with smiles. Although she had not mingled socially for several years, her status remained untarnished. As long as the emperor still held power, she would receive respect wherever she went, especially since the host of today's banquet was her own aunt. The true purpose of the gathering was well understood by the noble women who had brought their daughters along. Gu Yuqing was taken aback to find that only Qin Shuhuang had come, with neither her mother nor sister in attendance. Despite her hopes, she could not spot them anywhere. As Qin Shuhuang made her way past, Gu Yuqing refrained from greeting her, but the anxious second daughter-in-law of the Fong family, who had brought along her unmarried sister, urged, "Sister-in-law, the princess is passing by. Let us greet her." Gu Yuqing shot a disdainful glance at the second daughter-in-law, deeming her perception rather shallow. In her youth within the Gu family, Qin Shuhuang had always yielded to her, never daring to slight her in front of her mother or elder brother. Why would she now approach Qin Shuhuang, who would hardly regard her as a guest of honor? It was her sister-in-law who would benefit from her status. With a dismissive curl of her lip, Gu Yuqing thought how these people could not fathom that the esteemed princess had once humbled herself before her family. "Sister-in-law, come along. With me by your side, The princess will surely regard you more favorably, Gu Yuqing declared with pride. Then I shall rely on you, sister-in-law, the second daughter-in-law replied, her eyes gleaming with delight as she cast an encouraging glance at her younger sister, urging her to make a good impression before the princess. Just as Qin Shuhuang re-entered the social scene, the lady of Ronghua was in the midst of introducing her to the distinguished ladies of the capital when an unexpected voice interjected. Elder sister. Chapter 40. Expelling the lady from the courtyard. Qin Shuhuang was engaged in conversation with a venerable and esteemed countess when Gu Yuqing, heedless of the decorum, interjected with a shrill voice, capturing the attention of all the noble women and young ladies present. Gu Yuqing had always relished the sensation of being the center of attention, and rather than feeling embarrassed, she basked in the scrutiny of those around her. Initially, Qin Shuhuang and Appo's demeanor was gentle, but upon hearing that voice, her expression turned frigid. Even a nearby Countess of Rong felt the tension emanating from Qin Shuhuang. Gu Yuqing and her sister Gu Yufei were indeed cut from the same cloth. In her past life, Gu Yuqing had endured countless humiliations from the two sisters after her brother and Appo's fall from grace. Now, Gu Yuqing sought to regain her dignity from Qin Shuhuang, but that was an impossibility. Oblivious to the subtle shift in Qin Shuhuang's expression, Gu Yuqing sauntered over, swaying her hips, and exclaimed, "Sister-in-law, why did you come alone to Lady Rong's banquet? Where are mother and my sister?" As she spoke, she reached out to grasp Qin Shuhuang and Appo's arm, eager to draw closer. Upon noticing the exquisite new jade bracelet adorning Qin Shuhuang and Appo's wrist, Gu Yuqing and Appo's eyes sparkled with desire. This bracelet was undoubtedly a rare gem, and she was determined to seize the opportunity to claim it for herself and flaunt it among her sisters-in-law from the Fong family. Realizing Gu Yuqing's intentions, Qin Shuhuang's expression grew even colder. She cast a discreet glance at her attendant, Shirlan. With deftness, Shirlan stepped forward to intercept Gu Yuqing's hand. Her expression stern as she declared, "Your Highness, the crown princess, is of noble birth. I implore you, madam, to maintain your dignity." Shirlan's authoritative tone and demeanor bore a striking resemblance to that of a palace etiquette instructor, instantly silencing the surrounding noble women. Gu Yuqing quickly recognized that the speaker was merely Qin Shuhuang's maid. Accustomed to being revered within the Gu family, she felt utterly superior and disregarded the maid's reprimand. Now, in a gathering of esteemed ladies, to be chastised by Qin Shuhuang and Appo's maid left her feeling humiliated and indignant. Pointing a finger at Shirlan, Gu Yuqing protested, "Sister-in-law, how can your maid speak to me in such a manner? Does she not understand her place? You must teach her a lesson." Qin Shuhuang and Appo's gaze fell upon Gu Yuqing, her expression as frigid as ice, surveying her from head to toe. Her eyes lingered on the ornate headpiece, the gemstone necklace around her neck, the pearl-embroidered shawl draping her shoulders, and the 12-layered skirt, all of which were once part of Qin Shuhuang's dowry, now inexplicably adorning Gu Yuqing. The noble women present, keen-eyed as they were, could easily recognize the royal jewelry and silk. As Qin Shuhuang's gaze deliberately lingered on these items, the implications became glaringly obvious. Which sister-in-law, married for several years, would be adorned in her elder sister-in-law's possessions? Unbeknownst to Gu Yuqing, her reunion with Qin Shuhuang had transformed the atmosphere. Under the scrutinizing gaze of Qin Shuhuang, she felt increasingly uncomfortable, as if she were being roasted over an open flame. Then, she heard Qin Shuhuang and Appo's cool, detached voice, which struck her like a bolt from the blue. "Madam, it is not for you to judge whether my maid understands her station in my eyes. It is you who lacks respect." The noble women, well aware of the tenuous relationship between Qin Shuhuang and Gu Yuqing, initially anticipated that Qin Shuhuang would tolerate Gu Yuqing and Appo's impertinence for the sake of familial ties. However, they were taken aback by Qin Shuhuang and Appo's unwavering stance, as she offered no support to Gu Yuqing and outright denied their connection. Qin Shuhuang and Appo's S commanding presence evoked the image of a former empress, eliciting deeper respect from the gathered noble women, while Gu Yuqing became the subject of ridicule at the gathering. Having never before spoken harshly to Gu Yuqing since marrying into the Gu family, this sudden assertion of authority left Gu Yuqing in shock. Fuming, she glared at Qin Shuhuang, her body trembling with rage. Just as she was about to retort, Lady Rong's authoritative voice rang out with indignation. "How dare you disregard decorum at my banquet? Someone, remove this lady from the premises. The Du residents shall never welcome such a person." Having arrived at the banquet intending to showcase her status, Gu Yuqing was unceremoniously ejected before the festivities even commenced. No matter how thick-skinned she could not bear the humiliation. As Lady Rong's words echoed in the air, a burly maid approached, covering Gu Yuqing's mouth and forcibly escorting her from the courtyard. The second young lady of the Fong family stepped forward, wishing to defend Gu Yuqing, but her younger sister swiftly seized her arm. "Sister, this is the fate she brought upon herself. Do you wish to offend Lady Rong and Her Highness the Crown Princess?" Heeding her sister's counsel, the second young lady fell silent, stamping her foot in frustration. "I never imagined that the third young lady could be so arrogant and foolish, disregarding even the Crown Princess. Thank goodness you were not by her side. Otherwise, you would not only miss the opportunity to shine before Lady Rong and the Crown Princess, but you would also be implicated." After Gu Yuqing was expelled from Lady Rong and Amp Oppo's courtyard, she turned back to glare at the entrance, her eyes aflame with anger. One of her maidservants timidly inquired, "Madam, shall we return home now?" Gu Yuqing rolled her eyes dramatically. "Return to the Gu residence? I shall go back and report this to mother and brother. Qin Shuhuang dared to humiliate me in Lady Rong's courtyard. I must ensure they teach her a lesson and make her apologize and compensate me." Once Gu Yuqing departed, the atmosphere in Lady Rong and Amp Oppo's reception area resumed its harmonious state. The noble women, quick-witted and discerning, swiftly shifted the conversation away from Gu Yuqing's disgrace, sharing amusing anecdotes from the capital to lighten the mood. As noon approached, the noble women and young ladies were ushered into separate courtyards for their repast. Lady Rong, whose health had been precarious, found herself nearing her limits after several hours of socializing. Seizing the opportunity before the banquet commenced, she decided to rest for a brief moment in a side chamber to replenish her strength. Lady Rong and Amp Oppo's adopted son, Du Qinglin, remained in the military, seeking to consolidate power within the Du family army, and had yet to marry. As the matriarch of the Rong family, Lady Rong managed affairs. But given her limited energy, she relied on a widowed sister-in-law from the Du family to share some of the responsibilities, allowing her a moment to rest. Supporting Lady Rong's arm, Qin Shuhuang escorted her to the side chamber. "Aunt, do not rush. Take your time to rest. I will oversee the banquet in your absence." Lady Rong affectionately patted Qin Shuhuang's hand. "Dear child, now that you are here, I cannot burden you. Rest assured, Lady Ma will manage the details. She is meticulous and will handle everything flawlessly." "Lady Ma?" A chill ran through Qin Shuhuang and Amp Oppo's heart. This was the same Lady Ma who would later usurp the title of Lady of the Rong family. Chapter 41. The two young ladies of interest, Madame Ma and Oppo's husband, was from a collateral branch of the Du family. Her circumstances closely mirrored those of Lady Rong in her youth. Both experienced the untimely death of their husbands, leaving no offspring behind. Madame Ma's family initially urged her to remarry, but her profound affection for her late husband led her to refuse, instead dedicating herself to prayers at the ancestral temple for 5 years. Eventually, Lady Rong, in need of capable individuals, learned of Madame Ma's situation and invited her to assist her. Through their collaboration, Lady Rong discovered Madame Ma's exceptional skills in managing household affairs and chose to keep her close, entrusting her with significant responsibilities. Over the years, Madame Ma has handled the affairs of the Duke and Amp Oppo's residence without a single misstep. In the current hierarchy of the Rong household, aside from Lady Rong herself, Madame Ma holds the highest position. Being childless and alone, Lady Rong, empathizing with Madame Ma's plight, allowed her to adopt children to ensure she would have support in her old age. Thus, Madame Ma adopted a pair of orphan siblings, naming them Du Shi and Du Yu, while treating Du Qinglin as her own son. In gratitude, Du Qinglin took Du Shi under his wing, and she has since become a capable aide by his side. Though the means by which Madame Ma secured her position remain a mystery, Qin Shuhuang has grown wary of her. Accompanying Lady Rong to a separate estate, Qin Shuhuang concealed her hostility towards Madame Ma and remarked casually, "Aunt, why the formality?" Although Madame Ma tends to the estate here, having someone oversee matters adds an extra layer of security. With so many esteemed guests today, it is best to avoid any mishaps. Lady Rong found wisdom in Qin Shuhuang's words and acquiesced, saying, "This afternoon, dear Huang, you shall oversee our esteemed guests while I take a moment to rest. I will have Granny Sun accompany you." Despite not having communicated for years, the bond between aunt and niece remained intact, allowing for a comfortable exchange. Lady Rong continued, "Huang and Amp, Oppos, you are aware of the purpose behind this banquet. Min'er is no longer a child. This year's election is unavoidable for Qin Wei. The elections will commence this winter at the latest. We must assist Min'er in making the necessary connections. Otherwise, if Qin Wei gains control, Min'er will face greater constraints." Qin Shuhuang was well aware of this. Lady Rong continued, "I have my eye on two young ladies. While you entertain our guests this afternoon, please engage with them and help Min and Oppos, assess their suitability." The two ladies Lady Rong favored included the eldest daughter of a former minister of the Imperial Academy, surnamed Shui, named Ruzhan. Although the former minister and Oppos' position was modest, the Shui family has long upheld a reputation for integrity, and Ruzhan and Oppos' grandmother was a renowned literary figure in the capital, ensuring her granddaughter and Oppos' character was commendable. Following the former minister and Oppos' passing, and with the Shui family and Oppos' young master suffering a tragic accident that left her blind, Ruzhan took charge of the family under her grandmother's guidance. Over the years, the Shui family not only thrived but flourished, with Ruzhan nurturing her younger brother, who has now achieved the status of a scholar. In a couple of years, should he succeed in the provincial examinations, he will be able to enter the official ranks, becoming the new pillar of the Shui family. Such a resilient young woman would be an excellent match for Qin Shumin, ensuring a worry-free future for his court. The other young lady, Su Siyuan, is the legitimate granddaughter of General Su Kuei, a steadfast defender of the border. The Su family has a long-standing reputation for loyalty, and Su Kuei and Oppos' son shared a close relationship with Lady Rong and Oppos' late husband, making their families well acquainted. Although Su Siyuan was born in a frontier region, she grew up in the capital as the legitimate daughter of the Su family's main branch, having been nurtured under Lady Rong and Oppos' watchful eye. While Su Siyuan may lack Ruzhan and Oppos' fortitude, she is undeniably talented and possesses a charming, innocent demeanor, having been doted upon by her family. Furthermore, she is trained in martial arts, maintaining robust health, which is advantageous as Su family women often bear twins, benefiting their lineage. Although Ruzhan comes from a less prominent background, her unwavering character complements Su Siyuan's noble lineage and intelligence, making both young women valuable prospects for the royal brother. Lady Rong has indeed invested considerable thought in her selections. Even Qin Shuhuang acknowledges the suitability of these two young ladies, but ultimately, the choice will depend on the royal brother and Oppos' preferences. Yet, it is lamentable that both these promising young women fell victim to the intrigues of the Rong household in a past life, turning the Shui and Su families into adversaries of Lady Rong, ultimately leading the Su family to rebel against the Great Wu dynasty and ally with the enemy. Qin Shuhuang is eager to uncover who orchestrated such a nefarious scheme within the Rong estate, a scheme that serves multiple sinister purposes. Rest assured, Aunt, she declared, I shall remain vigilant and assist the royal brother in selecting an admirable wife. Hearing this, Lady Rong felt a mix of sorrow and empathy. She had always been aware of the hardships Qin Shuhuang faced while living with the Gu family, but their lack of communication left her powerless to intervene. Upon learning of Qin Shuhuang's recent move to the residence of the Grand Princess, Lady Rong promptly sent an invitation. Due to the entanglement with the Gu family, she had refrained from inviting them to the chrysanthemum banquet. Now, seeing Qin Shuhuang so frazzled on behalf of Qin Shumin, while her own circumstances were less than favorable, Lady Rong's heart ached for her even more. Suddenly, Lady Rong grasped Qin Shuhuang's hand tightly and said, "Huang, you are the most esteemed princess of the great Wu dynasty and should live according to your own desires. Whatever decisions you make, know that your aunt will always stand by your side." Upon hearing these words, Qin Shuhuang felt a wave of emotion wash over her, reminiscent of her mother's warmth. She gently embraced Lady Rong, reassuring her, "Dear aunt, I will not disappoint you." In this second chance at life, if she could not live according to her own will, how could she face herself and those she cherished? Lady Rong tenderly caressed Qin Shuhuang's smooth hair, just as the atmosphere in the small courtyard turned warm and inviting. A neatly dressed middle-aged woman entered seeking an audience. The woman respectfully bowed to both Lady Rong and Qin Shuhuang, exuding an air of brisk efficiency. With a smile, Lady Rong introduced her, saying, "Huang, this is Madame Ma." Qin Shuhuang offered a brief nod to Madame Ma, refraining from further cordiality. Perceiving Qin Shuhuang's aloofness, Madame Ma took little offense, having never met her before and assuming this demeanor was simply part of Qin Shuhuang and Appo's nature. Lady Rong, surprised by the interaction, understood that everyone has their own perception of others, and that it did not dictate who Qin Shuhuang must favor. Noticing Qin Shuhuang's disinterest in Madame Ma, Lady Rong decided to let the latter take her leave. During the afternoon banquet, due to health concerns, Lady Rong only made a brief appearance. Remarkably, she instructed Madame Ma to accompany the noble women, and upon meeting her, the ladies treated Madame Ma with utmost courtesy, showing no signs of feeling neglected by her presence. While Madame Ma attended to the noble women, her adopted daughter, Diyu, assisted the young ladies. Unbeknownst to all, it seemed the entire Rong estate had come under the influence of Madame Ma and her children. Chapter 42. The Perilous Banquet. During the luncheon, Qin Shuhuang discreetly observed Shui Ruzhen and Su Siyuan, who were seated not far away. It must be said that the two young ladies favored by the Lady of Ronghua possessed admirable characters, each excelling in her own right, and thus, the role of Empress was not a disgrace to Qin Shumin. Diyu, the adopted daughter of Madame Ma, was of a similar age to Shui Ruzhen and Su Siyuan, having just reached her coming-of-age ceremony this year. Tall and graceful, she navigated through the gathering of noble ladies with a radiant smile, appearing familiar with everyone. Clad in elegant attire, she resembled a blooming orchid, garnering admiration even though she was not from the Ronghua Duke and Appo's household. At the banquet, although Diyu and Appo's attentiveness was subtle, Qin Shuhuang, as an observer, noted her particular care for Shui Ruzhen and Su Siyuan. The two young ladies reciprocated this sentiment, displaying a slightly different demeanor towards Diyu compared to the other noble women. Once the luncheon concluded, Qin Shuhuang instructed Rui He to arrange for someone to discreetly monitor Shui Ruzhen and Su Siyuan, ensuring that any developments around them would be promptly reported to her. Rui He, believing her mistress was testing the two young ladies favored by the Lady of Ronghua, smiled in agreement and set off to make arrangements. After giving her instructions to Rui He, Qin Shuhuang approached the Lady of Ronghua, engaging in light conversation with her and the other noble women. The young ladies were directed to the garden of a separate residence, where an array of early chrysanthemums bloomed, accompanied by a stage on the water presenting the latest theatrical performance in the capital. After a short while, noticing the fatigue on the Lady of Ronghua's face, and seeing Madame Ma taking over her duties, Qin Shuhuang addressed the Lady of Ronghua. "Aunt, I have not seen a performance in quite some time. There is a stage in the garden today, and I would like to indulge in the festivities." Her words led the Lady of Ronghua and the surrounding noble women to believe that Qin Shuhuang intended to use the pretext of watching a play to mingle with the young ladies. After all, with the recent imperial selection and the absence of the late emperor and empress, it was only natural for the eldest sister, who bore the responsibility of caring for her younger brother, to engage in such activities. As she spoke, the noble women eagerly offered their encouragement. A new play, The Four Daughters Transformation, is currently being performed in the garden, Your Highness, it is quite splendid. The Lady of Rongwa has invited the most renowned troupe in the capital, and the leader of this troupe is quite skilled. Should your Highness have a particular play in mind, they will surely be able to perform it for you." With a gracious smile, Qin Shuhuang rose, expressing her gratitude to the ladies, and made her way to the garden to join in the merriment. The noble women accompanied her to the entrance, and the Lady of Rongwa, still concerned, instructed her personal attendant, Granny Sun, to follow Qin Shuhuang closely. As Qin Shuhuang departed the courtyard towards the garden, the noble women dispatched their own trusted maids to inform the young ladies they had brought that the princess had arrived, urging them to present themselves favorably before her. On her way to the garden, Qin Shuhuang quietly inquired of Rue He about the two noble ladies. Rue He replied with a smile, "Your Highness, the two young ladies are considerably more composed than the other noble women. Upon hearing of your arrival, they are even taking the time to paint and prepare tea in the garden. Miss Du has been quite attentive to both of them, and noticing that Miss Shui had only one maid in attendance, she personally designated another maid to assist her." Taken aback by Rue He's words, Qin Shuhuang nodded thoughtfully and instructed her to continue watching closely. "Yes, Your Highness." Qin Shuhuang was not well versed in the events of the chrysanthemum banquet from a previous life, only aware that it ended in tragedy, with Shui Ruzhen's reputation in ruins and Su Xiuan's untimely demise, leading the Shui and Su families to regard the Du family as adversaries. The Lady of Rongwa's fury, compounded by her existing ailments, ultimately led to her passing a month later. The specifics of the events were closely guarded among the families, with not a whisper escaping their lips. The noble women, having received word in advance, had gathered at the entrance of the garden awaiting Qin Shuhuang's arrival. As she stepped into the garden, Du Yu and several noble ladies approached her. Du Yu, of above-average looks, exuded a familiar, refreshing demeanor. Dressed in a simple yet elegant gown, she neither overshadowed the other noble women nor appeared disrespectful, naturally evoking a sense of fondness from those who beheld her. Soon Du Yu, accompanied by several noble ladies, approached to pay their respects. Commoner Du Yu respectfully greets Her Royal Highness, the Princess. With a courteous bow, Du Yu showed her respect. Qin Shuhuang personally assisted Du Yu and the others to their feet, reassuring them that there was no need for formalities, as she had merely come to enjoy a new play and partake in the festivities. Thus, Qin Shuhuang entered the garden of his separate residence, surrounded by Du Yu and the noble ladies. The garden was uniquely designed, encircled by the residence, with an artificial lake at its center. In the middle of the lake stood a performance pavilion, surrounded by various rock formations. Although the pavilion was not on the water, it appeared to float at its center when viewed from the shore. The entire lake was bordered by a corridor adorned with delicate, sheer drapes, both airy and effective at shielding from prying eyes. Not far from the corridor were various small courtyards and chambers designated for entertaining guests, each with its own distinct charm. The corridors were filled with an assortment of early chrysanthemums, vibrant in color and diverse in form. Walking through the corridor, one could admire the exquisite varieties of chrysanthemums, creating an illusion of being in a floral passage rather than a lakeside promenade. Upon entering the garden, the noble ladies greeted Qin Shuhuang. After the formalities, she did not interrupt their merriment, allowing them to continue enjoying themselves as before. Du Yu naturally stayed by Qin Shuhuang's side, introducing her to the scenic wonders of the garden. As the noble ladies paid their respects, Qin Shuhuang noticed that Shui Ruzhen and Su Xiuan remained on the periphery, showing no inclination to approach her. At that moment, she spotted Shui Ruzhen casually admiring a pot of purple chrysanthemums in a nearby corridor, while Su Xiuan was in a secluded corner arranging flowers. The scattered blossoms on the table likely belonged to previous competitions among the noble ladies, as everyone had hurriedly attempted to impress Qin Shuhuang upon her arrival, leaving Su Xiuan's floral arrangement overlooked. Now, only Su Xiuan occupied the corner, passing the time alone. Du Yu softly suggested, "Your Highness, there's a poetry competition happening down that corridor. The young ladies are quite talented, and it is currently at a pivotal moment. Perhaps you might consider attending. It would surely be an honor for them to receive your insights." Qin Shuhuang glanced over towards the corridor where the competition was underway, observing the lively scene. However, she was not genuinely interested in merely spectating, as the pretentious poetry failed to captivate her. With indifference, she replied, "I have no interest in poetry. Rather, I'm fond of floral artistry." With that, she proceeded in the direction of Su Siyuan. As Yu lowered her gaze, a fleeting look of panic crossed her features but was swiftly concealed. Chapter 43. The Grand Princess could not discern the subtlety. She hurried to catch up, smiling as she said, "I see that Your Highness the Grand Princess has a fondness for floral arrangements. As I understand it, the third miss of the Minister of Personnel's family and the ninth miss of the Jingchang Marquis' residence are both skilled in this art. Would you like me to invite them?" Qin Shuhuang cast a glance at the overly familiar Du Yu, replying, "No need. I am merely here for a casual look." Du Yu, taken aback by Qin Shuhuang's continued refusal, furrowed her brows slightly and quietly followed behind her without further interjection. Qin Shuhuang soon arrived at the corner where Su Siyuan was situated. The young lady had already arranged various flower branches scattered across the table into vases. Today and Appo's banquet was themed around chrysanthemums, thus the branches provided were predominantly of this flower. Although Su Siyuan and Appo's arrangement was not particularly exquisite, it was tidy, revealing her lack of expertise in floral artistry. She was simply passing the time. Once all the branches were placed in the vases, Su Siyuan turned around to find Qin Shuhuang standing behind her. She was momentarily taken aback, but then gracefully bowed to Qin Shuhuang. "I am Su Siyuan, Your Highness the Grand Princess. I did not realize you were visiting, and I beg your pardon for any discourtesy." Qin Shuhuang approached Su Siyuan, her tone gentle. "No harm done. I am merely wandering about, and I happen to take an interest in floral arrangements." As she spoke, her gaze fell upon the vases on the table, which are now filled with branches thanks to Su Siyuan's efforts. Seeing Qin Shuhuang looking at the vases, Su Siyuan's face flushed as she bashfully explained, "Your Highness, I'm not skilled in floral art. I simply thought that leaving these branches on the table would cause them to wilt quickly, so I arranged them in the vases to keep them fresh." Qin Shuhuang was taken aback by Su Siyuan's response. Upon closer inspection, she indeed saw that the branches were arranged quite casually, merely sorted by type and placed neatly in the vases. Qin Shuhuang smiled, remarking, "The love of flowers is far more admirable than mere proficiency in floral artistry." Su Siyuan was surprised that the Grand Princess not only did not look down upon her ignorance of floral art, but instead praised her. Her cheeks reddened at the compliment, and she humbly replied, "It was merely a casual act on my part and does not warrant such praise from Your Highness. If Miss Su has no pressing matters, might I invite you to enjoy play with me?" Qin Shuhuang offered. This was Su Siyuan and Appo's first interaction with the Grand Princess, and she had not expected her to be so approachable, even extending an invitation. The earlier actions of Qin Shuhuang had already endeared her to Su Siyuan, so she readily accepted and began to introduce the script of the play currently being performed. To prevent Su Siyuan from finding herself in any predicament and to avoid Du Yu's watchful gaze, Qin Shuhuang discreetly signaled to Rue as she sat down. In Rue, he stepped out for a moment. Not long after Du Yu had taken her seat behind Qin Shuhuang, a maid rushed in to find her regarding some urgent matter. As Du Yu was responsible for attending to the young ladies of the manor, she could only apologize to Qin Shuhuang and temporarily leave to handle the situation. Once Du Yu departed, her maid approached her, speaking in hushed tones. "Miss, the Grand Princess is here. Should we still serve the tea that Miss Su ordered earlier?" A dangerous glint flickered in Du Yu's eyes, but her tone remained surprisingly calm. "Today, we are here to attend to these noble ladies, so we must do our utmost to meet their requests. Since Miss Su personally ordered the tea, we shall serve it. Go prepare it now and have someone deliver it." The maid was taken aback, instinctively glancing at Du Yu, only to meet her cold gaze. The maid stiffened and quickly replied, "Yes, miss, I will go at once." After her maid left, Du Yu cast a glance toward Qin Shuhuang and Su Siyuan, lowering her head to conceal the greed in her eyes. When she raised her head again, she had transformed back into the amiable Miss Du. Known for her cheerful demeanor and meticulous care, she did not believe that her covert actions would be discovered by the Grand Princess. As for Su Siyuan's fate, it was of her own making. Who could blame her for being so careless and drawing the affection of Dudage? And do you and Amp, Oppos, S mind. Dudage referred not to her biological brother Du Shi, but rather to the adopted son of the lady of the state, Du Qinglin. Qin Shuhuang and Su Siyuan sat together at the garden's corner, watching the play. Initially, Qin Shuhuang had only intended to keep an eye on Su Siyuan to prevent any untoward incidents, but she soon discovered that Su Siyuan was open-hearted, kind, and lively. As they watched, Su Siyuan shared the origins of the script, which turned out to be even more engaging than the performance itself, prompting Qin Shuhuang to engage in delightful conversation with her. Just as they were engrossed in their chat, a maid quietly set down 2 cups of tea before them. As she served Su Siyuan, she softly remarked, "Miss Su, this is the Qi Lu you ordered." Su Siyuan nodded in gratitude to the maid, who then bowed and retreated. Engrossed in conversation with Qin Shuhuang, Su Siyuan, feeling parched, was ready to sip from the cup when she heard the maid mention the name of the tea. Just as Su Siyuan was about to bring the cup to her lips, a sudden realization struck Qin Shuhuang. "Miss Su, is this tea you ordered called Qi Lu?" Su Siyuan, hearing the Grand Princess's inquiry, hastily set down her cup, nodding eagerly. "Your Highness is correct. Qi Lu has become quite popular in the capital over the past year. It's a fruit tea with a sweet and sour flavor, infused with floral notes. Many noble ladies look down upon it, yet I find it delightful and often enjoy it at home." Qin Shuhuang's peripheral vision caught sight of a vase nearby, which contained a lesser-known flower known as green peach. The foliage of the green peach naturally exuded a fragrance reminiscent of peach blossoms. It was not actually a peach blossom. Due to this scent, florists often used green peach in bouquets, while green peach itself posed no danger. Combining it with a fruit tea could have arousing effects, a tidbit she had learned during her medical studies, where a master had shared tales of palace secrets. During her grandfather and Appo's reign, a concubine had resorted to this method to retain imperial favor, only to be discovered by the Imperial Medical Bureau, leading to her banishment to the cold palace. Qin Shuhuang was astonished to find this long-forgotten palace intrigue resurfacing before her eyes in the residence of the Duke of Rome. Suppressing the peculiar glint in her eyes, she smiled at Su Siyuan. "I have yet to try this Qi Lu. Might you be so kind as to let me have a taste?" Su Siyuan was taken aback that the Grand Princess would show interest in such an inexpensive fruit tea, and she felt a surge of warmth toward Qin Shuhuang. Having always loved the flavor of Qi Lu, she was eager for others to enjoy it as well. "Of course. Please, Your Highness, do have a taste." With that, she happily pushed her cup of Qi Lu toward Qin Shuhuang. Chapter 44. Her designs are not limited to this one. Qin Shuhuang lifted the cup to her nose, inhaling the delicate fragrance of osmanthus and peach that wafted from the lacquered dew. It was indeed a scent that would appeal to young maidens, yet beneath it lingered a faint note of red velvet flower, almost undetectable. Had she not been familiar with the sordid concoctions of the palace from years past, she might not have discerned it. As she savored the lacquered dew, her peripheral vision caught sight of the maidservant who had previously served them tea, covertly observing their table. After taking a moment to appreciate the aroma, Su Siyuan eagerly inquired, "Your Highness, how do you find the fragrance of this fruit tea?" Qin Shuhuang replied, "The scent is sweet and floral, with a richness that certainly surpasses that of ordinary teas." "Then quickly have a taste." Su Siyuan uget. Fearing that Su Siyuan might once again request a cup of lacquered dew from the maid, Qin Shuhuang turned to her attendant Shiyu and commanded, "Since Miss Su has graciously offered her cup to me, please prepare a brew from our own tea leaves for her to experience the flavor of the palace's tribute tea." Shiyu momentarily froze at her mistress's command, for they had brought only precious medicinal herbs for the lady of the wrong state, and no tea leaves for themselves. At that moment, Rueha, quick to respond, discreetly tugged at Shiyu's hand and made a subtle gesture, prompting Shiyu to regain her composure and reply, "Yes, Your Highness." As Shiyu departed to fetch the tea, a space opened up, allowing the maidservant who had served the tea to stealthily approach. Rueha, noticing the maid's peculiar behavior, observed that the princess had noticed yet said nothing, so she too feigned ignorance while closely monitoring the maid's every move. Su Siyuan had initially contemplated ordering another cup of lacquered dew, but upon realizing that the crown princess had been bestowed with tea, she relinquished the thought. Qin Shuhuang raised the teacup to her lips, deliberately slowing her movements. Just as the cup was about to touch her mouth, the maidservant unexpectedly leaned forward, colliding with Qin Shuhuang and spilling the tea all over her. Realizing her blunder, the maid immediately knelt and pleaded for forgiveness. "Your Highness, please forgive me. I acted rashly and bumped into you. I take full responsibility." Although Rueha had been vigilant of the peculiar maid, she had not anticipated such an incident. Reacting quickly, she rushed to assist Qin Shuhuang. The tea had drenched the lower part of Qin Shuhuang's skirt, and she handed the cup to Rueha, allowing her and Shirlan to help wipe her garments. Su Siyuan had not expected such an accident to occur merely from the tasting of lacquered dew. Remembering that it was she who had offered the tea to the crown princess, she felt a wave of guilt wash over her. The honeyed fruit tea would leave her clothing sticky and damp, attracting insects, and the expensive fabric of the crown princess and Appo's attire was likely ruined. Fortunately, the lacquered dew was warm rather than scalding. Su Siyuan stood and personally tended to Qin Shuhuang, expressing her remorse. "Your Highness, it is all my fault for ordering this lacquered dew." Qin Shuhuang grasped her hand, halting her efforts. "Miss Su, this is not your doing. It is merely the clumsiness of the maidservant in the garden. You need not feel guilty." The elderly Mammy's son, who served alongside the lady of the wrong state, observed that the situation was untenable and suggested, "Your Highness, you are most magnanimous, but this attire cannot be salvaged. Allow me to escort you to change your garments." While Qin Shuhuang and Appo's dress was indeed unwearable, she was concerned that Su Siyuan might encounter further mishaps in her presence. After a moment in Appo's thought, she addressed Su Siyuan, "Why not accompany me, Miss Su?" Su Siyuan, already feeling guilty and wishing to stay close to the crown princess, hesitated, fearing rejection. However, upon hearing Qin Shuhuang and Appo's invitation, she readily agreed. Upon leaving the corridor with Mammy's son, Qin Shuhuang glanced back at the maid still kneeling in apology, then at Mammy's Sunday. The astute Mammy, having understood the unspoken communication, instructed her attendants to detain the clumsy maidservant for further questioning after the banquet. Having evaded the lacquered dew incident and keeping Su Siyuan close to her side, Qin Shuhuang felt a slight relief. As long as Shuerujian and Appo's situation remained stable, they had successfully navigated a significant portion of the day's challenges. Mammy's son led Qin Shuhuang to a secluded courtyard in the garden. However, when she intended to call for fresh garments, Qin Shuhuang interjected, "Mammy, there is no need for that. We have brought a change of clothes for the princess." Upon seeing Shirlan carrying a bundle behind Qin Shuhuang, Mammy's son refrained from further action and guided her into a well-prepared guest room. Rueha accompanied them inside to assist, while Mammy's son, Shirlan, and Su Siyuan awaited outside. The maidservant who had witnessed the tea spillage quickly slipped away. Soon, she found herself beside Du Yu, whose expression shifted dramatically. "What did you say?" "Miss Su and Appo's tea was spilled on the crown princess? How could Miss Su be so careless? Does she know that there was something in that tea?" "Impossible." The maid, trembling with fear, replied, "No, miss. It was the crown princess who expressed a desire to taste the tea, and Miss Su graciously offered it. When the crown princess lifted the cup, Sister Baiwa accidentally bumped into her, causing the spill. Upon hearing that the crown princess intended to drink that particular lacquered dew, Du Yu's face drained of color. Only when she learned that Sister Baiwa had not caused the crown princess to consume the tea did her complexion return to normal. What had originally been a flawless plan had been marred by unforeseen events. Why had the crown princess become entangled in this? Du Yu inquired coldly, "Where is Baiwa? Have someone bring her to my mother immediately." The maid, unable to meet Du Yu's eyes, confessed, "Sister Baiwa has already been taken away by Mammy's son and Appo's people and is being detained." Du Yu pressed, "Where is the crown princess now?" "What, Miss Su? When I left, Mammy's son was escorting the crown princess to change her garments, and Miss Su was accompanying her." Du Y's bro furod. "Why is the crown princess taking Miss Su with her to change? Has the plan been discovered?" "That cannot be." The methods of El Tao are exceptionally secretive. Only a few know of them. Perhaps the crown princess is interested in Miss Su, wanting her to succeed in the grand selection. Although the crown princess inadvertently unraveled my scheme, my designs are far from exhausted. Chapter 45. Into the water. Du turned and scribbled a note, handing it to the maid who had brought the message, instructing her to deliver it to her brother. The maid accepted the note with a respectful bow and promptly departed. In the courtyard where Qin Shuhuang was changing her attire, Su Siyuan and Granny Sun awaited outside. Sherlon served tea to Su Siyuan, who had just taken a sip when a woman's cry for help suddenly pierced the air from outside the courtyard. The expressions of those guarding the outer chamber tightened. Su Siyuan, hailing from a family of military generals and possessing an inherently kind and innocent nature, immediately stood up and rushed out upon hearing the desperate plea from a woman so close by. Observing this, Granny Sun quickly urged the maid to follow him, while Sherlon, understanding that Qin Shuhuang had instructed her to stay outside to watch over Su Siyuan, hastily followed behind. Inside, while changing her garments, Qin Shuhuang vaguely heard the commotion from outside. She quickly turned to Rue, he beside her, and urged, "Go out and see what has transpired." Rue, he complied and hurriedly exited to inquire. A sense of foreboding welled up within Qin Shuhuang, leaving her no time to adorn herself with jewelry. She merely donned a cloak and stepped out of the inner chamber. Just as Rue, he rushed back, her face etched with urgency. "Your Highness," Rue, he exclaimed. "Miss Shuhuang has fallen into the courtyard's water, and Miss Su has jumped in to rescue her upon hearing her cries. The scene outside is already in chaos." "What?" Qin Shuhuang's countenance hardened. Despite her precautions, someone had managed to strike from the shadows. She hastened toward the courtyard, with Rue, he trailing closely behind. Qin Shuhuang spoke rapidly, instructing to notify Xian Song to surround the garden with his guards and to prevent any man from entering the rear garden. Sensing the gravity in her tone, Rue, he immediately agreed and set out to inform Xian Song, who was stationed at the garden's entrance. As soon as Rue, he departed, Granny Sun followed suit. Astonished that such an incident had occurred at today and Appo's banquet, she sought to reassure Qin Shuhuang, saying, "Your Highness, do not fret. I have already sent word to Madame Ma. All will be well." However, Qin Shuhuang seemed to disregard Granny Sun's words, sprinting directly toward the courtyard. Though Granny Sun was loyal, her vision had dimmed with age. It was inappropriate to assure that the young lady who had fallen into trouble at the Du residence would be safe rather than notifying Madame Ma. No matter how capable Madame Ma was, by the time she arrived, it would likely be too late. The courtyard was adjacent to a small lake in the garden, and just beyond was the corridor by the water and Appo's edge, where one could easily see Shuhuang struggling in pain. The maidservants and ladies nearby were helpless, none of whom could swim. They could only watch in despair, although some had cleverly procured long poles and sticks to extend toward the lake. Standing at the corridor, only Su Siyuan had leaped into the water, swimming valiantly toward Shuhuang. Sherlon, in pursuit of Su Siyuan, reached the edge of the corridor and witnessed her leap into the lake without hesitation. She wanted to intervene, but was too late. In a moment of desperation, she too considered jumping in. Just as she was about to leap, a delicate, snow-white hand grasped her arm firmly. Startled, she turned to see the serious and composed face of the crown princess. "Your Highness, Miss Su has jumped into the lake to save her. Do not panic. You cannot swim. Jumping in now would be tantamount to seeking death." Qin Shuhuang and Appo's calm voice acted as an anchor, immediately soothing Sherlon and Appo's frantic state. "I will fetch someone to help," Sherlon declared, already hastening away. Qin Shuhuang did not stop her, allowing her to proceed. But at this moment, where could one find help? The young ladies, raised in privilege, were not accustomed to swimming. The capital was landlocked, and these noble families did not regard swimming as a necessary skill, especially for their daughters, who often faced practical challenges in learning to swim. Most maidservants and ladies were also non-swimmers. Even if a few could swim, their skills were rudimentary, sufficient only to hold their breath for a short duration. To send them into the water now would be a death sentence. Therefore, Sherlon's quest for help would yield no suitable candidates in a timely manner. unless it were a man skilled in swimming. Yet, amidst a gathering of unmarried, noble ladies, even if Du Qinglin were present, it would be inappropriate. Just as Sherlan stepped outside, she suddenly heard a splash. Instinctively, she turned back to see Qin Shuhuang, discarding her cloak and leaping into the frigid waters. Sherlan gasped in horror, unable to restrain her exclamation, "Your Highness!" Granny's son, who had been following Qin Shuhuang, was jolted back to reality by Sherlan and Amp, Appo's, cry. As she comprehended what had just transpired, she was paralyzed with fear, unable to fathom what calamity might befall the crown princess or how it would affect the duke's household. Granny Sun was genuinely alarmed now, her voice trembling as she shouted, "The crown princess has fallen into the water. Quickly, save her!" As she was about to call out again, Sherlan restrained her. In this moment of crisis, perhaps influenced by Qin Shuhuang and Amp, Appo's earlier composure, Sherlan found herself surprisingly calm. She grasped Granny Sun and Amp, Appo's arm, directing her gaze toward the lake where Qin Shuhuang was swimming. "Do not panic, look. We must not disturb Her Highness while she is saving someone." Granny Sun, stiff with fear, shifted her focus to the lake, where she saw Qin Shuhuang swiftly swimming toward Shuhuang, her prowess in the water rivaling that of any man. Granny Sun gasped, "The crown princess can swim?" Sherlan bit her lip, saying nothing, merely nodding in affirmation. In truth, throughout the years the four senior maidservants had accompanied Qin Shuhuang, they had never seen her swim. Today marked their first realization that she could swim quite well. However, such revelations were unnecessary to share with Granny Sunday. When he found Qin Shuhuang and Amp, Appo's escorts, they informed her that Captain Xinsong had already dispatched men to secure the garden, ensuring no man could approach. Upon receiving this news, he exhaled a sigh of relief before quickly running toward the garden in search of Qin Shuhuang. Dunes, stationed in a corner of the northeast of the garden with Chang Sui, witnessed Su Siyuan rush out of the small courtyard after Shuhuang fell into the water and, without hesitation, dive in to save her. Chang Sui reminded, "Young master, Miss Su has jumped into the lake. Is now not the time?" She narrowed his eyes, intently watching the slender figure struggling in the water, a subtle smirk forming on his lips. "Not yet. Let's wait a little longer. Miss Su has just fallen in and is still far from Shuhuang. If I intervene now, what if others misinterpret my actions as an attempt to save Shuhuang?" Su Siyuan swam vigorously toward Shuhuang, but as she neared, she felt her strength waning. Rescuing someone from the icy lake was a far cry from swimming in the warm waters of a hot spring at home. Su Siyuan, cherished as the daughter of a family of military generals, had been taught to swim. However, the training for daughters differed from that of sons. While sons practiced in cold waters, daughters learned in warm pools, where nurturing hands guided them. The disparity between a hot spring and a lake was vast. Moreover, it was early autumn, and the lake in Appo's water was frigid, further draining her stamina. For a fleeting moment, Su Siyuan regretted her decision, but having already leaped in, she steeled herself and pressed forward toward Shuhuang. Chapter 46. Du Shi and Appo's delusions. As Su Siyuan drew ever closer to Shuhuang, poised to make contact with her, Du Shi realized that his best opportunity had arrived. Lady Su maintained a close relationship with Lady Rome, as both families were long-standing friends. Madame Ma, acting as the steward of the Rongguogong residence, had taken Du Shi under her wing. Growing up alongside Du Qinglin, he naturally established a rapport with the scions of the Su family. The Su family produced formidable generals for the frontier, wielding considerable influence in those regions. With Su Siyuan's handsome visage, Du Shi had harbored intentions toward him from a young age. Should Su Siyuan reciprocate his affections, Du Shi could leverage the Su family's power for his own future ambitions. However, fate was unkind. As they matured, Du Shi discerned that Su Siyuan had developed feelings for Du Qinglin, while remaining indifferent to him. He soon became aware of this unrequited affection, having been warned discreetly on several occasions that their relationship held no future. Rejected, Du Shi gradually concealed his feelings. Yet he had not relinquished his desire for the alluring Su Siyuan, a prize tantalizingly within reach. Originally, The plan was for his sister to use green peaches to drug Su Siyuan, allowing Du Shi to engage in an intimate encounter with him, which Shui Ruzhen would inadvertently witness. They would then feign that Shui Ruzhen had orchestrated the drugging, leaking the scandal to the public. This would tarnish Su Siyuan's reputation, leaving him no choice but to marry Du Shi, while the Su family, upon discovering the truth, would have to swallow their bitter pill. Shui Ruzhen, seeking to eliminate her rival in the upcoming election, would see her reputation irreparably damaged, rendering her an object of scorn among the nobility of the capital. With both Su Siyuan and Shui Ruzhen incapacitated, the selection for the election would inevitably favor the regent. If successful, it would be a masterstroke. Unfortunately, an unexpected complication arose in the form of the Grand Princess, who inadvertently thwarted his plan to drug Su Siyuan. Fortunately, the siblings had always been meticulous in their schemes and had devised an alternative plan. Growing up in the Du residence, Du Shi was well acquainted with the Su family and understood Su Siyuan and Appo's character. Knowing that Shui Ruzhen could not swim, he planned to deliberately cause her to fall into the water near Su Siyuan, confident that he would rescue her, as his noble nature would compel him to act. Once Su Siyuan entered the water, Du Shi intended to make his appearance just in time to save him while subtly ensuring that Shui Ruzhen drowned. In that moment, he would become Su Siyuan's savior and gain an intimate bond with him, thus achieving his goals. The Su family would, out of gratitude for his life-saving act, accept the marriage proposal. For this plan, Madame Ma had arranged for the maidservants attending the garden today to be those who could not swim, and he had ensured that the guards from the other courtyard were stationed far away. In a fleeting moment, Du Shi and Appo's mind whirred with these thoughts, the corners of his mouth curling into a triumphant smile as he anticipated the success of his backup plan, now almost complete. All that remained was for him to leap into the lake to rescue someone. Just as he prepared to plunge into the water, an unexpected splash resonated across the lake. He looked up in astonishment, his eyes widening in shock as he beheld none other than the Grand Princess herself diving into the water to save them. Moreover, her swimming technique was impressive, surpassing even that of Su Siyuan. Du Shi's fists clenched tightly, a surge of frustration rising within him. The Grand Princess had interfered once again. As he watched Qin Shuhuang swiftly approach Su Siyuan and Shui Ruzhen, Du Shi understood that he could hesitate no longer. His earlier gloom was replaced by a wicked smirk. As a man, if he were to jump in and save Su Siyuan while also having an intimate encounter with the esteemed Grand Princess, what could it matter? After all, in such matters, it was seldom the man who suffered the consequences. Perhaps he would even have the opportunity to boast before the prince consort later. With this delightful thought, Du Shi could no longer suppress his grin. He commanded his attendants to keep watch and then leapt into the lake. He anticipated the chill of the water, but to his surprise, just as he leapt, a powerful force yanked him back, and the next moment, a severe blow to his abdomen sent him crashing to the ground. Curling up in pain, once the intense agony subsided, Du Shi glared at the two unexpected figures beside him, fury boiling over. "Who are you? Do you know who I am? How dare you cause a ruckus in the Duke's residence?" Meanwhile, Du Shi's usual attendants had been silenced and subdued by the guards brought by Xiansong. Xiansong's gaze fell coldly upon the fallen Du Shi, as if he were staring at a corpse. Moments earlier, he had witnessed Qin Shuhuang plunge into the lake, his heart racing with dread as he contemplated leaping in to rescue her. Yet, he steeled himself, fixating on the water, reassured that she could swim, which allowed him to redirect his attention to the scheming Du Shi lurking in the shadows. Seeing Shui Ruzhen fall into the water without any sign of intervention, Xiansong quickly deduced that Du Shi had been plotting. Surely, if Shui Ruzhen had not fallen, Su Siyuan would not have entered the water, and Qin Shuhuang would not have needed to swim to her rescue. In an instant, Xiansong attributed all the suffering Qin Shuhuang endured to Du Shi's machinations. He fixed a cold glare on Du Shi and uttered a single command. "Hit him." No sooner had the words left his lips than his guards, Xiezhua and Xiecheng, advanced upon Du Shi, launching a series of punches that left him battered and bruised. Initially, Du Shi attempted to assert his authority, proclaiming his identity to Xiansong, but his words fell on deaf ears as the guards intensified their assault. By the time he could no longer rise from the ground, the cold-faced guard had already departed, leaving only two of Qin Shuhuang's men to oversee the scene. At this moment, Dushi was gripped by a profound sense of dread, far surpassing the pain he felt physically. Meanwhile, Su Siyuan had finally managed to grasp Shui Ruzhen. In her desperation, clung to him as if he were her last hope. In her instinctual panic, she inadvertently pulled Su Siyuan down into the water with her. Caught off guard by Shui Ruzhen's unexpected strength, Su Siyuan, already exhausted from swimming, found herself unable to resist the force pulling her under. She swallowed mouthfuls of icy lake water, struggling to stay afloat as she felt herself slipping beneath the surface alongside Shui Ruzhen, desperate to communicate something to her. Su Siyuan's mind spiraled into chaos, rendering her speechless. Gurgling, submerged in the depths, she was enveloped by darkness. Her vision obscured as she felt herself descending into a chasm from which escape seemed impossible. She could muster no further strength to fight. Suddenly a cold, composed voice pierced through the chaos, resonating in her ears. Chapter 47. A successful rescue. Steady yourself, Miss Su. Hand the person over to me, and swim upwards with all your might. Su Siyuan, whose consciousness was gradually fading, suddenly regained clarity. Upon recognizing that the voice belonged to Her Highness the Princess, her astonishment sharpened her awareness. She parted her lips, intending to utter the title of Your Highness, but as her mouth opened, a mouthful of water rushed in, prompting her to quickly shut her lips in alarm. Seeing that she still had some awareness, Qin Shuhuang felt a slight relief. If both Shui Ruzhen and Su Siyuan required rescue, the burden on her would have been immense. Fortunately, Su Siyuan had not yet exhausted her strength. Qin Shuhuang reached out to take Shui Ruzhen, but the latter, though barely conscious, instinctively clung tightly to Su Siyuan as if grasping a lifeline. Despite her efforts, Qin Shuhuang was unable to pry Shui Ruzhen away. Su Siyuan, ensnared by Shui Ruzhen and Appo's hold, found it impossible to ascend. If this continued, Su Siyuan would not last much longer. With a desperate gaze, Su Siyuan looked to Qin Shuhuang for help. Observing the situation, Qin Shuhuang realized that if Shui Ruzhen persisted in this manner, she would only jeopardize Su Siyuan's life. In an instant, she made a decisive choice. With a swift and precise motion, she struck the nape of Shui Ruzhen and Appo's neck. Well-versed in medical knowledge, she knew that the pressure point there could induce immediate unconsciousness. As she executed the maneuver, Shui Ruzhen lost consciousness in the blink of an eye, her grip on Su Siyuan relaxing. With a forceful kick of her legs, Su Siyuan broke free from the water's grasp. The buoyancy of the water made Shui Ruzhen relatively light, and Qin Shuhuang, proficient in swimming, effortlessly brought Shui Ruzhen to the surface, ensuring her head remained above water to prevent drowning during her unconscious state. On the shore, Shirlan watched as Qin Shuhuang emerged from the water with Shui Ruzhen. Her heart, which had been racing, instantly settled. Overwhelmed with emotion, tears welled in her eyes. Her Highness was unharmed. As Qin Shuhuang swam towards the shore, she frequently glanced at Su Siyuan beside her, asking Miss Su, "Can you hold on?" Blushing, Su Siyuan realized that without the added weight, she could swim without issue. "Rest assured, Your Highness, I can manage." Seeing that Su Siyuan was not merely holding on out of desperation, Qin Shuhuang turned her attention back to guiding Shui Ruzhen toward the shore. Su Siyuan watched Qin Shuhuang's retreating figure, her heart brimming with admiration. She had never imagined that the princess would not only possess swimming skills, but would also personally dive in to save them during such a perilous moment. Had it not been for Her Highness, both she and Shui Ruzhen would have perished. At that moment, Lady Rong and Madame Ma hurriedly arrived. Upon seeing Qin Shuhuang rescuing someone from the lake, Lady Rong's expression darkened, and she shouted, "Quickly, get into the water and assist." The specially brought maids, trained in swimming, immediately plunged into the lake, aiding Qin Shuhuang and bringing Shui Ruzhen and Su Siyuan back to the shore. As soon as Qin Shuhuang neared the bank, Shirlan reached out to pull her up, while a cloak was hastily draped over her shoulders by the returning Shiryu. Lady Rong grasped Qin Shuhuang and Appo's cold hand. her face etched with worry. Huang, quickly change your clothes. Qin Shuhuang gently patted Lady Rong's hand. Aunt, do not worry, I am fine. Please summon a doctor to examine Miss Shui and Miss Su. Lady Rong nodded, urging Qin Shuhuang to change out of her wet garments. As Qin Shuhuang was surrounded by Lan and others, entering the courtyard, Lady Rong exchanged a glance with Madame Ma, but refrained from immediately directing her to take action. Instead, she urged the elderly matron's son, Sun Ma, personally take someone to see to Miss Su and Miss Shui. If anything were to happen to the two young ladies, I will hold you accountable. Startled, Sun Ma immediately accepted the order. As Qin Shuhuang walked toward the guest quarters, she tightened the cloak around her shoulders, suddenly realizing something was amiss with the fabric's texture. Glancing down, she discovered that the cloak draped over her was not her own, but a dark satin cloak. The garment was significantly larger than her own, trailing on the ground, reminiscent of a man in Appo's cloak. Seeing that the princess had noticed the cloak, Shuryu quickly apologized. My apologies, Your Highness. It was my oversight. Your cloak remains in the guest quarters. I returned hurriedly and did not have time to retrieve it. The Captain Xian, who was guarding the gate, sent his cloak over in a moment of urgency, and I had no choice but to let you wear it for now. I will accept any punishment upon our return. Qin Shuhuang was taken aback, realizing that this cloak belonged to her brother, the residual king. With this knowledge, the image of Xian Song's restrained yet emotional face surfaced in her mind as she touched the fabric again. Unable to help herself, Qin Shuhuang turned to glance at the garden entrance. At that moment, Xian Song stood at the gate, gazing in her direction. Unaware that Qin Shuhuang was about to enter the courtyard and had turned to look at him, Xian Song felt his body stiffen involuntarily. When Qin Shuhuang smiled at him, the corners of her mouth lifting like the sun in spring, Xian Song was completely rooted in place, his heart racing like a drum. As Qin Shuhuang averted her gaze, she caught sight of Shui Ruzhen and Su Siyuan being escorted to a nearby courtyard to rest and see a doctor. She noticed Su Siyuan was also wrapped in an ill-fitting cloak. Though its color was subdued, it was evident it was made of fine material, unlike the cloaks worn by servants. Casting another glance at the dark satin cloak she wore, Qin Shuhuang's expression turned serious. She immediately instructed Rue to inform Lady Rong to be vigilant regarding the safety of Su Siyuan and Shui Ruzhen. Upon returning to the guest quarters, Lan and Shuryu helped Qin Shuhuang bathe and change. Once she was dressed, Lady Rong was already waiting outside. Lan and Shuryu assisted Qin Shuhuang as she emerged from the inner chamber. Lady Rong approached, examining her closely. Seeing that Qin Shuhuang appeared well and her spirits clear, she finally sighed in relief. I am so sorry, Huang, for all you have endured. At this moment, Song Yuan had been summoned by Rue. Upon seeing Qin Shuhuang, he hurried over and said, Your Highness, please sit. I will check your pulse. Though Qin Shuhuang was aware that she was fine, she complied to alleviate Lady Rong and Appo's and her master and Appo's concerns, sitting down to allow Song Yuan to examine her pulse. Lady Rong, anxiously waiting nearby, was even more worried than Qin Shuhuang. After checking both of Qin Shuhuang and Appo's wrists, Song Yuan exhaled in relief. Your Highness is not seriously harmed, merely a bit chilled. I shall prescribe a remedy to dispel the cold. Just a couple of doses will suffice. Only after hearing Song Yuan and Appo's reassurances did Lady Rong finally relax. She took hold of Qin Shuhuang and Appo's hand, saying, Huang and Appo's, or you must not act so impulsively again, placing yourself in danger. Qin Shuhuang patted Lady Rong's hand, soothing her. Aunt, your niece shall remember your words. Turning to Song Yuan, she inquired, Master, how are Miss Shui and Miss Su faring? Chapter 48. Awakening. Song Yuan had previously visited Shui Ruzhen and Su Siyuan, informing them of the situation. When Qin Shuhuang inquired, Song Yuan replied, Miss Su is in good health, only slightly affected by the chill, much like His Highness. Miss Shui, however, is more delicate and has suffered a fright. She may develop a fever tonight and will require a period of recuperation lasting at least half a month. Upon hearing this, Qin Shuhuang felt a slight sense of relief, though Madame Ma, standing behind Madame Ronghua, exhibited a subtle change in expression. Madame Ronghua, having managed to uphold the Duke's residence single-handedly at a young age and serve as a support for Qin Shuhuang and her brother, was certainly no ordinary individual. When Sherlan came to summon her, she sensed the peculiarity of today's events, and upon arriving in the garden, she discovered that none of the serving maids were proficient in swimming, which only heightened her suspicions. Had Qin Shuhuang not been present today, no one would have been able to rescue Miss Shui and Miss Su in time. If the two young ladies were to perish in the Du family's villa, it would undoubtedly create an irreparable rift between the Du, Shui, and Su families. If a man were to rescue the two ladies, the propriety of male-female interactions would be breached, potentially ruining the future of both young women. Setting aside the Shui family, Su as protective brothers would surely seek vengeance against the Du family. Su Siyuan had been under her watch since childhood. Although she appeared vibrant and cheerful, she was, in fact, exceedingly stubborn. Once she had set her mind on something or someone, she would go to great lengths to achieve her goal, even at the cost of her own life. Madame Ronghua grasped Qin Shuhuang's hand, her gaze earnest. "Huang, did you uncover any clues regarding today's incident?" Qin Shuhuang glanced around, and with a serious expression, instructed Madame Ma, sister-in-law, "Please take the others to the garden to comfort our esteemed guests." "Yes, madam," replied Madame Ma, leading the maids away. As Song Yuan prepared to leave to avoid suspicion, Qin Shuhuang stopped him. "Master, I will need your assistance in taking my aunt's pulse shortly." Hearing this, Song Yuan chose not to sit down again, saying, "Your Highness, Madame Ronghua, I shall await outside and shamelessly request a cup of tea from the Ronghua residence." Qin Shuhuang, feeling helpless, asked Shiyu to brew tea for Song Yuan and instructed Sherlan to keep watch at the door. Soon, the small hall was left with only Qin Shuhuang, Madame Ronghua, and Ruebua, who was attending to them. Qin Shuhuang recounted how, while in the garden, she had requested Su Siyuan's lacquer dew, but was doused when a maid collided with her, leading to the maid she had sent to attend Miss Shui being deliberately obstructed by a maid from the Du family. It was no coincidence that Miss Shui fell into the water near Miss Su. After Miss Shui fell in, none of the maids present could swim, leaving only Miss Su to leap into the water to rescue her. As Qin Shuhuang articulated these events, Madame Ronghua and Appo's mind began to form a judgment without needing further prompting. Who could orchestrate such a scheme within the Ronghua residence without a single flaw being exposed, other than herself? Surely, it could only be Madame Ma, who stood above all others within the Ronghua household. For a moment, Madame Ronghua found it difficult to believe her own suspicions. Over the years, although she and Madame Ma were not biological sisters, their bond was closer than that of blood. They had shared trials and tribulations, and everything Madame Ronghua possessed, she would share with Madame Ma. Even the two children Madame Ma adopted were considered as her own. Everything they had was nearly identical, save for the future titles of nobility. Could it be that Madame Ma would turn against her? Madame Ronghua felt as if she had been struck, and her eyes dimmed momentarily. Qin Shuhuang furrowed her brow, aware that this was a harsh realization from Madame Ronghua. Yet she urged, "Aunt, when one hesitates to sever ties, chaos ensues. Only if you remain safe can Minna and I find our refuge." In terms of blood relation, it was indeed only Qin Shuhuang and Qin Shumin who were closest to her present. Madame Ronghua's thoughts momentarily drifted back to the scene of her sister's passing. In the Tsiyuan hall, her frail sister had grasped her hand tightly, entrusting her with the small hands of Huang and Minna. Gradually, the murky haze in Madame Ronghua and Appo's eyes transformed into resolute clarity. Huang and Appo's, rest assured, your aunt understands the gravity of the situation. This matter was ultimately a family affair for Madame Ronghua. Her intervention might only complicate matters. No matter how close family ties might be, there must be a degree of distance. It would be better to trust her aunt to handle it herself. As for her aunt's safety, she would arrange for her brother, the cruel prince, to discreetly ensure her protection. At that moment, Sherlan hurried into the room and whispered a few words into Qin Shuhuang's ear. Startled, Qin Shuhuang turned to Madame Ronghua. "Aunt, my personal guard has apprehended Du Shi by the hidden lake in the garden." She then informed Madame Ronghua that Du Shi had not immediately jumped into the water to save Shui Ruzhen, waiting until Su Siyuan was struggling before making a move. Such actions revealed Du Shi and Appo's malicious intent unmistakably. Madame Ma had been nurtured by Madame Ronghua herself. Du Shi and Du Yi were merely a tier below her. Now, with Du Shi and Appo's actions, Madame Ronghua could not afford to overlook such a betrayal. Bring her in, Madame Ronghua commanded coldly. Qin Shuhuang nodded to Sherlan, and shortly, the bound Du Shi was brought in by Xian Song. Du Shi, having been beaten by Xian Song's subordinates, entered with a bruised face, appearing utterly disheveled. Upon seeing Madame Ronghua, she immediately crawled to her feet and clung to her legs, pitifully pleading, "Aunt, please save me. This person is trying to kill me. Had it not been for this villa, I might have lost my life. Aunt, you must stand up for me." Madame Ronghua looked down at Du Shi with indifference. Had it not been for Madame Ma's reputation, she would have disregarded Du Shi from the outset. Though Du Shi possessed mediocre talent, she constantly sought to stand out. Her demeanor lacking humility, and she often flaunted her status even more than the heir, Du Qinglin. After Du Shi and Appo's complaint, she shot a resentful glance at Xian Song, revealing a malicious grin in a concealed direction. Xian Song, unfazed by her spiteful expression, remained unperturbed, showing no concern about being implicated by Madame Ronghua. However, Qin Shuhuang felt a surge of anger at Du Shi and Appo's audacity towards her brother, the cruel prince. With a cold laugh, she declared, "Young Master Du, Madame Ronghua is my aunt. When did she become your aunt? I have no such cousin as you." Her words effectively crushed Du Shi's pride beneath her heel. Du Shi stared in disbelief at Qin Shuhuang, her heart brimming with resentment and fury, yet she dared not utter a word against her status, lowering her head in submission, hoping that Madame Ronghua would side with her at this moment. Despite Madame Ronghua's usual affection towards her mother, Qin Shuhuang had distanced herself for 3 years, leaving Madame Ronghua no choice but to show favoritism towards Du Shi. Madame Ronghua cast a helpless yet indulgent glance at Qin Shuhuang. In the next moment, her words fell upon Du Shi like a thunderclap. Chapter 49. Discernment, disrespectful, and indifferent to the suffering of others. My Du family has no descendants of such character. Take him away and hand him over to Qinglin for interrogation. The words of the lady of the Rong nation effectively disavowed Du Shi as a member of the Du family, further denying his association with the Duke of Rong's household. This was a far greater torment than death itself for him. If Du Shi were not recognized as Du Shi of the Duke's household, he would likely never attain what he desired in this life. It was only at this moment that genuine panic gripped Du Shi. He realized with a heavy heart that he was nothing in the eyes of the lady of the Rong nation, especially when compared to Her Highness the Princess. Yet, he could not surrender at this juncture. Perhaps, just perhaps, the lady still harbored a fragment of maternal affection for him. In a state of distress, Du Shi clutched at the hem of the lady's gown, pleading, "Aunt, I implore you, I shall not err again. I will abide by your wishes henceforth. I beg you, for Qinglin's sake, spare me this time. I shall forever remember your kindness and serve the Duke's household faithfully." Du Shi's demeanor was abject, his words sweetened with desperation, yet it was all in vain. The lady had witnessed his past actions and behavior, and had only endured him due to his connection with Madame Ma and Du Qinglin. Now that his true nature had been revealed, the lady would reckon both old and new grievances without any mercy. Without even casting a glance at Du Shi, the lady's gaze grew colder. "Bring him out," with a mere gesture to his guards. The two men seized Du Shi and dragged him away with little regard for his dignity. Outside, Madame Ma, taken aback by the sight of her battered son being treated like a lifeless animal, rushed forward in alarm. "Sire, what on earth has transpired? Why has the lady ordered you to be dragged out?" Seeing Madame Ma was like finding a lifeline for Du Shi. He grasped her arm, his voice tinged with injustice. "Mother, please help. I have done nothing wrong. I am innocent. The lady wishes to expel me from the Duke's household. You must protect me." "What? The lady intends to cast my sire away?" Madame Ma exclaimed, her heart sinking. "He is a young master of the Duke's household, my very lifeline. She cannot expel him." Trembling, she caressed Du Shi's bruised face, reassuring him, "Do not worry, my dear. The lady trusts me above all. I will ensure your safety. It will be all right. Just go with him for now. I will send you her to check on you shortly, and bring you something." With Madame Ma's comforting words, Du Shi felt a flicker of hope amidst his fear. He obediently nodded, casting a hopeful glance at his mother as he was led away by the guards. Du Qinglin awaited outside, and Xin Song instructed his guards to throw Du Shi before him, stating coolly, "Young Master Du, the lady has entrusted him to your care." With that, he departed, leaving Du Qinglin to contemplate the gravity of the situation. If Du Qinglin could not distinguish loyalty from treachery at this critical moment, he would not deserve the title of heir to the Duke of Rong's household, nor would he honor the lady's years of expectations and nurturing. Seeing that the princess's guards refrained from intervening and instead delivered Du Shi directly to him, Du Qinglin felt a slight relief. Having grown up alongside Du Shi, sharing both meals and trials, he believed that their brotherhood would protect Du Shi from dire consequences. Steadying himself, Du Shi spoke softly, "Qinglin, it was those guards of the princess who framed me. We have grown up together. Do you not know me at all?" Du Qinglin had been gazing at the courtyard until he heard Du Shi's words, slowly turning to meet his gaze. The garden had recently witnessed a near-drowning incident, and upon learning of it, Du Qinglin had discreetly inquired about the matter. The princess's guards had sought him directly afterward. If he could not see the truth now, his time in the Duke's household would have been in vain. He was no fool. Years of experiences in the Duke's household and the military had sharpened his discernment. He understood the difficulties his mother faced in maintaining their status. Though he had long harbored discontent towards Du Shi, he tolerated him for his mother's sake. Now, however, this mother and son duo sought to undermine her efforts. He could never forgive such betrayal. The warmth faded from Du Qinglin's eyes as he spoke coldly. "Du Shi, we have grown up together, yet I have always yielded to you. Have you truly felt nothing? You must have never regarded me as the Duke's heir. My mother is not just a benefactor to you. You have repaid her kindness with such ingratitude. As for whether you were framed, the facts will speak for themselves. Guards, take him away. No one is permitted to approach him." Du Qinglin had long been aware of Du Shi's jealousy. Du Shi believed that, as a distant branch of the Du family, he was more deserving of recognition than Du Qinglin, who, in his eyes, had merely been fortunate enough to be chosen by the lady. Given equal opportunities, he believed he could surpass Du Qinglin. Du Qinglin thought it natural for one to harbor such base thoughts, and while he had considered showing leniency due to his mother's favor towards Madame Ma, he never anticipated Du Shi would act on those thoughts, nearly causing a catastrophe that could harm innocent lives. Such actions today could lead to retaliation against his mother in the future, a transgression Du Qinglin could not forgive. Du Shi was taken aback by Du Qinglin's unexpected harshness, feeling as if he were facing a stranger. Panic flickered in his eyes, but he quickly composed himself, deliberately directing his anger at Du Qinglin. "Qinglin, so this is how you perceive me. After all the years I have devoted to supporting you." Du Qinglin had lost all desire to engage in further debate with Du Shi, merely gesturing to his subordinates. They promptly silenced Du Shi, dragging him away. The incident at the chrysanthemum banquet had soured the mood. Although no one was harmed, the guests had lost their appetite for merriment, and the noble women began to take their leave with their daughters. Song Yuan checked the lady of the Rong nation's pulse and left a prescription for her recovery, while Qin Shuhuang prepared to depart from the Du family's estate. She had shared all she knew with the lady, as it was ultimately a matter for her to handle. Before leaving, Madame Su came personally to express her gratitude, mentioning that she would visit the princess's residence in the future to convey her thanks. Had it not been for Qin Shuhuang, she could only imagine what might have happened to Su Siyuan. Shui Ruzhen, having only her grandmother at home, attended the banquet alone due to her grandmother's poor health. Now that she had been rescued by Qin Shuhuang, she felt compelled to express her gratitude in person despite her frailty. Dressed in fresh attire, Shui Ruzhen appeared slightly pale, yet her expression exuded determination and warmth. After being saved from the water and treated by Song Yuan, she had come to understand the gravity of her near-fatal mistake. In front of Qin Shuhuang and the lady of the Rong nation, she steadfastly acknowledged her error in the water and sought Madame Su's forgiveness. Understanding and compassionate, Madame Su did not hold it against Shui Ruzhen. inviting her to visit the Su household to play with her daughter. The lady of the Rong nation personally arranged for both families to return home, instructing that the young women recover their health first. Once they were well, she would personally visit to apologize and inquire about the day's events. Once the guests had departed, Qin Shuhuang rose to bid farewell. The lady of the Rong nation and Du Qinglin accompanied her to the entrance of the estate. As Qin Shuhuang exchanged farewells with the lady, she suddenly noticed a familiar cloak that Du Qinglin often carried. The cloak struck her as remarkably recognizable, as if she had seen it somewhere before. Chapter 50. Lady Gu's severe hemorrhage. As Qin Shuhuang turned back and caught sight of the mail cloak held by Shiyu in the carriage, a sudden realization struck her. The cloak, which Du Qinglin had casually draped over Su Siyuan earlier, was evidently his. The style of the cloak suggested it originally belonged to Du Qinglin. The fact that Su Siyuan was willing to accept it hinted at a mutual inclination between them. If that were indeed the case, Su Siyuan could no longer be considered a candidate in the upcoming election. The specific details would have to be clarified with Lady Rong at a later date. Noticing this detail, Qin Shuhuang entered the carriage and departed the residence of Duke Rong, accompanied by Xian Song and the guards of the Du family. Upon returning to the princess and Appo's residence, Rui Miao promptly reported, "Your Highness, Miss Gu returned to the Gu residence early from the banquet." Qin Shuhuang nodded, a smirk escaping her lips as she instructed Rui Miao to prepare various empty boxes, for in a few days her dowry would be retrieved. Rui Miao found this puzzling. Unable to comprehend the connection between Miss Gu's return to her family and the retrieval of the dowry. However, her intelligence prevented her from voicing any questions. At the Gu residence, Lady Gu awoke to a dismal countenance, having berated the maids and servants in the courtyard 3 times already. This morning, she learned of Lady Rong and Appo's chrysanthemum banquet at the Duke and Appo's residence, attended by the wives and daughters of high-ranking officials. She had repeatedly inquired with the steward about the invitation from Duke Rong and Appo's household, but despite a thorough search of the study, none had been found. It was only at this moment that Lady Gu realized the Duke's residence had indeed failed to send an invitation to the Gu family. Immediately, her mood soured, and upon returning to her quarters, she cursed the Duke's household for their snobbery. Soon, the person she had dispatched for information returned, reporting that Duke Rong's household had sent an invitation to the princess's residence, and Qin Shuhuang had left early to attend the banquet. This revelation incited even greater fury within Lady Gu. Originally, the invitation for Qin Shuhuang should have been hers. If she had attended, how many noble women she could have befriended. At that moment, Lady Gu recognized the increasing significance of her daughter-in-law, Qin Shuhuang, and felt the Gu family could not afford to lose her now. This morning, Lady Gu was like an ant on a hot pan, bustling about in a frenzy. She spent the entire morning with her trusted aides tallying up what she considered her own Qin Shuhuang and Appo's dowry. Granny Gu, holding the account book, wore a distressed expression, saying, "Madam, what about these silks? Many have already been made into garments. We cannot just dismantle them and reassemble them." Lady Gu flipped through the account book and saw that over 100 bolts of various silks, most of which were tribute silks, were missing from Qin Shuhuang's dowry list. Remembering the splendid garments in her and her daughter's wardrobes, Lady Gu felt a twinge of regret. After a moment's contemplation, she gritted her teeth and ordered, "Go find a manager of Bowie Pavilion and purchase the missing silks." The influence behind Bowie Pavilion was considerable. As long as the status was appropriate and the money sufficient, they could procure tribute silks. Granny Gu was taken aback by the order to seek out Bowie Pavilion. While they had what she needed, the prices were exorbitant, at least 3 times the original market rate. This would indeed be a heavy financial burden for the madam. Granny Gu hesitated, saying, "Madam, Bowie Pavilion is quite costly." At this moment, Lady Gu was not in a position to consider such matters, despite her reluctance to part with her money. Her priority was to secure Qin Shuhuang and Appo's position as the princess. There was no time to deliberate. She needed to buy the silks immediately. With her directive given, Granny Gu had no choice but to take note of it. Granny Gu then added, "Madam, there's still over 100 pieces of jewelry." Lady Gu, upon contemplating the exquisite jewelry in her boxes, felt her heart bleed. Fortunately, jewelry did not wear out quickly. After being sent to the shop, it could be refurbished without excessive expense. However, it seemed her and her daughter's jewelry boxes would be considerably depleted. Having finally devised a way to replenish the dowry that was missing from Qin Shuhuang's storeroom, Lady Gu felt as if she would shed a layer of skin. Granny Gu, securing the account book, inquired, "Madam, once everything is replenished, shall we send it directly to the princess's residence?" Hearing this, Lady Gu shot her a fierce glare. "Send it to the Gu family and Appos, as princess and Appos, as courtyard. Once the dowry is complete, and Hong Chao has a change of heart, what reason would the princess have to stay away from our Gu family?" Understanding her intent, Granny Gu shrank her shoulders. Realizing that the madam did not genuinely intend to return the princess's dowry, but merely to temporarily replenish it to entice the princess back. Once these items were returned to the storeroom, the madam could use them as she pleased, and the money spent could be recouped. No wonder the madam appeared pained, yet not overly reluctant. Truly, the madam was wise. Granny Gu flattered her. Granny Gu's words brought Lady Gu comfort, and a smile finally broke across her face. Approaching noon, just as Granny Gu completed her calculations and was about to eat, a servant reported that Miss Gu Yuqing had arrived. Lady Gu furrowed her brow. Why had Yuqing come? Should and Appos, her eldest daughter, be attending the banquet at Duke Rong and Appos' residence with the Fong family today? How could she have the time? Quickly, invite Miss Gu in. As soon as Lady Gu spoke, she heard her eldest daughter's voice wailing. Upon entering the main courtyard, before reaching the flower hall, Gu Yuqing cried out, "Mother, mother, you must speak on my behalf." Hearing her daughter in Appos' voice, Lady Gu, having worked tirelessly, felt a headache coming on. Nevertheless, she mustered her strength to welcome her. As Lady Gu approached the door, Gu Yuqing rushed forward and embraced her, exclaiming, "Mother, I have suffered a great grievance today." Lady Gu pulled her daughter back, examining her from head to toe. Noticing her luxurious attire, perfectly arranged hair, and no signs of distress, Lady Gu and Appos' concern diminished considerably. After all, she was her own flesh and blood. She had to inquire about the matter. "Yuqing, do not cry. Tell me what happened." Seeing her mother's concern, Gu Yuqing wiped away the non-existent tears and recounted, with embellishments, the event from the banquet at Duke Rong and Appos' residence. Concluding her tale, she indignantly stated, "Mother, how could Qin Shuhuang treat me this way? You must stand up for me and have brother teach her a lesson. She must apologize to me in person." Lady Gu had not anticipated that her eldest daughter had suffered grievances at the hands of Qin Shuhuang, and she was taken aback that Yuqing had come to her to complain. Lady Gu felt a pang of sympathy for her daughter's experience at the banquet, perceiving Qin Shuhuang as ungrateful. Yet, she also sensed that Qin Shuhuang was perhaps using this as a pretext to provoke the Gu family, and her daughter had unwittingly walked into a trap. Reassessing her daughter, Lady Gu felt a jolt. More than half of Yuqing and Appos' splendid outfit today was derived from Qin Shuhuang and Appos' dowry. Chapter 51. The scheming mother of the daughter. Madame Gu suddenly felt that Qin Shuhuang was being deliberately provocative, using her eldest daughter and Appos' hand appointed her. Her gaze shifted, and an idea sparked in her mind. As a mother, Madame Gu knew her daughter well. She gently wrapped her arm around her daughter's shoulders, soothingly patting Gu Yuqing's back. Then, in unison with Gu Yuqing, they vented their frustrations upon Qin Shuhuang, vowing to teach her a lesson and restore justice for her daughter. After allowing Gu Yuqing to release her pent-up emotions, Madame Gu slowly began to reveal her own troubles. "Yuqing, it is not yet the right time. The Gu family cannot afford to lose the princess. I do not want to worry you, but your brother has offended the Xia family, and we may face dire consequences in the future." At first, Madame Gu feigned a pitiful demeanor to quickly persuade her daughter, but as she spoke, genuine concern for her younger son's future welled up within her, and she began to weep. Gu Yuqing was taken aback upon hearing this news, and upon realizing that her beloved younger brother had encountered such misfortune, she was momentarily stunned. "Mother, why didn't you tell me about this sooner?" Madame Gu tenderly stroked Gu Yuqing's back. "I feared you might act impulsively. The Xia family is not to be trifled with." And what about Qin Shuhuang? Will she not face consequences? Madame Gu was reluctant to disclose the full truth to her elder daughter and merely explained, "Your elder brother was in a dispute with the princess at that time. Yuqing, the Xia family, is the right arm of the regent. If our Gu family loses the princess and Oppos, as protection now, it would be unwise. Do you understand? However, do not worry too much. Your father has his plans. If we can hold on for another year or so, Qin Shuhuang will have no choice but to yield to our Gu family." In the latter half of her speech, Madame Gu revealed her thoughts, realizing that the Gu family was indeed Gu Yuqing's maternal home. Gu Yuqing could not afford to disregard it. The well-being of the Gu family was essential for her own future stability and to secure her standing in the Fong family. Furrowing her brow, Gu Yuqing pondered for a moment before nodding. "I understand, mother. Once our family is stable again, do not forget to seek justice for me." Seeing her elder daughter convinced, Madame Gu smiled. "Of course, when the time comes, you shall personally reclaim your honor, and I will support you." The image of Qin Shuhuang, the dignified princess, bowing her head and apologizing before her, filled Gu Yuqing with a refreshing sense of satisfaction. Madame Gu and Oppos, as persuasive skills were remarkable, and Gu Yuqing trusted her mother immensely. Before long, Madame Gu successfully convinced Gu Yuqing to temporarily return the dowry and properties taken by Qin Shuhuang back to the Gu residence. With a sense of relief, Madame Gu patted her elder daughter's hand. "My Yuqing is the most understanding. Rest assured, once this period passes and the princess returns to the Gu residence, I will have someone return these items to you and provide you with a prosperous shop in the capital as compensation." After speaking, Madame Gu signaled to the maid, Grandma Gu, who soon retrieved a brocade box and presented it to Madame Gu. "Yuqing, this is a preliminary compensation I have prepared for you. Open it and take a look." Gu Yuqing bent down to gaze at the brocade box, and a flicker of concern crossed Madame Gu's eyes. The contents of the box were among her few cherished possessions, purchased with her own silver. Initially intended for her sons, circumstances had compelled her to repurpose them for immediate needs. Thankfully, they were given to her own daughter rather than outsiders. As Gu Yuqing carefully opened the brocade box, she discovered a stunning set of ruby ornaments, sparkling brilliantly and evidently newly crafted. Although not as extravagant as Qin Shuhuang and Oppos' dowry jewelry, they were still quite valuable. Delighted to receive such precious jewelry from her mother, Gu Yuqing immediately expressed her joy, clinging to her mother's arm. "You are the best, mother." This scene was inadvertently witnessed by Gu Yufei. Seizing the moment when Gu Yuqing was distracted, snatched the brocade box from her sister and Oppos' hands. Upon opening it and seeing the contents, Gu Yufei instantly felt envious. "Mother, how could you give such fine jewelry to my elder sister? You are biased." Gu Yufei clutched the box, unwilling to return it to Gu Yuqing. Madame Gu, exasperated, could only request Grandma Gu to fetch another brocade box. Madame Gu shoved the newly retrieved box into Gu Yufei and Oppos' hands. When Gu Yufei opened it, she found another set of jewelry, a fine agate necklace, rich in color and evidently valuable, rivaling Gu Yuqing and Oppos' ruby set. In truth, Madame Gu had originally planned to reserve both sets of jewelry for her sons, but circumstances necessitated their immediate use. Thus, Gu Yufei reluctantly returned the first brocade box to her sister. However, seizing the opportunity, Madame Gu temporarily reclaimed Qin Shuhuang and Oppos' dowry and jewelry from Gu Yufei. After ensuring Gu Yuqing was calmed down, she checked on her younger brother's lunch before departing the Gu residence with the jewelry gifted by her mother. Once everything was organized, Madame Gu directed the maids and servants to compile a list and deliver all items to Qin Shuhuang and Oppos' residence. At the princess and Oppos' residence, Qin Shuhuang was currently with Song Yuan. As Song Yuan was to stay in the princess and Oppos' residence for an extended period, Qin Shuhuang had instructed her servants to rearrange the courtyard according to her master and Oppos' preferences. Now, the study had become Song Yuan's pharmacy, and the adjacent small kitchen was transformed into a space for preparing medicinal concoctions. The entire courtyard was infused with the fragrance of herbs. Song Yuan had brought various rare herbs and medical texts, much to Qin Shuhuang and Oppos' benefit. Whenever she needed to consult medical books, seek guidance from her master, or prepare herbal remedies, she would come to Song Yuan. At that moment, Song Yuan was identifying the components of the fragrant blocks Qin Shuhuang had brought from the palace, while Qin Shuhuang was personally concocting a remedy to control the poison within Xian Song's body. As the concoction simmered down to a concentrated half-bowl, Qin Shuhuang prepared to call Xian Song to drink the medicine but hesitated. Her brother, the remnant king, had always felt insecure about his facial scars, even ashamed to reveal his true appearance. Though her medical skills were commendable, she could not entirely eradicate the poison plaguing him, only suppress it temporarily. If she presented the concoction to him now, it might instill hope in him, but if his scars did not gradually improve, the sudden surge of hope could be devastating, akin to pouring salt into his wounds. Too cruel. After much contemplation, Qin Shuhuang devised a plan. Since she could not directly inform the remnant king that he needed to take the medicine, she would blend the concoction into his food. As long as he consumed food infused with the remedy, the effect would be the same. With this thought, Qin Shuhuang thickened the mixture slightly, leaving just a small half-bowl, then personally stir-fried 2 small dishes and prepared a bowl of noodle soup. Finally, she mixed the medicinal liquid into the small dishes and soup. The meal was thus prepared, though its appearance was rather unappetizing. Chapter 52. The culinary skills of Her Highness the Grand Princess Qin Shuhuang, born into royalty, had lived a life of luxury since childhood and later married into the Gu family. Although her life was fraught with difficulties, she at least had several loyal maidens to attend to her needs, and she had never truly cooked for herself. Her knowledge of cooking was limited to observing others, such as Sherlon and a few others in the kitchen. Today marked her inaugural attempt at culinary endeavors. It quickly became evident that Qin Shuhuang possessed no natural talent in the culinary arts. Her initial foray into cooking yielded results akin to that of most novices. Visually, it was rather unfortunate. She had prepared 2 dishes, stir-fried lamb slices and shredded cabbage. The former had been cooked for too long, rendering the lamb tough and charred, while the latter had been insufficiently sautéed, leaving the cabbage stems undercooked. The noodles, on the other hand, had been overboiled, resulting in a somewhat mushy texture by the time they were served in a bowl. Furrowing her brow, Qin Shuhuang contemplated whether to present the dishes, hesitating as she recalled that the food and noodles were infused with medicinal concoctions. If she did not serve them to her brother, the disabled king, the medicine would go to waste. Perhaps it was best to endure this once. After all, the appearance might be deceiving, and the taste could be delightful. As she prepared to find a food container in the kitchen, Song Yuan arrived. He had been identifying fragrant substances in the adjacent apothecary, and, upon catching a whiff of an odd scent wafting from the kitchen, felt compelled to investigate, fearing something had gone awry with Qin Shuhuang. Upon entering, he was greeted by the chaotic scene of the kitchen and the disheveled dishes laid out on the long table. Surprised, he pondered whether the Grand Princess had taken to cooking. Qin Shuhuang, caught off guard by her mentor and Oppos, arrival, swiftly approached him. "Master, what brings you here? I just prepared some food. Have you dined yet? If not, please do try." Song Yuan and Oppos' gaze shifted to the table, and upon seeing the dismal presentation of the dishes, his mouth twitched. Despite having gone an entire afternoon without sustenance, he immediately shook his head. "Your Highness, no, I have already dined, and am quite full," unable to partake in anything else. Pouting slightly, Qin Shuhuang displayed a hint of girlish charm. "Very well. It seems today, Master will miss out on this delicacy." If her mentor would not eat, she would send the food to her brother, who surely would not turn his nose up at it. Seeing that Qin Shuhuang had ceased her insistence, Song Yuan wiped the virtual sweat from his brow. Such unappetizing dishes were best left for the fortunate to enjoy. He wished to live a few more years. He wondered who would be the lucky recipient of a meal prepared by the Grand Princess herself. Clearing his throat, he promptly shifted the conversation. "Your Highness, I have ascertained the ingredients within the fragrant cakes." At these words, Qin Shuhuang and Oppos' expression turned grave. "Master, what is the nature of these fragrant cakes?" Over the past few days, Song Yuan had combed through his collection of texts, finally uncovering a clue in a miscellaneous record from the Song family and Oppos' ancestors. The fragrant substance Qin Shuhuang had identified was a type known as Ximuxiang. In the previous dynasty, this fragrance came in various scents and had a calming effect. However, it typically contained cooling agents, which, if used frequently by women, could adversely affect their health, leading to a cold constitution that hindered fertility. Thus, it had been banned by the court in the later years of the dynasty. The market for Ximuxiang had dwindled, and it had soon faded into obscurity, with few knowing of its existence today. The essence of Ximuxiang consisted of two similar components, producing a fragrance that was compounded when blended, creating a scent far more potent than either component alone, while enhancing the calming properties. While the dangers of this fragrance to women were well known, the combined effect on men was far more perilous. Individually, the scents posed no threat to men, but when combined, they could stimulate various organs and lead to harmful effects akin to the Wuxia San, ultimately resulting in addiction and mental deterioration, a most insidious slow poison. Reflecting on a recent encounter with a palace maid, Song Yuan realized that the scent he had detected bore a subtle difference from that of the fragrant cake given to him by Qin Shuhuang. With a serious demeanor, he inquired, "Your Highness, from where did you acquire this fragrant cake?" At that moment, Qin Shuhuang no longer concealed the truth from Song Yuan. Clenching her fists, she replied coldly, "Master, I obtained this fragrant cake from the incense burner beside my brother's chamber." Song Yuan was taken aback, if that were indeed the case. The implications were grave. His expression intensified. "Your Highness, I am almost certain this is Ximuxiang, and what you encountered in that maid was the Muxiang." Realizing that her brother was subtly being harmed whenever he was in the presence of Xia Qianwei at Funing Palace, Qin Shuhuang felt a surge of fury. Based on her mentor and amp, Appo's, as previous visit to check the pulse of safety, it seemed that the Ximuxiang had likely been used in her brother's quarters for less than a month. The damage could still be mitigated. Since returning from the palace, she had already instructed her brother to send a brocade box to her brother, yet she wondered why he had not sought her out. Determined, she resolved that if her brother did not come in the next few days, she would return to the palace. This time, she would ensure she met him. Taking a deep breath to quell her anxiety and urgency, she asked Song Yuan, "Master, can you create a fragrant cake with the same scent?" Song Yuan, a master of pharmacology, recognized that the art of creating fragrances bore similarities to that of crafting medicines. Those skilled in one often understood the other. Though the ingredients for Ximuxiang were rare and difficult to gather in a short time, crafting a cake with a similar fragrance was entirely feasible, and he could incorporate antidotes and calming herbs into the mixture. After a moment and amp, Appo's, as contemplation, he nodded, "Yes, Your Highness, if you require it urgently. I can have it prepared within 2 hours." He understood her urgency in wanting to replicate the scent. Sighing with relief, Qin Shuhuang expressed her gratitude. "I appreciate your efforts, Master. Such is nothing. Given the pressing need, I shall commence my work in the apothecary at once." No sooner had he spoken than Song Yuan hurried back to his workshop. While he immersed himself in the creation of the fragrance, Lao and Appo's do enter the room. Upon hearing the commotion, Song Yuan, without turning, barked, "Do not disturb me, leave." However, Lao Adu did not comply. Instead, he approached Song Yuan, presenting a food container filled with visually appealing and aromatic dishes, accompanied by a small pot of warmed yellow wine. "Master, this meal was sent by Her Highness, who specifically instructed that you dine before continuing your work." Upon hearing this, Song Yuan turned to the table and saw his favorite dishes laid out, and he could not help but smile, feeling both helpless and touched. "Ah, this child, she truly knows." With that, he carefully set aside his tools, washed his hands, and joined Lao and Appo's, due for dinner. As night fell, the early autumn air was alive with the flicker of fireflies in the Grand Princess and Appo's garden. While Qin Shuhuang carried the food box, she had prepared to the small courtyard where the disabled king resided. Chapter 53. The prince gains nothing by being seen by Her Highness. During her time at the Gu family estate, Qin Shuhuang resided in a rather modest courtyard, constantly hindered by the Gu family. Her personal guards either occupied the quarters of the Gu family and Appo's as servants or rented lodgings outside the estate. Now, having returned to the princess and Appo's residence. She found the courtyard spacious enough to comfortably accommodate even double the number of guards, should her royal brother decide to increase their ranks. Moreover, now that Qin Shuhuang had come to learn of Xian Song's true identity, she was determined to provide him with suitable lodgings. The quarters for her guards were uniformly situated in the front yard, divided into 2 sections, allowing even the most ordinary of guards to enjoy a room shared by 2. Xian Song, however, was granted a separate courtyard akin to that of Song Yuan. Upon reaching the entrance of Xian Song and Appo's courtyard, the gatekeepers, Xiezhua and Xiecheng, were taken aback. They had never anticipated that Her Highness, the princess, would arrive here. Stunned, they rubbed their eyes in disbelief, and upon reopening them, they confirmed that the princess truly stood before them. Instantly, they straightened their backs and paid their respects, exclaiming, "Long live Her Highness!" As they bowed their heads, they exchanged a glance of astonishment. One of them was to attend to the princess, while the other would inform their master. Qin Shuhuang allowed a hint of a smile to grace her lips. She recognized the 2 men as loyal attendants who had grown up with her brother, the Duke of Residual. Tragically, one had lost his life while protecting him, and the other was left grievously injured, destined to remain bedridden for the rest of his days. Quickly dismissing the fragmented memories that clouded her mind, she inquired about Xian Song's whereabouts. "Is he in the courtyard?" The prince valued the presence of the princess above all else, and they would not dare obstruct her from seeing him for fear of incurring his wrath. However, Xian Song was currently bathing in the courtyard. Xiezhua, unable to suppress a chuckle, replied, "Your Highness, the commander is inside." Xiecheng chimed in, "Your Highness, I shall go in and notify the commander." Just as he was about to turn, Qin Shuhuang stopped him, saying, "No need, I shall enter myself." With that, she lifted her skirts and strode directly into the courtyard. Xiecheng stood frozen, casting a glance toward the room, thinking to himself, "It is not that I do not wish to inform you, my lord, but Her Highness has not afforded me the opportunity." Xiezhua, equally helpless, knew he could not stop the princess. After all, they were, in name, her personal guards, not the Duke and Appo's loyal attendants. Resigned, they returned to their posts at the entrance, resolutely ensuring that no one would disturb the precious moments between the Duke and the princess. Xian Song's courtyard was surprisingly spacious, yet remarkably tranquil, devoid of bustling maids or servants. The cleaning was typically managed by an elderly woman, while guards would take turns maintaining the place. Only one room was illuminated within the courtyard, and without needing to ask, Qin Shuhuang knew Xian Song was inside. Without any attendants accompanying her, she alone carried a food box as she approached. The room was eerily quiet, and standing at the door, she heard no sound. She extended her delicate fingers and knocked softly on the door. The sound echoed in the stillness of the night. Shortly, a deep, magnetic voice called from within, "Come in." The room was filled with warm, steamy air. Behind the screen, Xian Song reclined in a bathtub, his eyes gently closed as he savored the moment. The Duke had few hobbies, aside from his long-standing admiration for Princess Qin Shuhuang and his fondness for bathing. Enveloped in the soothing warmth of the water, he felt his fatigue dissipate, as if the bath cocooned him in a sense of security. Though the Duke resided next door at the Northern Prince and Appo's estate, he chose not to return, preferring to bathe in solitude within the small courtyard. His bathing ritual typically lasted a good half hour, and Xiezhua and Xiecheng, well aware of this habit, often brought him food to prevent him from fainting in the tub due to an empty stomach. Upon hearing the knock, Xian Song instinctively called, "Come in," without a second thought. When the door opened and he heard a footfall distinct from those of his guards, he paused in surprise. Even with his eyes closed, he recognized that the footsteps belonged to Qin Shuhuang. In a flurry, he glanced down and realized he was in the tub without a stitch of clothing, panic overtaking him. With a splash, he hastily grabbed the cloth towel beside him, managing to wrap it around his lower half just in time. Before he could find something to wear, Qin Shuhuang had already stepped in from behind the screen. As she rounded the corner, she beheld Xian Song standing there, bare from the waist up, looking utterly flustered. His long, dark hair dripped water onto his shoulders, adding to his discomposure. Qin Shuhuang paused momentarily, surprised by the sight, though she had anticipated some humidity upon entering. Xian stammered, Your Highness, what brings you here? In an instant, his ears flushed crimson. Seeing her brother exposed, Qin Shuhuang instinctively lowered her gaze. Yet could not help but steal glances at him from the corners of her eyes. Though Xian was tall and lean in clothing, his physique revealed the right amount of definition. His muscles were long and well-formed, with 6 distinct abdominal muscles. Having just emerged from the tub, droplets of water trickled down his body, gliding over the contours of his abs before being absorbed by the cloth towel at his waist. For a moment, Qin Shuhuang found herself entranced by Xian and Appo's physique, lost in thought until his question jolted her back to reality. Her voice betrayed a hint of nervousness and warmth as she replied, Xian, I know you have been working hard these past few days. I happened to pass by and thought to bring you some food. Pass by? How could that be? Xian thought. Yuanshan Garden was the main courtyard at the back of the princess and Appo's estate, while Xian resided in the front courtyard, requiring a considerable distance to traverse. Standing before her, he felt utterly at a loss, too bashful to meet her gaze, oblivious to the fact that she was stealing glances at him. Noticing the flush creeping up Xian and Appo's neck, Qin Shuhuang decided to show him mercy for the moment. Please put on some clothes, she urged, turning to leave for the side hall. As soon as she turned her back, Xian quickly donned a robe draped over the screen, hastily covering himself. When he finally emerged into the side hall, he found that Qin Shuhuang had already set the table with an assortment of dishes. Taken aback, Xian felt a wave of gratitude wash over him. After spending 3 years by her side, it was the first time Qin Shuhuang had shown such concern, personally delivering a meal. When she looked up and saw him properly dressed, his damp hair falling over his forehead, obscuring the scar that marred his brow, he appeared almost ethereal, like the moon in its brilliance. Qin Shuhuang smiled, Please sit down and eat. Only then did Xian notice the food laid out before him. After examining the somewhat unappetizing appearance of the dishes, he found it difficult to swallow. Was it truly with good intentions that his princess had come to offer him such a meal? Chapter 54. Your Highness, I am prepared for a divorce before Xian could utter a word. Qin Shuhuang had already discerned his thoughts from his gaze. Clearing her throat, she said, This meal has been prepared by me personally. It is my first attempt at cooking, and I am uncertain if it will suit your palate. Upon hearing these words, Xian immediately lifted his head in disbelief, staring at her. Qin Shuhuang offered an embarrassed smile in response. Initially, he found the meal before him rather unappetizing. But after Qin Shuhuang and Appo's declaration, it seemed as though an extraordinary filter had been applied, causing the dishes to shimmer with an enticing golden glow. Suppressing his inner excitement, Xian managed to speak in a steady tone, saying, Your Highness, your culinary skills are remarkable. I am certain that this meal will delight my taste buds. Qin Shuhuang, possessing a modicum of self-awareness, recognized that her inaugural culinary creations were rather mediocre and perhaps even bordering on culinary disasters. She was baffled by how her brother, the Prince of Remnants, could feign such praise. However, this flattery brought her joy, igniting a desire to return to the kitchen and prepare more dishes. Upon learning that the meal was prepared by Qin Shuhuang, Xian promptly took a seat at the table, picked up a pair of chopsticks, and took a bite. The flavors were indeed peculiar, compounded by the thick herbal broth she had added, rendering the taste even stranger. Yet, Xian maintained a composed demeanor as he consumed the unappealing fare, even exhibiting a voracious appetite. Witnessing this, Qin Shuhuang felt a twinge of guilt and silently resolved to practice her cooking skills further, lest her brother and Appo's stomach be irreparably harmed by her culinary attempts. Qin Shuhuang simply sat beside him, watching as Xian ate. The courtyard fell into a serene silence, and the room radiated warmth, imparting a sense of profound tranquility. To her astonishment, Xian finished every morsel on his plate in less than 15 minutes. Gazing at the empty dishes, Qin Shuhuang felt a pang of guilt and stood to collect them, but Xian stopped her, stating, Your Highness, you have labored in the kitchen. Allow me to take care of this. Upon hearing this, Qin Shuhuang remained seated, smiling as she observed Xian and Appo's actions. Sensing her gaze upon him, Xian felt his neck and ears flush with warmth, and his breathing grew involuntarily rapid. Just as the atmosphere within the room became increasingly intimate, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Xian's expression hardened. What is it? Hearing the displeased tone of his master, Siehua, standing outside, felt a chill run down his spine. He had no desire to disturb the prince, but was compelled by urgency. My lord, someone from the palace has arrived and urgently seeks an audience with her highness. From the palace? At this hour? And they demand an immediate meeting. Xian thought, realizing it could only be his royal brother. Qin Shuhuang sprang to her feet, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Bring him to Yuan Xiang Garden. I shall be there at once. Siehua, taken aback by the sudden command from the princess, quickly regained his composure. Yes, your highness. I shall inform Butler Liu to make the arrangements immediately. As Qin Shuhuang exited Xian and Appo's chamber bearing the food box, her face radiated joy and anticipation. In contrast, Xian appeared significantly dimmer than before, silently trailing behind her with 2 loyal guards. Although Qin Shuhuang presumed the emperor had come, she remained cautious until confirmation, wary of any potential spies sent by the regent. Thus, Xian followed closely, never straying far from her side. Qin Shuhuang, fully aware of Xian and Appo's identity and burdened by guilt for having served him such distasteful food, chose to say nothing, allowing him to accompany her. Upon reaching the main hall of Yuan Xiang Garden, Qin Shuhuang immediately spotted Xiao Rang standing guard at the entrance. Seeing him confirmed her suspicion that it was indeed her brother who had arrived, prompting her to quicken her pace. Xiao Rang greeted her with a smile and a respectful bow, announcing, Your Highness, the master awaits you inside. Qin Shuhuang nodded in acknowledgement and hurried into the hall. Xian exchanged a knowing glance with Siehua and Siecheng, who promptly took their positions at the entrance, standing vigil alongside Xiao Rang. Meanwhile, Xiao Rang couldn't help but wonder when the princess had acquired such highly trained personal guards, whose vigilance and decorum surpassed even that of the inner palace guards. As Xian entered the main hall behind Qin Shuhuang, she was greeted by the sight of a figure clad in a cloak, standing with his back to the entrance. Overwhelmed by emotion, she hesitated to call out the name of her long-missed brother, fearing that uttering it might shatter the dreamlike scene before her. Upon hearing the footsteps cease behind him, Qin Shumin turned slowly. The sight of his sister, whom he had not seen in days, filled his heart with warmth. Sister, you have grown thinner, yet you seem more spirited, he observed, taking in her elegant lavender palace gown. Simple, yet exquisite, though the unsightly guard trailing behind her was somewhat distracting. In that moment, Qin Shumin felt as though the sister who had once been his constant companion in the palace had returned. A smile broke across his lips as he murmured, Sister. Though they had only been apart for a few months, for Qin Shuhuang, it felt like an eternity, transcending the bounds of life and death. Tears welled up in her eyes as she beheld her brother standing before her, healthy and whole. The floodgates of emotion burst open, and she could no longer contain her tears. Qin Shumin was clad in the deep moss-green robe that Qin Shuhuang had tailored for him, draped with a simple gray satin cloak. The robe, which she had intentionally made slightly oversized, fit him perfectly now. Unbeknownst to her, her brother had grown from a boy into a tall young man. Minner, Qin Shuhuang called hoarsely. Xian, who had been following closely behind her, quietly stepped away from the main hall and positioned himself at the entrance. Qin Shumin strode forward and took his sister into Appo's hand, noticing the tear stains on her face. Sister, why are you crying? He asked, his expression softening as he instinctively reached for his sleeve to wipe her tears, reminiscent of their childhood days. Qin Shuhuang found his gesture both endearing and amusing, playfully pulling down his sleeve and casting him a mock glare. Qin Shumin stood frozen, gazing intently at his sister. Why do you stare? Do I appear more beautiful than before? Qin Shuhuang teased. He nodded earnestly. In my eyes, you have always been the most beautiful, though it has been a while since you looked at me like that. His words struck a chord deep within Qin Shuhuang, stirring up a wave of bittersweet memories. After her marriage, she had devoted herself entirely to the Gu family and Gu Hongqiao. Initially, she entered the palace to see her brother, but over time, her visits became solely about the Gu family. In the 3 years that followed, her bond with her brother had gradually diminished. She had become a puppet of the Gu family, drifting away from her identity as Qin Shuhuang's sister, which had created a chasm between them. Yet now, fate had granted her another chance. Although the siblings had been apart for only a few months, their bond remained unbroken and even felt more intimate than any meeting in the past 3 years. Learning that Qin Shuhuang had not yet dined, she instructed the kitchen to prepare his favorite dishes. They settled in the main hall, sharing a meal and reminiscing as they had in their childhood at Yuan Palace. Qin Shuhuang served her brother a piece of lion's head meatball, while Qin Shuhuang offered her a piece of braised pork ribs. After a moment, he turned to her and asked, "Sister, how are you finding life in the princess's residence?" This residence had been specifically renovated by Qin Shuhuang to cater to Qin Shuhuang's tastes. So how could she possibly find it uncomfortable? "Everything is to my liking. I intend to stay here permanently," she replied. Qin Shuhuang was taken aback by her response, his eyes lighting up as he softly inquired, "Sister, what about the Gu family?" Qin Shuhuang, focusing on the ribs he had served her, replied in a tone as casual as discussing any ordinary matter. "Minner, I am preparing for a divorce." The piece of lion's head that Qin Shuhuang had precariously balanced on his chopsticks suddenly fell to the ground. Chapter 55, Sister, I am quite robust. Qin Shuhuang quickly realized he had lost composure. He set down his chopsticks and coughed twice, his mind racing. Despite his disdain for the Gu family and his deep-seated aversion to their exploitation of his sister, he had never anticipated that she would utter such words today. Although his sister held the esteemed title of princess, a woman's marriage was traditionally dictated by her husband, and whether from humble origins or noble lineage. Divorce invariably placed a woman at a disadvantage, subject to the whispers and criticisms of society. Even one of her stature would scarcely dare to broach the subject of separation lightly. Yet today, she had explicitly broached it with him. The astonishment on Qin Shuhuang and Appo's face had not yet faded as he turned to face Qin Shuhuang. Sitting upright with a serious expression, he queried, "Sister, marriage is no trivial matter. Have you truly contemplated this? Should you decide to pursue this course and act upon it, regretting your choice later will be arduous." Despite his contempt for the Gu family, he felt compelled to urge his sister to think carefully about such a significant decision. A young lady's reputation is precious, and he wished for her to avoid future remorse. Upon hearing his words, Qin Shuhuang was touched. It seemed that unbeknownst to her, her younger brother had grown into a young man, a sturdy shelter against the storms of life. She smiled at him, her expression devoid of any hint of reluctance or regret. "Minner, rest assured, I have long since made up my mind. The Gu family and Gu Hongqiao are unworthy of my sacrifices, and I shall never regret my decision to divorce." Seeing the resolute glint in his sister's eyes, it was clear that this was not a hasty decision, and the weight on Qin Shuhuang's heart lifted. He had long held a negative view of the Gu family. If his sister could see through their facade and extricate herself, it was undoubtedly for the best. He had initially feared her decision was impulsive, but now reassured. He fully supported her choice to part ways. Was it not within his power to find her a worthy match, given her noble status? Suddenly, Qin Shuhuang felt a deeper bond with his sister. Since she had made her decision, he pledged to stand by her side. "Sister, worry not. For as long as I am here, the Gu family shall not entangle you further." Qin Shuhuang chuckled softly, shaking her head. "There is no need for you to intervene just yet. I will handle this myself. Before I depart, I intend to reclaim what the Gu family has taken from me." Qin Shuhuang did not object. Since the passing of their mother and father, his sister had developed a strong sense of independence and preferred to avoid excessive interference from others. "Very well. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to instruct Lu Zhou to convey a message to me. He is originally one of Xiao Rang's subordinates." Qin Shuhuang openly acknowledged that the steward of the princess's residence, Lu Zhou, was under his command. Qin Shuhuang smiled. "Good. When I need my brother, I shall not hold back." After they finished their meal and the dishes were cleared, he brought in tea before withdrawing. Qin Shuhuang requested Qin Shuhuang to extend his wrist so she could take his pulse. Aware of her medical expertise, he recalled how she had frequently treated him in the past, often preparing medicinal dishes through her maidservants. Dear sister, I am quite robust. My appetite is excellent. And just last month, the imperial physician confirmed my health was sound. He declared. Despite his bravado, he obediently placed his wrist on the table, allowing Qin Shuhuang to examine him. As Qin Shuhuang listened to her brother mention the imperial physician, she glanced up at him before carefully taking his pulse. Her brow furrowed as she felt something amiss. Noticing the change in her expression, Qin Shumin fell silent, refraining from any further distractions. After examining both of his wrists, Qin Shuhuang rose to inform Rue he to summon Song Yuan. Even in such a brief time, the lingering effects of the incense had begun to harm Qin Shumin's health. If continued, it could jeopardize his well-being and vitality. Sister, what is the matter? Could there truly be an issue with my robust constitution? Qin Shumin asked, puzzled. Qin Shuhuang shot him a stern look. We shall discuss this when he arrives. Moments later, footsteps echoed from the side door, and Song Yuan entered. He was already aware of the emperor's presence, and, upon seeing Qin Shumin, bowed respectfully. Your servant pays respects to your majesty. Qin Shumin, surprised, turned to Qin Shuhuang. Sister, why is Song Yuan here with you? She assisted Song Yuan to his feet and motioned for him to sit beside her before addressing her brother. Brother, my master is no longer the imperial physician. Upon hearing this, Qin Shumin immediately sensed the gravity of the situation, his expression growing serious as numerous speculations flooded his mind. Sister, I am unaware of the circumstances surrounding the former physician, but upon returning to the palace, I will ensure a thorough investigation. Qin Shuhuang gently pressed her hand against his, shaking her head. What Qin Wei has done, my master is well cared for here. Until the time is right, we must avoid alarming him. Despite her reassurances, Qin Shumin and Appo's fists clenched involuntarily. As he matured, he increasingly recognized Qin Wei and Appo's ambitions. Yet he lacked the power to confront him directly, leaving him obstructed both in the palace and the court. Now, it seemed his sister and Song Yuan were also entangled in this web. Noticing the turmoil in her brother's heart, Qin Shuhuang offered comforting words. Minner, be patient. We will have our opportunity to bring him down, but not at this moment. She had invited Song Yuan to take her brother into Appo's pulse, as he had previously overseen Qin Shumin's health and could more readily discern any changes. Seated beside Qin Shumin, Song Yuan patiently examined his pulse, drawing nearer. Suddenly, Qin Shumin remarked, Master Song, you carry a scent I recognize. It is quite pleasant. Qin Shuhuang's expression stiffened as she picked up a small piece of incense from a nearby tray. This was a new fragrance brought by Song Yuan, similar to the one he used, but devoid of any harmful substances, truly a soothing incense. She handed the fragrant piece to her brother. Min and Amp, Appo's. Or is this the scent? Upon inhaling it, Qin Shumin's memory was ignited, recognizing it as the very fragrance he burned each night in his chamber. He was surprised to find it here as well. This incense is here too. I have been sleeping poorly lately, so I lit this in my chamber. As long as the faint scent lingers, I can sleep soundly until dawn. There were nights I nearly overslept, he exclaimed joyfully. However, upon hearing his words, Qin Shuhuang's expression darkened, her concern deepening. She turned to Song Yuan, who had just finished taking his pulse. Master, what is your assessment? Song Yuan's response was shocking. The toxin has only recently entered the body. Fortunately, your majesty is robust, and it has not had a significant impact. However, if this continues for several months, the poison will infiltrate the internal organs, becoming irretrievable. Qin Shumin. Chapter 56. The Identity of the Chief Maid. Wei Wei, upon witnessing the grave expressions on the faces of Qin Shuhuang and Song Yuan, Qin Shumin, who had initially dismissed the matter, became anxious. Could it be that his body truly harbored some ailment? Sister, what is going on? Qin Shuhuang, with a serious countenance, explained to her younger brother, Min and Appo's. You have been afflicted by the mother and child incense. Song Yuan elucidated the nature of this incense to Qin Shumin, while Qin Shuhuang indicated a nearby incense cake, stating, This is a substitute crafted by the master, designed to mimic the fragrance of the mother and child incense, yet devoid of its harmful effects. Mother and child incense. Qin Shumin recalled that his Funing palace had never employed incense burners. His mother had disallowed the palace maids from using such things since his childhood. Following her passing, his sister had maintained strict discipline among the palace staff, who diligently performed their duties. The use of incense in the sleeping quarters had only commenced after Wei Wei's arrival. Could it be that Wei Wei posed a threat? Perceiving that the royal siblings needed to converse privately, Song Yuan took his leave, saying, "I shall now procure an antidote for the emperor. Forget my departure." Qin Shumin waved at Song Yuan, and Qin Shuhuang nodded in acknowledgement. Song Yuan promptly exited the main hall, hastening to the apothecary with the elder servant, Lao Adu. "Sister, do you know the true identity of my chief maid?" Qin Shumin inquired, his expression darkening. Qin Shuhuang sighed. "She is Miss Xia Qianwei of the Xia family." Astonished, Qin Shumin gazed at Qin Shuhuang in disbelief. Wei Wei was, in fact, Xia Qianwei. A fleeting thought crossed his mind as he recalled her words. She had claimed to be the daughter of a traitor, with the regent Qin Wei as her enemy, declaring that she would willingly perish alongside him if given the chance. Yet the truth revealed her to be a daughter of the Xia family, who were subservient to Qin Wei. They were, in fact, allies. Where was the deep-seated enmity she professed? "Brother." Seeing Qin Shumin lost in thought, Qin Shuhuang called out sharply. He snapped back to reality, his gaze becoming clear and detached. Ascending to the throne at a young age, having ruled for many years with his sister and Oppos, as protection, he had nonetheless endured his fair share of tribulations, becoming acutely aware of the fickleness of human relationships. In his position, he needed to cultivate a demeanor colder than most. Struggling beneath the shadow of Qin Wei, he had managed to preserve his integrity, but the sudden revelation regarding Wei Wei had momentarily clouded his judgment. Now, with his sister's admonition, he resolved to remain the vigilant young emperor he ought to be. Looking to his sister, he implored, "Sister, please recount to me all that transpired when you entered the palace." Naturally, Qin Shuhuang withheld no details. The siblings conversed late into the night, and as the hour grew late, Qin Shumin noticed the fatigue in his sister and Oppos' eyes. He rose and said, "Sister, you must rest well. I shall return to the palace and visit you again soon." Qin Shuhuang gazed at her brother, who had now surpassed her in height, nodding in approval. Yet, she could not help but caution him, with the grand selection approaching, "If you harbor any thoughts, do inform your sister in advance. Regardless of the situation, I shall stand by your side." Qin Shumin understood the gravity of her reminder. Though they occupied positions of power, their standing was precarious, and one misstep could be disastrous. He had once considered a candidate, but that individual was a wolf in sheep and Oppos. As clothing, it was best left unspoken. "Sister, do not worry. I am well aware of the stakes. If you find yourself with free time, perhaps you might assist me in identifying suitable allies." Qin Shuhuang recognized that he comprehended her intentions and nodded, both gratified and pained. Before departing, Qin Shuhuang handed her brother a package to take with him. Xiao Rang respectfully accepted it on behalf of his master, bowing to Qin Shuhuang before departing alongside Qin Shumin under the cover of night. Standing at the back door of the princess's residence, Qin Shuhuang waited until her brother's carriage vanished into the darkness before withdrawing her gaze. Just as she prepared to turn, a warm black cloak draped over her shoulders. Turning, she found Xiansong standing nearby, his head bowed modestly. The other maids had been sent to rest, and only Xiansong had accompanied her upon her return from seeing the emperor off. The cloak could only have been his gift, no one else in Oppos. Qin Shuhuang tilted her head, offering him a radiant smile, not only accepting the oversized cloak that trailed along the ground, but also tightening the ties around her neck, enveloping herself within its embrace. Although Xiansong maintained his gaze downward, the corners of his eyes remained fixed on Qin Shuhuang. When he caught her smiling at him, illuminated by the dim lanterns in the corridor, her beauty appeared even more enchanting, momentarily rendering him speechless. As she enveloped herself in his cloak, it felt as though he held her tightly in his arms, igniting a warmth within him. Trailing silently behind her, Xiansong forced himself to look away, clenching his fists at his sides. He reminded himself that he was but an unattractive and lowly servant, while she was a married woman. He must not act on his selfish desires, for he would never tarnish her reputation or disrupt her happiness. His duty was to silently watch over her and ensure her safety. On the journey back to Yuanxiang Garden, Qin Shuhuang sensed Xiansong and Appo's gaze upon her at first. But gradually, he averted his eyes, as if she had become an ordinary woman in his mind. Frowning, she felt displeased with her brother's sudden change in demeanor. Upon arriving at Yuanxiang Garden, she abruptly halted and turned to Xiansong, stating, "Xiansong, you need not guard this place. Return to rest." Xiansong, momentarily lost in thought, nearly collided with her before regaining control. Upon hearing her words, he felt a sense of relief and replied affirmatively, grateful for her command. He feared that remaining by her side would lead him to act on his impulses and sneak into her chamber at night. Obeying her directive, Xiansong departed swiftly. As she watched his retreating figure grow distant, Qin Shuhuang and Appo's brow furrowed in dissatisfaction. What had come over her brother? Previously, he would not have allowed her to remain unguarded at night. Yet with a mere word from her, he had actually left. That night, she tossed and turned in bed, straining to hear any sound from outside her room, yet Xiansong did not appear again. Could it be that he was upset after tasting the unpalatable meal she had prepared for him? Chapter 57. It was Qin Shuhuang who killed her child. Inside the carriage, Qin Shumin instructed, "Hand the package to me." Xiao Rang carefully passed the tightly held package to him. Qin Shumin cautiously unwrapped it, soon revealing its contents. Inside were several sets of pristine men and Appo's undergarments, crafted from the finest tensile fabric, soft and breathable, his favorite material. Qin Shumin recalled that in order to save money for his elder sister, he had not acquired new undergarments for several years. A couple of the sleeves had begun to fray, and as he had grown a bit taller over the past 2 years, the sleeves had become even shorter. He was indifferent to such trivialities, as they were merely undergarments, unseen by others. Little did he expect that his sister would discover this after just one visit to his chamber and had gone to the trouble of preparing these for him. The meticulous stitching of these garments suggested that his sister had sewn them herself, stitch by stitch. Had Wei Wei possessed even a modicum of concern for him and attended to him daily, she could not possibly have overlooked this detail. Often, it was Wei Wei who prepared his bathing garments. If she had truly cared, even if she could not afford fine materials, she would have used something else. Yet there was nothing. Qin Shumin and Appo's anger grew with each thought, and his heart turned colder. He gently set aside the undergarments and discovered 2 small brocade boxes at the bottom of the package. Upon opening one, a familiar fragrance wafted out, revealing fragrant cakes inside. Qin Shumin understood his sister's intention. These cakes were meant to replace the incense in his chamber. He handed the fragrant cakes to Xiao Rang, ordering coldly, "Replace the incense in my chamber with these. Ensure no one discovers it." Xiao Rang was momentarily taken aback, but quickly surmised the situation and respectfully complied, tucking the brocade box into his bosom. The remaining box contained a small porcelain vial, which held the antidote to the mother and child incense, personally crafted by Song Yuan. The antidote was in pill form, and as the accumulated toxins within Qin Shumin were not extensive, he needed only to take 1 pill daily. After a fortnight, the vial would be empty, and the residual poison would be largely cleared. Moreover, Qin Shuhuang had detailed the symptoms of poisoning from the mother and child incense to Qin Shumin, ensuring he would know when a need arose. His sister had considered so much for him. If he could not manage this matter well, it would be a waste of her efforts. He placed the antidote into his sleeve pocket and then repacked the undergarments, instructing, "If anyone inquires about these garments, tell them they were sent by the Imperial Wardrobe. Ensure the wardrobe is informed beforehand." "Yes, Your Majesty, this old servant will remember," Xiao Rang replied. In recent years, Regent Qin Wei had tightly controlled the military power, stifling the cabinet and obstructing Qin Shumin's governance. Though his reach was extensive, there were places he could not easily penetrate, such as the imperial palace. Xiao Rang was a trusted confidant left to Qin Shumin by the late emperor and empress. Over the years, he had cultivated considerable influence, controlling much of the inner palace, even if it was somewhat encroached upon by Qin Wei's power. This was also why Qin Shumin had only recently succumbed to poisoning since. Had the inner palace been under Qin Wei's control from the outset, he would not have survived to this day. However, Qin Shuhuang did not anticipate that Qin Wei's infiltration of the inner palace would occur even more swiftly than he had imagined. Under his stringent control, even Xiao Dong had been coerced, and his most trusted maid had long been a pawn embedded within. Were it not for his sister, he feared he might have met a disastrous fate. Although Qin Shuhuang did not divulge everything to Xiao Rang, the latter had deduced most of it. Lowering his voice, he inquired, "Your Majesty, what shall we do upon returning to the palace?" Qin Shuhuang's gaze was frigid. "Everything remains as it is." Despite this assertion, Xiao Rang detected an undercurrent of bloodshed in his words. The following morning, Gu Hongqiao had yet to rise from Bailinga and Damp Oppo's bed when Chang Sui anxiously informed him of a visitor awaiting him outside. With no alternative, Gu Hongqiao stealthily got out of bed to meet his friend in the front courtyard. Shortly thereafter, he was whisked away by his friend, with Chang Sui accompanying them. Yet no explanation was given regarding their destination. Gu Hongqiao returned home in a foul mood the previous night, but upon seeing the enchanting Bailinga, he transformed his fury into desire, unleashing it all upon her. Their passionate encounter lasted until the early hours, leaving Bailinga utterly exhausted. When Gu Hongqiao departed in the morning, she was too weary to care and simply turned over to resume her slumber. Just as she was lost in sweet dreams, several maids barged into the room and bound the still sleeping Bailinga. Startled awake, she found herself in this alarming situation and screamed. But one of the maids swiftly silenced her with cloth. The lead maid, thin and with a sinister gaze, glanced at the bound Bailinga and commanded her companions, "Take her away." As the words left her lips, a black cloth was thrown over Bailinga's head, rendering her sightless. Approximately 15 minutes later, the cloth was finally removed. As her vision returned, Bailinga was met with a dimly lit room, encircled by walls, devoid of windows, and surrounded by unfamiliar maids, each wearing a menacing expression. Fearful, she whimpered and pressed her back against the wall. The leading thin maid stepped forward, bent down, and removed the cloth from Bailinga's mouth, then instructed her companions, "Bring the items." One of the maids promptly left to fulfill the command. With the ability to speak, Bailinga widened her eyes, demanding, "Who are you? Why have you brought me here? Let me go." The thin maid sneered, "I advise you, Miss Bai, to comply. It will spare you some suffering. Otherwise, if you incite our master's displeasure, losing your life would be a light consequence." Bailinga was taken aback by the maid's refusal to answer her questions, intensifying her panic. "If you release me, I will grant you anything you desire. But if not, once I escape, I will ensure Hongqiao avenges me." The thin maid's expression remained impassive at the mention of Gu Hongqiao, while the returning maid brought a bowl with her. The thin maid accepted the bowl and commanded, "Hold her down. Do not let her struggle." Several of them advanced, pinning Bailinga down, as the thin maid leaned in closely, forcefully pinching her mouth and pouring the dark liquid from the bowl into it, compelling her to swallow. No matter how much Bailinga fought, the liquid poured uncontrollably into her mouth and down her throat into her stomach. An overwhelming sense of dread washed over her, and instinctively she curled her legs, worrying for the child within her. Once the bowl was emptied, the maids released Bailinga, who collapsed to the ground, desperately retching but unable to expel the forcibly ingested liquid. She glared venomously at the maids. The thin maid chuckled coldly, instructing her subordinates to close the door. "Outside," she ordered, "let her out once the child is lost. And remember to inform the master. He will certainly be pleased." A cramping pain radiated from her abdomen, and Bailinga's eyes widened in shock. It was Qin Shuhuang. It was Qin Shuhuang who had killed her child. Chapter 58, The Extravagant Attire Before Long. A report arrived from Madame Gu. "Madam, the task is complete," announced a short, plump maid. Madame Gu nodded lightly, her expression unwavering. "Ensure there are no complications. Additionally, send someone to inform the eldest young master to return to the residence before noon." "Understood." Once the maid departed, Grandma Gu adjusted the step pendant on Madame Gu's head and, with a hint of concern, "Inquire, madam, what if the eldest young master learns of this matter?" Madame Gu and Amp Oppo's countenance darkened. "Do you think I would be willing? But can the unborn child be more significant than the entirety of the Gu family? Hongqiao is the future pillar of our house, and when he eventually learns of this, he will surely discern the gravity of the situation. Besides, this is not my doing. It is the work of the crown princess. Indeed, Madam speaks true. It was an overstep on my part. Enough. Summon the second young lady. It is time to depart. The old servant hurried off. Today, Madame Gu intended to bring Gu Yufei and Gu Yuling to the crown princess's residence, humbling herself to personally invite Qin Shuhuang back to the Gu household. She was resolute, believing that having restored Qin Shuhuang's invaluable dowry and assisted in resolving the matter with Bailinga, there could be no leverage left for Qin Shuhuang. As long as Qin Shuhuang cared for Hong Chao, she would inevitably return to the Gu residence. Soon, the reluctant Gu Yufei was summoned to the main courtyard. The jewelry she had borrowed from Qin Shuhuang had been temporarily confiscated by Madame Gu, who forbade her from wearing the ostentatious agate necklace. Gu Yufei, accustomed to spending a quarter of an hour selecting her adornments each morning, now gazed at the ordinary pieces in her jewelry box with no desire to choose. Frustrated, she randomly picked 2 hairpins and, donning her plain dress, instantly diminished in elegance and confidence, losing her usual air of grandeur. Upon reaching the main hall, she passed by Gu Yuling, who had been intentionally left waiting outside by Madame Gu. In comparison, Gu Yufei found herself overshadowed by her sister, typically adorned in lavish finery. Gu Yufei, though not as beautiful as Gu Yuling, usually projected a more commanding presence. Stripped of her jewels, she felt her worth plummet. This only fueled her ire. As she brushed past Gu Yuling, she intentionally bumped into her, carelessly soiling Gu Yuling's embroidered shoes. Noticing the alarmed expressions of Gu Yuling's maid, Taohua, Gu Yufei smirked triumphantly as she stepped into the main hall. Once Gu Yufei left, Taohua fretted, "What shall we do now, third miss? Your shoes are soiled. You are to accompany the madam to meet her royal highness shortly. Should I sneak back to fetch you another pair?" Gu Yuling glanced down at the large black footprint on her plain embroidered shoes and shook her head. "No need. With my second sister here, it would make no difference how many pairs I change into." But Taohua, still anxious, realized she could not persuade the third miss and let it go. Gu Yuling forced a smile. Even if her mother took her to the crown princess's residence today, it was unlikely she would be allowed to meet her royal highness. Madame Gu, upon seeing her youngest daughter dressed simply, initially frowned but then nodded discreetly, believing her daughter's rustic appearance suited today and Appo's intentions. The mother and daughter set off, taking Gu Yuling with them in a carriage towards the crown princess's residence. The Gu family had prepared several carriages, with Madame Gu and Gu Yufei boarding the most luxurious one, while Gu Yuling was relegated to the back with the household servants. The Gu family was accustomed to such treatment, offering not even a glance of sympathy towards Gu Yuling. Inside the carriage, Gu Yuling even faced disdain from the servants beside Madame Gu. At the crown princess and Appo's residence, Qin Shuhuang awoke early, requesting her attendants Rueha, Sherlon, and Shiyu to prepare her for the day. For the past few days, she had dressed casually, even when visiting the royal residence of the matriarch. But today she sought a more elaborate appearance. The maids immediately employed their utmost skills. Rueha excelled in clothing coordination, Sherlon was adept at hairstyling, and Shiyu was unparalleled in makeup. Transformed by the hands of the 3 skilled maids, Qin Shuhuang emerged from her chamber, captivating the attention of Xian Song, who stood at the door. Dressed in a delicate goose-yellow gown adorned with a matching translucent overlay and crowned with an ornate phoenix hairpin, her forehead adorned with a ruby. Her visage was striking, exuding an air of noble elegance. To Xian Song, she appeared like a radiant beacon, embodying the grandeur befitting a princess. Noticing Xian Song's fixed gaze, Qin Shuhuang playfully winked at him, momentarily shedding her regal demeanor for a mischievous charm. Xian Song was taken aback, and as he regained his composure, he realized that her playful gesture was directed at him, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. To suppress his emotions, he quickly lowered his head, avoiding her gaze. Qin Shuhuang, unaware that her simple wink had such an effect, felt her smile fade and her brow furrow slightly. The maids remained oblivious to the subtle exchange between the princess and Xian Song. Rueha inquired, "Your Highness, is this splendid attire for a banquet? I do not recall any significant invitations in recent days." Qin Shuhuang took a seat at the table, her eyes drifting to the entrance of Yuanxiang Garden. It would be a pity to dress so beautifully without stepping out. Though not for a banquet, she intended to go out, anticipating the arrival of those who would summon her. Less than half an hour after her words, Lu Zhou hurried in to report, "Your Highness, Madame Gu has arrived with her 2 daughters. They are at the door. Shall I invite them in?" Lu Zhou observed Qin Shuhuang's expression, anxious that she might be displeased. Contrary to his fears, Qin Shuhuang's face lit up with joy upon hearing of the Gu family's arrival. Lu Zhou's heart sank. Could it be that the princess intended to return to the Gu residence? If the emperor learned of this, it would surely grieve him. He contemplated advising her against it, but swallowed his words, deciding to wait and see. "Please let them in. I rose early today to await Madame Gu," Qin Shuhuang replied. Lu Zhou, his expression grave, nodded and swiftly went to welcome them. At the entrance, he instructed the guards to open the gates for Madame Gu and her daughters. Upon hearing his command, the guards parted, standing aside to allow the Gu family entry. Madame Gu, accompanied by Gu Yufei and Gu Yuling, stepped through the grand entrance. As they approached Lu Zhou, Madame Gu cast a sidelong glance at him. "Old steward, do you now recognize this, madam? If your eyesight fails with age, it is better to retire than to offend others and bring trouble to the household." Chapter 59. A harmonious mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Lu Zhou bowed respectfully, allowing Madame Gu to mock her. With a cold snort, Madame Gu followed the maid, leading the way into the princess's residence. Upon entering the front courtyard of the princess and Appo's estate, some maids and servants were left behind. Gu Yufei, trailing behind Madame Gu, suddenly halted and glanced back at Gu Yuling, her lips curling into a smirk as she swept her eyes over Gu Yuling and Appo's skirt. "Third sister, your shoes are so dirty. How can you meet Her Highness the Princess? You might soil the carpets of the princess's residence. It will be better for you to stay here, and we shall take you back once we are done." Tao Hua, indignant, retorted that their young lady's shoes were intentionally dirted by the second miss, and how could they deny her the chance to meet the princess? Gu Yuling shook her head at the disgruntled Tao Hua and respectfully replied to Gu Yufei, "Yes, second sister." Only upon hearing this did Gu Yufei leave with a sense of pride. Madame Gu, walking ahead, was well aware of her daughter's actions but chose to ignore them entirely. Gu Yuling, accompanied by Tao Hua, stood by the roadside, watching as Madame Gu and Gu Yufei ventured into the main courtyard of the princess's estate. Once they were out of sight, Tao Hua lamented for her young lady. "Third miss, if you remain here, you will miss the chance to meet Her Highness." Gu Yuling surveyed the beautiful scenery of the princess's residence, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "It's all right, Tao Hua. There are many days ahead." Just as Gu Yuling was about to return to the side chamber where the servants of the Gu family could rest, a young maid approached her. "May I pay my respects to Miss Gu San?" Gu Yuling was slightly taken aback. "Who are you?" The round-faced maid, with a sweet and charming smile, replied, "I serve under Miss Rueha. Since the third miss is not going to the back courtyard, please follow me. Miss Rueha has prepared a resting parlor for you." The round-faced maid quickly ushered Gu Yuling to a quiet little hall, pristine and elegant, with a bookshelf adorned with numerous books. The maid then brought in hot tea and an array of delicacies, more than 10 varieties, each presented in delicate green porcelain dishes, allowing one to savor each treat without feeling overwhelmed. The maid smiled and said, "These delicacies were specially arranged for the third miss by Miss Rueha. Please do not hesitate. If you fancy any, just let me know, and I will prepare some for you to take home." The bookshelf is filled with books. Should you find any to your liking, feel free to take them back to the residence. Make yourself comfortable. I shall wait at the door, and if you need anything, just call for me. Upon hearing the maid's words, Gu Yuling felt a surge of emotions. Rueha was the princess's chief maid, and it was indeed rare for Rueha to prepare such thoughtful gestures for her. The last time she visited the princess's estate, the princess had noticed her fondness for sweets, and this time she had arranged an abundance of delicacies. She knew Gu Yuling loved reading, yet could not borrow even a single book from her father and brothers in Appo's study, so she had filled the shelves here for her to choose from freely. Gu Yuling's gaze fell upon a small brocade box on the table, which the round-faced maid had brought in with the treats. Once the maid stepped out, Gu Yuling carefully opened the box. revealing a pair of charmingly embroidered shoes in a soft lotus pink, adorned with pink pearls and delicate ornaments, both beautiful and delightful. As she looked down at her own soiled, grayish lotus pink satin shoes, tears welled in her eyes, yet a smile crept upon her lips. Madame Gu and Gu Yufei were led by the maid into the Yuanshan garden. It was both of their first visits to the princess and Appo's residence, and the beauty of the surroundings left them awestruck. Not to mention the Gu residence, even the regent and Appo's estate paled in comparison to the grandeur of the princess and Appo's abode. Madame Gu quickly succumbed to envy. If only such a splendid residence could one day belong to the Gu family. The most splendid part of the princess and Appo's estate was undoubtedly the Yuanshan garden, designed specifically by Qin Shuhuang, resembling the princess and Appo's own chambers in the palace. The jealousy that had already taken root in the hearts of the mother and daughter only intensified upon entering the Yuanshan garden. Fortunately, they managed to remember the purpose of their visit. Upon entering the main hall of the garden, Madame Gu and Appo's gaze immediately fell upon Qin Shuhuang, seated in the primary position, dressed in luxurious garments and adorned with exquisite jewelry. Her regal demeanor conveyed a sense of grandeur that made Madame Gu and Gu Yufei acutely aware of Qin Shuhuang's status as the esteemed princess of Dewu. While Qin Shuhuang paraded her opulence, Madame Gu and Gu Yufei donned simple attire, having left most of their jewelry behind to align with the grandeur of Qin Shuhuang. Previously, they had been the ones basking in jewels, but now the tables had turned, leaving them feeling stifled. Impulsive by nature, Gu Yufei was tempted to confront Qin Shuhuang about her ostentatious display, but was swiftly restrained by Madame Gu, who shot her a warning glare, reminding her of their purpose for the visit. Gu Yufei, accustomed to dominating at home, felt increasingly frustrated but had no choice but to endure with her mother by her side. Qin Shuhuang regarded the entering mother and daughter with indifference. "What brings you here, madam?" Although Madame Gu found Qin Shuhuang's aloof tone displeasing, she suppressed her irritation and replied, "Your Highness, the princess's residence is truly magnificent, but the Gu family remains your true home. Hong Chao awaits your return to the Gu residence." Qin Shuhuang seemed unaffected by Madame Gu's words. "The Duke warned me just a few days ago not to overstep my bounds." Madame Gu inwardly cursed her eldest son for failing to yield when it mattered most. "Your Highness, you possess great magnanimity. Hong Chao is indeed temperamental. Rest assured, I have always stood by your side. I assure you, Hong Chao has reflected on his actions and acknowledges his mistakes. You need not worry, as long as you do not bear a child for our Gu family. No one shall bear Hong Chao's offspring. This is my promise to you." Qin Shuhuang appeared slightly swayed by Madame Gu's words, her expression softening. "Is what you say true, madam? If it is merely words, I have heard too many of those in recent days." Madame Gu sighed, embodying the essence of a considerate mother-in-law. "Your Highness, I have walked the path of a daughter-in-law myself, and understand your struggles. Rest assured, as long as you do not consent, Miss Bai will remain merely Miss Bai, and it seems she shall only be resting in bed for the time being. You can see for yourself upon your return to the residence." Qin Shuhuang's heart jolted. In her previous life, she had been blinded, doing everything possible to dissuade Gu Hongchao and Madame Gu from allowing Bai Linga to bear a child. Yet, Gu Hongchao and Madame Gu had protected Bai Linga at every turn, allowing her to flourish unscathed. Consequently, Bai Linga bore the only male heir to the Gu family. Gu Hongchao, disregarding her protests, took Bai Linga as a concubine, not merely as a secondary wife but as a principal consort. Soon after, Bai Linga was elevated to the primary position and became pregnant with a second child. Although she remained alive, she was spoken of as a deceased first wife, while Bai Linga reveled in tormenting her daily with a throng of companions. Now, upon her return, she merely employed a few subtle tactics, and the once adoring Madame Gu had taken the initiative to eliminate Bai Linga's pregnancy. How ironic that they were once the envy of all as a harmonious mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Chapter 60. Disciplining Gu Yufei. Qin Shuhuang deliberately displayed an expression of astonishment and delight, which was promptly noticed by Madame Gu. Observing that Qin Shuhuang was still holding back, not immediately agreeing to return to the Gu residence, Madame Gu pressed on, convinced that Qin Shuhuang could not maintain her composure indefinitely. I am aware that His Highness is wholly devoted to the Gu family. It is thanks to His Highness that our family enjoys its current standing. The Gu family has already received immense favors from His Highness. How could we dare to take even a thread from him? However, we have a troublesome servant, and during my recent account audits at home, I discovered that this wretched servant has pilfered the dowry stored in His Highness and Appo's treasury. Rest assured, I have retrieved all the missing dowries for you, Your Highness. Upon your return, you may verify the dowry list. As for that wretched servant, you may take her to task as you see fit. When Madame Gu spoke, her face was painted with shame, as if the missing dowry truly resulted from the mischief of her family and Appo's servant, expressing more indignation than Qin Shuhuang herself. Had Qin Shuhuang not been privy to the truth, she might have been deceived by such theatrics. Qin Shuhuang could no longer contain herself upon hearing Madame Gu and Appo's subsequent remarks. Gratefully, she addressed Madame Gu. I am indebted to you, madam. You have done so much for me. If I were to remain ungrateful, would I not be lacking in discernment? Since Madame Gu enjoyed the art of performance, Qin Shuhuang decided to indulge her today. Oh, Your Highness, this is merely my duty. As long as you do not disdain the Gu family, that is enough. Madame Gu appeared humble and benevolent. Outsiders would genuinely believe that Qin Shuhuang and Madame Gu shared a harmonious relationship akin to that of a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Trailing behind Madame Gu, Gu Yufei lowered her head and discreetly rolled her eyes at Qin Shuhuang. To assemble Qin Shuhuang and Appo's dowry, she had sacrificed her own adornments. Once the matter settled, she would certainly select a greater number of jewelry pieces from Qin Shuhuang and Appo's dowry for herself, surpassing her sister. Lost in her thoughts, Gu Yufei was suddenly called by her mother. Yufei, what are you dawdling for? Last time, you disrespected His Highness. Do not delay in apologizing. Since they were already performing, Madame Gu decided to have her second daughter apologize to Qin Shuhuang in person, hoping to enhance Qin Shuhuang's favor towards her. This would bring only benefits to her second daughter. However, Gu Yufei did not immediately grasp her mother's intentions. Upon hearing Madame Gu instruct her to apologize, she looked at her mother with a mix of astonishment and fury. Mother, Madame Gu, seeing her second daughter's foolishness, felt a pang of disappointment and said sternly, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and apologize to your sister-in-law." Under the weight of her mother's commanding gaze, Gu Yufei had no choice but to relent, albeit reluctantly. Your Highness, last time was my fault. I beg for your forgiveness. Afterward, she performed a perfunctory bow towards Qin Shuhuang. Qin Shuhuang, unlike before, did not readily forgive Gu Yufei for her past transgressions. She glanced coolly at Madame Gu and remarked, Madame, Yufei is no longer a child. If she continues to apologize in such a manner for every misdeed, who would ever forgive her in the future? Having already agreed to return home, Gu Yufei dared to provoke her? This ignited a fire within Gu Yufei, who had never been so submissive before Qin Shuhuang. Instantly, she pointed an accusing finger at Qin Shuhuang, but before she could utter a word, a servant accompanying Madame Gu covered her mouth. Madame Gu shot a fierce glare at her second daughter and turned back to Qin Shuhuang with a conciliatory smile. You are absolutely right, Your Highness. Yufei has been unruly in our household. As a young lady, she must eventually marry, and no family would be so lenient with her as we are. Rest assured, upon our return, I shall confine her for a month to reflect on her behavior. At this pronouncement, Gu Yufei's eyes widened in disbelief. How could her mother do this? She had never been punished before, and now, for the sake of Qin Shuhuang, she would be confined for an entire month. Qin Shuhuang nodded in satisfaction. Madame is indeed managing her daughter well. Yufei is a precious daughter of the Gu family, and I cannot stand idly by. The Lady of Ronghua has several old matrons, retired from the palace, whose virtues and discipline are exemplary. If you do not mind, I can arrange for one to guide Yufei in palace etiquette. Madame Gu's eyes lit up at Qin Shuhuang and Appo's words. She had grand plans for Gu Yufei and Appo's future. At the very least, she must become a concubine to a prince. The opportunity for Gu Yufei to learn palace etiquette was a remarkable blessing. Moreover, the old matrons from the Lady of Ronghua were renowned. Many young ladies from affluent families had benefited from their teachings. Madame Gu immediately agreed, thinking it a golden opportunity not to be missed. However, Gu Yufei's eyes widened as she prepared to argue. She was well aware of the matron's reputation. None of them were easy to deal with, and she could only imagine the hardships she would endure to master proper etiquette. She adamantly refused. Furthermore, this matron would be sent by Qin Shuhuang, which made her even less inclined to accept. Yet, Madame Gu did not offer her the chance to protest, instructing the accompanying servant to escort Gu Yufei away. Qin Shuhuang cast a glance at the departing figures of Madame Gu and Gu Yufei, recognizing that while it was easy to bend them to her will now, in the future, they would find it challenging to appease the spirits they wished to send away. Chapter 61. Numerous carriages. Qin Shuhuang was persuaded by Madame Gu to accompany her back to the Gu residence. Before their departure, a round-faced maid came to inform Gu Yuling that Madame Gu was returning to the mansion. Although neither Madame Gu nor Gu Yufei mentioned the purpose of their visit, Gu Yuling had already surmised it. She anxiously inquired if His Highness had consented. The maid nodded with her cheeks puffed out, confirming that His Highness would accompany Madame Gu back to the Gu residence. Gu Yuling could hardly fathom this outcome. Her face was laden with worry. To His Highness, the residence of the Grand Princess was undoubtedly far superior to the Gu mansion. Why would he choose to return there? In her agitation, Gu Yuling implored, "Dear sister, could you possibly convey my message to Miss Rueha, asking her to inform His Highness that I wish to speak with him?" The maid shook her head, relaying that Sister Rueha had said Gu Yuling need not worry about His Highness, as he was currently unavailable to meet her. Gu Yuling and Appo's expression dimmed. "Very well, miss. Prepare hastily. If Madame Gu discovers this, your days at home may become quite unpleasant." With her fists tightly clenched, Gu Yuling resolved that since His Highness was unable to meet her now, she would seize the opportunity to see him once they returned to the mansion. Though she had initially relished the delightful pastries prepared for her by Qin Shuhuang, savoring each one, the news she had just received robbed her of any appetite. She instructed Taohua to carefully pack away her delicate embroidered shoes, and the two of them hastened to the gathering place of the Gu family and Appo's servants, awaiting Madame Gu and Appo's arrival. While their journey to the Grand Princess's residence had been modest, their return to the Gu mansion was marked by an impressive display. Madame Gu and Gu Yufei led the procession in their carriage, followed closely by Qin Shuhuang and Appo's carriage, with dozens of carriages trailing behind, accompanied by over 100 of Qin Shuhuang's personal guards, and finally the carriages of the Gu family servants. The impressive convoy seemed to stretch endlessly. Within Madame Gu and Appo's carriage, her face glowed with satisfaction, brimming with pride. Although Gu Yufei was still miffed with her mother, she couldn't help but find it curious that Qin Shuhuang had brought such a sizable entourage. After a while, she could no longer contain her curiosity and asked Madame Gu, "Mother, why does Qin Shuhuang require so many carriages, and why are all the guards accompanying her?" Seeing her second daughter finally engaging in conversation, Madame Gu affectionately ruffled Gu Yufei and Appo's hair, her tone revealing her delight. What else could it be but Qin Shuhuang and Appo's belongings? You have seen the storerooms filled with her dowry. As the Grand Princess and the eldest legitimate daughter, she certainly possesses a wealth of fine treasures. Surely, these are preparations made by the Emperor for her. And now that she is returning to our Gu residence, she naturally brings them along. Upon hearing her mother's words, Gu Yufei and Appo's eyes sparkled with excitement. If that were true, what treasures must be contained within those carriages? She longed to open them immediately, to feast her eyes upon their contents, and perhaps take a few items to flaunt at the handkerchief exchange banquet. Gu Yufei chuckled. With so much luggage leaving the Grand Princess and Appo's residence, it seems Qin Shuhuang has long desired to return to our Gu family, and her belongings must have been packed well in advance, just waiting for this moment. Madame Gu gently scolded her daughter, "My dear, while you may speak so freely in front of me, do remember to temper your tongue when you are out in public." Despite her admonition, Madame Gu's lack of denial indicated that she too shared similar sentiments. As the rhythmic sound of the returning carriages echoed in her ears, Madame Gu felt once more that Qin Shuhuang was under her control, a pawn she could manipulate at will. However, the distance between Madame Gu and Gu Yufei and the trailing convoy meant they were oblivious to the true nature of the carriages at the rear. Even had they noticed, their daily experiences would have prevented them from discerning any irregularities. The convoy moved steadily along the street, the horses trotting rhythmically without breaking a sweat. In fact, they appeared remarkably unburdened, occasionally snorting cheerfully. How could the horses not be at ease? After all, the carriages that Qin Shuhuang was leading were all empty. Chapter 62. The change in His Highness in the carriage. Shirlan was busily arranging the garments of Qin Shuhuang, her brow furrowed with concern as she inquired, "Is this few pieces of clothing sufficient?" It turned out that the garments belonging to the princess of the Gu family had already been transported to the residence of the Grand Princess. Rueha cast a resigned glance at Shirlan and remarked, "Haven't you realized yet? His Highness likely does not wish to linger in the Gu residence any longer. We might return tonight. If you bring so many of His Highness's personal belongings, they will have to be returned in kind." Upon hearing Rueha's words, Shirlan ceased her tidying and moved closer to Rueha, a look of anticipation replacing her earlier worry. "Really? I truly do not want His Highness to stay at the Gu residence any longer. There are too many restrictions." Rueha playfully tapped Shirlan on the forehead, saying, "You silly girl, how could you not discern His Highness and Appo's intentions after being by his side every day? He has already resolved to sever ties with the Gu family and will not relent at this moment." Encouraged by Rueha's words, Shirlan's spirits lifted. After neatly arranging Qin Shuhuang and Appo's clothes, she shared some dried fruit and jerky with Rueha in the carriage. Rueha observed that the princess was treating her and the other maids with greater kindness than before. Previously, the princess's benevolence was largely material, often gifting new garments and jewelry to the 4 maids annually, as well as bestowing wealth during festivals. Now, however, when the princess commissioned new dresses for them, she considered their individual preferences, instructing the embroiderers to create a variety of styles and colors. Rue Miao, having experienced a different upbringing, lacked a sense of security and thus preferred to save money. Consequently, the princess made an effort to reward her with gold and silver. Shirlan, fond of delicacies, often received treats from the princess. If there was something rare to eat, Shirlan would surely have a share, such as the dried fruit and jerky they had just enjoyed, which had been privately gifted to her by the princess. Xiu, perceptive and fond of adornment, frequently received rewards of cosmetics and fine fabrics. Orphaned and raised in the palace, she appeared indifferent to many matters, seemingly lacking anything of significance to her. Yet the princess discerned the profound fear hidden within her heart. Her greatest dread was to be separated from the princess, the only sanctuary she had. Without the princess, she would be utterly alone, adrift in the world, devoid of belonging. Understanding her fears, the princess entrusted her with vital tasks and kept her close. Being so engaged by the princess made Rueha feel truly alive in this world. As long as the princess needed her, she would always be by her side, a steadfast support. Reflecting on this, Rueha smiled, realizing her admiration and respect for the current princess had deepened. The Listening Waves Pavilion was a tea house frequented by scholars and literati. Early that morning, Gu Hongqiao had been summoned by a friend to discuss a birthday gift for his grandfather and Appo's 60th birthday. Gu Hongqiao cast a glance at his friend, Yu Ming. If not for Yu Ming's family connections with the 4th prince, he would not have wasted his time on such trivial matters. "Hongqiao, what do you think of a white porcelain tea set? Or perhaps a glass tea set? Grandfather adores various tea sets. It is challenging to find quality ones in the market. What should we do?" After finishing, Yu Ming discreetly surveyed Gu Hongqiao and Appo's expression. Gu Hongqiao inwardly scoffed. Yu Ming's hints were becoming increasingly blatant. He cleared his throat and replied, "If Brother Ming has such a need, how could I not assist? My family possesses an exquisite white porcelain tea set. I shall bring it to you in a couple of days for your consideration." Yu Ming and Appo's eyes lit up. "Hongqiao, truly? Have I ever lied to you, Brother Ming?" Yu Ming immediately rose to express his gratitude to Gu Hongqiao. Gu Hongqiao feigned modesty while secretly deriding Yu Ming for attempting to procure items from him under such pretenses. Did he truly consider him a fool? Once he established contact with the fourth prince, he would ensure Yu Ming repaid every last item he had acquired. He recalled that there was indeed a fine white porcelain tea set among Qin Shuhuang and Appo's dowry. He would retrieve it to placate Yu Ming for the time being. With matters settled, Yu Ming and Gu Hongqiao began to drink together. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door of their private room. Gu Hongqiao's attendant hurried in and whispered urgently in his ear, "Young master, the lady urgently summons you back to the residence. Miss Bai has lost her child." Gu Hongqiao's face paled at the news, and he immediately sprang to his feet, rushing outside. Yu Ming, trailing behind, asked a couple of questions, but Gu Hongqiao merely bowed an apology and left with his attendant. Standing at the window of the private room on the second floor, Yu Ming watched as Gu Hongqiao and his attendant swiftly departed on horseback. A smirk crept across his lips. Soon after, one of Yu Ming's attendants entered and handed him an envelope. "Young master, this is from the steward of the Gu residence." Yu Ming opened the envelope and peered inside, revealing a neatly folded note worth 100 taels of silver, issued by a reputable silver house, easily exchangeable for 100 taels of pure silver. Yu Ming chuckled, pleasantly surprised that merely luring Gu Hongqiao out for a brief visit could yield two profits, one from the Gu family and another from Gu Hongqiao himself. This transaction was indeed gratifying. Upon returning to the Gu residence, Gu Hongqiao dashed toward his courtyard. At this moment, Bai Linga had already been carried back to Gu Hongqiao's quarters, and the doctor had visited. Gu Hongqiao entered the courtyard and found Bai Linga with a pale complexion. He rushed to her side, exclaiming, "Linga, Linga, how are you?" Bai Linga and Appo's tears flowed before she could speak. Her eyes red and her lips trembling, she replied, "Hongqiao, our child is gone." Gu Hongqiao enveloped Bai Linga in his arms, gently patting her back. "Linga, it's all right. Do not worry. We will have more children in the future. You can have as many as you wish." Upon hearing Gu Hongqiao and Appo's words, a fleeting glimmer of something unrecognizable crossed Bai Linga and Appo's eyes but quickly vanished. Gu Hongqiao, holding Bai Linga close, gritted his teeth and asked, "Linga, tell me who did this. I will avenge our child." Bai Linga's voice trembled with sorrow as she replied, "It was Her Royal Highness, the Grand Princess." At this revelation, Gu Hongqiao's eyes widened in fury, his entire being igniting with rage. It was Qin Shuhuang once again. He had known that Qin Shuhuang was capable of madness, but to harm a child was beyond comprehension. At that moment, Gu Hongqiao's hatred for Qin Shuhuang surged, almost overwhelming him. "Linga, rest assured. One day I will ensure that Qin Shuhuang pays for what she has done to our child." After soothing Bai Linga and ensuring she was settled, Gu Hongqiao exited the room, his heart ablaze with anger. He was determined to storm into Qin Shuhuang and Appo's quarters and wreak havoc upon her belongings. However, upon reaching the entrance, he was halted by Granny Gu. "Young master, what are you planning to do?" Madame Gu had specifically retained Granny Gu for the purpose of dissuading Gu Hongqiao. "Granny, do not stop me." As he attempted to shove past her, Granny Gu signaled to the maids accompanying her, who quickly moved to restrain Gu Hongqiao. Raising her voice, Granny Gu admonished, "Young master, this is a crucial moment for the Gu family. How can you act recklessly?" Gu Hongqiao stood frozen in place, momentarily stunned by Granny Ji's words. Chapter 63. Lowering one stance, Gu Hongqiao fixed a grim gaze upon Granny Gu, who, with a wave of her hand, dismissed the attendants nearby. Once they were alone, she earnestly spoke, "I beg your pardon, young master. The Gu family now requires the support of the Grand Princess. As the eldest son, the future of the Gu family rests upon your shoulders. Even if you do not consider your own interests, you must think of the family. To offend the Grand Princess for the sake of Miss Bai would lead the entire Gu family to ruin. A gentleman avenges himself, but patience is key. As long as the Gu family endures, opportunities for revenge will arise. Furthermore, both you and Miss Bai are young. What is there to fear about not having children in the future?" Her words gradually eased the fury etched upon Gu Hongqiao and Appo's face. Noticing her influence, Granny Gu pressed on, "In the past, when the second young master was well, your parents could still rely on him. But now, with his current state, the burden falls solely upon you. The child is lost. Even if you were to kill the Grand Princess for revenge, it would not bring the child back. Granny Ji's reasoning struck a chord, and Gu Hongqiao began to regain his composure amidst the chaos. He inhaled deeply and inquired, "Well, my mother, Madam, and the second and third young ladies have gone to the Grand Princess's residence this morning," Granny Gu replied. "They are requesting her return to the Gu household. If successful, they should be back shortly. Young master, think of how your mother has humbled herself before the Grand Princess. Her apology is for both you and the Gu family. If you cannot understand her plight, do not hinder her efforts, I implore you." Gu Hongqiao was taken aback by his mother's decision to personally seek out the Grand Princess. The image of her bowing her head and pleading for Qin Shuhuang ignited both anger and clarity within him. Granny Gu was indeed correct. Now is not the time for revenge. He must play his part in this unfolding drama alongside his mother. "Thank you, Granny. I know what must be done. You need not worry," he assured her. With a sigh of relief, Granny Gu departed, leaving Gu Hongqiao to ponder at the entrance for a while. Ultimately, he refrained from storming into Qin Shuhuang's quarters in a fit of rage. Instead, he arranged for Bai Linga to be well cared for and changed into garments of colors favored by Qin Shuhuang, preparing to welcome her back to the Gu household. Inside the room, Bai Linga leaned against the headboard, her delicate features devoid of color. After some time had passed since Gu Hongqiao left, she turned to the maidservant attending her. "Where has Hongqiao gone?" The maidservant responded respectfully, "Miss." The young master stormed off to the Grand Princess and Appo's quarters, but was stopped by Granny Gu at the entrance. After their conversation, he returned to change his clothes and went to the front courtyard. Bai Linga clenched the handkerchief tightly. She understood that seeking revenge at this juncture was no longer feasible. "Has the money been given to the physician?" she inquired. The maidservant nodded. "Rest assured, Mississippi, I personally delivered the funds to the esteemed physician, and he accepted them." Bai Linga closed her eyes, dismissing the maidservant with a wave. The physician had warned her that the harshness of this miscarriage would likely leave her unable to bear children in the future. Thankfully, she was alone when he spoke those words, and to silence him, she could only temporarily bribe him with silver, knowing it was not a lasting solution. Even Gu Hongqiao must not be made aware of her condition for now. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Bai Linga leaned slightly forward and retrieved a slender wooden box from a hidden compartment by the headboard. Inside lay approximately 5,000 taels in silver notes, savings she had meticulously gathered while accompanying Gu Hongqiao. The daily expenses were covered by him, allowing her to accumulate this sum. 5,000 taels was indeed a substantial amount. If Gu Hongqiao could not avenge her immediately, this silver would serve as her leverage. With a wealth of cunning strategies at her disposal, she felt confident that as a transmigrator, she would find a way to exact her revenge. After counting the silver, she carefully returned it to the box and concealed it once more. At the entrance of the Gu residence, a procession of carriages came to a halt. The grand doors swung open, revealing 2 lines of attendants. Gu Hongqiao, clad in a splendid blue robe and adorned with a jade crown, took it upon himself to welcome the guests, flanked by the prominent matrons and stewards of the Gu household. Such an elaborate reception had never occurred since Qin Shuhuang's marriage into the family. The carriage of Madame Gu came to a stop, and shortly thereafter, the maidservant assisted both Madame Gu and Gu Yufei down from the carriage. Upon seeing her son waiting at the entrance, Madame Gu felt a wave of relief wash over her, knowing that Granny Ji's words had borne fruit. She approached and gently patted his shoulder, comforting him. "Hongqiao, you have endured much. Fear not. Once the Gu family's troubles are over, I shall not obstruct your desires." Gu Hongqiao turned to his mother, silently urging her to remember her promise. This was the first time Madame Gu had witnessed such a feral glint in her son's eyes, and she hesitated to meet his gaze, flustered as she assured him, "I have never gone back on my word." With a grunt, Gu Hongqiao strode toward Qin Shuhuang and Appo's carriage. Madame Gu, momentarily stunned, quickly urged her daughter to follow suit. This marked the first occasion Gu Hongqiao personally welcomed Qin Shuhuang from her carriage, a gesture that had not even occurred during their wedding. Inside the carriage, the attending maid, Shiyu, lifted the curtain to take a glance and exclaimed, "Your Highness, the prince. The prince has come to greet you personally." Realizing her slip of the tongue, Shiyu quickly cast a worried glance at Qin Shuhuang, fearing her words might reignite false hopes and draw the princess back into the depths of the Gu family. Qin Shuhuang, resting against the carriage wall with her eyes closed, remained utterly unfazed by Shiyu and Appo's comment. She reflected on her past naivety in her affection for Gu Hongqiao. He comes to greet me personally? She mused, setting aside her status as the most esteemed grand princess of the Daowu dynasty. A prince should have routinely welcomed her upon her return, especially during their wedding. Yet, this was indeed her first experience of such a gesture as Shiyu and Appo's, as astonished reaction indicated. However, this realization held no significance for her now. Even if Gu Hongqiao were to kneel in supplication for her return to the Gu residence, it would not stir her heart in the slightest. Chapter 64. Please, Your Highness. Step down from the carriage, however. The gaze of Xian Song, who was guarding beside the carriage on horseback, turned cold as he looked at Gu Hongqiao. If possible, he would have drawn his sword from his side before Gu Hongqiao could reach the carriage of Qin Shuhuang. Now, Xian Song could only watch helplessly as Gu Hongqiao brazenly approached the carriage of Qin Shuhuang, feigning a courteous greeting. Gu Hongqiao cast a disdainful glance at Xian Song, dismissing him entirely. In his eyes, Xian Song was no different from the other bodyguards of Qin Shuhuang, and indeed his unattractiveness made him seem even less of a threat. With a flick of his sleeve, Gu Hongqiao bowed before the carriage, his voice smooth and melodious, akin to the sound of a gentle spring. Qin Shuhuang had previously remarked that she was particularly fond of Gu Hongqiao's voice. This time, Gu Hongqiao deliberately showcased his charm at the side of the carriage, proclaiming, "Your Highness, this humble servant welcomes Your Highness back to the residence." Upon hearing this, Qin Shuhuang froze, an involuntary shiver coursing through her, not from delight, but from disgust. The thought of Gu Hongqiao using the same tone while with Bailinga, even in intimate moments, churned her stomach. Beside her, Shiyu kept her head bowed, fearing that any display of emotion might disturb the princess. Qin Shuhuang replied coolly, "What if I choose not to step down from the carriage?" The facade of humility that Gu Hongqiao had so carefully constructed crumbled instantly upon hearing her words. His smile cracked like a fragile mask. Taking a deep breath to suppress his anger, he lowered his stance further, stating, "Your Highness, if you agree to return today, I shall grant you one condition. I swear by the honor of the Gu family that I will not go back on my word." Gu Hongqiao believed this was the best offer he could make to win over Qin Shuhuang. He was certain that she still harbored feelings for him. Otherwise, she would not have agreed to return to the Gu residence today, nor would she have delayed their divorce. As long as she still cared for him, she could not possibly refuse his condition. Gu Hongqiao was convinced he had her right where he wanted her and made his declaration with confidence. Indeed, after he spoke, the curtain of the carriage stirred and a delicate, vermilion-painted hand gently lifted it, revealing the stunning visage of Qin Shuhuang. She gazed at Gu Hongqiao, who was slightly bowing before her. Today, he had donned a royal blue brocade robe and adorned himself with her favorite jade crown, a garment she had painstakingly crafted for him on the occasion of her wedding. Yet, after presenting it to him, he had cast it aside like a discarded item. Now, seeing it on Gu Hongqiao again filled Qin Shuhuang with revulsion rather than nostalgia. She would have preferred to see it worn by a beggar than on him. Gu Hongqiao smirked inwardly, reveling in the notion that Qin Shuhuang remained as predictable as ever. With just a hint of an olive branch, she would shamelessly draw near. The next moment he heard her words, "I left in haste today and did not bring a footstool. Since you insist, my lord, you shall serve as my footstool this time. Only with a footstool can I disembark from the carriage and return to the Gu residence." Gu Hongqiao was taken aback by Qin Shuhuang's request, incredulity written across his face. Did she truly expect him to kneel like the most abject servant to serve as her stepping stool? Qin Shuhuang tilted her head, seemingly oblivious to his expression. "Why does what you just said now seem to hold no weight? Did you not promise to grant me a condition?" Instantly, Gu Hongqiao felt as if he were being roasted over an open flame. He regretted his words. Realizing that Qin Shuhuang was shameless enough to demand he fulfill his promise immediately. Yet, having made the statement in front of so many witnesses, he could not simply retract it. Leaning closer to her, Each word felt as though it was being squeezed through clenched teeth. Your Highness, are you certain about this? Remember, I am your prince consort. If I lose face, it reflects upon you as well. Qin Shuhuang nearly scoffed at his words. Lose face. After living 3 years in the Gu household, being exploited for her own benefit, what dignity did she have left in this capital? Did she care about such trivial matters? Gu Hongqiao was merely overestimating his significance. Without sparing him another glance, she let the curtain fall, shielding herself from his grimace. A cool, detached voice emerged from behind the curtain. If you have not thought this through, I shall return to the palace immediately. Gu Hongqiao clenched his fists, his gaze fixed on the fallen curtain, and gradually knelt beside Qin Shuhuang and Appo's carriage, bowing deeply as he grit his teeth. I humbly request your Highness to step down from the carriage. Countless eyes were fixed upon Qin Shuhuang and Gu Hongqiao. While a few bystanders heard their exchange, the majority remained oblivious. Witnessing the prince consort kneel beside the princess's carriage, bending low in such a humbling manner, left onlookers in shock. They had previously observed Gu Hongqiao's arrogance towards Qin Shuhuang, and now he was degrading himself to serve as her footstool. Not only those beside Qin Shuhuang were astonished. Even Madame Gu and the family members gathered at the entrance of the Gu residence were taken aback. Madame Gu could hardly believe her eyes. Gu Yufei, filled with rage, was about to rush forward to confront Qin Shuhuang and defend her brother and Appo's honor, but was held back by Madame Gu. Through the gap in the curtain, Qin Shuhuang observed Gu Hongqiao and Appo's actions, and the unwillingness etched on his face, and a sense of satisfaction washed over her. In her previous life, she had endured countless torments at his hands, and this humiliation was the least of it. How delightful it was to see Gu Hongqiao brought low, kneeling, with his legs bent and back bowed. Gu Hongqiao felt the weight of humiliation more acutely than ever, his anxiety deepening. The atmosphere around them fell into a suffocating silence, and as time dragged on, his spirit sank. Unable to resist, he glanced toward the carriage, but the curtain remained sealed, as if bound by an enchantment. Gritting his teeth, he repeated, I implore the esteemed princess to step down from the carriage. No one dared to utter a word, and just as Gu Hongqiao felt he could no longer endure, the curtain stirred once more. Qin Shuhuang and Appo's delicate fingers parted the fabric, and in the next moment, her foot, clad in embroidered shoes depicting 5-tailed golden phoenixes, descended on a Gu Hongqiao and Appo's back, perfectly positioning itself upon the embroidered qilin on his brocade robe. The fierce golden phoenix firmly pinning the blue qilin beneath its claw. Chapter 65. The humble prince consort as Qin Shuhuang stepped down from the carriage. Gracefully alighting onto the back of Gu Hongqiao, all eyes were captivated by her exquisite attire. In that fleeting moment, the onlookers recognized her as the true princess of Dawu. Immediately after her descent, Gu Hongqiao scrambled to his feet, straightening his back as if to erase the humiliation he had just endured, believing that the swiftness of his rise would somehow negate the recent disgrace. After enduring considerable sacrifices of pride for the sake of returning to the Gu residence, Qin Shuhuang's willingness to do so stirred Gu Hongqiao's emotions further. Previously, he had loathed the thought of seeing her even once a month, yet now he found himself uncharacteristically trailing behind her, suppressing his earlier shame to feign concern. Beside them, Shirlan and Shiryu exchanged astonished glances upon hearing the prince consort and Appo's words, nearly convinced that he had been possessed by another spirit. Witnessing Gu Hongqiao and Appo's transformation, Xinsong felt a surge of irritation. Intentionally stepping closer, he used his considerable stature to nudge Gu Hongqiao aside. Though Gu Hongqiao had trained in martial arts, his skills paled in comparison to Xinsong and Appo's. He was swiftly displaced, stumbling awkwardly to the side, and had it not been for his attendant and Appo's quick reflexes, he would have faced further embarrassment. While Qin Shuhuang maintained her composure, she was acutely aware of the commotion behind her. When Gu Hongqiao was pushed away, she glanced back at Xinsong, who immediately lowered his gaze, unable to meet her eyes. In a surprising turn, Qin Shuhuang offered him a faint smile before resuming her dignified demeanor as the esteemed princess. Despite her internal fury, longing to exact vengeance upon Qin Shuhuang, Gu Hongqiao and Amp, Appo's mother, having already witnessed her son and Amp, Appo's loss of dignity, felt compelled to intervene. She forced a benevolent smile as she approached Qin Shuhuang, remarking on her son's previous failings and inquiring if the princess felt appeased. Should she still harbor grievances, she could reprimand him upon their return to the courtyard. Qin Shuhuang cast a cool glance at Gu Hongqiao's mother, astonished by her audacity to betray her own son for personal gain. Truly, a remarkable mother. I appreciate your support. Madame Gu, should the prince consort display any further impropriety, I shall not hesitate to address it. With his head bowed, Gu Hongqiao followed behind Qin Shuhuang and his mother. Fists clenched by his sides, his expression darkened. Despite his reluctance, he begrudgingly echoed his mother's sentiments. Your Highness, should you be displeased, feel free to vent your frustrations upon me. Gu Yufei shot her brother an exasperated glare, baffled by his sudden willingness to appease Qin Shuhuang, whom he had previously despised. Meanwhile, Gu Yuling had been escorted back to her quarters by a maid, unaware of the unfolding scene at the entrance. Accompanied by Gu Hongqiao, Madame Gu, and Gu Yufei, Qin Shuhuang made her way into the Gu residence, proceeding to the courtyard she had once occupied. The carriages she had brought along followed closely behind, guarded by her personal attendants, preventing the Gu household servants from approaching. Observing the multitude of carriages, the curious servants of the Gu family began to speculate amongst themselves. As the princess brought yet more treasures to the estate, it seems Madame and Miss are in for a windfall. Having a princess as a daughter-in-law is certainly advantageous. But don't you think the princess is foolish? If I had such riches, I would not bring them here. I would save them for my own children instead, rather than allowing my mother-in-law and sister-in-law to benefit. Silence. Be cautious lest the Madame and Appo's people over here and have you sold off. Xian Tsang, keenly attuned to his surroundings, caught wind of the murmurs and shot a cold glare at the servants, who promptly scattered in fear. Upon entering the courtyard designated for Qin Shuhuang, which had previously been empty, it was now overflowing with the boxes and crates she had brought back. The influx of items made it impossible for her carriages to enter further, necessitating their temporary halt outside, under the watchful eye of her guards. Qin Shuhuang surveyed the towering piles of crates and turned to Madame Gu, asking, Madam, is my dowry all here? Madame Gu, feeling a twinge of anxiety, met her gaze, knowing she had no choice but to respond honestly. Indeed, Your Highness, this is not all. A portion remains in the storeroom. Rest assured, everything is accounted for. The thieving servant has been apprehended and will be brought forth for your judgment shortly. Madame Gu had initially planned to feign compliance, returning only a fraction of Qin Shuhuang and Appo's dowry while keeping the rest hidden away. If Qin Shuhuang did not inquire, the items in the storeroom would remain hers. If she did, Madame Gu intended to claim they were merely stored away. However, she had not anticipated Qin Shuhuang and Appo's immediate inquiry, compelling her to yield all the items. Upon hearing Madame Gu and Appo's response, Qin Shuhuang instructed her attendant, Rui He, please retrieve my dowry list and verify the items. Should there be any discrepancies, I shall hold you accountable. Yes, Your Highness. Rui He promptly accepted the list from a young maid and, accompanied by 2 additional maids and 2 eunuchs, approached the stacks of crates to meticulously inspect and verify each item. Madame Gu wiped the sweat from her brow, anxious at the prospect of Qin Shuhuang not only wanting to see her dowry, but also to cross-check it against the list. Thankfully, she had supplemented the dowry considerably, which should minimize discrepancies. Otherwise, her reputation would be irreparably damaged. Her gaze fell upon the pile of dowry boxes, her heart aching at the thought of how many of those treasures had been purchased with her own hard-earned savings over the years. As Qin Shuhuang allowed Rui He to oversee the dowry inspection, she herself took a seat in the flower hall to rest. Madame Gu followed her inside. Qin Shuhuang glanced over, inquiring, Madam, would you care to sample the tea here? Understanding the subtle dismissal in Qin Shuhuang's tone, Madame Gu recognized that her presence was no longer desired. As she now sought to retain the princess's favor, she refrained from contradicting her. After all, time was on her side. The item she had provided would eventually return to her hands, and likely in greater abundance. No need, Your Highness. You must be weary from your journey. I shall not impose further. With that, she turned to leave, only to find Gu Yufei still standing in place, fixated on the crates and carriages outside. Exasperated, Madame Gu forcefully pulled her daughter along. As they exited the flower hall, Gu Yufei broke free from her mother's grasp. Protesting, "Mother, what are you doing? I wanted to see what treasures Qin Shuhuang has brought back. I need to choose first, otherwise. How will you ensure that you don't favor my elder sister?" Chapter 66. It seems she truly no longer likes Madame Gu was infuriated by her second daughter, to the point where she felt an overwhelming desire to slap her across the face. She had high hopes for Gu Yufei, otherwise she would not have allowed her to remain at home at such an age. In her eyes, Gu Yufei was destined to become a royal daughter-in-law, perhaps even a princess. How could she be so naive? Nevertheless, Qin Shuhuang had already promised to procure a palace etiquette tutor from the lady of Ronghua. Once the tutor arrived, she would rigorously train her daughter in proper decorum. She resolutely would not show any leniency at that time. Taking a deep breath, Madame Gu suppressed her anger and gently patted her daughter's shoulder. "Very well. Once this matter is settled, you may choose from Qin Shuhuang's dowry. Whatever you desire, I shall grant you. Rest assured, it will be far more than what your elder sister received. Have I ever treated you unjustly? Really? Do not deceive me. I would never deceive you. Now hurry. Give your elder brother some time. Only if he can win over Qin Shuhuang will there be anything left for you. Is that so difficult? Qin Shuhuang is utterly devoted to my elder brother. As long as he speaks, she will surely listen." Previously, Gu Yufei had spoken with great confidence. But today, as she uttered these words, she suddenly felt a pang of uncertainty, doubting whether her elder brother could genuinely manage Qin Shuhuang. Madame Gu's brow furrowed involuntarily, her heart sinking into an unsettling emptiness. Upon returning to the main courtyard of the Gu residence, a brocade box was presented to Madame Gu by Mama Gu. The box lay open, revealing a pair of embroidered shoes in a pale lotus hue. Though not extravagant, they were exquisitely crafted and adorned with rare pink pearls and fashionable ornaments, a clear indication that they were favored by young maidens. "Where did this come from?" Madame Gu inquired. Third Miss dropped it while getting off the carriage beneath the peach blossom tree, and it was discovered by the maid beside her. Realizing something was amiss, "She sent it to me," I inquired, "and these shoes were given to the third miss by the maid from the princess's residence," Mama Gu explained. Upon hearing this, Madame Gu's expression shifted to one of suspicion. Why would Qin Shuhuang send something to that girl, Gu Yuling? After much contemplation, she surmised that Gu Yuling must have ingratiated herself with Qin Shuhuang during her recent visit to the princess and aunt, Appo's residence. This little wretch, after days of not being disciplined, she dares to seek higher connections. She has been so well-behaved while under my roof. Send someone to confine the third miss for 2 months. Yes, Mama Gu promptly set about arranging it. Having finished her snack in the small hall behind the screen, Gu Yufei emerged and immediately took a liking to the embroidered shoes. Claiming them as her own, Madame Gu merely glanced at her and said nothing. In the courtyard where Gu Yuling resided, Tao Wan knelt before her, tearfully begging for forgiveness. "Third miss, it was entirely my fault. I dropped the box with the embroidered shoes when getting off the carriage, and it was seen by the maid beside the madam. Please punish me as you see fit." Gu Yuling, seated in her circle chair, regarded the tear-streaked Tao Wan and replied, "Get up. It is not entirely your fault. I shall fine you a month's wages as punishment. Now go back to your duties." Tao Wan stood up, thanked Gu Yuling, and left the room, glancing back over her shoulder repeatedly. At that moment, Gu Yuling and Amp, Appo's thoughts were not on how her stepmother would punish her. Instead, she was concerned that if her stepmother discovered the shoes, she would learn of her connection to the princess. This would make any future attempts to engage with the princess exceedingly difficult. With that thought, Gu Yuling suddenly stood up and left the courtyard through the back door, making her way along a secluded path towards Qin Shuhuang's residence. After Madame Gu departed, only Gu Hongqiao remained in Qin Shuhuang's courtyard. Qin Shuhuang sat in a prominent position in the flower hall, while Gu Hongqiao stood stiffly beside her. After taking a sip of tea sent by Rui, Qin Shuhuang looked up at Gu Hongqiao. The young lady is injured. Must Nindapos. The prince return to care for her? Do you expect this palace to tend to her personally? Upon hearing these words, Gu Hongqiao trembled, convinced that the child of Bailinga was somehow orchestrated by Qin Shuhuang. His anger had been simmering, and now, provoked by her words, he could no longer contain it. If the princess wishes me to care for Linga, I shall take my leave now. There is no need for the princess to see me off. Gu Hongqiao's words were intended to provoke Qin Shuhuang. Previously, whenever she learned of his affections for Linga in her courtyard, she had erupted in fury. Now, to speak such a thing before her must surely infuriate her. Having returned to the estate, he would not entertain the idea of performing some humiliating gesture at the entrance. Qin Shuhuang could forget it. However, to his astonishment, Qin Shuhuang did not react at all to his words. Gu Hongqiao turned back in disbelief. Meeting her gaze, which was tinged with curiosity, Qin Shuhuang asked, "Is the prince not leaving? Do you have further matters to attend to?" As Gu Hongqiao exited Qin Shuhuang and Apos, as courtyard, his mind was in a daze. For the first time, he truly sensed that Qin Shuhuang had changed. It seemed she genuinely no longer held any affection for him. In her eyes, he was no different from any ordinary man. Strangely enough, at that moment, a flicker of emptiness surged within Gu Hongqiao, who had previously harbored nothing but disdain for Qin Shuhuang. After the Gu family departed, the steward delivered the so-called treacherous servant who had been involved in the matter of Qin Shuhuang's dowry for her to deal with. Qin Shuhuang surveyed the woman, who had been brought before her by the steward. She had previously served Madame Gu. Once healthy and somewhat plump, the woman now appeared emaciated and ragged. Upon seeing Qin Shuhuang, she could only open her mouth in a silent cry, for her tongue had been cut out, rendering her incapable of uttering a single word. The steward smiled obsequiously. "How shall the princess deal with this wretch? Perhaps I should have her family maimed and sold?" Qin Shuhuang cast a glance at Shiyu, who stepped forward and addressed the steward. "Leave her here. The princess will handle her. You may all withdraw and do not disturb the princess." The steward promptly complied, leaving the woman behind and departing. Once they were gone, Shiyu glanced at the mute and battered woman and asked, "What shall we do with her, Your Highness?" "Just a scapegoat," Qin Shuhuang replied. "Lock her in the woodshed and provide her with some sustenance. We shall leave, and others will handle it. There is no need for further involvement." Shiyu nodded, and the guards came to escort the woman away. Qin Shuhuang ordered the collection of the items she had not taken previously, sitting in the flower hall as she perused the inventory. At that moment, Gu Yuling was brought in by Shiyu. Gu Yuling entered in a somewhat disheveled state, her embroidered shoes already marked by Gu Yufei's prints, now muddied, with her skirt torn in several places and stained with dirt. Qin Shuhuang was taken aback upon seeing Gu Yuling in such disarray. "Third sister, what has happened? How did you come to be in this state?" Taking a deep breath to steady her racing heart, Gu Yuling respectfully bowed to Qin Shuhuang. "Your Highness, I have matters to report." Chapter 67. The days without in-laws are truly delightful regardless of the matter. Let us sit down and discuss it. As Qin Shuhuang and Appo's words echoed in the air, Shiyu promptly summoned a small, maid to bring a brocade stool for Qin Shuhuang, while she herself prepared a refreshing fruit tea that young ladies often enjoyed. Gu Yuling took a deep breath and conveyed to Qin Shuhuang everything that had transpired in the Gu residence in recent days. "Your Highness, your dowry was not stolen by the cunning maid, but taken away by Madame herself." Gu Yuling bit her lip, as if making a significant decision. In an instant, her gaze turned resolute. "Your Highness, I believe the Gu residence is not a place for you to linger. If you hold affection for the prince, residing at the princess and Appo's manor would allow you to summon him for service at any time." Gu Yuling's face nearly radiated the sentiment that life without in-laws is indeed a blissful affair. Qin Shuhuang was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated Gu Yuling's sudden visit was to voice such sentiments. Given her youth, it was indeed rare for her to perceive these matters so clearly. Qin Shuhuang felt a mix of guilt, gratitude, and a hint of admiration towards Gu Yuling. although Gu Yuling was uncertain if Qin Shuhuang could accept her words. The princess had not only refrained from blaming her, but had also considered her feelings. This kindness compelled Gu Yuling to repay the favor. Even if it might lead to Qin Shuhuang and Appo's disdain, she harbored no regrets. It is impossible for one to be devoid of selfish motives. Naturally, Gu Yuling hoped that Qin Shuhuang would stand by her side, lending a helping hand when she was in need. Her words were also an act of allegiance. Having made up her mind, she was willing to bear any consequences that might follow. After expressing her thoughts, Gu Yuling gripped her handkerchief tightly, her hands trembling slightly. When she noticed Qin Shuhuang and Appo's sudden silence and dazed expression, her heart sank. Immediately, she knelt before Qin Shuhuang, pleading for forgiveness. "I have spoken presumptuously. Please forgive me, Your Highness." Qin Shuhuang was roused from her reverie by Gu Yuling's words. Her gaze fell upon Gu Yuling's somewhat disheveled hair, and her expression softened. She bent down and gently pulled Gu Yuling up from the ground. When Gu Yuling looked up in surprise, she was met with Qin Shuhuang and Appo's radiant yet gentle visage. "Thank you for coming to share this with me, third sister. I was already aware of it," Qin Shuhuang said, her smile brightening as she pointed at the bustling guards and maids in the courtyard. "You see, I am indeed preparing to load the dowry for departure." Gu Yuling noticed that the princess did not refer to herself as this palace, which dispelled any sense of distance between them, signifying a closer bond. As she listened to Qin Shuhuang, Gu Yuling and Appo's eyes widened in astonishment. One by one, the carriages brought by the princess entered the courtyard, and then Rueha, accompanied by maids and guards, began loading the dowry into the carriages. It was evident that the carriages brought from the princess's manor were not laden with treasures, but rather empty, solely intended to retrieve the dowry from the Gu residence. It seemed that the princess had long seen through Madame Gu and Appo's schemes. Today was merely a formality to reclaim what was rightfully hers, while playing along with Madame Gu. Gu Yuling felt a flush of embarrassment spread across her cheeks. Unable to meet Qin Shuhuang's gaze, observing that everything was proceeding smoothly for Qin Shuhuang, she stammered, "Your Highness, if that is the case, I shall not disturb you further. I take my leave." Gu Yuling bowed and began to turn away, only to be stopped by Qin Shuhuang and Appo's voice. Qin Shuhuang sighed inwardly and said, "Now that you have alerted the snake in grass, do you understand the consequences of leaving at this moment?" Gu Yuling was well aware, but she had thought her warning was for Qin Shuhuang's benefit. Unbeknownst to her, the princess had already grasped the truth, and her visit had become superfluous, potentially jeopardizing Qin Shuhuang's plans. At this moment, Gu Yuling found it difficult to face Qin Shuhuang again. Qin Shuhuang exchanged a glance with Shiyu, who approached Gu Yuling with a smile, assisting her back to sit beside Qin Shuhuang. "Third miss, the princess does not favor those who are overly coy," Shiyu remarked. "Third sister, why did you come here so suddenly? Have you encountered any troubles?" Qin Shuhuang inquired. Gu Yuling recounted the incident where a maid had accidentally dropped her shoes. Upon hearing this, Qin Shuhuang's brow furrowed slightly. "You shall not return to your courtyard today. Stay by my side for the time being and accompany me back to the princess's manor tonight. This matter would certainly reach Madame Gu, and given her attitude towards Gu Yuling, it was likely that Gu Yuling would find it increasingly difficult to leave her small courtyard, facing even harsher treatment. With this in mind, remaining by Qin Shuhuang and Appo's side would ensure her safety." Upon hearing Qin Shuhuang and Appo's invitation to stay, Gu Yuling and Appo's eyes sparkled with joy. She immediately rose and bowed to Qin Shuhuang, exclaiming, "Thank you, Your Highness. I will do my utmost to assist you." However, Qin Shuhuang cast a glance at her. "Third sister, feel free to speak your mind." Gu Yuling hesitated. "I humbly request that Your Highness send someone to protect my maid, Taohua." Taohua had been by her side since she was 10 years old, and they had developed a bond over the years. She had only Taohua as her maid, and with no family to rely on, if Taohua were to leave, her fate as a personal maid would not be promising. Gu Yuling had no other attachments in the Gu residence, save for Taohua. Qin Shuhuang regarded Gu Yuling thoughtfully. "Third sister, do you believe Taohua is without ulterior motives?" Qin Shuhuang's words struck Gu Yuling like a bolt of lightning, causing her complexion to drain of color. Numerous subtle memories flashed through her mind. The things she had been reluctant to acknowledge became painfully clear. Tao Hua had occasionally tested her, and when Gu Yuling was reprimanded by her stepmother, Tao Hua had claimed to have found silver, sharing snacks with her. Perhaps Tao Hua had begun with good intentions, but could not withstand the harsh environment surrounding her, eventually transforming into the eyes and ears of her stepmother. Feeling despondent, Gu Yuling lowered her head, rendered speechless. Some truths could no longer be evaded. She was compelled to accept them. Without sympathy or concern on her face, Qin Shuhuang placed a reassuring hand on Gu Yuling and Appo's shoulder. "Fear not, I shall ensure her safety. Some matters, if you cannot let go, you may have the chance to ask her directly in the future." Surprised, Gu Yuling looked up at Qin Shuhuang. "Your Highness." "Aye." "Enough," Qin Shuhuang interjected. "Shu, take third sister to change into new clothes." Xiu led Gu Yuling to the back room to change. Meanwhile, in the main courtyard of the Gu residence, old Madame Gu hurried in, exclaiming, "Madam, the third miss is not in the courtyard." Upon hearing this, Madame Gu's brows knitted into a frown. "Where is she? Has she stealthily gone to the princess's manor?" "What? Madam, what should we do? Should I take people to the princess to retrieve her?" Chapter 68. Yuling has reached the age of marriage. Madame Gu contemplated for a moment, then shook her head, deciding against proceeding for the time being. At this moment, should any unforeseen circumstances arise concerning Qin Shuhuang, it would pose a significant issue. For Qin Shuhuang is the current priority for the Gu residence. Should we allow the third miss to act freely? Granny Gu hesitantly suggested. Madame Gu snorted coldly. What does she know? Qin Shuhuang has become a prized asset for our family. Does she truly think she can partake in our gains? Can a wretched little girl evade consequences forever? Tomorrow, I shall instruct Hong Chao to expel her. It is absurd for my sister-in-law to reside in my courtyard. Indeed, the madam is wise. What of Tao Hua? Should I discipline her? Let's keep this pawn for now. Understood. I shall feign a punishment. With a wave of her hand, Madame Gu dismissed the matter. That evening, Tao Hua, the soul made by Gu Yuling's side, was made to kneel at the entrance of Gu Yuling's courtyard by Granny Gu. He swiftly checked the dowry list alongside the maidens and guards, and by the time dusk fell, everything in the storeroom had been verified. After the inventory was complete, he reported, "Your Highness, everything is in order." Many items were freshly added, with only slight discrepancies. It seems Madame Gu has even invested her own resources this time, along with the dowries and land deeds previously given to Miss Gu. As she spoke, he handed the land deeds to Qin Shuhuang, who confirmed their accuracy before inquiring. "Have they all been loaded onto the carts?" He nodded. "The carts we brought are filled to capacity, leaving only various empty wooden boxes and silk containers in the storeroom and courtyard. Everything is ready, Your Highness. We can depart at once." Qin Shuhuang rose. "Then let us go. The third miss will share a cart with Shirlan and Xiu. Leave a contingent of guards to secure the courtyard, and have them return to the princess's residence at dawn." Yes. This time, Qin Shuhuang departed without a trace of nostalgia, even neglecting to glance back at the courtyard where she had resided for over a decade in both this life and the previous. A humble cart awaited her in the courtyard, where he assisted Qin Shuhuang aboard, while Xian Tsang donned the guise of a coachman, wearing a conical hat as he drove the cart through the main gate. As the procession reached the entrance of the Gu residence, they were halted by an elderly servant. The old servant, holding a lantern, directed the light towards the lead coachman, Xian Tsang, and inquired, "So late at night, where are you headed?" Xian Tsang replied in a subdued voice, "We are delivering items for Her Highness the Princess. We just unloaded the goods, and the Gu residence cannot accommodate so many carts. The princess has instructed us to return to her residence." The old servant recognized that the princess had indeed returned to the Gu family today, bringing numerous items. And as he glanced around, he saw a line of carts blocking the front courtyard. Without the princess and Appo's guards present, it seemed plausible that the coachman was telling the truth. "The master will return shortly. This blockage is quite inappropriate." The old servant nodded. "Please wait a moment. I will open the side gate. It has no threshold, allowing the carts to exit directly." "Thank you, good sir." I will surely speak well of you before Her Highness. The old servant, pleased, promptly opened the side gate, guiding the convoy out of the Gu residence. One by one, the carts departed until the last one rolled out of the side gate. The old servant noticed the sound of the cart while hitting a wooden plank and furrowed his brow, puzzled. Did they not say these were empty returning carts? Why do they seem so full, struggling even across the plank? Before he could ponder further, another cart approached from the opposite side, belonging to Gu Long. Upon seeing Gu Long and Amp, Oppo's cart, the old servant quickly approached. Master, you have returned. He greeted warmly. Beside him, the mounted Chong Sui inquired, what sort of carts just left? The old servant cheerfully replied, they were carts delivering items for Her Highness. It was inappropriate for them to linger, so they hastened back to the princess's residence. From within the cart, Gu Long's authoritative voice called out, the princess has returned? The old servant hurriedly responded, yes, master, she returned this afternoon, welcomed personally by the eldest young master. After hearing the servant's reply, silence fell within the cart. Chong Sui gestured to the old servant, who respectfully stepped aside. Once Gu Long disembarked and entered the residence, Chong Sui quietly remarked, Master, I just learned that the eldest young master indeed welcomed the princess himself this afternoon. But there was something concerning the princess. Gu Long quickly grasped the events of the afternoon, his expression darkening without a word. The dim light in the corridor illuminated only half of his face, casting a sinister and foreboding aura around him. Chong Sui lowered his head, refraining from further comment. After a long pause, Gu Long finally spoke, let us proceed to the main courtyard to see the madam. Yes. Before long, Madame Gu personally welcomed Gu Long in the flower hall of the main courtyard. Master, why have you returned so late? Gu Long cast a glance at Madame Gu. Is there still a need for my assistance in the affairs of the residence? Of course not, master. Everything has been handled. It is just that Hong Chao suffered today. Gu Long huffed. All these troubles arose because of him. If he had set aside his pride and treated the princess with more respect, would our family be in such a predicament? Fearing her husband might chastise their eldest son further, Madame Gu quickly changed the subject. Master, have you eaten? Shall I have the kitchen send something over? Gu Long, having entertained guests and consumed little throughout the afternoon, nodded. Just a simple bowl of noodle soup will suffice. Madame Gu waved to Granny Gu, instructing her to oversee the preparation and delivery of the noodles from the kitchen. As the couple entered the inner chambers, Gu Long suddenly inquired, what have you, Ling? Madame Gu, taken aback by his unexpected question about their illegitimate daughter, instinctively concealed Yu Ling's presence in Qin Shuhuang and Oppo's courtyard. Today has been busy. I sent Yu Ling and Yu Fei back to their own courtyards early. Gu Long nodded. If I recall correctly, Yu Ling has reached the age of marriage. In the Great Wu family, reaching this age signifies eligibility for marriage discussions. Yet most young women do not wed until they are 17 or 18. It seems premature to marry Yu Ling off now, especially with the second miss, Gu Yu Fei, still unmarried. Madame Gu's eyes lit up. Could it be that you have someone in mind? A proud smile crept onto Gu Long and Oppo's face. After all, Yu Ling is my daughter. How could I neglect her? I shall find her a suitor of good standing. Pray tell, do not leave me in suspense. Gu Long took Madame Gu's hand and inscribed the character for Regent in her palm. Regent? The Regent Prince? Although Madame Gu had long suspected her husband intended to leverage their illegitimate daughter, she was unprepared for the harsh reality of marrying Yu Ling to the Regent Prince, who was not significantly younger than themselves. Chapter 69. Early the next morning, the following morning, the Regent and Oppo's wife was still present, and the couple appeared to share a commendable bond, at least on the surface. The husband had mentioned arranging for Gu Yuling to be with the Regent, which certainly implied a subordinate position for her. However, since Gu Yuling was her husband and Oppo's daughter, it seemed he was indifferent to her fate. Mrs. Gu flattered her husband, and with his backing, it appeared that their daughter would enjoy a favorable future. Gu Long, clearly pleased with his wife and Oppo's praise, chuckled heartily. He then instructed that Gu Yuling should be given less to eat, as the Regent preferred younger, slender maidens. Mrs. Gu was taken aback by this rather distasteful preference of the regent, but quickly acquiesced. Since her husband had decided to send Gu Yuling to the regent, it was imperative to keep her close and under watch from that point onward. Their family and Appo's future hinged on whether they could gain the regent and Appo's favor. After sharing a meal and discussing trivial matters, the couple soon retired for the night. Meanwhile, Gu Hongqiao returned to his courtyard after ensuring that Bai Lingo was settled for sleep, yet he found himself wide awake and ventured alone to the study. He absently picked up a book, but after half an hour, he had barely turned 2 pages. Chang Sui, who was waiting nearby, sensed his master and Appo's distraction and refrained from interrupting. Eventually, Gu Hongqiao could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired about the situation with the eldest princess. Had anyone been sent to summon him? Chang Sui went to gather information and returned with a report that the eldest princess and Appo's courtyard had extinguished its lights, likely indicating that she had retired for the night. Gu Hongqiao felt a surge of resentment and disbelief. How could Qin Shuhuang, that wretched woman, fall asleep so easily? A tumult of emotions, whether hatred or frustration, swelled within him, constricting his chest and making it difficult to breathe. With the eldest princess already asleep, he saw no reason to linger any longer and returned to his chamber to rest. However, throughout the night, he found no solace, tossing and turning until dawn finally broke, allowing him a brief moment of slumber. As the sun rose, the servants of the Gu household busied themselves. With Qin Shuhuang back at the estate, everyone was attentively observing her courtyard's activity. Even Gu Hongqiao and Mrs. Gu were no exceptions. Even the second young lady, Gu Yufei, unusually rose early to pay her respects. Yet, Qin Shuhuang and Appo's courtyard remained eerily quiet, void of any early rising maidservants or matronly figures, with only 2 guards stationed at the entrance like sentinels, deterring any curious onlookers. The morning felt interminable for the residents of the Gu estate. After what seemed an eternity, the hour of sea arrived, and Gu Long had no choice but to depart. Yet Qin Shuhuang and Appo's courtyard remained silent. Soon, it was time for the guards to change shifts. The one stationed at the entrance left for a respite, but no replacements arrived, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Within the main courtyard, Gu Yufei craned her neck toward the entrance and exclaimed, "Mother, that little vixen Gu Yuling has some nerve. Not coming here to pay her respects at this hour." Mrs. Gu, sipping her tea, cast a sharp glance at her second daughter and retorted. She snuck off to the eldest princess in Appo's courtyard last night and hasn't in Appo's returned since. Gu Yufei was taken aback by her mother and Appo's revelation, her eyes wide with disbelief. She hasn't in Appo's returned all night. How did that little minx manage to curry favor with Qin Shuhuang? This is outrageous. She must have been rewarded with something splendid. I must visit her courtyard today and reclaim whatever treasure she has received. Mrs. Gu scoffed coldly, observing that Gu Yuling likely sensed her husband's intentions and sought refuge with Qin Shuhuang. However, being a daughter of the Gu family, her marriage was dictated by her parents, and regardless of her attempts to escape her fate, she could not evade her destiny forever. At that moment, Granny Gu hurried in, accompanied by her maidservants. Gu Yufei promptly exclaimed, "Mother, Granny Gu is back." Granny Gu, breathless from her haste, approached Mrs. Gu, who could hardly contain her impatience, and asked, "What news?" After catching her breath, Granny Gu reported, "Madam, Miss, there's been no activity at the eldest princess's courtyard. The guards have changed shifts, and moreover..." Mrs. Gu's brow furrowed deeper with concern. "Moreover what? Speak plainly." Granny Gu hastily replied. "After the guards left, no new ones came to take their place. It is indeed peculiar." An unsettling feeling gripped Mrs. Gu as she suddenly feared the worst. "Is everything in the storeroom still intact?" she asked anxiously. Granny Gu confirmed, "Yes. Before I retired last night, I checked the storeroom and everything was securely packed, even more than before." Hearing this, Mrs. Gu breathed a slight sigh of relief. After a moment into Appo's contemplation, she resolved, "Let us go and see for ourselves. It is unacceptable for anyone to still be asleep at this hour." "Granny ye ku hunid, madame." The eldest princess has just returned. She may simply be tired from yesterday. If you approach her in such a manner, misunderstandings may arise. Before Mrs. Gu could respond, Gu Yufei boldly interjected. Gu Yuling is with Qin Shuhuang, having forgotten the proper decorum of paying respects. What is wrong with you bringing the illegitimate daughter back for a reprimand? It was indeed a reasonable justification, and no one could dispute it if it spread. Mrs. Gu, somewhat astonished by her impulsive daughter and Oppo's cleverness, conceded, "You are right. Let's go and see." She was eager to witness the spectacle that Qin Shuhuang was causing. With determination, Mrs. Gu Yufei, and their entourage of maidservants marched toward Qin Shuhuang and Oppo's courtyard. Upon their arrival, they unexpectedly encountered her eldest son, Gu Hongqiao, who had also come to the entrance of Qin Shuhuang and Oppo's abode. Having endured a restless night, he was now wide awake, despite his body and Oppo's fatigue. He had been keenly observing the situation in Qin Shuhuang's courtyard, but today felt particularly strange. Even after the hour of sea had passed, there was still no sign of activity, and even the guards had gone to rest. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, Gu Hongqiao decided to investigate personally, only to cross paths with his mother. Mrs. Gu and Amp, Oppo's face tightened with displeasure as she inquired, "Hongqiao, did you not spend the night at the eldest princess and Amp, Oppo's residence?" Gu Hongqiao's expression darkened immediately. He had promised his parents to consummate the marriage with the eldest princess, confident that should Qin Shuhuang conceive, he would benefit from the royal favor. But after Qin Shuhuang had caused him to lose his child and humiliated him so deeply, how could he set aside his grievances and approach her? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Gu Hongqiao and Oppo's demeanor grew cold and resolute. Did his mother truly believe him to be a saint? Mrs. Gu took a deep breath, her heart aching for her son, and decided to momentarily set aside the topic. Turning her gaze toward the entrance of Qin Shuhuang and Amp, Oppo's courtyard, she said, "Since you are here as well, you should go in first." Gu Hongqiao nodded, stepping forward to knock on the door. After several attempts, however, no one answered. He exchanged a worried glance with his mother, and an ominous feeling settled in their hearts. Chapter 70. The Disappearance of the Grand Princess and Her Dowry. Gu Hongqiao hastily gestured to Chang Sui beside him, who, accompanied by 2 guards, approached the courtyard gate. They knocked on the door, and after waiting for a while with no response from within, Chang Sui instructed the servants to bring a ladder. He, along with the 2 guards, climbed over the courtyard wall using the ladder. Upon landing, an eerie silence enveloped the courtyard. Not even a single maid was in sight. A strange sensation hung in the air. Frowning, Chang Sui moved to the courtyard gate to open it for Gu Hongqiao and Madame Gu, who were still waiting outside. As the gate swung open, they hurried into the courtyard. Chang Sui quickly informed them, "Young master, madam, there are no servants here." "What?" Madame Gu and Oppo's expression darkened, and she promptly commanded, "Elder Gu, take 2 teams to investigate. See if the servants in the prince's courtyard are slacking off." "Yes, madam." The entire courtyard appeared normal aside from the absence of servants. In the center, there were even wooden boxes stacked high with various items that Madame Gu had specifically placed there yesterday. "Hongqiao, hurry inside and check. Something may have happened to the Grand Princess," Madame Gu urged her son. Gu Hongqiao, jolted back to reality by his mother's words, quickly accompanied by Chang Sui and the 2 guards, made his way towards the flower hall bedroom. Upon reaching the entrance of the main flower hall, he noticed an unsettling silence surrounding them. Gu Hongqiao turned to instruct Chang Sui and the guards to halt their movements and wait outside. He then reached out to gently push open the tightly shut door of the flower hall. The door was not locked from within, and with a light push, it creaked open. Stepping inside, Gu Hongqiao was met with an unsettling stillness, as if the space had been uninhabited. His heart sank further as he moved deeper into the flower hall, finding no signs of life. His pace quickened as he rushed toward Qin Shuhuang's bedroom, realizing that even the maid stationed at the door was absent. In just a few strides, he arrived at the entrance of her chamber. With a swift motion, he lifted the curtain, revealing the interior. It was utterly empty. There was not a soul present. Panic surged within Gu Hongqiao as he hurried into the room. turning over the bed, screen, wardrobe, and cleansing chamber. There was no sight of Qin Shuhuang, nor even any of her senior maidservants. It was as if she had vanished into thin air. Gu Hongqiao stood frozen, filled with disbelief. Just yesterday, he had endured Qin Shuhuang and Appo's humiliation in anticipation of her return. Yet this morning she had inexplicably disappeared. How could this be possible? Hearing the frantic footsteps from within, Chang Sui peered inside, feeling uneasy about not entering. Before he could inquire, Madame Gu, sensing that something was amiss, rushed in. The sight before her mirrored that of Gu Hongqiao. No one was present, not even a maid. She was taken aback and questioned her son. Where is Qin Shuhuang? Such a large person cannot simply vanish. Gu Hongqiao stumbled slightly, nearly collapsing onto the edge of the bed. He recalled Chang Sui and Appo's report from last night, stating that the carriage brought by the Grand Princess had departed for the Grand Princess's residence, and all items had been packed away, assuring him not to worry. In hindsight, it was not the carriage returning to the Princess and Appo's estate. It was Qin Shuhuang who had left with it. He had been thoroughly deceived. That wretched woman, seeing her son lost in silence, his face a mask of fury, yet silent, Madame Gu grew anxious. Gu Hongqiao, I'm asking you a question. His voice laced with cold irony and despair. Gu Hongqiao replied, she left last night, returned to the Grand Princess's residence. Impossible. Madame Gu, in a frenzied state, began rifling through the bedding and wardrobe in the room, yet found no trace of anyone. Confounded, she recalled that everything had seemed normal yesterday, with Qin Shuhuang bringing back numerous belongings to the Gu residence. After entering the courtyard, she had not gone out again, nor had her senior maidservants. Guards were stationed at all entrances. Not even a fly could escape. If Qin Shuhuang had left, she would have known. How could a person simply disappear? Realizing his mother remained oblivious to Qin Shuhuang's departure, Gu Hongqiao hastily explained the method of her escape to her. Madame Gu was struck dumb, then quickly made her way outside, leaving Gu Hongqiao behind. Mother, where are you going? Gu Hongqiao called after her as she rushed into the courtyard. Approaching the piled wooden boxes, without regard for her dignity, she frantically opened one of the boxes. As it opened, those following Madame Gu gasped in shock. The heavy box was utterly empty. The antiques and paintings that had once filled it had mysteriously vanished, leaving only the decorative silk wrappings behind. Elder Gu, following closely, exclaimed in disbelief, Madam, how could this happen? Just 2 days ago, I personally checked these items, and not a single one was missing. I swear. Ignoring Elder Gu, Madame Gu opened another nearby large box. Empty. She opened yet another, and it was the same. They were all empty. Madame Gu and Appo's face flushed red with rage as she commanded Elder Gu, quickly check the storeroom for those boxes. Hurry. Elder Gu, already suspecting the worst, dared not voice her thoughts and hurriedly led a team to the storeroom. Once Elder Gu left, Gu Yufei could not help but ask Mother, where did all these things go? They cannot be lost, right? Many of my jewelry pieces are in there. At that moment, Madame Gu was beyond caring for her daughter's concerns. She ordered everyone to open all the wooden boxes. When Elder Gu returned, Qin Shuhuang's courtyard was in disarray. The neatly arranged boxes now lay scattered about, each one opened and all contents missing. Elder Gu and Appo's eyes widened in disbelief. How could so many items have vanished? Upon seeing Elder Gu return, Madame Gu and Appo's last glimmer of hope flickered as she anxiously inquired, what about the storeroom? Are the items still there? Elder Gu immediately knelt before Madame Gu, her voice trembling. Madam, I am to blame. Last night, I failed to check thoroughly. Just now, when I led people to the storeroom and opened the boxes, they were all empty. Hearing this, Madame Gu's final shred of hope shattered, replaced by a tempest of fury as she kicked an empty wooden box beside her. In the next moment, she fainted from the overwhelming rage. Chapter 71. He will make Qin Shuhuang regret in the main courtyard of the Gu residence. Madame Gu slowly opened her eyes, awakening to the sight of the canopy above her. As memories flooded back into her mind, she immediately summoned her servants. Hearing the commotion from her bed, Gu Yufei, Granny Gu, and the maids hurried to her side. Concern etched on her face, Gu Yufei asked, Mother, how do you feel? Are you unwell? Madame Gu shook her head and turned to Granny Gu. Go and thoroughly investigate the storeroom. Is it truly devoid of everything? Granny Gu, bowing her head in shame, replied, Madam, after you fell unconscious, the eldest young master personally led people to inspect the storeroom. It is completely empty. There is nothing left. At this revelation, Madame Gu and Amp, Oppose, as heart sank completely. At this juncture, if she were still oblivious, it would indeed be an affront to her years as the matriarch. She had been outwitted by Qin Shuhuang. The latter had no intention of returning to the Gu residence. The hope she had offered was merely a ruse to reclaim her dowry. The horse carts from yesterday had been nothing but empty decoys. Qin Shuhuang had brazenly loaded her belongings into the empty carts and departed in the evening, subsequently fabricating the illusion that she was still within the courtyard. Overwhelmed with fury, Madame Gu could not suppress her screams. The items taken by Qin Shuhuang included many treasures she had painstakingly accumulated over the years, her very savings. Now, with everything gone, she found herself utterly destitute. Madame Gu's sudden outburst rendered Gu Yufei speechless. She had never witnessed her mother in such a state of rage. Taking several deep breaths to quell her indignation, Madame Gu gritted her teeth and instructed, find out if Qin Shuhuang has returned to the princess and Oppo's residence. Also, investigate whether Gu Yuling has been taken with her. No sooner had she spoken than a young maid rushed in to whisper something in Granny Gu and Oppo's ear. Granny Gu promptly responded, Madam, just now, the eldest young master sent word confirming that the princess has indeed returned to her residence, and the third young lady is by her side. Upon hearing this, Madame Gu hurled the pillow from her bed to the ground in frustration. Qin Shuhuang had indeed returned to the princess. That wretched girl even dared to follow her. Though she could not confront Qin Shuhuang now, could she not discipline the little illegitimate daughter who had always been at her side? The pillow landed with a muffled thud, and the room fell into an oppressive silence. The only one bold enough to speak was Gu Yufei, who sat at the edge of the bed and declared indignantly, Mother, Qin Shuhuang has stolen our belongings. We must retrieve them. My beautiful jewelry is among those things. You cannot let this go. Madame Gu shot a glare at her daughter, feeling a tumult of emotions swell within her. It was easy to say retrieve them, but how could they? Those were Qin Shuhuang and Oppo's dowry. She had no right to claim them. The best course of action now was to have her eldest son coax Qin Shuhuang back. If he could charm her, she would naturally hand over her dowry. Moreover, while Qin Shuhuang could take her dowry, Gu Yuling, being her illegitimate daughter, could not be taken away. In Gu Hongqiao and Oppo's courtyard, upon hearing Chang Sui's report, he furrowed his brow and returned to his desk. He had personally inspected both the storeroom and Qin Shuhuang's quarters. Every item, whether dowry or personal belongings, had been taken by her, leaving nothing behind, as if she had never resided at the Gu estate at all. This clearly indicated that Qin Shuhuang had no desire to remain in the Gu residence. Otherwise, she would not have left everything behind. Did her actions yesterday signify deliberate retaliation against him? Previously, Gu Hongqiao believed he had Qin Shuhuang firmly in his grasp. He only needed to exert a certain attitude to manipulate or influence her. Now, however, he felt a disconcerting loss of control. He began to doubt Qin Shuhuang and Oppo's intentions. Could it be that she truly no longer cared for him? Impossible. If she truly did not care, why would she harbor jealousy towards Ling Gu? Even going so far as to send someone to harm Ling Gu and Oppo's child? The fact that Qin Shuhuang had taken her dowry did not incite his anger. In his eyes, the dowry rightfully belonged to Qin Shuhuang. As for how his mother and sisters had utilized it, he had never inquired or paid much attention. He was even unaware that the silver he regularly took from the public funds was actually derived from Qin Shuhuang's dowry. Did Qin Shuhuang simply wish to return to the princess and Oppo's residence? If that were the case, the Gu family would find it more challenging to manipulate her. Gu Hongqiao suddenly clenched his fists. Was Qin Shuhuang trying to play hard to get? He understood her motives. By taking her dowry and moving back to the princess and Oppo's residence, and with Ling Ji's child lost to her, was it not enough? This greedy and ruthless woman was attempting to force him into a union with her, to abandon Lingu and have her as his sole companion. Her actions were nothing short of coercion, yet the more she pressed, the more resolute he became in his opposition. Lingu was his woman, the one he cherished. He would not only refuse to forsake her, but would also take her as a concubine, making her his second wife. He would ensure that Qin Shuhuang regretted her actions to the point of kneeling before him, pleading for his forgiveness. Chapter 72. The discontent of the guards at the residence of the princess. Qin Shuhuang rose early this morning. Rueha presented the accounts compiled yesterday to her, and as Qin Shuhuang reviewed and sorted through them, she was astonished by the sheer amount of her dowry. She had never paid much attention to it before, but now, upon careful inspection, she discovered the considerable wealth left to her not only by her mother, but also the substantial additions from her aunt, the Lady of Ronghua. Her younger brother had contributed the most. In comparison to the years of accumulated wealth from the princes, the only thing she lacked was a fief. Had it not been for the persistent suppression by the regent, her brother would have granted her a fief upon her marriage. Qin Shuhuang decided to keep the meaningful items and selected some pure gold and silver, along with years of stored cloth. She instructed Rueha and Ruemiao. You two shall discreetly sell these items and divide the proceeds. Half shall be given to Yi Xian and his wife, and the other half to the several stewards responsible for procurement in the manor. Rueha and Ruemiao were astonished. The total value of these items could not be less than 10,000 taels of silver. The prince had already instructed Yi Xian and the stewards to begin purchasing grain. And now with the addition of such a sum, what exactly was the prince planning? Although both were curious, they refrained from asking further, responding respectfully. Ruemiao took the account book, and Rueha added, Your Highness, the courtyard for the third miss has been arranged to be near the main residence. Last night, I arranged for some maidservants to attend to her, and at this moment, the third miss is outside Yinxiang Garden, waiting to pay her respects to your highness. Qin Shuhuang nodded. Please invite the third miss in. Additionally, arrange for a knowledgeable nurse to teach her the palace rules. Understood. Soon, Gu Yuling was welcomed into Yinxiang Garden. After being taken from the Gu residence by Qin Shuhuang last night, she had been feeling anxious and could not settle down, having suffered from insomnia throughout the night. She arrived early in the morning to pay her respects to Qin Shuhuang. Upon her arrival, the dining hall was being set for breakfast. Qin Shuhuang sat casually in a rosewood chair, engrossed in a book without a cover. Gu Yuling hurried over to bow, her face filled with regret. I have disturbed your highness's meal. Please forgive me. Qin Shuhuang turned to glance at Gu Yuling. Did you sleep poorly last night, third sister? Feeling embarrassed upon hearing Qin Shuhuang and Appo's words, Gu Yuling could only attribute her lack of sleep to the unfamiliarity of the new bed. Qin Shuhuang, not exposing her pretense, continued. Do not fret. Today, I will have someone teach you the palace rules. In 2 days, I will send you to the palace for the selection of female officials. Once you participate in the selection, even the Gu family will no longer be able to meddle in your marriage. Qin Shuhuang understood that this was precisely what Gu Yuling desired. Noticing her anxiousness, she divulged all the information to her. Upon hearing Qin Shuhuang's words, Gu Yuling's eyes brightened with hope. She hurriedly knelt to express her gratitude. Qin Shuhuang smiled gently. Rise. Have you eaten this morning? Gu Yuling stood and replied, Your Highness, I have already partaken. Is that so? This morning in Appo's breakfast featured a variety of dishes. Why did you not join me? Qin Shuhuang playfully teased. At this, Gu Yuling could not help but glance at the dining table. Indeed, there were over 10 exquisite dishes, beautifully presented and tantalizing to the eye, many of which she had never tasted before. Although she had eaten a little in the morning, her fatigue had dulled her appetite, and she could not recall what she had consumed. Now that the princess had given her a glimmer of hope, her hunger surged forth. Your Highness and Appo's invitation is too generous. How could I refuse? Gu Yuling smiled shyly. Having endured strict conditions at the Gu residence, where food was scarce, she had deliberately starved herself to maintain a slim figure. Now, faced with such a delightful spread, she could not help but indulge. Eventually, she felt embarrassed as she looked down at her empty bowl, realizing she had come to pay her respects but had instead gorged herself. Qin Shuhuang chuckled. Return and rest. The nurse who will teach you the rules will arrive shortly. Make sure to learn well. Yes, Your Highness. I shall endeavor to do my best. After Gu Yuling departed, the last remaining guards from the Gu residence returned to the princess's manor, where the captain of the guards came to report to Qin Shuhuang. Qin Shuhuang inquired, "What news from the Gu residence?" The tall captain replied respectfully, "Your Highness, after you left, the prince and Lady Gu noticed something amiss. They personally led people into your courtyard. Upon discovering your absence, Lady Gu searched through the wooden boxes and storerooms. Upon learning the truth, she fainted immediately." Qin Shuhuang's expression remained neutral, yet internally she scoffed. What right did Lady Gu have to be angry? These belongings were hers and had never belonged to Lady Gu. The audacity of the usurper to claim them as her own was indeed laughable. Qin Shuhuang continued, "And what of the prince?" The captain, who had initially felt a sense of relief, frowned as he sensed the princess and Appo's renewed interest in the prince. The Gu family had been brazenly bullying the princess for years. Could it be that she still had lingering feelings for him? Qin Shuhuang had endured much hardship in the Gu household, and naturally, her guards had not fared any better. When she had first married into the Gu family, conditions were tolerable, but as time passed, her dowry and assets were usurped, and the guards and Appo's wages, which were once separate, were now shared with the servants of the Gu family. Consequently, their pay dwindled, leading to discontent among the guards. Originally, they had served in the palace beside the emperor, yet now they had been assigned to the princess, which felt akin to a demotion. To make matters worse, they faced harsh treatment in the princess's service, making it difficult for them to remain loyal to her. Had it not been for Xian Song and Appo's strict oversight of Qin Shuhuang and Appo's guards, along with occasional personal contributions, her guards would have succumbed to the corruption of the Gu family long ago. Even so, while they obeyed Xian Song, few truly respected Qin Shuhuang. They all knew that serving as the princess's guards offered little future, and they had been ridiculed by former colleagues many times over for their predicament. With their spirits already dampened, it was all too easy for the guards to become incensed by Qin Shuhuang's actions. When the captain, Lu De, heard that the princess could not let go of the prince, he spoke with emotion. Upon learning of your departure, the prince's expression was not favorable. However, it did not last long before he went to the courtyard of Miss Bai. It is likely that by now, he is already entangled with her. Realizing his emotions had clouded his judgment, Lu De immediately lowered his head, awaiting the princess's reaction. He thought to himself, even if the princess were to reprimand him today, he would not fear the consequences. What was the worst that could happen? He could always seek old connections to enlist in the military at the borders, rather than endure this indignity in the princess and Appo's manor day after day. Chapter 73. The captains of the princess and Appo's royal guard at first. Qin Shuhuang was taken aback by Lu Da's words, her brows furrowing slightly. In her past life, nearly all her energy was devoted to the Gu family and Gu Hongqiao, neglecting the friends and attendants around her, blinded by her infatuation with Gu Hongqiao. Upon her rebirth, she began to notice her chief maid and occasionally sensed the discontent among her guards. However, she did not pay much attention until she realized, to her surprise, that her guards had grown increasingly resentful. Putting herself in their shoes, she understood why. The guards who accompanied her, especially those who had been trapped in the Gu family, had their futures effectively destroyed, compounded by the Gu family and Appo's deliberate harshness. It was only natural for those with ambition to harbor feelings of dissatisfaction. Among her 20 guards, divided into 4 teams, there were 4 captains: Lu De, Zhaijin, Song Yiqiu, and He Yutian. The 4 had served as captains in the Imperial Prince and Appo's guard and shared a close bond, particularly Lu De and Zhaijin, who were sworn brothers. In her previous life, they had requested her to join them in the military at the border, serving in the Su family and Appo's army. Due to Su Siyuan and Appo's circumstances, the Su family was forced to ally with the enemy, and Lu De and Zhaijin attempted to relay this betrayal to the court, only to be ambushed and killed by the Su army. Song Yiqiu hailed from a military family, with his relatives serving in various capacities. Yet the highest rank he held was that of a minor official. Being the youngest, his family, aware of the hardship in military life, compelled him to serve as a lowly guard in the royal household despite his exceptional skills. In her past life, he died from a poisoned arrow while protecting Qin Shuhuang before he could marry, leaving his family bereft of their hopes for his longevity. He Yuqian, the youngest of the captains, came from a modest escort agency and had honed his martial skills from a young age. Lacking grand ambitions, he took on the role of a royal guard primarily to safeguard his family and Oppo's business, aspiring only for their safety. He harbored feelings for the bright and clever Shuhuang, which led him to remain by her side longer than the others. Tragically, Shuhuang was sullied by Gu Hafeng and, in a bid to preserve Qin Shuhuang and Oppo's honor, ingested poison. Throughout this ordeal, He Yuqian quietly cared for Shuhuang. Upon learning of her death, he was consumed by rage and sought vengeance against Gu Hafeng, but was thwarted by Gu Hongqiao's guards, who set a trap that resulted in the slaughter of He Yuqian and his men. With his demise, the escort agency quickly fell victim to rivalries, and his family was left in ruins, ultimately leading to their tragic fate. Lost in these painful memories, Qin Shuhuang momentarily spaced out. Lu De, having not heard her voice for a while, looked up at her, noticing her vacant expression, as if she were lost in thought. Lu De, already harboring dissatisfaction towards Qin Shuhuang, misinterpreted her silence as sorrow over Gu Hongqiao and Oppo's affections for other women, which only fueled his anger. He raised his voice, stating, "If the princess is displeased, let me bear the consequences alone. My subordinates are innocent in this matter." Qin Shuhuang was jolted back to reality by Lu Da's coarse tone. Lowering her gaze, she noted that Lu De and Oppo's soft armor was worn and frayed from his time in the palace, in need of replacement. In her previous life, she had failed to care for them, but this time, she vowed to do her utmost for their well-being. Unbeknownst to her, the armor, though appearing decent from the outside, was tattered within, with only Lu De and Oppo's diligent wife having patched his inner lining. The others had armor riddled with patches. Lu De summoned the other 3 captains. Qin Shuhuang commanded. Lu De was taken aback, fearing that her directive might implicate his brothers in punishment due to his earlier remarks. Regretting his impulsiveness, he murmured, "Your Highness." Qin Shuhuang gestured for him to leave at once, urging him to act swiftly. Lu De, disheartened, set off to gather the others, wishing he had thought better of his words. Once he departed, Qin Shuhuang instructed her attendant, "Rui, bring forth the armor I had you procure recently, and also fetch 250 taels of silver." Understanding her intentions, Rui, he responded with a cheerful tone, "I shall do so at once." After a brief interval, Rui, he returned with the items, and Lu De soon followed with the other 3 captains. The 4 stood before Qin Shuhuang, heads bowed in apprehension, and greeted her. "We pay our respects to the princess." Qin Shuhuang assessed the 4 men. Among them, only Lu De was married, with a 3-year-old son, while the others remained single. Song Yiqiu and He Yuqian hailed from families in the capital, dressed similarly to Lu De, while Zhai Jin was alone in the capital with family residing elsewhere, and his armor was the most tattered. Before Qin Shuhuang could speak, Lu De boldly interjected, "Your Highness, I alone am at fault today. Should there be punishment, I request it befall me alone." He knelt before her, a gesture of humility. Qin Shuhuang cast a glance at him, choosing to disregard his plea. Instead, she addressed the group. "You were once the guards of the imperial prince, and now, serving by my side, have indeed been wronged. I have witnessed your diligence over the past 3 years, and I remember the sacrifices you have made for my protection. Today, I offer you a promise. 1 year from now, whether you wish to join the military or seek other opportunities, I will support you on your journey and prepare a generous reward as gratitude for your years of service." At this juncture, both she and the imperial prince found themselves in precarious situations, necessitating loyal followers. Despite their grievances, her guards remained steadfast, and she could not afford to let them go. Thus, she made this promise, knowing that when the time was right, they would have the opportunity to showcase their talents. As Lu De had confided in the others about his earlier faux pas that displeased the princess, they had scolded him lightly, but bore him no true ill will. Now, standing before the princess, they were taken aback by the unexpected generosity of her words. Chapter 74. A visit home, they exchanged astonished glances. And if not for the presence of all four, they might have doubted the reality of their own hearing. The princess, elevated and aloof, seemed to have eyes only for her consort. Did anyone truly care about the mundane lives of these inconspicuous guards? The four were taken aback, and even Luda, kneeling on the ground, could not help but swallow nervously. Noticing their expressions, Qin Shuhuang understood their momentary bewilderment and beckoned to Rui, he behind her. Your armor has grown worn. Take this armor and distribute it among your men. Each shall receive a set. In the future, every year, all guards by my side in the Princess and Appo's residence will receive a complete set of armor and seasonal attire. Furthermore, here are 250 taels of silver. You four shall divide 10 taels equally, and the remainder shall be shared among your men. You have worked hard these days. Consider this an extra reward. If any of you wish to visit home, arrange a schedule among yourselves, provided it does not interfere with your regular duties. Qin Shuhuang laid everything out plainly. The four were momentarily struck dumb, as if a great fortune had suddenly fallen upon them. It was Luda who reacted first, stumbling over his words. Your Highness, we are not punished. Your Highness, I wish to enlist, starting as a soldier, to kill enemies and earn military merit to become a general. Zhaijin had not anticipated his sworn brother in Appo's impulsiveness. Before Luda could finish, Zhaijin hastily covered his mouth, awkwardly explaining to Qin Shuhuang, Your Highness, this fellow is rather straightforward. Rest assured, we will diligently guard the Princess and Appo's residence and protect your Highness. A smile graced Qin Shuhuang and Appo's lips. Very well. It is good to have aspirations. There is no rush. You may take this year to contemplate your decisions, whether you choose to stay or depart. I shall not treat you unjustly. The four stood in a row, bowing in unison to express their gratitude to Qin Shuhuang. This bow was the first sincere gesture of thanks they had offered in years. At that moment, they truly felt a sense of belonging and recognition within the ranks of the princess's guards. After expressing their thanks, Luda and Zhaijin called their brothers in to collect the new armor. Shirlan assisted nearby, and when Hiyu Tian saw Shirlan struggling with the heavy armor, he quickly approached to take it from her, blushing as he softly advised, Leave the heavy lifting to us, men. You should rest. As Shirlan and Appo's burden was lifted, she blinked her large eyes at Hiyu Tian. She had never paid much attention to him before, but now she noticed how much he had grown, his face becoming more defined, embodying the essence of a young man. Hiyu Tian reddened further under her gaze, and soon his neck flushed as well. Rui, passing by, chuckled, saying, Captain, he was merely 15 when he was honored with the position of guard captain. 3 years have passed, and he has grown significantly taller, surpassing even Captain Liu. It is only natural that you did not recognize him right away. Shirlan stuck out her tongue, realizing why she barely recognized him. Qin Shuhuang and Appo's senior maidservants, Rui and Rui Miao, were the same age as her, both 21, while Shirlan and Shiyu were younger by 2 years, at 19. They were, in fact, older than Hiyu Tian. When Hiyu Tian first served near Qin Shuhuang, he was slightly shorter than Shirlan. Now he towered over her by a head, having transformed from a youthful boy into a tall and robust young man. Qin Shuhuang did not obstruct the interaction between her maidservants and the captain of the guards. Once more, she hoped her maidservants could cultivate their own lives. Not far away, Xiansong observed Qin Shuhuang and Appo's actions in the flower hall. His gaze intensified with fervor. His princess had matured, her actions more thoughtful, and she was increasingly captivating to him. Xiansong felt like a moth drawn to a flame, fully aware that such a plunge would lead to his ruin, yet unable to resist the allure. Returning to the quarters of the guards, Luda, Zhaijin, and the other captains distributed the armor and silver bestowed by Qin Shuhuang. The guard camp erupted in joyous celebration. With the added allowance for visiting family, Luda was the first to request leave to see his wife and child. He specifically donned the newly issued soft armor and, clutching the 4 taels and 5 coins he received, exited the princess's residence. Luda and his wife were childhood sweethearts. She had followed him since she turned 15. Both were orphans, and Luda had brought her to the capital to make their way in the world. Upon arriving, he met Zhaijin, which ultimately led him to serve as a guard in the palace. However, while he served within, his wife had to live alone outside. To ensure her safety, Luda had arranged for her to stay with a fellow townsman. Little did he know that this person harbored ill intentions and, seizing an opportunity, stole the savings the couple had amassed over the years and vanished. The theft left his wife guilt-ridden and ill. Luda had intended to resign from the guard position to seek other opportunities in the capital when he fortuitously encountered Qin Shuhuang's marriage, allowing him to serve as her guard and return home occasionally to care for his wife. His ailing wife, burdened with guilt, became pregnant during this time, further deteriorating her health. Luda had to borrow money from Zhai Jin for her treatment and to safeguard the unborn child. Thankfully, the delivery was successful, but due to her poor condition during pregnancy, she developed lingering health issues that required monthly medication. The salary Luda earned as a guard was substantial compared to the average citizen, and by being frugal, he had saved enough over the years to purchase a modest residence in the capital. However, unforeseen circumstances and his wife's ongoing medical needs left him with barely enough to cover their expenses after repaying Zhai Jin. Having been underpaid previously by the Gu family, his wife's medication had nearly run out. Realizing that she would be without her medicine today, he was anxious to return home to deliver money for her treatment. He planned to buy her medicine and perhaps find a new place to live, as their current mixed residence was no longer suitable. With these thoughts in mind, his pace quickened, as if he could sprout wings and fly to his wife and child. After a considerable time, Luda finally arrived at the entrance of the dilapidated courtyard where his wife and child resided. The courtyard housed over a dozen families, with the gates left open both day and night, allowing him to enter without knocking. He strode confidently into the yard, heading toward a small door at the far end. Luda's wife, alone with their child, had grown cautious and discreet due to previous experiences. She kept the door shut during the day unless absolutely necessary, typically refusing to open it for visitors. As Luda approached the door, brimming with excitement, just as he was about to knock, the weathered wooden door swung open from within. An elderly, stooped woman emerged, startled at the sight of the tall, armored man before her. "Who are you? And what brings you to my doorstep?" Chapter 75. Do you see any difference in me today? Lu Da's pupils trembled. This was clearly his rented abode. Yet an elderly woman emerged. He paid no heed to her words, swiftly bypassing her and rushing into the house. The old woman, startled, reached out in an attempt to grasp Luda, but her frail age rendered her powerless. Her hand barely brushed against the sleeve of his garment. Luda forcefully pushed the door open and entered the dimly lit room. The floor was made of compacted earth, furnished only with a low table, 2 diminutive chairs, and a dilapidated wooden bed. Lying upon the bed was a critically ill old man, or his wife and children. Luda felt as if struck by lightning. It was as though the entire world had crumbled around him. The old woman followed him inside, frightened and angry. "We are but a destitute couple, with nothing to our name. Please spare us." She had already perceived Luda as a rogue, a bully intent on robbery. Returning to his senses, Luda turned to the old woman and inquired, "Madam, when did you move in here? Do you know what became of the previous occupants?" Noticing Luda and Appo's anxious demeanor, the old woman frowned slightly. "We moved in here about half a month ago. When we arrived, this room was empty. We have no knowledge of who lived here before." "What?" Upon hearing her words, Luda grew increasingly agitated. He exited the shabby room, intent on finding the agent who had rented this property. In his haste to leave the courtyard, he inadvertently collided with a man, sending the stranger staggering. Instinctively, Luda assisted the man, who appeared to be in his 40s. The lean, sun-tanned man, upon receiving Luda and Appo's help, exclaimed, "Are you surnamed Lu?" Luda furrowed his brow, standing upright and nodding. "Yes, I am indeed surnamed Lu. I apologize for the mishap." The man, whose surname was Huang, smiled broadly. "What a coincidence. Why have you returned at this hour?" "Your wife and son moved to Sanlu Alley half a month ago. Before they left, your wife entrusted me with a message to relay to you if you ever returned." Luda and Appo's heart, which had been racing, was instantly calmed by this revelation. In disbelief, he asked, "Brother Huang, is that true?" "Indeed, you're doing well out there, earning money, so your wife and child can surely lead a better life. Do not worry, I will close up my stall early today. and my wife and I will accompany you to San Lu Alley." Gratitude welled within Lu De as he bowed to Brother Huang. Huang gestured for him to wait, promising to return shortly after preparing his home and calling his wife. Lu De stood beside the entrance to the courtyard, his mind a whirlwind, unable to fathom the events that had transpired. For the past 2 months, he had been preoccupied with the princess, leaving his guards little opportunity to depart her side. Moreover, 2 months prior, their wages had been withheld by the Gu family, and it was only after another half-month that Commander Xiansong had compensated them for their losses. Thus, the meager sum he had entrusted to a messenger for his wife had barely sufficed for their rent and medicinal needs. Brother Huang acted swiftly, readying himself in a mere quarter hour. The couple then led Lu De to San Lu Alley. Though located in the western city, the area was predominantly residential, and the living conditions were evidently superior to those of the dilapidated courtyard. As they walked, they even passed a school, where the harmonious sounds of children reading echoed forth. While the Huang couple appeared elated, Lu De's brow furrowed deeper. He understood that his wife could scarcely afford to reside in such an area. Soon, they arrived at a courtyard entrance, where Sister Huang knocked proficiently. In a short while, a familiar voice rang out from within, "Coming." The door swung open, revealing the smiling face of Lu De's wife. An hour and a half later, Lu De cradled his son, and the couple personally escorted Brother Huang and Sister Huang out of the courtyard. Lu De's wife asked Sister Huang to take some coarse grains back to the elderly couple who had occupied their former room. As a gesture of Lu De and Amp Appo's hasty apology. Once they had bid farewell to Brother Huang and his wife, the couple finally had the opportunity to converse privately. Earlier, Lu De and Appo's wife had invited them to dinner, but there were many matters he hesitated to inquire about until now. "Wife, what on earth transpired? Why did you bring our son here?" Lu De asked urgently. Their 3-year-old son had already fallen asleep, having gained quite a bit of weight since Lu De last saw him. He could not resist gently stroking the soft, smooth cheek of his son. The child, having been born into their family, had likely only enjoyed these past 2 weeks of comfort. Previously, there had been but little flesh upon his face. Lu De's wife smiled faintly, remaining silent as she rose to retrieve a package from the nearby cupboard. She unwrapped it before her husband, revealing 5 taels of silver and copper coins, along with a length of cotton fabric typically used by common folk for clothing, and several well-prepared medicinal packets. "These were sent by someone from the princess's retinue?" Lu De inquired, astonished. His wife nodded, recounting the events from half a month prior. The agent of the dilapidated courtyard had suddenly demanded rent a month in advance, threatening eviction if it was not paid. However, her funds had been depleted by medicinal expenses, and with the little remaining, she needed to sustain their child. There was no room to spare for rent. She had pleaded with the agent for an extension of just half a month, assuring them that Lu De would send money. Yet the agent had been unyielding, insisting that they vacate if they could not afford to stay. In her desperate attempt to earn money, Lu De's wife had entrusted their child to Sister Huang at the wonton stall while she sought work washing dishes. However, her frail health could not withstand the strain, and after just 3 days, she was unable to rise from her bed. Not only had she earned nothing, but her remaining funds had also been spent on medical treatment. With no means to purchase food, she could only rely on the leftover wontons from Brother Huang's stall to stave off hunger. Before long, she and their child had been evicted. With no other options, she had dragged her ailing body and son to the Gu residence, hoping to find Lu De. Unfortunately, they were met with scorn and driven away by the malevolent servants before they could reach the gates. At their wit and Appo's end, a young lady had approached them, claiming to be a maidservant of the princess. This kind-hearted girl had arranged for them to rent a cottage and had provided them with a package. Upon hearing this, Lu De eagerly asked his wife, "Can you recall the appearance of this young lady?" His wife nodded, saying, "She is my savior. How could I forget her?" She then described the young lady and Appo's features. She was fair, efficient in her tasks, slightly tanned, and had a small black mole beneath her eye. As his wife and Appo's words painted the image, Lu De and Appo's mind conjured the visage of Rue Miao as the captain of the princess and Appo's personal guards. He had encountered both the chief maid and the second-ranking maidservants. Yet Rui Miao had only recently joined the princess's service, having been transferred from the royal estate that managed the princess's agricultural lands. She was darker-skinned than the other three chief maids and bore a tear mole on her right cheek. Indeed, it was Rui Miao, the chief maidservant of the princess. His wife and Appo's eyes sparkled with recognition. Really? I thought she was someone else. My heart has been restless ever since. A wave of guilt washed over Luda. Before today, he had harbored grievances against the princess. Yet, upon hearing his wife and Appo's account, he realized that without her intervention, he might never have been reunited with his wife and son. Wife sighed and said, "My dear, we have wandered through this bustling capital for over a decade. In the early days, when you served as a personal guard to the emperor, we did not enjoy such a life. Although His Highness is a woman, she shows great compassion towards her subordinates, and we ought to be grateful." Luda felt a surge of complex emotions upon hearing his wife's words. Suddenly, she smiled and asked, "Darling, do you notice anything different about me today?" The rugged man dreaded such questions from his wife, as they could easily lead to a perilous predicament. Luda was no exception. He stiffened his lips and scrutinized her from head to toe, finally uncertainly replying, "You seem to have gained weight." This earned him a dramatic eye roll from his wife, who exclaimed, "Can't you express yourself better? I haven't coughed all day. This is a first since I fell ill." Chapter 76. The vigor of the princess's royal guard upon his wife's gentle reminder. Luda suddenly recalled the truth of the matter. Today, an abundance of events had occupied his attention, and his wife and Appo's lack of coughing had led him to unconsciously overlook this detail. With joy, Luda stood and scrutinized his wife from head to toe. Five Nyang smiled and allowed him to gaze at her. It dawned on Luda that not only had his wife ceased coughing, but her complexion had also improved markedly. After a period of absence, he noted that her cheeks had filled out, bestowing her with a newfound vitality. With excitement, Luda inquired, "Five Nyang, have you perhaps consulted a different physician? Is it true that your ailment is being treated?" Five Nyang shook her head with a smile. "We have neither the silver to hire a doctor nor the funds to purchase medicine. For some time now, I've been taking the remedies sent by Miss Rui Miao. These were originally a desperate measure, but to my surprise, after half a month, my body feels much more at ease, and the coughing has diminished." Five Nyang was indeed quite capable, having managed the household alone while Lu served as a royal guard in the palace. However, a previous misguided trust had led them down a long and winding path. Should Five Nyang's health improve, the couple would soon enjoy a more prosperous life. Luda recalled the whispers in the guard camp, where it was said that the princess and Appo's physician was her master and that she herself possessed considerable medical knowledge. It was evident that the remedies Five Nyang was consuming were prepared by Miss Rui Miao, who served closely by the princess's side. Luda recognized that he was not merely a subordinate of the princess, but he owed her his very life. Though often brash and straightforward, Luda was not foolish. He would not relinquish his aspirations. Rather, he would forever support the princess, standing steadfastly by her side. His eyes glistened with unshed tears of joy as he tenderly caressed his wife's cheek. "If this remedy proves effective, then let us continue. If your health is restored, I can pursue my ambitions without worry. By the way, many of your colleagues in Appo's families have settled around Samlu Lane, arriving one after another. Miss Rui Miao has even assisted them in finding suitable livelihoods. We shall care for one another, and you need not worry about home while serving the princess." Luda nodded, feeling a touch of embarrassment as he glanced at the contents of his wife's parcel, realizing that his own hidden silver was less than what she possessed. Nevertheless, he handed over the reward silver given by the princess, saying, "This is a gift from Her Highness. Please take it, Five Nyang." Five Nyang was taken aback, for this was the first time her husband had returned with a reward since entering service at the princess's court. After pondering, she retained 3 taels for herself and placed the remaining 1.5 taels into Luda's large palm. "I shall save this for our child's future education. Keep this remaining silver with you. A man must have some money while out and about. Do not always rely on Brother Zhai to treat you. With the silver sent by Miss Rui Miao, we have enough for now. She mentioned that she is in need of help, and once I recover, I shall assist her and earn some extra coins to support our household. Five Nyang's health had indeed improved significantly. She spoke without a hint of breathlessness and exuded a lively spirit. Lu De, filled with emotion, enveloped his wife in a tight embrace. After enduring hardships for so long, he finally felt that their future was bright, a sentiment surely shared by many of his comrades in the guard. 2 days later, Rui, he, and the others noticed that the royal guards at the princess and Appo's residence were all brimming with vitality, their patrols becoming increasingly diligent, casting an aura of brilliance over the entire palace. On a clear morning, Qin Shuhuang personally escorted Gu Yuling from the princess and Appo's residence, dispatching a team of guards to accompany her into the palace for the selection of female officials. Upon returning to Yuanxiang Garden, Qin Shuhuang received news from Lady Ronghua. Qin Shuhuang inquired about the governess she had requested to instruct in court etiquette, and Lady Ronghua confirmed that she had been sent to the Gu residence to teach Miss Gu air. Additionally, the incident of the near drowning that had occurred at the Ronghua Duke's secondary residence was now clarified. The culprits were revealed to be Lady Ma and her 2 sons. Lady Ronghua uncovered that Lady Ma had secretly been in contact with the CF family, the in-laws of the regent. The reason for Lady Ma and Appo's desire to ruin Shui Ruzhen and Su Siyuan was directed by the CF family. Su Siyuan hailed from a respectable family, and the Su family maintained close ties with the Du family, who had long harbored intentions toward him. Thus, Lady Ma sought to create an opportunity for Du Shi by implicating Su Siyuan, ensuring her entry into the palace would be thwarted. If the scheme had succeeded discreetly, Du Shi would naturally become Su Siyuan and Appo's husband, thus establishing a connection with the Su family. Unfortunately for Lady Ma, Qin Shuhuang happened to be present and thwarted this plan. Furthermore, Lady Ronghua discovered the true heritage of Du Shi and Du Yu. It turned out that the siblings were not adopted children of Lady Ma, but her own flesh and blood. After the death of her husband, Lady Ma had borne these children with the 9th master of the Du family. Lady Ma had ingratiated herself with Lady Ronghua and, over the years, had amassed significant power within the Ronghua Duke and Appo's residence. She had long conspired with the 9th master to usurp the Duke and Appo's authority. Had Lady Ronghua continued to trust her, her plot might not have failed. The experiences of the past life had proven this point. As for Du Yu's involvement, it was likely due to her affection for Du Qinglin, who secretly favored Su Siyuan. Jealous of Su Siyuan, she meddled to assist her brother in this scheme, believing that if he succeeded, Du Qinglin would forever be barred from being with Su Siyuan. If she could not have him, then neither could Su Siyuan. Once the truth was revealed, Lady Ronghua swiftly reclaimed all power and assets from Lady Ma, Du Shi, and Du Yu. Acknowledging that Lady Ma had indeed served the Du family for many years, she merely expelled the trio from the Duke's residence. After reading the letter sent by Lady Ronghua, Qin Shuhuang let out a sigh of relief. Lady Ronghua concluded her letter by stating that in 2 days, she would visit with the wife of the Su family and the matriarch of the Shui family. After perusing the letter, Qin Shuhuang instructed Rui he to respond to her aunt. At the Gu residence, Gu Long returned home earlier than usual, the sun still high in the sky. Well before evening, early that morning, Lady Gu had received the governess sent by Lady Ronghua, and Gu Yufei was currently occupied with her lessons, leaving her no time to visit the main courtyard. At this moment, Lady Gu was furrowing her brow, calculating the remaining finances in the household when her husband unexpectedly burst into her study. Startled, she quickly set down her brush and emerged from behind her desk. "Husband, why are you home so early today? Where is Yuling? Call her here." Gu Long sat down and immediately gulped from Lady Gu and Appo's teacup. Lady Gu could not fathom why her husband was inquiring about Gu Yuling. Upon hearing his words, she hesitated, unable to respond. Gu Long quickly sensed something amiss. "I asked you to summon Yuling. Is she not always by your side?" Unable to conceal the truth any longer, Lady Gu finally admitted, "Yuling is with the princess." "What?" Gu Long exclaimed, rising abruptly and glaring at his wife. He then hurled the teacup to the ground in fury, declaring, "I do not care what means you employ. You must bring Yuling back within the next 2 days. In 3 days, I intend to send her to the regent and Appo's residence. Chapter 77. The first reception at the princess's residence having spoken, Gu Long did not linger in his wife's small study, departing in a huff. Shortly thereafter, Grandma Gu entered and whispered, "Madam, the master has gone to visit Concubine Ding." Concubine Ding was a recent addition to Gu Long's household, a young beauty in the prime of her youth, who had once been pregnant but inexplicably lost the child. Previously, Gu Long had been cold towards her, but now, having been angered by his wife, he sought solace in her company. Upon hearing this news, Madame Gu nearly crushed the handkerchief in her grasp. Although she disapproved of her husband taking a concubine, she was acutely aware of the stakes. Gu Yuling's situation was pivotal for the Gu family's future, and she must bring her back within the next few days. Furrowing her brow, Grandma Gu asked, "What shall we do, madam?" Though the princess has returned to her residence, the Gu family cannot afford to openly quarrel with Qin Shuhuang at this juncture. "I intend to reclaim my daughter. It is my rightful duty, and even the emperor cannot obstruct me." How could Qin Shuhuang possibly detain Gu Yuling against her will? The more Madame Gu spoke, the more resolute she became. Furthermore, having exhausted her softer tactics, it was time, as her son suggested, to adopt a firmer approach. At this moment, she was determined to retrieve her illegitimate daughter from the princess's residence. After 2 days of calm, Qin Shuhuang personally delivered meals to Xinsong's courtyard each evening, observing him as he finished the dishes. With practice, her culinary skills had improved slightly, though not remarkably. It must be said that the astute princess had no innate talent for cooking. Xinsong endured the bittersweet pleasure of dining on the princess's lovingly prepared dinners, while his aides, Xiejua and Xiecheng, noticed that their master had become less particular about his meals. 2 days later, it was time for the visit from the wives of the Ronghua and Su families, as well as the Shui family. Early in the morning, Lu Zhou busied himself with preparations alongside the servants. This was the first reception since the princess's residence had been established, and though Qin Shuhuang considered it trivial, he took it very seriously. Today, she donned a peacock blue palace gown, adorned with a set of ruby jewelry. The glamorous palace attire, enhanced by the luxurious rubies, rendered Qin Shuhuang both noble and dignified, akin to a peony blooming in the imperial garden. The maids Shirlan and Shiyu flitted in and out, assisting Qin Shuhuang with her preparations. Their hearts swelled with pride at her beauty. Previously, while residing in the Gu household, Qin Shuhuang had dressed modestly to appease Gu Hongqiao, leaving little room for Shirlan and Shiyu to showcase their skills. Now, as she resumed her former elegance reminiscent of her time in the palace, the maids were even more delighted than the princess herself. Once attired, Qin Shuhuang noticed that the 4 senior maids wore slightly worn orange dresses. She turned to Rui He and inquired, "Have the new garments I commissioned from the embroidery room not yet arrived?" Rui He, startled, soon regained her composure and replied with a smile, "They were delivered yesterday. Quickly, change into your new clothes. For the Mid-Autumn Festival, I shall provide you with another set, so do not hesitate to wear them. Moreover, fetch my sandalwood jewelry box. It contains 4 golden-laid jade bangles for each of you." Shirlan, responsible for the princess and Appo's jewelry, knew the bangles were precious, worth far more than 100 taels of silver outside. The senior maids earned only slightly over a tael. "Your Highness is too extravagant. It is your jewelry, which you will need to wear in the future." Shirlan hastily declined. The others echoed her sentiments. With a helpless glance at the maids, Qin Shuhuang insisted, "We are no longer in the Gu residence. You have seen my dowry. Are these bangles truly too much to spare? Take them. There will be more treasures for you in the future." Qin Shuhuang was correct. Given her current wealth, the bangles were hardly significant. If the 4 maids continued to refuse, they would be disregarding her goodwill and thus accepted the gifts with grateful curtsies. Shirlan retrieved the jewelry box and distributed the intricately designed bangles among her companions. As Rui He examined her bangle closely, she discovered a small grain pattern engraved on the inner side. She eagerly alerted Rui Miao, Shirlan, and Shiyu, and unsurprisingly, each bangle bore the engraving of their respective names. It turned out that this set of bangles was custom-made by the princess for them. Upon realizing the truth, the 4 maids felt a rush of warmth in their eyes. By the hour of the snake, the carriages from the Rongwa, Su, and Shui families arrived at the entrance of the princess's residence. Lu Zhou and the 4 senior maids awaited them at the gate, clad in a new gray silk robe, with a few strands of gray hair meticulously combed. He possessed a fair complexion and a commanding aura that immediately revealed his astute origins from the palace. Behind him stood the 4 senior maids, each exuding grace and elegance, dressed uniformly in pink blouses and yellow skirts, topped with short, lotus-colored velvet cloaks, their wrists adorned with the golden-laid jade bangles, resembling elegant ladies stepping out from a painting. Upon closer inspection, each maid exhibited unique features. Some were composed and reserved, others wise and witty, while some were strikingly beautiful and others exuded lively charm. It was a sight that dazzled the eye. Lu Zhou personally assisted the Rongwa matron, Madame Su, and the elderly matriarch of the Shui family from their carriages. A considerable number of guests had arrived today, including Du Qinglin riding alongside to protect Madame Rongwa, while Madame Su brought her daughter, Su Siyuan, and the matriarch of the Shui family accompanied her granddaughter Shui Ruzhen. As they disembarked, upon seeing the senior maids beside Qin Shuhuang, Madame Rongwa exclaimed with delight, "What a splendid gathering of young ladies!" Madame Rongwa praised, noting that this was indeed the true demeanor of the great Wu princess. Rue He, supporting Madame Rongwa, gently urged, "Madame Rongwa, Madame Su, Elder Shui, young Master Du, and ladies, please enter the residence. The princess awaits you in the front courtyard." Madame Rongwa nodded with a smile, and together with Madame Su and Elder Shui, they entered the princess's residence. As Du Qinglin was a male guest, and there were unmarried young ladies present, Lu Zhou escorted him to the study in the front courtyard. Qin Shuhuang had arranged the reception area in the front courtyard, a locale named Guiyuan, which boasted several long-established osmanthus trees that were in full bloom at this time. Adjacent to the small lake in the garden, guests could sit by the water's edge, enjoying tea while chatting amidst the fragrance of osmanthus, complemented by delicacies such as drunken crabs, ensuring that even honored guests would feel at ease. Upon entering the courtyard, they spotted Qin Shuhuang standing gracefully at the entrance. Madame Rongwa called out joyfully, Madame Su and Elder Shui, accompanied by Su Siyuan and Shui Ruzhen, offered their respects to Qin Shuhuang. Hastening forward, Qin Shuhuang assisted the 2 matrons. "Ladies, please come inside." Madame Rongwa was quite pleased with the arrangements made by Qin Shuhuang. She adored osmanthus and felt rejuvenated by the floral fragrance, alleviating the fatigue from recent days. Having previously met Qin Shuhuang, Madame Su had not initially thought highly of the princess. However, following recent events, she had completely revised her opinion, dismissing the rumors that had circulated about her in the Gu family. Elder Shui, with her head of white hair and frail constitution, required the support of 2 strong maids to walk. Yet, her clear eyes held no signs of muddiness when she gazed at Qin Shuhuang. The trials of life had imparted not only suffering, but also a rare clarity. Initially opposed to her granddaughter participating in the selection, Elder Shui had reservations due to the palace and amp, Oppo's, as complex dynamics. Despite the Shui family and amp, Oppo's need for revitalization, she was reluctant to expose her only granddaughter to such risks. However, after witnessing the princess save her granddaughter at Madame Rongwa's banquet, and now meeting Qin Shuhuang in person, Elder Shui began to reconsider her stance, feeling less inclined to impede her granddaughter's ambitions. With such an elder sister by her side, the emperor is surely destined for greatness. As long as this royal brother and sister duo exists, the granddaughter's life within the palace shall not be lacking in any regard. This arrangement also greatly benefits the Shui family. Qin Shuhuang invited her aunt and the 2 ladies to take their seats, and then her gaze swept over Su Siyuan and Shui Ruzhen. Upon this observation, she was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 78. The 3 cousins. Su Siyuan's attire was even more understated than her previous visit to the estate of the Duke of Rome. Although her dress and accessories were new, they lacked ostentation, given the Su family's wealth, and, as the legitimate daughter favored most by Lady Su, it was inconceivable for her to appear so casually on her first visit to the princess's residence. Upon sensing another's gaze, Su Siyuan instinctively lowered her head slightly, evading the scrutiny. In contrast, Shui Ruzhen appeared far more at ease. Though the Shui family was not as affluent as the Su family, they were still well off. Today, Shui Ruzhen donned a delicate gown of pale pink and white silk, complemented by a small cloak with golden thread, exuding purity and grace. Her accessories, though few, were exquisite. Noticing Qin Shuhuang and Appo's glance, Shui Ruzhen graciously smiled and performed a slight curtsy. Lady Su observed her daughter's distracted demeanor and shot a covert glare at her. Both ladies carried substantial gifts of gratitude. The Su family was known for their straightforwardness. Their gifts included several land deeds from prosperous southern provinces, and they had brought 200 sets of newly crafted soft armor from their workshop for Qin Shuhuang, as well as 50 war horses. Having heard of her recent purchases at the military market, the Shui family, known for their modesty, could not match such extravagance. The elder lady, Shui, presented a genuine masterpiece by the renowned painter Wang Quan from the previous dynasty. Authentic works from Wang Quan were scarce, making this painting exceedingly valuable. In addition to the artwork, she also brought a complete set of writing implements, each with a distinguished provenance, including brushes crafted by Shui Ruzhen herself, symbolizing her sincerity. Qin Shuhuang invited everyone to enjoy osmanthus tea. The princess and Appo's residence was adjacent to the large study in the front courtyard, which connected to the flower hall beside the water pavilion. Standing at the water pavilion, one could glimpse the delightful scenery of the osmanthus garden, and it was also possible to access the garden directly from the corridor. Du Qinglin was invited by Lu Zhou to the front courtyard study. Although Lu Zhou had served beside Qin Shuhuang, he remained a servant and could not share a table with the young lord. After arranging tea and snacks for Du Qinglin and engaging in light conversation, he intended to step outside. Before leaving, Lu Zhou politely remarked, "I apologize for any negligence today. Your Highness, the front courtyard is rarely used except for receiving guests. If you find it dull, feel free to explore the study. I shall be just outside. Should you require anything, merely call for me." "Thank you, Steward Lu," Du Qinglin replied gratefully. The refreshments at the princess's residence were commendable, but the Duke of Rong and Appo's estate was no less impressive in this regard. After a while, Du Qinglin rose to explore the surroundings. Perhaps due to Qin Shuhuang and Appo's recent move, there were few signs of habitation here. Many of the books appeared new, indicating they had not been perused. While the study had a pleasing layout, it lacked vitality, resembling the Duke of Rong's guest study. Du Qinglin soon lost interest. He wandered to the outer chamber, which connected to the flower hall. Beyond the flower hall lay the water pavilion corridor, offering a uniquely picturesque view. As he reached the water pavilion, he contemplated taking in the scenery. To his surprise, he discovered that from this vantage point, he could see the osmanthus garden and even observe Qin Shuhuang entertaining guests. The positions of the Su and Shui ladies allowed him a clear view of both. Du Qinglin and Appo's gaze involuntarily settled on Su Siyuan, and he became momentarily entranced. Just then, he felt a light tap on his shoulder. Startled, he turned to see a familiar youthful face. After a brief pause, he quickly bowed his head, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, I pay my respects." Qin Shuhuang, fanning himself, personally helped Du Qinglin rise. "Cousin, it has been ages. No need for such formality." Du Qinglin was taken aback by the emperor's presence at the princess's residence, and he recalled his mother's interest in the Shui and Su young ladies, feeling a sense of surreal clarity. Yet, as he reflected on his previous state of distraction towards the osmanthus garden, a shadow of gloom fell over his expression. He clenched his fists. The words he wished to utter remained unspoken. What was he in the presence of the emperor? Surely, the Su family would find him unworthy. In their youth, Qin Shuhuang and Qin Shuhuang had shared many playful moments with Du Qinglin. Before her marriage, the bond among the three cousins had been strong. However, in the past 3 years, they seemed to have rushed in divergent directions, drifting further apart. Since returning to the capital from his military service, nearly a year had elapsed since Du Qinglin last saw Qin Shuhuang. The sudden reunion felt disconcertingly unfamiliar. He discreetly stepped back, maintaining a respectful distance before bowing again. "I did not intend to disturb Your Majesty. I beg for your forgiveness. Observing this unfamiliar version of Du Qinglin, Qin Shuhuang's eyes flickered with a fleeting shadow of disappointment before he swiftly donned a smile, stepping closer to place an arm around Du Qinglin's shoulder. Cousin, you were just admiring the Su lady, wearing an amp, oppose, to you? Feeling uncomfortable under the arm around his shoulder, Du Qinglin trembled at the implication, immediately kneeling to clarify, Your Majesty, I respectfully assure you, Miss Su is of impeccable virtue. There is no impropriety between us. Our families share a long-standing friendship, and thus I am merely more acquainted with her than with other young ladies. Qin Shuhuang sighed inwardly, stepping forward to assist Du Qinglin once more. His deep-set eyes bore into Du Qinglin and Oppo's as he queried, Cousin, are you truly willing to relinquish Miss Su to me? If so, you would be doing a disservice to her genuine affection. Should this be the case, then you would no longer be the Du Qinglin I once held in high regard. Upon hearing these words, Du Qinglin abruptly raised his gaze to meet Qin Shuhuang and Amp, Oppo's Chapter 79. What if I am reluctant? Du Qinglin never anticipated that his carefully concealed emotions would be discerned, especially by the emperor. If he hesitated to confront and acknowledge these feelings now, he would truly be unworthy of the title of a man, and he would be failing Su Siyuan. Du Qinglin's gaze gradually grew resolute as he locked eyes with Qin Shuhuang, then clasped his hands together, addressing the emperor, Your Majesty, I have deep affections for Miss Su, and I beseech you to grant us your blessing. Qin Shuhuang's serious demeanor softened as he teased, Cousin, what if I am unwilling? Du Qinglin stepped closer to Qin Shuhuang, both gazing towards the Guiyuan in front of them. Then I shall have to contend with my cousin in a manly manner. Qin Shuhuang and Oppo's laughter rang out at Du Qinglin and Oppo's words. In their childhood, while playing in the residence of the Duke of Rome, the three of them never referred to one another by their titles, but rather called each other cousin and sister with an affectionate familiarity. Those were their most intimate moments together. However, various circumstances, coupled with the interference of the regent, gradually distanced them. At this moment, Du Qinglin felt as if they had returned to their youth, and he couldn't help but smile. Qin Shuhuang glanced at Du Qinglin and said, Cousin, since you have feelings for Miss Su and your families are well matched, why not speak to Aunt and settle the marriage sooner? If Du Qinglin expressed his intentions, the Lady of Rome would surely not consider Su Siyuan as a prospective future empress. Having spoken candidly, those around them felt more like family, no longer the emperor. He had been adopted into the Duke of Rome's household, and, having grown up without siblings, Qin Shuhuang had naturally become his closest companion. At this moment, Du Qinglin had nothing left to conceal from his brother. The Du and Su families had been family friends for generations, and he often encountered Su Siyuan a few times each year. However, his feelings for her had not been present since childhood. They had developed gradually and unwittingly. Although he had previously harbored a fondness for Su Siyuan, it had not yet reached the stage of a lifelong commitment, and she likely felt similarly. As he matured, he focused on consolidating the Du family and Oppo's power, spending years in the military, which delayed his marriage prospects and obscured his romantic feelings. It was only in the past 6 months that he had the opportunity to frequently return home and spend time with his mother, the Lady of Rome. It was during this recent period that he finally comprehended his feelings for Su Siyuan. Yet, before he could confess to his mother, she had already voiced her intentions to consider Su Siyuan, as the Su family planned to present her at the upcoming selection. At that time, his feelings for Su Siyuan had not intensified to the point of desperation, leading him to withdraw. He thought perhaps entering the palace would be a better choice for her. Thus, the Lady of Rome and Lady Su remained unaware of the sentiments harbored by the young couple, which had led them to their current predicament. Qin Shuhuang's earlier remark acted as a catalyst, urging Du Qinglin to heed his own heart. Having shared his thoughts and feelings, Du Qinglin suddenly felt a weight lifted from his shoulders. He turned to Qin Shuhuang, Cousin, you two have reached an age where you must contemplate your future wife. What are your thoughts? Qin Shuhuang chuckled helplessly. Cousin, you've just sorted out your own affairs, and now you wish to burden me? After saying this, his tone grew earnest as he gazed at a figure dressed in pale pink in the Guiyuan. I too have come to see someone. Du Qinglin was taken aback. then laughed, realizing that the emperor had never intended to choose Su Siyuan. His affections lay elsewhere. In recent days, Du Qinglin had been investigating matters regarding Madame Ma and the Du sisters, gathering considerable information about the Xue family. The future of a nation is intertwined with the choices of his cousin, and he promptly shared his findings, whether useful or not, with Qin Shuhuang for him to assess. Qin Shuhuang raised an eyebrow, accepting his cousin's goodwill. While Qin Shuhuang was enjoying tea with her aunt and the two ladies in the Guiyuan, she casually glanced towards the study in the front courtyard. Moments later, she remarked, "These early osmanthus blossoms are rare. Why not allow the young ladies to pick a few branches to take home?" Lady Su and Lady Xue exchanged knowing smiles, nodding in agreement. "Your Highness is so generous. We must gather several branches today." Su Siyuan lowered her head, appearing reluctant, but was silenced by a glance from Lady Su. She and Xue Ruzhen were led by their maidservant to the Guiyuan to gather osmanthus flowers. Meanwhile, Du Qinglin and Qin Shuhuang received notice that it was time for them to proceed, moving towards the Guiyuan from the waterside corridor. At the Gu residence in the morning, just a quarter of an hour after the Lady of Rong and her companions arrived at the Long Princess's residence, Lady Gu received news. With a swift glance, she instructed her maid to pack their belongings, intent on immediately heading to the Long Princess's residence. Lady Gu, accompanied by her maidservants, boarded a carriage and set off towards the Long Princess's residence. In the Guiyuan, as Qin Shuhuang conversed animatedly with the ladies, Rui, he hurried in, whispering in her ear, "Your Highness, Lady Gu has arrived." Qin Shuhuang requested the Lady of Rong to assist in looking after Lady Xue and Lady Su temporarily as she took Rui into a nearby chamber. Once inside, Rui expressed her concerns. Lady Gu's carriage is at the gate, claiming she has come to escort the third miss back to the Gu residence. She mentioned that after several days of silence, she was waiting for this moment. Qin Shuhuang remained unperturbed, her composure intact. Rui inform her that I am currently hosting guests and cannot meet with her. The third miss is also not at the Long Princess's residence. She should seek her elsewhere. What if Lady Gu causes a scene? Let's first observe how she will respond. Rui nodded and quickly departed. Qin Shuhuang awaited news in the chamber. Shortly after, Rui returned, visibly anxious and sweating. She approached Qin Shuhuang and reported, "Your Highness, Lady Gu does not believe the third miss is absent from the princess's residence. She threatened that if we do not present the third miss today, she will make a fuss about her disappearance here," alerting Lady Su, Lady Xue, and the Lady of the Nation. She declared she would not hesitate to escalate this matter to the court. Qin Shuhuang chuckled coldly. "So this is the extent of Lady Gu's capabilities. Do not concern yourself with her. If she dares to cause a ruckus at the entrance of the Long Princess's residence, inform Xuanzang to have her removed." Rui frowned. What if Lady Gu is intentionally lurking nearby to block Lady Xue and Lady Su's carriage, obstructing their path? Then she would vastly underestimate both Lady Xue and Lady Su. At the entrance of the Long Princess's residence, Lady Gu did not receive Rui's response, but rather a contingent of tall, uniformed guards. Over 20 guards surrounded the entrance, their cold expressions scanning towards Lady Gu's carriage, causing Gu Mama to hastily lower the half-drawn curtain. Gu Mama swallowed hard, her throat dry, and awkwardly said, "Madam." Rui did not come out. Instead, a squad of guards has appeared. What shall we do? Chapter 80. Madame Gu stumbles. Madame Gu wore a cold expression as she clenched her fists. You Qin Shuhuang. Take 2 maids with you and demand to see the third Mississippi. Let us see if you can force your way in, she commanded. Granny Gu shivered as she glanced outside the carriage. Though reluctant, she could not defy her mistress and had no choice but to muster her courage and disembark, beckoning 2 maids to follow her. Together, the 3 hastily approached the gates of the princess's residence. As they neared the entrance, they were intercepted by the guards wielding swords. What is your purpose? This is the princess and Appo's residence. No one is allowed to enter. Granny Gu forced a smile and said, I am an old servant of the Gu family, here to see the third Mississippi. Please assist us in conveying this message. Our Lady is waiting over there. You are to leave at once. The third miss is not within the princess's residence. Before Granny Gu could protest or even begin to plead, several guards silenced her and roughly threw her out. Rubbing her bruised knee, she returned to Madame Gu's carriage, dejected. "Madam, I am useless. I could not gain entry to the princess's residence." Madame Gu cast a glance at the disheveled Granny Gu, her teeth grinding in frustration. The guards only heeded Qin Shuhuang's words. And even if she personally led a charge, the outcome would not differ much from Granny G's. As for the claim that the third miss was not present, she dismissed it entirely. Just a couple of days prior, she had stationed someone nearby who reported seeing Gu Yuling inside the princess's residence. Could a living person simply vanish at Qin Shuhuang's whim? Moreover, where could Gu Yuling possibly go? She had no place to turn. Her late mother had passed away over a decade ago, and she had been brought to the Gu family as an orphan, without any roots. Gu Yuling was like a drifting reed. Where could she flee? Grinding her teeth, Madame Gu declared, "Then we shall wait." She did not believe that Su and Shui would leave today. If she could intercept both ladies at the entrance and relay the matter to them, spreading the news throughout the capital, it would reach the Ministry of Rights. At that point, even if Qin Shuhuang was the princess, she would have no choice but to present Gu Yuling to her in full. Furthermore, it would tarnish Qin Shuming's reputation, forcing her to remain merely the Gu family's daughter-in-law, without any chance of rising above her station. Thus, the Gu family and Damp, Appo's carriage temporarily veered away from the entrance of the princess and Damp, Appo's residence, seeking a discreet location to lie in wait. Inside the princess and Damp, Appo's residence, the evening banquet was a grand affair. As dusk fell, the gates swung wide to bid farewell to esteemed guests. Qin Shuhuang stood at the entrance, sending off the Lady of Ronghua, old Madame Shui, and Madame Su. At the threshold, both old Madame Shui and Madame Su simultaneously expressed, "Thank you for your gracious hospitality today, Your Highness. We appreciate your efforts. Please do not trouble yourself further." As old Madame Shui and Madame Su, aided by their maids, stepped out of the gates, Madame Gu suddenly burst forth with her entourage. Old Madame Shui and Madame Su were taken aback, unsure of the situation. Madame Gu hastened to Qin Shuhuang, her face a mask of desperation. "Your Highness, if you hold any grievances against me, please speak plainly. I will make amends if possible. Yuling is still just a child. What purpose does holding her serve? If you require assistance, I am willing to serve you in the princess's residence. Please allow her to return home." Madame Gu's words painted her in an impeccable light as a devoted mother. Had the attendees not spent the day with Qin Shuhuang and witnessed her selfless act of bravery, they might have perceived her as an arrogant figure mistreating her relatives. Whispers of Madame Gu and Damp, Appo's duplicitous nature had circulated, and today, witnessing her distortion of the truth left Shui Ruzhen and Su Siyuan speechless. Su Siyuan, having been doted upon since childhood and possessing an innocent disposition, stood up for Qin Shuhuang. "Madame Gu, do you have any evidence that the princess has detained the third miss? If not, you are merely slandering her. The princess is of the royal family, and such accusations are a grave offense." Su Siyuan realized she was no match for the cunning Madame Gu. With a subtle glance at Granny Gu, Madame Gu signaled her to summon Tao Hua, who was then dragged forward to kneel before the assembly. "This is my third daughter and Appo's personal maid. She witnessed firsthand the princess's people taking the third miss away." Tao Hua wept, her face streaked with tears. She dared not look at Qin Shuhuang, simply nodding fervently as she stammered, "It was the princess's people who took the third Mississippi. It was them." Su Siyuan understood that this maid might have been a pawn in Madame Gu and Damp, Appo's scheme, yet she was indeed a so-called witness. At that moment, Su Siyuan felt somewhat at a loss, unsure of how to counter this claim. Ultimately, she clung to her mother, Madame Su, and softly defended Qin Shuhuang's mother. "The princess is not that kind of person. Besides, if she wished to abduct someone, why would she take a concubine in Damp, Appo's daughter, and not Madame Gu and Damp, Appo's own flesh and blood? Does that not seem odd?" Madame Su recognized the validity of her daughter's reasoning. The coincidental nature of the day's events suggested a deliberate arrangement. and she and old Madame Shui likely fell victim to Madame Gu and Appo's manipulation. Gently patting her daughter and Appo's arm, Madame Su addressed Madame Gu, regardless of the circumstances. We have not seen the third miss in the princess's residence today. Perhaps you have been misled by your servants. If so, finding the third miss is of utmost importance. We must not delay. What I witnessed is indisputable. Your Highness, Yuling accidentally took your belongings. It was her fault, and I have already reprimanded her. The items have been returned in full. If you remain unsatisfied, I shall offer you my finest jewelry as an apology. She's still a child. Grant her a chance to make amends. Madame Gu shamelessly shifted the blame for her encroachment upon Qin Shuhuang's dowry onto Gu Yuling, portraying herself as a paragon of virtue. Her capacity for deceit had evidently reached new heights. As Qin Shuhuang gazed at Madame Gu, now portraying herself as the victim, she inquired, "Madam, when and where did my sister take anything of mine? When did you return such items to me? At what point have I ever expressed dissatisfaction with her?" Such specific details regarding events that had never transpired felt impossible for Madame Gu to fabricate with such precision. Faced with Qin Shuhuang's inquiry, Madame Gu found herself momentarily at a loss. Chapter 81. The elder ginger is spicier. Seeing the onlookers casting doubtful glances her way, Madame Gu quickly resorted to evasive arguments and a change of subject. "Your Highness, are you not placing undue pressure upon me? This affair occurred over 6 months ago. In my advanced years, how could I possibly recall such details with clarity? Your esteemed position holds value, but so do the lives of others. I beseech you, return Yuling to me." Upon finishing her plea, Madame Gu hastened to stand before the lady of Ronghua. "Madam, since you are present today, I implore you to assist us with Yuling. She is still so young and has a future ahead of her. If she suffers under my care, outsiders might mistakenly believe I, as her stepmother, mistreat her." Just as she reached out to the lady of Ronghua, she was intercepted by Du Qinglin, forcing Madame Gu to retreat awkwardly. The lady of Ronghua cast a sidelong glance at Qin Shuhuang, silently inquiring whether she should intervene. Qin Shuhuang subtly shook her head. Thus, the lady of Ronghua remained stoically silent, treating Madame Gu and Appo's words as though they were mere air. Madame Gu had anticipated that the lady of Ronghua would not side with her. Her hopes rested on the venerable Lady Shui and Madame Su. Both ladies, known for their benevolence and moral integrity, would surely champion the cause of the vulnerable. On that day, at the Ronghua estate, Gu Yuqing had been expelled by the lady of Ronghua's orders and was entirely oblivious to the unfolding events. Moreover, the incident involving the water was a scandal for the Du family, and the Du, Su, and Shui families had conspired to keep it hidden, ensuring it did not spread through the capital. Consequently, Madame Gu was even less likely to be informed. Today, with the lady of Ronghua and the Su and Shui families visiting the princess and Appo's residence, Madame Gu mistakenly believed the lady of Ronghua sought to expand Qin Shuhuang and Appo's connections. As long as the Su and Shui families did not side with Qin Shuhuang, matters would unfold as she had anticipated. Madame Gu cast a sorrowful gaze towards the two ladies. "Madame Su, Lady Shui, you are both known for your compassion. Please, lend your judgment. I am left with no recourse. I cannot allow Yuling to suffer without intervention. She is also my child." Shui Ruzhin observed Madame Gu and Appo's theatrics with a cold, discerning eye. Having taken charge at a young age, she had encountered countless deceitful women, including those as sweet-tongued yet malicious as Madame Gu. Nevertheless, it was surprising that a woman of her standing would employ such unscrupulous methods, freely mingling truth and falsehood. Her mind wandered back to the news she had received just the previous day. The palace was in the midst of selecting female officials, with the final round taking place yesterday. Out of 100 participants, only 10 were chosen, and the list was announced that very evening. To restore the Shui family's prominence in the capital, it was imperative to remain close to the centers of power, with her brother not eligible for the provincial examinations for another 2 years. She had only 2 paths to secure a foundation for the family, either to enter the palace as a consort or to partake in the selection of female officials. Initially, she had chosen the latter, thus closely following the recent proceedings of the selection. Little did she expect her grandmother to favor the lady of Rongwu's enticing offer. Although she had abandoned the path of becoming a female official, she remained keenly aware of the unfolding developments. Upon seeing the final selection list yesterday, she recalled that one of the chosen was indeed named Gu Yuling. Shui Ruzhen leaned closer to her grandmother and whispered the news. The matriarch's expression shifted to one of grave concern as she asked, "Are you certain?" Shui Ruzhen nodded affirmatively. The elder lady knew her granddaughter to be prudent and incapable of fabricating such information. The two shared a tacit understanding. After conveying the news to her grandmother, Shui Ruzhen stepped back, refraining from drawing attention to herself. Noticing the momentary silence from the two ladies, Madame Gu grew anxious. "If only you would speak a word of justice. I am willing to endure punishment for my daughter's sake for entering the princess residence." Just as Madame Gu believed her victory was assured, the elder Lady Shui stepped forward. With a firm strike of her dragon-headed cane upon the ground, an air of authority enveloped her. Madame Gu secretly smirked, but that was short-lived. The elder Lady Shui proclaimed, "In all my years in the capital, I have yet to encounter someone as skilled at distorting the truth as you, Madame Gu." The smile that had graced Madame Gu's face instantly froze upon hearing those words. She stared in disbelief at the elder lady, momentarily rendered speechless by her indignation. Without affording Madame Gu a chance to interject, the elder Lady Shui continued, "Miss Gu, the third daughter of your household, has long participated in the palace's selection for female officials. Had I not known her name was among those chosen, would you have used her as a pawn today?" As the elder lady spoke, both Madame Su and the lady of Rongwu were taken aback. They had previously assumed that Qin Shuhuang had indeed detained the third daughter of the Gu family, believing that Madame Gu's bold intrusion into the princess residence must have some basis in truth. Yet, they were astonished to learn that the third daughter was not present at the princess residence and had instead participated in the palace's selection. Given the elder Lady Shui's assertions, it was evident that she was convinced of this matter, leading one to suspect that Madame Gu had been outmaneuvered by her own stepdaughter. Madame Gu stood frozen. The selection of female officials? She had never fathomed that Gu Yuling would partake in the palace's selection process. The girl had always been by her side, never hinting at such intentions. In disbelief, Madame Gu instinctively denied the possibility. "Impossible. Elder Lady Shui, how can you speak so recklessly? I raise her myself. If she wished to enter the palace as a female official, how could I remain unaware?" Reckless words. Madame Gu, please conduct yourself with dignity. If you doubt my words, you need only request a list from the Ministry of Rights. Do not cast unfounded accusations. It appears you do not genuinely care for your third daughter. Otherwise, why would she prefer to serve in the palace rather than show filial piety to you as her legitimate mother? With a few incisive remarks, the elder Lady Shui deftly stripped away Madame Gu's facade. Chapter 82. Two pairs of lovers. Madame Gu was far from foolish at this moment. Her thoughts were racing with greater intensity. She discreetly cast a glance at Qin Shuhuang, only to find no trace of panic in her eyes, which only served to deepen her own despair. It seemed that old Madame Shui's words were indeed true. Gu Yuling had participated in the selection for female officials and had even been chosen. If Gu Yuling were to become a female official, her lifelong affairs would no longer be under her and her husband and Appo's control. Even if this matter was not orchestrated by Qin Shuhuang, it was nonetheless facilitated by her. At this moment, Madame Gu harbored a profound hatred for Qin Shuhuang, yet without any evidence, she could not voice her accusations. Moreover, she had yet to confirm the matter personally. What if there were still room for negotiation? If that girl Gu Yuling were to fall back in her grasp, there would be no escape for her. Madame Gu immediately concealed her emotions, inhaling deeply before stiffly addressing old Madame Shui. "Thank you for your reminder, old Madame Shui. I shall go to the Ministry of Rights to verify this matter. It is my maternal heart that has caused my haste in searching for my daughter. I beg for your forgiveness, your highness and esteemed ladies." Old Madame Shui and Madame Su looked down upon Madame Gu's theatrical display. But given that she was still the mother-in-law of Qin Shuhuang, they chose not to press the matter further. Old Madame Shui replied curtly, "Then Madame Gu, do hurry along. We shall not see you off." Assisted by her maid, Madame Gu boarded the carriage, her urgency to ascertain Gu Yuling's situation overshadowing any thoughts of dealing with Qin Shuhuang. Just before the carriage curtain fell, she cast a venomous glance at Qin Shuhuang, who stood before the gates of the princess and Appo's residence, her eyes brimming with contempt. As the curtain descended, the Gu family and Appo's carriage swiftly departed from the princess and Appo's residence, vanishing into the encroaching twilight. No one anticipated such a scene would unfold before their departure, leaving the previously harmonious banquet steeped in awkwardness. Madame Rong glanced at Qin Shuhuang, who was smiling at her, and felt compelled to speak but hesitated. Noticing old Madame Shui and Madame Su beside her, she suppressed the words that clamored within her chest and took Qin Shuhuang and Appo's hand, saying, "Huang and Appo's, do visit your aunt soon. We must have a good chat." Qin Shuhuang nodded in agreement. With Duke Du Qinglin's protection, Madame Rong departed in her carriage, followed by the other ladies who took their younger kin and left the princess's residence. Once the guests had departed, the smile on Qin Shuhuang's face faded, replaced by a steely demeanor. Upon entering her residence and encountering her younger brother, she paused, her expression softening once more. Inside, Qin Shumin had listened intently to the events surrounding Madame Gu and Appo's disturbance. He had never held a fondness for the Gu family, and now his disdain for Madame Gu, who had deliberately caused trouble and slandered his sister, intensified. If the timing were right, he might have acted on his anger already. Noticing the dark expression on her brother's face, Qin Shuhuang hurried over, wrapping her arms around his arm with a smile. "Younger brother, how about helping me draft a divorce decree today?" Upon hearing his sister and Appo's words, the gloom on Qin Shumin and Appo's face dissipated instantly. "Sister, have you made up your mind?" Qin Shuhuang nodded earnestly. She had thought it through the moment she opened her eyes again. The delay had merely been a means to torment the Gu family and reclaim what was rightfully hers, allowing them to taste the suffering she had endured in her previous life. Inside the Su family's carriage, Madame Su shot an irritated glance at her daughter. "Si Yuan, what on earth are you wearing today? Are you trying to give your father and me a heart attack?" Su Siyuan nestled closer to her mother, clutching her arm and looking up with bright eyes. "Mother, I have someone I wish to marry." Madame Su was taken aback. She was aware that today, the princess had arranged for Shui Ruzhen to meet the emperor in Guilin. Could it be that her daughter had developed feelings for the emperor? Though Madame Su hoped for her daughter to enter the palace, she would be overjoyed if her daughter could find mutual affection with the emperor. "You little rascal, why do you keep me in suspense? Speak up." Su Siyuan and Appo's cheeks flushed, her voice barely above a whisper. It's the eldest son of the Du family." Madame Su and Appo's expression shifted from anticipation to astonishment. "What? The heir of the Du family?" Su Siyuan blinked, startled by her mother's tone. "Mother, Brother Du and I have mutual feelings." Seeing her daughter's sincerity, Madame Su was nearly driven to exasperation. The Du family and the Su family were long-standing friends, and she had taken her daughter to visit the Du family several times. Why had her daughter not mentioned her feelings for Du Qinglin before? The Su family was not one to cling to powerful connections. If her daughter had someone in mind, why had she not arranged to enter the selection? Why didn't an Appo's you say anything sooner? Today, I just confirmed my feelings with the heir of the Du family. What's the use of a one-sided affection? Though she had previously held some regard for Du Qinglin, he had never openly expressed his feelings. Did she expect to cling to him forever? The memory of their meeting in Guilin caused Su Siyuan's face to grow even redder. Madame Su, nearly jumping out of her skin, exclaimed, "You met the heir of the Du family today in Guilin?" Su Siyuan notet ao stili. "Mother, rest assured, Brother Du is very well-mannered, and there were others present from the princess and Appo's entourage. I am well aware of my boundaries." Madame Su pondered for a moment, letting out a long sigh. "Very well. It seems both the princess and the emperor are aware of your involvement with the heir of the Du family. As it concerns your future, your feelings matter most." After chiding her daughter lightly, Madame Su quickly found joy in her daughter's happiness. The heir of the Du family was a commendable choice. and it was rare for her daughter to have feelings for him. Madame Rhone was generous and trustworthy. Marrying into the Du family would be more advantageous than entering the palace. In due time, she would need to have a candid conversation with Madame Rhone. Meanwhile, within the carriage of the Shui family, all was not tranquil. Old Madame Shui furrowed her brow, inquiring of her granddaughter what transpired in Guilin today. Shui Ruzhin had not anticipated her grandmother in damp Oppo's directness. She shyly lowered her gaze, retrieving a small purse from her sleeve and carefully extracting a jade pendant from within. This jade was lustrous and adorned with bright yellow tassels. Its form was that of an ancient dragon, indicating it was merely half of the whole. This was the dragon and phoenix pendant used by the great martial emperor for betrothal. Qin Shuhuang possessed the phoenix pendant, while Shui Ruzhin now held the dragon pendant. Old Madame Shui stared at the jade pendant in astonishment, then turned to her granddaughter, her demeanor serious and earnest. Ruzhin, have you truly considered this? Are you prepared to embark on this path? Our Shui family does not require a marriage to rise. Shui Ruzhin smiled at her grandmother, one hand grasping her grandmother's wrinkled hand while the other clutched the dragon pendant tightly. I have thought it through, grandmother. I wish to choose him. It is not solely for the benefit of the Shui family. I wish to walk alongside him and see how far we can go. When Shui Ruzhin encountered Qin Shuhuang today in Guilin, she realized that this was not their first meeting. Their previous encounter had occurred at a temple, where she had intervened in a troubling situation and was subsequently targeted by assailants. Qin Shuhuang had appeared just in time to rescue her. Before that, when she was still young, she had stayed at her family's estate, and during a visit to the orchard with her mother, she had saved an injured young boy. He was exceptionally handsome, and she had asked the doctor to tend to his wounds, even joking with her mother that she would marry this beautiful boy when she grew up. The next day, when she wished to check on his condition, he had vanished, leaving her heartbroken for a long time. Today, when she saw the dragon pendant at Qin Shuhuang's waist, she recalled that the boy she had saved in her childhood had worn a similar jade pendant. Chapter 83. The ruthless Gu Long, upon hearing her granddaughter in damp Oppo's tone, which did not seem forced, old Madame Shui breathed a sigh of relief. She instructed her granddaughter to secure the jade pendant and gently caressed her hand. After a moment, she let out a long sigh. Shui Ruzhin, observing her increasingly frail grandmother, furrowed her brow and inquired, "Grandmother, what troubles you? Is there something on your mind?" Old Madame Shui embraced her granddaughter, hesitating momentarily. Considering her granddaughter's resolve to marry into royalty, she thought it best to clarify certain matters early on. As for Her Highness the eldest princess, it is difficult to say. In the future, you may find your initial days in the royal family rather challenging. Though Qin Shuhuang held a noble status, she was currently ensnared by the Gu family. The audacity of Madame Gu to confront them today indicated that matters concerning Qin Shuhuang and the Gu family were far from resolved, let alone her assistance to the emperor. The emperor was already under the thumb of the regent, having yet to seize power at a tender age. It was evident that the regent had no intention of relinquishing control. The emperor had only one sibling, the eldest princess. If she remained entangled with the Gu family at this juncture, failing to rise as the emperor and Oppo's right hand, how could her own granddaughter expect a favorable existence within the palace? There was a genuine fear of becoming embroiled in a terrifying palace struggle, potentially resulting in becoming a sacrificial pawn. How could someone as worldly as old Madame Shui not be worried? Shui Ruzhin, astute and deeply understanding of her grandmother, quickly grasped her grandmother's concerns as soon as she spoke. Instead of frowning, she smiled brightly. "Grandmother, do you think I received the list of candidates for the female officials by mere chance?" While she entertained thoughts of becoming a female official, the Shui family had distanced itself from court affairs for 5 or 6 years. As time passed, old connections had gradually faded. Even if her grandmother were to risk her reputation to secure an opportunity for her in the palace, acquiring the list of newly appointed female officials so swiftly was impossible. She remembered spending half a month gathering information about the selection of female officials in the palace. This was not something she could hastily procure at a specific time. Through the events of today, Shui Ruzhin quickly deduced that it was indeed the eldest princess, Qin Shuhuang, who had orchestrated this. Prior to today's incident, The princess had foreseen Madame Gu and Appo's confrontation and had laid the groundwork in advance. It also served as a test for her. Could such a cunning and intelligent eldest princess truly not become the emperor's steadfast ally? Listening to her granddaughter's explanation, old Madame Shui's previously furrowed brow began to relax. She patted her granddaughter and Appo's hand. If you truly enter the palace, treat Her Highness the eldest princess as the emperor does. Do you understand? In the presence of old Madame Shui Rougen displayed the innocence of a young girl her age, clinging to her grandmother and Appo's arm and pouting. Do you think I'm so ungrateful? Even if the marriage does not come to pass, Her Highness is still my savior. One must not forget a debt of gratitude. Today and Appo's visit to the eldest princess and Appo's residence had alleviated a significant worry from old Madame Shui and Appo's heart. Reflecting on the encounter with Madame Gu upon leaving, she seethed. The Gu family has brought this upon themselves. After a while, as the carriage of the Duke of Ronghua drove some distance, Duke Qinglin leaped aboard. Whenever his mother ventured out, he would typically ride alongside the carriage, seldom sharing a seat with her. Upon entering, Madame Ronghua sensed that her son had something to discuss. Upon learning that her son had developed feelings for Su Siyuan, Madame Ronghua was enraged and scolded him vigorously. Du Qinglin, seated beside his mother, allowed her to vent her frustrations. His mother, in poor health, lacked the strength to inflict any real pain upon him, and he remained unfazed. After a few futile punches, Madame Ronghua, realizing her son remained unmoved, exhaled in exasperation. Does the emperor know? Du Qinglin sheepishly scratched the back of his head. His emotional confusion had been pointed out by his cousin. As Madame Ronghua scrutinized her son and Appo's face and noted his embarrassment, she felt a flicker of delight upon hearing his change in how he referred to Qin Shuhuang. Previously, her son and the princess had grown distant, causing her concern. Now that their relationship had seemingly returned to its former state, she felt relieved. In that case, follow your heart. You are my son. Why would I prioritize others in Appo's interests over yours? Yet, as she spoke, a shadow of sorrow crossed her heart. Despite their close bond, Du Qinglin was still her adopted son, and a barrier lingered between them that was absent in biological relationships. Seeing his mother nod, Du Qinglin's joy was unmistakable. Madame Ronghua admonished him, Siyuan is a good girl. Since you both have mutual feelings, treat her well and do not let her down. Don't worry, mother, you know my character. Such a rascal, for reasons unknown. After just a few exchanges in the carriage, Madame Ronghua felt a step closer to her son. Meanwhile, Madame Gu hurriedly instructed the coachman to take her carriage to the Ministry of Rites, only to find it had already closed for the day, leaving no one present. Clutching her handkerchief, Madame Gu lamented, "At this hour, how can I possibly gather any news?" Madame Gu Mama interjected, "It is quite late. Perhaps it would be best to return home and inform the eldest young master or the master, allowing them to inquire tomorrow. It's better for men to handle these matters. No, we cannot let outsiders know that our daughter has become a female official. What would they think? That I, as her stepmother, have mistreated a daughter of lesser status?" Gamama cast a glance at Madame Gu, then lowered her voice. "Madam, I know a place where information can be procured, but to know immediately, it may require some silver." Madame Gu shot Gamama a glare. "How much silver?" "At least 100 taels for a piece of information." Madame Gu had just exhausted her savings to compensate for Qin Shuhuang's dowry shortfall, leaving her with little. The thought of 100 taels stung. Yet realizing there was no other option, she gritted her teeth and agreed, handing over the silver for the news. Not long after Madame Gu returned home, Gamama also came back through a side door, bringing with her the list of this year and Appo's female official selections, which indeed contained Gu Yuling and Appo's name. As Madame Gu stared at the list in a daze, Gu Long abruptly stormed in. "Where is Yuling? Did you bring her back?" Madame Gu was instantly a loss for words and dared not meet her husband and Appo's gaze. Under Gu Long and Appo's relentless questioning, she reluctantly revealed the news of Gu Yuling and Appo's appointment as a female official. Furious, Gu Long smashed all the teacups on the table to the ground. He had already promised to send his daughter to the regent. General Liu had facilitated the connections. If he failed to deliver his daughter, it would not only offend General Liu, but also the regent. Offending the most powerful figure in the realm would surely spell disaster for the Gu family in the capital. Seeing her husband in a rage, Madame Gu cautiously approached to placate him. Husband, Yuling is now a female official on the palace roster. The marriage is no longer in our hands. If he favors someone like Yuling, why not spend generously to have him acknowledge us as her parents? Absurd. Gu Long pushed Madame Gu away. If that were possible, why would I have schemed to send my daughter away? Sending such dubious women to the regent would only be an insult to me. With a stern expression, Gu Long sat down nearby, leaving Madame Gu silent. A moment later, he suddenly stood up and declared, if it comes to that, we can send Rui Fei to the regent's residence. Chapter 84. Waiting to see the princess's embarrassment having uttered those words, Gu Long turned and strode away. It took a moment for Madame Gu to grasp what her husband had said. When she did, her complexion turned ashen. She hurried after him, grasping his sleeve. No, Yu Fei is our legitimate daughter. How can she be relegated to a lesser status? Were you not planning to have her as a royal daughter-in-law? Gu Long snorted coldly. She is also a daughter of the Gu family. The Gu family has raised her in opulence. When the family requires her, she must contribute in return. Moreover, how have I mistreated her? Serving that esteemed personage is her fortune. After all, she too belongs to the royal lineage. How is she not a royal daughter-in-law? With that, Gu Long ignored Madame Gu, leaving the main courtyard and vanishing into the night. Madame Gu collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her face. At this moment, she realized that her husband cared only for his own future and that of the Gu family, willing to sacrifice anything for it. He hardly valued their younger son, let alone their daughter. In his eyes, Yu Fei and Gu Yuling were essentially the same. Madame Gu clenched her fists in anger, blaming Qin Shuhuang. If it were not for her meddling, the Gu family could have thrived in peace, and her husband would not have sought to engage with the regent. It must be said that Madame Gu's thought process was quite peculiar. In the courtyard of Gu Hongqiao, he was currently accompanying Bai Linga. To amuse her, he had specially gone out to purchase jewelry in the latest fabrics. Gu Hongqiao embraced Bai Linga from behind as they tried on the newly acquired adornments. He inserted a golden hairpin into her hair, declaring it suited her perfectly. Bai Linga gazed into the mirror, pouting slightly. As long as it's from Hongqiao, I adore it. But this hairpin is too extravagant. Wearing it might offend Her Highness, the princess. Hearing her words, Gu Hongqiao felt a pang of sorrow. He held her tightly, gently reassuring her, not at all, Linga. In my heart, you are my true wife. This time, I shall not bow to Qin Shuhuang. Once you hold the title, you need not fear the princess. Bai Linga turned to look at Gu Hongqiao with glistening eyes. Is it true? Gu Hongqiao caressed her tender cheek, of course. In a few days, I shall host a banquet to welcome you into my home. Originally, Gu Hongqiao and Appo's intention to marry Bai Linga would have met with fierce opposition from Gu Long and his wife. However, Gu Long was currently preoccupied with General Liu and was wholly focused on ingratiating himself with the regent, leaving no time to concern himself with his son and Appo's affairs. Madame Gu, having been schemed against by Qin Shuhuang, and with Gu Yuling entering the palace as a female official, harbored an ever-deepening resentment towards Qin Shuhuang. She thought it acceptable for her son to marry Bai Linga as a form of retaliation against Qin Shuhuang. When the time came, Qin Shuhuang would realize her ploys were futile. To secure her son and Appo's affection, she would have to return to the Gu residence, humbled as before. Thus, what began as a minor affair of taking a concubine quickly transformed into the grand matter of marrying a secondary wife. The entire Gu residence was soon adorned with decorations, and Gu Hongqiao even renovated a courtyard for Bai Linga that far surpassed the one where Qin Shuhuang resided, both in location and arrangement. Madame Gu even encouraged the servants of the Gu residence to spread the news of Gu Hongqiao and Appo's forthcoming marriage, sending invitations to familiar households. Before long, the entire capital was abuzz, eagerly anticipating the spectacle of Qin Shuhuang's humiliation. The prince consort was brazenly set to take a secondary wife. What would become of the dignity of the esteemed princess? A secondary wife was not a mere concubine. She could be recorded in the family genealogy, and her offspring would hold a higher status than those born out of wedlock. Furthermore, should the primary wife meet an untimely demise, the secondary wife could be elevated to the status of the principal wife. Gu Hongqiao and Amp, Appo's actions were akin to trampling upon Qin Shuhuang and Amp, Appo's dignity. Soon, Lu Zhou noticed an increase in individuals lurking near the princess's residence, likely spies sent by various noble families to gather intelligence. Lu Zhou snorted, instructing his guards to be even more vigilant at the entrance of the princess's estate, increasing patrols within. Qin Shuhuang was absorbed in reading medical texts in her small study. Her gaze focused on the pages while her peripheral vision remained alert to the outside. Outside, Xiansong had passed by for the 5th time. Qin Shuhuang's lips curled slightly as she prepared to invite him in for a conversation when he hurried in, holding a letter. "Your Highness, the prince consort has sent a letter," she said, concern etched across her face. The moment Qin Shuhuang laid eyes on the envelope, her demeanor stiffened. "Give it to me," she instructed. He presented the letter with both hands and stepped aside. Qin Shuhuang opened the envelope, extracting a piece of paper inscribed with Gu Hongqiao's handwriting. She swiftly read its contents, her already cold expression growing even more frigid. The letter was brief, yet absurdly filled with threats. It stated his intention to marry Linga, notifying her in advance and hoping she would attend the event. Should she be unable to attend, the title of concubine would be elevated to that of a secondary wife, and Linga would stand equal to Qin Shuhuang. Even if she could not spare the time, she could at least send a congratulatory letter to the Gu residence, acknowledging his respect by addressing her as princess. Qin Shuhuang scoffed. Even in this situation, Gu Hongqiao remained so self-assured. With a few swift motions, she tore the letter into shreds and cast the pieces into the nearby brazier. Such a letter was an affront to her very sight. He glanced at Qin Shuhuang with concern, unsure how to console her. Qin Shuhuang commanded that the messenger be expelled from the estate, never to set foot in the princess and Amp, Appo's residence again. "Yes." He complied, hurrying away. Everything that had transpired in the small study was witnessed by Xiansong, who stood outside. As he emerged, she encountered him and voiced her worries. "Xiansong, do you have any ideas on how to cheer the princess up?" Xiansong paused, asking, "Is it a letter from the Gu residence?" He sighed, "Yes, from the prince consort. The princess and Appo's mood has worsened after reading it. Gu Hongqiao, go attend to what the princess instructed." "I will think of a way," he said. As he made her way to the front yard, she suddenly felt her earlier behavior was rather peculiar. Why had she unconsciously sought help from Xiansong? It seemed that, in her subconscious, she believed he could brighten the princess's spirits. Never mind, she thought. At this moment, whoever could amuse the princess would be a hero. The prince consort shamelessly pursuing a secondary wife. What did it matter if the princess was entertained by her own commander? After he left. Xiansong finally knocked on the door to Qin Shuhuang's small study. Chapter 85. He harbors ill intentions, yet she finds it just to her liking before long. The voice of Qin Shuhuang echoed from within, calling for entry. Xiansong clenched his slightly trembling hands, stepping into the small study. Qin Shuhuang feigned distraction from her medical texts, turning her gaze toward Xiansong. "Xiansong, is there something you wish to discuss?" Xiansong lifted his gaze slightly, observing the princess. After the recent incident, her brow remained furrowed, and the shadows in her eyes seemed to have deepened. He cleared his throat softly and suggested, "Your Highness, the autumn air is crisp and refreshing. Perhaps you could take a trip to the countryside to ease your mind." Qin Shuhuang had recently reclaimed the imperial estate previously commandeered by Madame Gu, which included not only the estate but also a hot spring retreat. Master Song Yuan had mentioned that soaking in hot springs could effectively suppress the poison afflicting her brother, the deposed king. Rising from behind her desk, Qin Shuhuang approached the window, gazing out at the early autumn scenery of the courtyard. No matter how beautiful the view, it was merely a courtyard, far inferior to the majestic landscapes of the Great Wu. She had been confined to the back garden of the Gu family in her past life, and upon awakening, she had been engulfed in chaos, It was time to venture outside, to witness the world beyond and meet the people of Great Wu. Noticing Qin Shuhuang's silence, Xiansong's brow furrowed slightly as he prepared to speak again in an effort to persuade her. Just as he was about to begin, Qin Shuhuang's voice cut through the air. Very well. There is no time like the present. Let's go today. Xiansong, please make the necessary preparations. We shall depart shortly. Xiansong was taken aback by her prompt and decisive agreement. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded in acknowledgement. As he left the small study to prepare, he glanced back at Qin Shuhuang, noticing the faint lifting of the shadows from her face, which caused a smile to involuntarily tug at the corners of his lips. His princess looked most radiant when she smiled. Upon returning, he found the other 3 senior maidservants bustling about in a flurry. With a puzzled expression, she inquired, "What is happening? Surely nothing occurred in my brief absence?" Her heart raced with trepidation, fearing the worst. Yu smiled and replied, "The princess is about to take a trip to the estate to refresh her spirits, and we are gathering her belongings. This time, we shall not visit any other estate but the hot spring retreat. I have yet to experience the princess's hot spring estate." Having accompanied Qin Shuhuang to the Gu family, they had witnessed her fully immerse herself in her role as a true daughter-in-law of the Gu household. On ordinary days, she would not stray far from the Gu family, entrusting the management of the imperial estate to them. For 3 years, she had scarcely spent any time at the estate, and her senior maidservants had similarly lost the opportunity to explore outside. Now that Qin Shuhuang expressed a desire to stay at the estate for a few days, it felt akin to a delightful excursion for them, a rare chance to relax, and thus there was no room for discontent. However, Shirlan dashed about, her expression fraught with worry. He caught her arm, asking, "Have you lost your mind from excitement? What are you running about for? If you fail to pack properly and misplace something, the princess may not punish you, but I certainly will." Shirlan, feeling helpless, explained, "My dear sister, I just realized that the princess does not possess a new riding outfit. What shall we do? Once we arrive at the estate, she may wish to ride." And during her years at the Gu family, any new garments she acquired were always simple and elegant. She has not had a riding outfit made in years, and the only ones available are those previously worn in the palace, which are no longer suitable. Upon hearing this, he recalled that indeed, the princess lacked a proper riding outfit. She calmed Shirlan. "Never mind, I shall speak to the princess about it. Yu, please go to the storeroom and select suitable fabric. We shall dedicate some time to craft a new outfit for the princess. Also, inform the embroidery room to prepare a couple of riding outfits for the autumn season." Yu, upon receiving her orders, hurried away with a young maidservant in tow. He entrusted the task of packing to Shirlan and swiftly made her way to find their mistress. Upon arriving at the main chamber of Yuan Xiang Garden, she was greeted by the sight of Qin Shuhuang adorned in a striking red and white riding outfit, crafted from exquisite fabric with meticulous workmanship. A matching red whip lay on the nearby table. This outfit accentuated the princess's radiant and regal aura beautifully. The fit of the outfit was impeccable, neither too loose nor too tight, perfectly complementing her figure. Where had this riding outfit come from? She had never seen it before, especially since Yu had just mentioned that the princess lacked a new riding outfit. Seeing Qin Shuhuang beckoned her over. Do take a look at this riding outfit for me." He approached without hesitation. She could not help but exclaim, "Your Highness, you look absolutely stunning." Qin Shuhuang gazed into the mirror, satisfaction evident in her nod. "You have all worked hard. This outfit is intricately embroidered, and I'm certain you toiled through many nights to complete it. Each of you shall receive a reward. Please have the embroidery room prepare a new riding outfit for each of you this autumn." He was momentarily taken aback by the princess's words. She bowed in apology, saying awkwardly, "Your Highness, you have misunderstood. This outfit was not made by us. While we did wish to craft a riding outfit for you, we have yet to begin. You just went to select fabric. What? It wasn't made by you?" Qin Shuhuang turned to Miao, who had brought in the new riding outfit. Miao, caught off guard by this misunderstanding, quickly dropped to her knees in remorse, explaining, "Your Highness, I just returned. This attire was entrusted to me by Captain Xiansong to present to you. When I inquired about its origins, Captain Xian merely glanced at Rui He, and I mistakenly assumed it was she who requested him to deliver it. I failed to ascertain the details and humbly request your forgiveness. Rui Miao felt anxious. Having only recently begun serving the princess, her experience paled in comparison to Rui He. Now, having committed such a blunder, she braced herself for a severe reprimand, praying the princess would not dismiss her. However, Qin Shuhuang did not react with anger as Rui Miao had feared. Rather, her expression softened further. She glanced down at the perfectly fitted riding outfit, surprised by the excellent taste of her brother, the deposed king. She wondered how long he had prepared this outfit and why it had taken so long to present it, especially considering the clever ploy he had employed with Rui Miao. Though his intentions were questionable, she felt no resentment. Rui He wished to speak in defense of Rui Miao, but held her tongue. It was indeed Rui Miao's oversight. Rui Miao knelt with her head bowed in shame, unable to meet Qin Shuhuang's eyes. Before long, however, a delicate, pale hand appeared before her. It was the princess. Qin Shuhuang gently helped Rui Miao to her feet, saying, "It was an innocent mistake. Just be more attentive next time. I am quite fond of this outfit, and I shall wear it today." Though the garment had been sent by Xian Song, it truly suited her, as long as the princess was pleased. Wearing an outfit gifted by Xian Song should pose no issue. Rui He and Rui Miao, recalling the matter involving the prince, found their balance again, realizing that the princess's enjoyment of beautiful attire was entirely natural. Xian Song, being a subordinate of the princess, was merely honoring her with a thoughtful gift. Even so, as Rui He and Rui Miao exited the main chamber, Rui He reminded Rui Miao, "You must never let such a thing happen again." Even if you were inadvertently used by Captain Xian Song. Hidden in the shadows, Xian Song overheard their conversation. A flicker of melancholy crossed his eyes, as he believed that Qin Shuhuang would not wear the riding outfit he had gifted her. As they prepared to depart for the hot spring estate, Xian Song's somber gaze brightened upon seeing Qin Shuhuang emerge from Yuan Xiang Garden, clad in resplendent red and white. Chapter 86. Xian Song, I am willing. The attire adorning Qin Shuhuang was precisely the female riding outfit he had meticulously selected. As he had envisioned, it fit her exquisitely, even surpassing his expectations in beauty. Xian Song found himself unable to divert his gaze from Qin Shuhuang. It was not until Xie Cheng and Xie Zhu behind him cleared their throats that he regained his composure. Xie Cheng stepped forward and whispered in his lord's ear, "Your Highness, the princess has already moved ahead. If we do not follow, shall we keep her waiting?" Xian Song shot Xie Cheng a glare before hastily trailing behind the procession. On this occasion, Qin Shuhuang sought solace away from prying eyes, opting to depart through the back entrance of the Princess Chang's residence. She was accompanied by merely 4 senior maidservants and a contingent of bodyguards, leaving Lu Zhou and the others behind at the estate. The maidservants and bodyguards donned ordinary, unremarkable attire, resembling the servants of affluent households, and their carriage was an unassuming black lacquered vehicle. Once Qin Shuhuang and her 4 maidservants boarded the carriage, they quietly departed from the Princess Chang's residence. Upon exiting the city, the sky was clear and bright, with few carriages traversing the official road. Noticing the maidservants' impatience to gaze outside, Qin Shuhuang encouraged them to dismount and ride for a while to enjoy the fresh air. In her youth, she had learned to ride under the tutelage of the late emperor, but had developed a phobia after a fall from a horse, which deterred her from riding again. The 4 maidservants, however, had been instructed in horsemanship by the palace's female officials and had no trouble riding. Indeed, Rui He was quite adept at it. "Your Highness, let Rui Miao and the others go. I shall remain here to accompany you," Rui He suggested. Rui Miao, Shi Lan, and Shi Yu quickly chimed in. "We shall not go either. Riding is tiresome, and our legs will ache before long." Understanding their good intentions, Qin Shuhuang smiled and said, "I was just thinking of some solitude. You all go ahead and race. Whoever wins may come to my quarters tonight for a reward." The 4 maidservants were promptly ushered off the carriage. Rui He had no choice but to summon the bodyguards to bring forth horses for her companions. The stringent rules of the palace had been oppressive, and at that moment, the 4 maidservants truly experienced the refreshing freedom of riding along the official road. the gentle breeze invigorating them. In no time, Qin Shuhuang was greeted with their melodious laughter, which elicited a smile from her lips. Xian Song, after instructing the bodyguards to keep a close watch on the four maidservants, found his gaze irresistibly drawn back to Qin Shuhuang's carriage. While she allowed the maidservants to ride and unwind, she remained inside, seemingly troubled by recent news from the Gu household and a letter from Gu Hongzhang. Clenching the reins tightly, Xian Song felt a surge of frustration. If Gu Hongzhang were beside him, he would unleash his wrath upon him with a flurry of punches. The thought of Qin Shuhuang, alone in the carriage with a heavy heart, filled him with unease. The purpose of this outing was to bring joy to her. If he could not elicit a smile from the princess, then their venture would be in vain. Casting a glance at Siezhu, who understood his silent plea, he promptly brought forth the prepared horse. It was a mare, newly matured, pure white with a single black mark on her forehead, named Qin Shuhuang. With a silky coat and a gentle disposition, she was exceptionally intuitive, making her suitable for riders of all ages. Xian Song approached the carriage window, taking a deep breath before speaking in a low, resonant voice. "Your Highness, I have specially prepared a horse for you. Would you care to disembark and give it a try?" Qin Shuhuang, lost in thoughts of how to deceive her half-brother, the cruel king, was taken by surprise at his offer. A sly smile flickered across her lips before she quickly concealed it. After a moment of silence, as concern began to creep into Xian Song's heart, Qin Shuhuang gently raised the carriage curtain. She glanced at the horse he was leading. Xian Shuhuang blinked her large eyes back at Qin Shuhuang, both clever and gentle. Her eyes lit up with delight at the sight of the mare, but soon dimmed again as she shook her head at the hopeful Xian Song. "You have been so considerate, but alas, I do not know how to ride." Xian Song was momentarily taken aback. He was unaware of her inability to ride. In the Great Wu, noble children, regardless of gender, were typically trained in horsemanship from a young age, and it was almost unthinkable for a royal not to possess such a skill. The palace had never disclosed that Qin Shuhuang could not ride, rendering Xian Song and Appo's ignorance entirely reasonable. Feeling somewhat at a loss, Xian Song pondered how to console her. Just as uncertainty clouded his mind, Qin Shuhuang spoke up again. "I truly admire the horse you brought. Might General Xian be willing to teach me how to ride?" "Teach her to ride?" Instantly, Xian Song found himself not only at a loss for words, but also stiffened by the unexpected request. Typically, noble women in Great Wu learned to ride in their childhood, either under the guidance of family members or hired instructors, as instruction often entailed close contact, making it awkward for others to be present. The princess's request left him utterly flustered. Qin Shuhuang blinked her clear eyes and, noticing his silence, added, "If it is inconvenient for General Xian, then I shall not press the matter." How could Xian Song bear to witness the disappointment on Qin Shuhuang's face? Before she could finish her sentence, he interjected, "I am willing." A faint smile graced Qin Shuhuang and Appo's lips at last. Seeing her smile, Xian Song felt his spirits lift as well. Once the carriage halted, she descended and stood beside Xian Shuhuang, wielding a red riding crop that matched her outfit. She turned to the tall Xian Song. He inclined his head slightly and extended his long, elegant hand toward her. Without hesitation, her delicate hand found purchase in his grasp. While her touch was warm, his palm was cool and slightly clammy. Xian Song firmly held her soft hand, his other arm encircling her waist gently, lifting her onto Xian Shue's back. While the caravan continued its journey along the official road, Xian Song led the way with one hand on his horse and the other guiding Xian Shuang to a more open area. With only Siezhu and Xie Cheng riding at a distance to safeguard the prince and princess, discarding the reins of his own horse, he focused solely on guiding Xian Shuang. Xian Shuang trotted steadily across the open meadow, her gentle nature allowing Qin Shuhuang to quickly acclimate to the young mare. As Xian Song patiently instructed her on riding techniques and tips, he was about to have her gently tug the reins to prompt Xian Shuang into a canter when the mischievous Yi Shuang, trailing behind, suddenly neighed loudly and reared up. Sensing danger, Xian Shuang accelerated abruptly, jolting Qin Shuhuang, who gasped in surprise, her balance thrown off as she seemed on the verge of tumbling from the mare's back. Chapter 87. riding horses, and soaking in hot springs. The memories of falling off a horse during her childhood surged back to Qin Shuhuang. Yet she felt no fear or terror, having endured countless persecutions and humiliations in her past life. That minor incident of falling from a horse seemed trivial to her. Not only was she adept at riding, but she feigned ignorance solely to create opportunities to bond with her brother, the crippled king, Qin Shuhuang. In the face of the situation, Qin Shuhuang quickly regained her composure, preparing to tighten the reins and sit upright to control the startled horse, Qin Shuhuang. However, before she could execute her plan, a figure appeared behind her, reacting faster than she could. In the next instant, she felt a pair of warm, strong hands at her waist, gently supporting her to sit straight, and her back found solace against him. Qin Shuhuang grasped the hand that held the reins, pulling it slightly upward, causing Qin Shuhuang's speed to decrease. By the time he completed this, Qin Shuhuang found herself riding alongside him, with Qin Shuhuang pressing closely behind her, allowing her to hear the rapid beat of his heart. With a hint of nervousness, Qin Shuhuang lowered his head and inquired, "Your Highness, are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries?" Sitting in front of him, Qin Shuhuang felt enveloped in Qin Shuhuang and Amp Oppo's broad embrace. A smile graced her lips, her voice feigning a hint of fear. "I am fine." Once Qin Shuhuang confirmed that she was unharmed, his racing heart began to settle. However, as he regained his composure, he realized just how inappropriate their position was. Riding together, one in front of the other, they appeared as a couple deeply entwined. Though he harbored feelings for the princess, he felt it inappropriate to take such liberties. Attempting to release his hold on her small hand, Qin Shuhuang considered dismounting to maintain the proper distance between a subordinate and his superior. Yet, his body betrayed his intentions. Instead of letting go, he inadvertently tightened his embrace. As Qin Shuhuang contemplated how to prevent Qin Shuhuang from distancing himself, she noticed that he remained silent and did not dismount. In fact, his arm around her waist seemed to tighten further. The smile on her lips grew more radiant as she offered him an excuse. "When I was young, my father taught me to ride in this manner. He said it was safer, allowing him to control the horse should it become startled." Qin Shuhuang was momentarily taken aback, only to be filled with remorse for his own selfish desires. He wished to draw closer to the princess, yet she believed he acted thus for her benefit in mastering horsemanship. Disdain for his own impure thoughts consumed him, yet he endeavored to focus and earnestly teach Qin Shuhuang how to ride. While this method might be suitable for a young child, it offered little practical use for an adult. Qin Shuhuang, well aware of this, relished the sensation of riding alongside her brother, the crippled king. She had long since mastered horseback riding and required no additional instruction. Qin Shuhuang recognized this too, yet his selfishness prevailed. This was perhaps his only opportunity to be so close to the princess, and he greedily wished for this moment to last forever. Night Snow obediently followed behind her master and Qin Shuhuang, letting out a couple of soft snorts, no longer attempting to startle the horse. From a distance, Xie Cheng and Xie Zhua observed in astonishment as they beheld their prince and the princess riding together. Xie Cheng exclaimed, "Our prince has truly honed his skills in courting women." Xie Zhua replied with satisfaction, "You stay here and watch. I will inform the others to keep a watchful eye nearby, ensuring no one draws near." Their prince had finally found an opportunity, and, as loyal subordinates, they were determined to create the best environment for his burgeoning romance. Thus, Qin Shuhuang and Qin Shuhuang enjoyed over an hour of uninterrupted time together. Eventually, nestled in Qin Shuhuang and Amp Oppo's embrace atop the steady Qin Shuhuang, Qin Shuhuang found herself lulled into a peaceful slumber. The familiar, delicate fragrance enveloped her, making her feel utterly rejuvenated. Upon awakening, she found herself back in the carriage. Hearing a rustle, Shiryu hurriedly lifted the curtain. "Your Highness, you are awake?" Qin Shuhuang turned to her. "Where have we arrived?" Shiryu smiled. "We have reached the hot spring estate. Not wanting to disturb your slumber, I'll let you rest while the others have already gone ahead to settle in." I remained here by your side. Realizing they had indeed arrived, Qin Shuhuang yawned. "How'd I fall asleep?" Shiryu replied, "Perhaps you were simply exhausted from the past few days. After the horse race, you fell into a deep slumber." It seemed she had dozed off in her brother's embrace, with him subsequently returning her to the carriage. As Sure You helped Qin Shuhuang disembark. She caught sight of Xiansong leaning against a nearby willow tree, sword in hand, seemingly watching night snow and Xianshui graze. Yet, Qin Shuhuang knew he had been vigilantly watching over her. This was Sure Yu's first visit to the hot spring estate, and everything appeared novel to her. Your Highness, should we prepare the hot spring pool? Since we have come all this way, it would be a shame not to enjoy it this evening. Coming to the hot spring estate was not only for leisure, but also for the springs, so Qin Shuhuang nodded in agreement. There are many pools of varying grades here. Have the stewards arrange several for us. You should all take some time to enjoy yourselves as well. Sure You beamed. Thank you for your generosity, Your Highness. After dinner at the hot spring estate, the sky darkened. He approached to inform her that her hot spring pool had been prepared. Hot springs, of course, varied in quality. This area shared a geothermic vein with multiple spring outlets. The best springs were 3 in number, each hosting a separate hot spring estate. One belonged to Qin Shuhuang, gifted to her by the late empress as a marriage dowry. Another was the emperor and Apos, as private property, and the last belonged to Regent Qin Wei. Among these, Qin Shuhuang and Apos' estate boasted the finest terrain but had the fewest spring outlets, only 2. The other 2 estates nearby each had no less than 4 outlets. Of the 2 springs in Qin Shuhuang's estate, one was of exceptional quality, situated at a higher elevation and outdoors. In recent years, Qin Shuhuang had not focused on this place, allowing the estate to remain vacant without renovation. Now that she intended to use the pools, she naturally sought the best spring available. To ensure her comfort, he and the others directed the maidservants to set up a canopy around the pool and arrange some furniture and plants for decoration. After their busy preparations, the pool exuded a rustic charm and warmth. Having not soaked in a hot spring for over a decade, Qin Shuhuang felt invigorated as she immersed herself in the water, her pores opening to the delightful warmth. She dismissed the attendants, relishing the tranquil and comfortable solitude. Time slipped away unnoticed, and soon over half an hour had passed. While he and the others arranged the pool, Xiansong had come to take a look. He was taken aback to find the pool was outdoors, and a frown creased his brow. An outdoor pool would experience a significant temperature drop at night, posing a risk of cold and insecurity. Hence, after Qin Shuhuang entered the pool, Xiansong silently kept watch from the shadows, his full attention devoted to the sounds emanating from the pool nearby. The spring water bubbled gently, its fragrance wafting through the air. Xiansong found himself unable to suppress his imagination, envisioning Qin Shuhuang playfully splashing water in a hot spring. Before long, he felt an overwhelming heat radiating throughout his body. After enduring a lengthy wait, he suddenly heard a cry for help from the direction of the pool. Chapter 88. Xiansong, offending this palace, deserves punishment. A familiar voice echoed, and Xiansong, disregarding everything, swiftly plunged into the spring pool. Surrounding the pool were floating veils, and under the misty warmth, it resembled a celestial realm. Despite the enchanting scenery, Xiansong had no inclination to admire it. His gaze darted through the waters in search of something. Soon, he spotted Qin Shuhuang, struggling in agony within the pool. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped into the water. Xiansong was an excellent swimmer, and since the spring pool was not particularly large, he reached Qin Shuhuang's side in no time. His strong arms encircled her slender waist, lifting her upwards as he whispered soothingly, "Your Highness, do not panic. I am here. Take a deep breath and then tell me where it hurts." The recent mishap thrust Qin Shuhuang back to the moment of her near demise in her previous life. At that time, she had been in excruciating pain, her consciousness fading. In her most distressing moment, she opened her eyes to find herself cradled in the arms of her brother, the broken king. Instinctively, she followed Xiansong's instructions and gasped, "My leg, it has cramped." Xiansong's gaze shifted downward, and he immediately noticed her delicate right leg taut with discomfort. He lifted her entirely, allowing her to rest against the shoulder, and then pressed on several acupoints along her leg with firm yet gentle hands. The cramping in her right leg subsided, and the acute pain, along with the sense of suffocation, gradually dissipated. The warm spring was delightful. She had merely intended to relax, yet had unwittingly overindulged, leading her leg cramping. She sighed in relief, realizing that even with her cautious rebirth, she had not anticipated a mishap at the hot spring resort. Thankfully, her brother was nearby. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. Qin Shuhuang and Amp. Appo's brows furrowed tightly, his deep-set eyes filled with concern and urgency. After alleviating the tension in Qin Shuhuang and Appo's leg, he softly inquired, "Your Highness, do you feel any relief?" Qin Shuhuang relaxed her body and nodded, "Much better. It's nothing serious, Qin Shuhuang. Thank you." Feeling the tension ease from her, Qin Shuhuang's heart finally settled. His princess was safe. That was all that mattered. As his anxiety waned, Qin Shuhuang's rationality slowly returned. In the next moment, he became acutely aware of the intimate nature of their current situation. They were both submerged in the spring pool, his clothes soaked from hastily rescuing her, while she was entirely unclad. His hand rested upon her skin, soft as silk, and their bodies were pressed closely together, allowing him to feel every contour of her form. Qin Shuhuang was a normal man. Being so close to the one he had cherished for years, how could he suppress his thoughts? His hand, supporting her back, instinctively tightened, his body grew rigid, and his breathing became increasingly rapid. At that moment, even Qin Shuhuang, who often teased Qin Shuhuang, felt a blush creeping on her cheeks. Coming back to her senses, she too realized the closeness they shared, and it was her first experience in such an intimate environment with a man. Waves of shyness and anxiety surged within her, causing her face to redden uncontrollably. Before long, she felt as though her entire body was aflame, especially where she made contact with her brother. Yet she remained still, like a poised peony awaiting the gaze of a true admirer. In the enveloping mist, strength and softness seemed poised to intertwine. At that critical moment, Qin Shuhuang's internal struggle reached a conclusion. Qin Shuhuang was the girl he had vowed to protect. He could not offend her now or tarnish her reputation. She had just undergone a frightful ordeal, her emotions still unsettled, and he must not take advantage of her vulnerability. Scanning the area, Qin Shuhuang spotted a silk hairband, previously used by Qin Shuhuang to tie her hair. He swiftly retrieved the crimson band and covered his eyes. With a firm yet gentle motion, he lifted Qin Shuhuang, placing her on the jade stone edge of the pool, and then draped her spare garment over her exposed skin. Having completed these actions, he spoke with a slightly heavy tone, "Your Highness, forgive me. In my haste, I have overstepped. Please punish me." Qin Shuhuang executed this series of actions with remarkable speed, as if fearing that any delay would lead to regret. Qin Shuhuang, seated on the edge, held the garment around her and tilted her head to observe the drenched Qin Shuhuang still in the spring. At that moment, the black fabric clung to his strong physique, accentuating his form, while damp strands of hair concealed the scars on his forehead. The red band around his eyes contrasted exquisitely with his dark attire, and Qin Shuhuang thought him more handsome than anyone else. Though Qin Shuhuang had clearly felt something, he managed to maintain his composure, treating her with gentle respect. This softened Qin Shuhuang's heart, but she could not suppress a playful smile as she propped her chin on her hand, gazing at the alluring figure before her. In a deliberately lowered tone, she teased Qin Shuhuang, "While you have indeed saved me, you have also offended me. A punishment is indeed warranted." Qin Shuhuang, deprived of sight, bowed his head in dismay upon hearing her words, his damp hair cascading down, resembling a chastened puppy. "I accept my punishment." Rising from the edge, Qin Shuhuang's smile broadened. "Very well then, I decree that you shall remain in this hot spring for 1 hour. Until that time has passed, you are not to emerge." Qin Shuhuang had been pondering how to coax Qin Shuhuang into the spring, and here was the perfect opportunity. This spring was the finest in her resort. Though others had their merits, they paled in comparison. Yet, as it was her private sanctuary, directly inviting Qin Shuhuang would raise eyebrows, given his rank as the chief guard. This pretext was ideal. Qin Shuhuang was taken aback by Qin Shuhuang and Amp, Appo's chosen punishment of soaking in the spring. For most, half an hour was ample. Exceeding that could lead to discomfort. Thus an hour indeed constituted a trial. He bowed respectfully towards her and silently settled back into the warm embrace of the water. Seeing her brother comply so readily, Qin Shuhuang felt her spirits lift as she stepped behind a screen to change her attire, quietly waiting outside. Meanwhile, Xian Song, immersed in the spring, found his mind wandering uncontrollably to thoughts of Qin Shuhuang, who had once relaxed in the very same waters, the lingering scent of her delicate fragrance still seeming to linger in the air. He could not help but imagine her in the pool. Chapter 89. Is the prince so playful? After merely an hour, when the time had elapsed, Xian Song felt as though an entire day had passed. With his eyes still covered by the large crimson scarf belonging to Qin Shuhuang, he could only rely on his ears to discern the sounds nearby. Rising from a spring pool, he found no audible presence around him and tentatively called, "Your Highness?" There was no reply. A wave of disappointment washed over Xian Song. As he reached for the scarf to remove it, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching from a distance. Believing it to be Qin Shuhuang, he hastily submerged himself back into the warm spring, his heart racing. The footsteps drew nearer, and Xian Song's brow furrowed with increasing concern. The rhythm and manner of the steps were not those of Qin Shuhuang. Who could it be? Before he could voice his question, a familiar voice rang out by the poolside. "My prince, it is I. You have soaked for too long. It is time to return and rest." It was Siejua. Xian Song turned abruptly, tearing off the red scarf from his eyes, only to find Siejua and Appo's face contorted into a forced smile. Siejua was taken aback. When had his lord become so audacious? Secretly enjoying the princess's spring while blindfolded? He would definitely share this amusing tale with his good friend Siecheng, allowing him to witness such a spectacle. With a cold expression, Xian Song disdainfully questioned, "How did you come here?" The spring pool of Qin Shuhuang was off-limits to any man. Siejua, stationed nearby, had stealthily slipped in. He could not overlook the jealousy emanating from Xian Song and Appo's words and hastily explained, "It was the princess who sent word, saying you were punished in the spring and instructed me to bring you back to rest." Xian Song snorted, stepping out of the pool. Siejua promptly draped a cloak over his shoulders, awkwardly chuckling, "I did not bring any clothes, so please make do with the cloak until we return to your quarters." Xian Song, he couldn't and Appo's help but wonder if he had been too lenient with his two attendants, who seemed to care for him with such casualness. Although he had removed the scarf from his eyes, he did not leave it by the pool. Instead, he discreetly tucked it into his sleeve and, maintaining a stern demeanor, commanded Siejua, "Let us return. Also, send someone to guard this place. No one is allowed to approach the princess's spring." "Yes," Siejua acquiesced. Yet his gaze inadvertently fell upon the hint of vibrant red peeking from Xian Song and Appo's cloak. "Your Highness, it seems you have taken the princess and Appo's scarf without her knowledge." Sensing Siejua and Appo's gaze, Xian Song hastily concealed his right hand within the cloak and exited the spring with swift strides. That night, as he rested, Xian Song, perhaps under the spell of his own imagination, found that after soaking for an hour, he fell into a deep and swift slumber, feeling an unusual lightness, as if the usual stagnation in his meridians had dissipated, leaving him utterly refreshed. The following morning, Xian Song awoke feeling invigorated. Thus, the morning practice partners, Siejua and Siecheng, found themselves at a disadvantage. In another spring villa nearby, a young man of refined and ethereal beauty stood beside a willow tree, holding a book yet not reading it. His gaze was fixed upon the distance outside the villa, where he had been observing for the past quarter of an hour. The young servant accompanying him, puzzled by his master and Appo's behavior, could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, "Master Luo, what captivates your attention? Is there something of interest?" Instead of answering, the man inquired, "Have guests arrived at that villa?" The servant followed his master and Appo's gaze and noticed the villa belonging to the Grand Princess. The three spring villas had long been overseen by caretakers, especially the ones belonging to the Emperor and Grand Princess, which had seen no visitors for years. "Please wait a moment, master. I will inquire," the servant replied hastily. The man nodded gently, continuing to gaze towards the villa. The young servant acted swiftly and soon returned with news. "Master," the caretaker said that since yesterday afternoon, the villa has been bustling with activity, and by nightfall, lights were lit near the spring that had previously remained dark. It seems guests have indeed taken residence there. Guests? The man smiled, his curiosity piqued about what kind of guests might be lodging at the Grand Princess's spring villa. Could they be from the Gu family? Perhaps a prince consort or the Lady of Rongwa. Bored from staying in one place for too long, he decided it would be delightful to visit the guests at the Grand Princess and Appo's spring villa and add some amusement to his day. Bo-ing, the autumn air is crisp. Accompany me for a stroll. The young servant scratched his head, puzzled by Master Luo and Appo's sudden desire to venture out after having spent over a month in the villa without leaving. Despite his confusion, he promptly agreed, knowing his duty was to ensure Master Luo's safety and comfort, fearing the repercussions of any oversight upon returning to the regent's estate. It was rare to be in the countryside, especially at the Royal Spring Villa, where the scenery was splendid. The four maids awakened that morning with smiles on their faces. Rue, he selected an opulent purple butterfly-patterned palace gown for Qin Shuhuang. Your Highness, how do you find this attire for today? This lavish gown was a favorite of Qin Shuhuang and Appo's. Yes. As Rue, he was about to assist her in selecting matching jewelry. Qin Shuhuang shook her head, instructing, Today, I shall not wear this. Bring me a simple outfit suitable for a wealthy matron instead. Rue, he looked at her in astonishment. Qin Shuhuang pointed to a jade-inlaid silver hairpin nearby, saying, This will suffice. Today, I wish to explore. You all may dress as maids from a wealthy household. Half an hour later, Qin Shuhuang donned a blue dress made of jinjiao cloth, with only a jade-inlaid silver pin adorning her elegantly styled hair, devoid of any other jewelry. Contrary to her expectations that such simplicity would diminish her allure, her exquisite features and fair complexion only served to accentuate her regal grace. The senior maids were equally cooperative, dressing in coarse cloth skirts, unadorned by makeup. Rue, he had somehow procured an old bamboo basket, which she carried in the crook of her arm. Her dark hair braided into a long plait cascading over her shoulder, resembling a maid from a wealthy household. The guards received word that only Xiansong, accompanied by Xiejua and Xiecheng, would be on duty. The three also changed into simple attire. At the entrance, Qin Shuhuang was assisted into the carriage by her maids, while Xiansong and Xiecheng rode on either side, with Xiejua taking the role of the coachman. Even clad in plain garments, Xiansong's tall and imposing stature could not be concealed. To avoid drawing attention to the scar on his face, he wore a deep-brimmed bamboo hat today. As the gates of the spring villa swung open, Qin Shuhuang and Appo's carriage rolled forth. Xiejua, leading the way, inquired, Your Highness, where shall we venture today? Chapter 90. The strange Amling village. Rue Miao said, Your Highness, I have visited this vicinity before, and the most renowned site here is the Evergreen Temple. Within the temple lies a miraculous spring, said to possess the power to heal ailments and ward off disasters. The scenery there is rather splendid as well. During autumn, the entire mountain becomes a canvas of crimson maple leaves, making it the perfect time for leaf appreciation. Evergreen Temple. It carries the connotation of eternal vitality. The sentiment is commendable, yet the deeds of Evergreen Temple in my past life were anything but commendable. They have left a stench that lingers through the ages. In her previous life, Qin Shuhuang held a certain reverence for such monasteries and temples. She had once prayed earnestly to the deities for a harmonious marriage, for the prosperity of the royal lineage, and for the well-being of her brother and aunt. Alas, none of those wishes came to fruition. In this life, she has come to understand that to attain and protect what one desires, seeking the aid of temples and monasteries is utterly futile. It is solely reliant upon oneself. Evergreen Temple. When that incident occurs, I shall be the first to hold them accountable. Qin Shuhuang shook her head, declaring, We shall not visit Evergreen Temple today. If you wish to go, we may plan for another day. Today, we will leave the manor and explore the nearby village. Upon her declaration, the group felt no disappointment. After all, the purpose of this outing was to provide the princess with a respite, and naturally, they would follow her lead regarding their destination. The nearest county is Guangping County, approximately 50 miles away, while the closest village is Amling Village, about 20 miles distant. Since they were to explore the nearby settlements and county, Anling Village and Guangping County were the most convenient choices. Fortunately, both locations were not far. It would take roughly half an hour to travel from the Hot Spring Manor to Anling Village. Upon exiting the confines of the Hot Spring Estate, the road was flanked by orderly and fertile farmlands, where the rice had transitioned from green to yellow, and it would soon be ready for harvest. Hui Miao, in her role as the manor steward, provided insights about the surroundings. She remarked, "Your Highness, the fields we just passed are all part of the Hot Spring Estate. This land belongs to the crown, and its fertility is unparalleled, yielding bountiful crops. This year, the grain harvest appears promising. It shall surely be a year of plenty." Qin Shuhuang lifted the curtain of the carriage and gazed outside, indeed witnessing waves of golden grain, almost ready for harvest. Farmers could be seen tending to their fields, diligently ensuring that every detail was attended to, for the success of their harvest would determine their ability to endure the harsh winter ahead. However, as the carriage progressed, the landscape began to change. The lush and well-tended fields faded away, replaced by irregular and barren plots of land. Though crops were present, their growth paled in comparison to the royal fields, with the rice and wheat sparser than expected. Noticing her furrowed brow as she observed the fields, Rui Miao continued, "Your Highness, these lands primarily belong to the villagers nearby. The soil here is far inferior to that of the royal fields, and the geographical positioning is less favorable, at best qualifying as mediocre farmland. Those who possess such land are considered relatively well off, yet many lack land entirely. They either subsist as tenant farmers or engage in clearing new land for cultivation. However, the newly cleared land is exempt from taxes for only 3 years. Once that period concludes, the burden of taxes becomes insurmountable, and the newly cultivated fields are often seized." On the road to Anling Village, Qin Shuhuang witnessed firsthand the impoverished fields and those recently cleared. The crops in the lower-tier fields were meager and sparse, their yield likely falling short of even half that of the superior fields, while the newly cultivated land yielded even less, often only capable of producing hardy vegetables and coarse grains. Despite their meagerness, these crops represented the villagers and oppos' hopes for survival, their lifeline. Should these vanish, would the crown still possess the face and means to govern them? At that moment, Qin Shuhuang felt the weight of responsibility she and her brother bore grow exceedingly heavy. An opportunity must arise for her brother to witness the plight of the lowest strata of their subjects. The journey from the Hot Spring Estate to Anling Village felt akin to a transition from a utopia back to the harsh realities of life. Upon arriving at the quaint village, which rarely sees outsiders, they were immediately surrounded by ragged children, their noses running, who trailed behind the carriage. Had it not been for the imposing presence of Xian Cong and Xie Cheng flanking the carriage, these children would have surely clambered onto the carriage's edge. The carriage halted beside a grand banyan tree at the village's entrance. Qin Shuhuang disembarked with the aid of Shiryu. Surveying the surroundings, she noted that Anling Village comprised merely a few dozen households, each dwelling a humble thatched hut devoid of tiles. Many of the children, despite the early autumn chill, were astonishingly unclothed. As she contemplated exploring the village further, she spotted 2 figures approaching briskly, an elderly man with grizzled hair and a lean, dark-skinned young man. The elder bore a hoe over his shoulder, evidently having just tended to the fields. Upon reaching them, the elder promptly bowed to Qin Shuhuang, inquiring respectfully, "May I ask, esteemed lady, what brings you to our humble village?" It turned out that the elder was the village head, likely alerted by the children as they approached. Qin Shuhuang, having no particular purpose in mind, replied candidly, "Do not be alarmed, my good sir. I merely passed through and noticed this village, so I dismounted to take a look. There is no specific agenda." The village head, observing the young lady and oppos' remarkable demeanor, recognized her humble attire, yet noted the presence of attendants and guards, indicating her affluent background. Their village, in dire poverty, held nothing of interest for someone of her stature, which slightly eased his anxiety. Qin Shuhuang noticed the children surrounding her were all notably frail, yet a few had surprisingly distended bellies, indicative of malnutrition and internal discord. It was imperative that they receive immediate medical attention. Today, she had brought with her a considerable assortment of items, all prepared by Sherlon. Spotting the banyan tree, she turned to the village head and said, "Good sir, I possess some medical knowledge. Would it be permissible for me to set up a makeshift clinic here and record some cases? Rest assured, I shall charge no fee for consultations, nor for the medicine and prescriptions I provide." The village head, impressed by the young lady's refined manner, recognized the merit in her offering. Medical care is a noble pursuit, and her willingness to provide free services was a boon, especially since many in the village could not afford treatment in the county. He promptly agreed, expressing gratitude to Qin Shuhuang, and instructed the lean young man to fetch a rickety table to serve as her consultation desk. The elderly man then dispersed the onlooking children, instructing them to return home and inform their families that a lady was offering free medical consultations under the banyan tree. Many children dashed away to relay the news to their parents and siblings. Qin Shuhuang instructed Xie Cheng to bring down a low stool and table from the carriage, alongside an assortment of writing materials and various medicinal herbs, creating a simple yet functional clinic. Seated behind a makeshift desk, Qin Shuhuang awaited patients. Strangely, however, a quarter of an hour passed without a single soul approaching. Chapter 91. Just wishing to provide them with more avenues for survival, not only did no one come, but even the children who had gathered nearby had dwindled in number. After patiently waiting for a quarter of an hour, during which a few villagers passed by, all were headed out to tend to their agricultural chores, none casting more than a fleeting glance in their direction. Rui, he inquired with curiosity, "What is the matter with the people of this village? Do they not value our offer of free medical assistance and medicine? Could it be that the villagers here are all affluent and healthy? How is that possible? Every household has thatched roofs. They cannot be wealthy. The children are malnourished and plagued by illness. They cannot all be in good health." Xian Tsang, catching a glimpse from the corner of his eye, noticed a figure stealthily peering from a distance. He gestured to Siejua, who promptly dashed over and swiftly apprehended the curious individual, bringing him before Qin Shuhuang. The man, in his 30s, was of modest height and unremarkable appearance, yet the most striking features were the festering sores on his legs and arms. To avoid contact with the lesions, he was clad in tattered short sleeves and shorts. Upon seeing the man, Rui, he frowned. "You came here seeking treatment?" The man nodded eagerly. Indeed. Rui, he continued, "We are here for free consultations. We do not charge a single coin. Why are you sneaking around, hesitant to approach?" The man, upon seeing the remarkably young lady seated beneath the large tree, attempted to ingratiate himself. "It is not that I wish to avoid coming. It is the villagers who forbid me from approaching. Forbidden to come, and yet you dare to observe from afar?" Rui, he retorted angrily, "If you do not speak the truth, Our Lady will not treat you. You may leave." At this, the man appeared flustered and immediately knelt before Qin Shuhuang, bowing his head in supplication. "Please, madam, grant me your assistance. If you examine me, I will disclose whatever you wish to know." Qin Shuhuang nodded at Siejua, who helped the man to his feet. The man kept his head bowed, too timid to meet Qin Shuhuang's gaze. She asked coldly, "I am here offering free consultations and medicine, which should be beneficial for your village. Why does no one come for treatment?" After a moment's hesitation, the man replied, "At Changqing Temple, there is a divine spring, far more effective than any physician. However, it is only dispensed on the first day of each month, regardless of the ailment. Anyone who drinks from the spring will be cured. Master Shand has stated that for the spring to work, one must not consume the physician's medicines, or else the spring will lose its efficacy. A few months ago, an elderly woman from the neighboring village was bedridden until her family procured a bowl of the spring. Now she is in good health, even looking better than before. The villagers no longer trust the doctors. The divine spring at Changqing Temple is effective and costs nothing. So they await the next month's distribution, which is why no one has come for treatment." Upon hearing this, Qin Shuhuang's brow furrowed. She had not anticipated that the influence of Changqing Temple would be so profound, exploiting the local populace in such a manner. It was no wonder the villagers ignored her charitable offer. They were all waiting for the free divine spring to cure their ailments, believing it could restore their health instantly, sparing them from the discomfort of taking medicine. In comparison, physicians seemed utterly devoid of value. He cast a glance at Qin Shuhuang. If that were the case, why was this man so insistent on seeking treatment from her? Naturally, it was because he had already consumed the spring and found it ineffective, losing hope, which emboldened him to approach Qin Shuhuang, though he was unwilling to admit this. Come forward, sit down, and extend your left hand, Qin Shuhuang instructed. The man's eyes sparkled with hope as he noticed the clean and tidy desk before her. He hurriedly wiped his somewhat dirty wrist. His affliction was indeed alarming in appearance, but treatable. With the right medication, improvement could be expected within a week and complete recovery in a month. However, should he continue to delay, it could affect his internal organs, leading to a tragic end within half a year. As Qin Shuhuang took the man's pulse, he recorded her notes. Once completed, Sherlon handed the prescribed medicine to the man, seeing him cherish the medicinal herbs. Qin Shuhuang then instructed Shiyu to fetch some of their provisions, preparing half a pound for him. Furthermore, she asked him to inform the villagers that anyone who came to the large tree at the village entrance for a consultation would not only receive free medicine, but also half a pound of rice, available on a first-come, first-served basis until supplies ran out. Shiyu nodded and hurried off. The man, overjoyed at receiving half a pound of rice, realized that although it was not much, the young lady had given him quality grains, which, when mixed with coarse grains and vegetables, could sustain him for half a month. Madam, wait for me. I will go inform them. With food, they will surely come, he exclaimed before sprinting away, fearing that any delay might cause Qin Shuhuang to leave, taking with her this unexpected boon. The two small children nearby understood Qin Shuhuang and Appo's words and quickly turned to race home. He frowned. Your Highness, these villagers are so misguided, disbelieving in physicians. Why do you still offer rice and medicine, as well as free consultations? Qin Shuhuang sighed. I merely wish to provide them with more options for survival. When they realize the divine spring is ineffective, at least they will have the medicine I provide. The ignorance of the common folk stems from their belief in the rumors about the divine spring and Appo's healing powers, which ultimately traces back to the turmoil within the imperial court. Political strife, collusion among officials, and the exploitation of the common people by nefarious forces. If a learned scholar were to emerge from Amling village and lead them with reason, would such a situation have arisen so easily? Dawu is in dire need of reform. To benefit the people and respect their dignity is essential for winning their hearts. Oppression and ignorance will inevitably lead to a day when the people's wrath turns into a beast that devours Dawu. Food is more valuable than medicine. And after the man returned to the village with news, nearly all the villagers of Amling mobilized. A long queue formed beneath the great tree at the village entrance for consultations. Even the village had arrived. Many were indifferent to how Qin Shuhuang examined their ailments or dispensed medicine. Once Sherlon handed them their medicine, they carelessly tucked it away, while treating the half-pound of rice with utmost reverence, carefully placing it in cloth bags to secure it close to their hearts. With only 100 or so individuals from dozens of households in Amling village, including children, they had barely exhausted the supply of rice. As they departed, the village head led everyone out to bid farewell. Their gratitude was not directed at Qin Shuhuang for her generosity with medicine, but rather for her charity of rice. Having left Amling village, it was already past noon. The group consumed their provisions on the carriage as they headed toward Guangping County. After Qin Shuhuang and her entourage departed Amling, another carriage passed by, manned by a coachman, a young scholar, and a book boy. The book boy dismounted, inquired for directions, and upon returning, recounted the events that had transpired in Amling village to the scholar. In wonder, the book boy remarked, "This lady is exceedingly kind-hearted. The villagers say she possesses a serene beauty akin to that of a bodhisattva. Although she dresses in plain cloth, her demeanor is remarkable. Even in the capital, one cannot find a lady so wise and benevolent. I am quite intrigued." Mr. Luo narrowed his eyes, pondering a lady. Could she possibly be the Princess Royal? Chapter 92. The familiar man, where have they gone? Mr. Luo inquired. The villagers were uncertain. Not long had passed, but the younger ones could trace the path by the imprints of the wagon wheels. Let us follow and see. Very well, sir. Please hold on tight. I shall sit up front with the driver, the scholar replied. Mr. Luo waved to the scholar, who promptly descended from the carriage, drawing down the curtain. Mr. Luo's expression darkened slightly. Had Her Highness the Grand Princess suddenly developed an interest in the common folk, offering them free medical consultations? Was she heading to Chongqing Temple? That was a crucial part of his plans. However, as the carriage progressed, Mr. Luo realized they were not bound for Chongqing Temple, and he felt a slight sense of relief. An hour later, Qin Shuhuang and her entourage arrived at Guangping County. Guangping was merely a small county on the outskirts of the capital, with a single street barely half a mile long. It was already mid-afternoon, and the morning market had long dispersed, leaving few people milling about the county. Your Highness, do you wish to find a place to rest? Asked Wei Miao. Qin Shuhuang nodded. After more than an hour in the carriage, both she and her attendants were fatigued and indeed required a respite. In Anping County, there was only one tea house and one inn on the entire street, leaving little choice. Ultimately, Qin Shuhuang settled at the Yunlai Inn in Anping County. The inn was well located, situated right in the center of the street, and from the second floor, one could observe much of Anping County and Appo's as thoroughfare. The inn and Appo's snacks and tea were unremarkable. Ruehua, fearing that Qin Shuhuang might not be accustomed to them, offered to brew her some tribute tea that they had brought along. However, Qin Shuhuang shook her head, declining, stating that the offerings from the inn sufficed. Having tasted far simpler fare in her previous life, even pig feed, she found these snacks, though not exquisite, to be clean and sufficient to satiate her hunger. The common folk outside could only indulge in such treats during festivals. There was no need to waste food. Ruehua nodded and stepped aside. Qin Shuhuang instructed everyone to sit and rest, not requiring their service. Observing such a grand princess, Wei Miao felt an even greater admiration for her mistress. She picked up a piece of pastry from the table and took a bite, then nodded in approval. The inn was modest, yet the snacks possessed a unique charm that was distinct from the refined delicacies of the capital. You all should try some. Ruehua and the others exchanged skeptical glances, but Wei Miao urged them to taste it. One by one, the attendants sampled the pastries, savoring them slowly, discovering that the more they indulged, the more delightful they became, offering a rustic flavor that the capital and Appo's delicacies could not replicate. Qin Shuhuang lifted her teacup and took a sip, her eyes brightening slightly. The tea bore a subtle medicinal quality, slightly bitter yet sweet upon the aftertaste. It was not ordinary tea leaves, but rather plantain tea, a medicinal brew. At that moment, the innkeeper's wife entered with a fresh batch of pastries. Madam, please enjoy. These are freshly made and taste far better than the ones that have gone cold, she said, her skin slightly tanned, with a round face and a friendly demeanor that made her quite endearing. Qin Shuhuang inquired, do you have any proper tea here? The innkeeper and Appo's wife immediately appeared flustered, realizing that this distinguished lady had discerned the inferior quality of the tea served. With a wry smile, she replied, Madam, your keen eye is commendable, but our establishment cannot afford genuine tea, hence the use of plantain leaves. She could not afford to purchase pastries from other vendors, so the snacks offered were all made by her own hands. Qin Shuhuang was slightly taken aback. Was even an innkeeper's wife living in such straitened circumstances? With a gentle smile, Qin Shuhuang reassured her, it is nothing. I was merely inquiring out of curiosity. This plantain tea is quite acceptable, beneficial for the eyes and kidneys. Indeed, very good. Hearing such words from a guest, the innkeeper and Appo's wife felt relieved. After conversing with the innkeeper and Appo's wife, Qin Shuhuang pondered deeply. Although the woman and Appo's words have been scattered, Qin Shuhuang gleaned much information from them. There were ample farmlands surrounding Guangping County. Yet this year, from late spring until late summer, the weather had been dry, leading to poor crop yields. In previous years, as autumn approached, families with slightly better means would sell off some of their old grain at a slightly reduced price to prepare for the harvest of new grain. However, this year, due to the drought, no one was parting with their old grain. The innkeeper's wife relied on grain to make pastries. In previous years, she would purchase some old grain at this time to make rice cakes for her guests, but this year, even at a higher price, she could not procure any. Consequently, she was forced to alter her recipes, substituting rice cakes with yam and bran pastries. While the yam cakes were not bad, They lacked the soft and chewy texture of rice cakes, making them less appealing to the elderly and children. The innkeeper's business suffered as a result. Qin Shuhuang instructed Xie Cheng, who was nearby, to inquire at the grain shop on the street about the current grain prices and to check on the costs of other essential goods as well. Xie Cheng complied and departed swiftly. As Qin Shuhuang gazed at the street, a horse-drawn carriage draped in green fabric slowly entered her line of sight. With few carts traversing Guangping County streets, the appearance of a carriage was particularly conspicuous. The carriage halted in front of the inn, and upon noticing a male guest, the innkeeper approached to greet him. Soon, a young page boy, no more than a teenager, jumped down from the driver's seat, lifted the curtain, and a young man in a coarse blue robe descended from the carriage, exuding an air of elegance and grace in his movements. Qin Shuhuang furrowed her brow slightly. Why did she suddenly find this man so familiar? Chapter 93. A fearsome warrior, a man, entered the inn, but rather than ascending to the second floor, he chose to sit in a corner on the ground floor. The inn was modest, featuring both guest rooms and open seating areas on both floors, devoid of private compartments. Although Qin Shuhuang, seated on the second floor, could not see the young man who had suddenly appeared, she could hear the conversation unfolding below. The innkeeper warmly inquired, "What would this young master like to order?" The young man replied with a clear and resonant voice, "Whatever you have will suffice." "Very well, please hold on a moment." The innkeeper responded. Due to the inn's small size, there were no dedicated waitstaff. The innkeeper's family managed the service. The innkeeper's 15-year-old son was responsible for attending to the guests on the ground floor. Shortly thereafter, tea and yam bran cakes were brought to him. The young lad politely remarked, "Please enjoy, young master. If you need anything, just call for me." After ensuring the guest was well taken care of, the innkeeper attended to the accounts at the counter while the young lad remained at the entrance, watching for any potential customers. At that moment, the young scholar disdainfully pushed aside the tea and snacks provided by the innkeeper, and instead, he brought out his own tea set and delicacies. "Sir, this tea and snack are too coarse to consume. You might as well enjoy our own provisions. The pastries were prepared by the cook early this morning. Knowing your fondness for honey, she specially made honey day cakes." The young man did not respond, merely acknowledging with a sound, and chose the refined tea and delicacies brought by the scholar instead. The innkeeper paused, taken aback, and continued with his calculations without further comment. However, the young lad at the door felt some indignation. Just as he was about to approach the young man and the scholar for an explanation, he was stopped by the innkeeper. Frustrated, he decided to retreat to the kitchen to find his mother, preferring to avoid witnessing the scene. On the second floor, Qin Shuhuang and her companions overheard this exchange clearly. Sherlon rolled her eyes and quietly remarked, "This young master is rather pretentious." Rueha shook her head at Sherlon, discouraging her from meddling. Before long, Xie Cheng returned and, upon noticing an additional table of guests downstairs, did not immediately report on his findings. Instead, he requested ink, paper, and a brush from the innkeeper, meticulously documenting the information he had gathered before delivering it to Qin Shuhuang upstairs. She cast a glance at Xie Cheng, recognizing him as a clever aide of the ruthless king of the residuals. The information Xie Cheng had gathered aligned perfectly with what the innkeeper's wife had shared. As the autumn harvest approached, the price of grain had not only failed to decline, but had risen slightly. Grain merchants were preparing for the new harvest and had not stockpiled old grain. With the increase in grain prices, the prices of wine and livestock had also surged, making it difficult for common folk to afford meat and alcohol. Given the current favorable weather conditions, it was not inconceivable that future calamities might arise. Having witnessed the reality herself, before leaving the inn, Qin Shuhuang gifted the innkeeper's wife with the remainder of a half bag of grain. The innkeeper's wife personally escorted her to the inn's entrance. After a full day of wandering in Guangping County, it was time for her to return. The journey back to the hot spring village from Guangping County would take about an hour and a half on horseback. By the time she arrived at the hot spring village, night had fallen. Qin Shuhuang had a light meal, washed up, and retired for the night. The following morning, she was awakened by Rue Miao, who whispered beside her, "Your Highness, the son of the innkeeper we encountered yesterday wishes to see you. He arrived in the vicinity late last night and was apprehended by Commander Xuanzong before he could knock on the door. The son of the innkeeper? When they had stopped at the inn, he had gone directly to the second floor. The innkeeper's wife, seeing that she was a woman, had personally attended to her. But as she left, she noticed a slim, dark-skinned boy dressed as a servant in the bustling hall below. However, they had traveled lightly and moved swiftly on their return. How had this boy managed to find them here? Qin Shuhuang suddenly found herself intrigued. Have the guards take him to the flower hall. After freshening up, Qin Shuhuang made her way to the flower hall. Today, she did not dress as elaborately as the previous day. She wore a simple yet elegant bright red floral dress, draped with a deep crimson satin shawl, and her dark hair was adorned with a single crane-shaped hairpin. Though her attire was casual, it exuded understated luxury that was beyond the reach of ordinary affluent families. Taking her seat at the main position, the boy, upon seeing Qin Shuhuang's attire, was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment as he stammered. Madam, the boy was still dressed in the coarse fabric of a servant from the previous day. To prevent wear and tear, his cuffs and pant legs had been lined, showcasing the care of the innkeeper's wife. Qin Shuhuang gestured to the nearby chair. Please sit. What is your name, and why have you come alone? Where are your parents? Clearly recognizing her noble status, the boy dared not take a seat. He lowered his head, unable to meet the gaze of the beautiful and dignified Qin Shuhuang, his face flushing crimson. I am Tang Ming. After you left, I noticed the innkeeper and his wife following you from a distance, so I quietly followed, hoping to alert you Tang Ming's father had once been a physician, managing a medical practice that had initially flourished. However, since the miraculous spring at Chongqing Temple gained popularity, their practice suffered, and they had been attacked twice by disgruntled patients and their families, accusing Tang Ming's father of selling false medicines and abandoning their conscience for silver. It was deemed better to seek aid from miraculous spring than to visit the medical practice. Unable to sustain the clinic, his parents converted it into an inn. From a young age, Tang Ming accompanied his parents into the mountains to gather herbs and learned a few skills from his uncle, who worked as a bodyguard. Despite being only 15, he had proven himself capable and had honed his tracking skills under his uncle's guidance. Armed with these abilities, he had followed Qin Shuhuang from Guangping County to the vicinity of the hot spring village, managing to go unnoticed. Had it not been for the stringent security at the hot spring village and the presence of the formidable Xuanzong, he would surely have been detected. Tang Ming understood that his mother was grateful to Qin Shuhuang and harbored resentment towards the innkeeper and his wife. When they departed, the scholar had taken away pastries prepared by his mother to feed the horses. In these times, it was a struggle for people to secure a meal, yet the scholar had the audacity to feed rare delicacies to beasts. Tang Ming's disdain for the innkeeper and his wife grew stronger. After noticing them following Qin Shuhuang, he resolved to repay her kindness for the grain she had provided to his mother, and thus followed her under the cover of night. While Qin Shuhuang and her group had traveled on horseback and in a carriage, Tang Ming had traversed the 50-plus li solely on foot, demonstrating remarkable stamina and endurance. Tang Ming? Qin Shuhuang pondered over the name, feeling an uncanny familiarity. Suddenly, she froze. In her past life, she had heard of a fierce general under Prince Ping, known for charging into battle with such ferocity that enemies trembled at the mere mention of his name. He was victorious in 10 out of every 10 battles, the sharpest sword in Prince Ping's arsenal. Although a fierce warrior, he was remarkably young, and his name seemed to be Tang Ming. Qin Shuhuang could not help but scrutinize the youthful boy before her, whose naivety was still evident. The young general, Tang Ming, had risen swiftly but was an orphan. It was said that his parents were kind-hearted, sacrificing their lives to save neighbors during a disaster, only to be falsely accused by the monks of Chongqing Temple and ultimately killed by the mob. Their bodies devoured by the starving populace. Tang Ming had followed Prince Ping, overthrowing the regent, and personally led a massacre at Chongqing Temple, staining its miraculous spring with the blood of the monks, hanging the corpse of the virtuous abbot at the temple's gate for all to see for half a month. After that, Chongqing Temple faded into history. Yet, Tang Ming did not live long. In his haste to achieve glory and avenge his parents, he neglected his health, sustaining numerous injuries on the battlefield. Eventually, He succumbed to his wounds in a battle, still fighting despite his injuries. Chapter 94. May I still seek your grace in the future? Tang Meng, having spoken, lowered his head, unable to meet the gaze of Qin Shuhuang. When Qin Shuhuang inquired how he had arrived, Tang Meng answered each question earnestly. Do your parents know you are here? Tang Meng shook his head. Since they are unaware, you should rest a while and return promptly. I shall arrange for someone to escort you. In the future, do not act so impulsively. Inform your parents beforehand to spare them worry. Tang Meng nodded, his cheeks flushed. Qin Shuhuang then instructed Sherlan to escort Tang Meng for a wash and to have some food. Sherlan curtsied and led Tang Meng away. She directed the steward to find Tang Meng a clean set of clothes and take him for a wash. After a somewhat dazed cleansing, Tang Meng found a sumptuous spread awaiting him, complete with an array of vegetables and meat. His eyes gleamed at the sight of the glistening pork knuckle, and he swallowed hard, pointing at it. Sister Sherlan, is this for me? Sherlan nodded. All of this is for you. If you cannot finish, I shall pack it for you to take home. At this, Tang Meng immediately set down his chopsticks, eager to find something to pack the dishes in, unwilling to eat a single bite, wishing instead to share it with his family. Just as he moved, Sherlan gently restrained him. Enough now. The kitchen has plenty. Eat first, and if you still feel hungry, I will have them prepare a second helping for you to take. Tang Meng blinked in surprise and nodded, finally sitting down to enjoy his meal. As the eldest son in his family, he had been well brought up by his parents. Although he was famished and surrounded by his favorite dishes, he ate quickly yet gracefully. In less than 15 minutes, he had devoured 3 bowls of rice, leaving only the bones of the pork knuckle and roasted chicken on his plate. He finished the last bit of gravy mixed with rice and wiped his lips, flashing a bright smile at Sherlan. Sherlan had never encountered a boy who consumed his meal so rapidly, and she was momentarily taken aback, only regaining her composure once he finished. Thank you, Sister Sherlan. Thank you, madam. I am full now. As Sherlan began to clear the table, Tang Meng halted her, hastily tidying up himself, his expression betraying a hesitation to speak. What is it? Feel free to ask whatever is on your mind, Sherlan encouraged, recognizing his turmoil. Tang Meng whispered, Sister Sherlan, who is madam? The fact that the princess had assigned Sherlan to